Chapter 1 The Betrothal. In an elegant womenture, adelica tebutar kleines in a lovely bead with the window, up in closer inspection, one notices that the girl is clad only in a smoky pink bodice and a pair of white shorts, her limbs and navel gracefully exposed to the open air, the warm, gentle sunlight pours through the window, casting a soft golden glow upon her smooth, flawless skin, enhancing her ethereal beauty. At this moment, 4 maidservants surround her, each holding gasmal, exquisite jar from which the occasional extract takarimi, white ointment, they tenderly apply it to the girl's long legs, slender arms, delicate waist, and dainty fair feet, as well as her delicate, tapered fingers. Among them, one maid named Mion is particularly gentle. She has just completed the final step of massaging the girl's skin and speaks softly, "Miss, your skincare is complete for today. In an hour, shall prepare for your medicinal bath granny so ready making the arrangements." The girl turns her head slightly, asmally gracing her lips. "Thank you, sisters. You will even know I shall read for a Hyline join you when the time comes." Her voice is sweet and soft, and event the simple statement sends a shiver through her heart soft to hear it. "Yes, Miss," Thaffer maidservants reply, gathering their tools and ointments before exiting their room. Once a maidservant shade departed, the girl's beauty became fully visible, her brows are like crescent moons, hairiest twinkle like kesters, her nose eyes delicate goose spot, her lips are and her teeth white, and their hairy saturnid like a flower she pierces a faceless chill being has descended to earth, the sunlight gracing her face enhanced sharp porcelain like complexion, her skin rivaling snow, radiant as them earning sooner a blooming lotus smugging from the green waves. Jingyao lyrates her delicate hand, skillfully shielding her rays from the bright light. After a moment, she slowly opens her autumn water-like eyes. Once accustomed to the brightness, she reaches for a sheer skirt beside her and gracefully drapes it over her form with a light step. Sherry says from the beauty couch and retrieves a book of poetry, gliding towards the soft couch in the warm room. Every movement, every smile, carries on a quaker half reclining on the soft couch, her elbow resting on a specially made soft pillow. A strand of her black hair cascades down. Having lived in these world for 50 years, Jingyao has fully adapted to the ancient lifestyle and finds herself enjoying even more than before. In her previous life, she was an orphan, with no family but herself. Growing up in such an environment taught her that everything she desired must burn it through her own efforts. Thus, in modern times, she devoted herself to her studies as a child, and as a girl older, she meticulously enhanced her appearance and abilities, and endeavored how could enhance her quality of life. She pursued with relentless dedication. Indeed, she's a thoroughgoing ghost. Men and women alike hold no distinction for both are emerly Tolstoy utilized. As for how she arrived in these worlds, Jingyao remains perplexed. It all began when, overwhelmed by work pressure and urged by her boyfriend to marry, she a sweet romance novel all night to pass tea time. However, as he reached the conclusion, the have I reality crushed the beauty of love depicted in the story. What differentiated this bear to her own life? She sought a beautiful utopian novels, yet they was so starkly realistic that the author should have clearly warned readers of feeling deceived. She had intended to win through a sweet narrative, only to find that the further she read, them right more her own troubles. What then was the point of reading this book? In a fit of anger, she penned a lengthy critique, lambasting Thother. Only then did she feel a semblance of relief before drifting into a deep sleep. To her astonishment, upon waking, she discovered she had become the daughter of Minister of Rites Jun dynasty, sharing her name. 5 years ago, she learned from her father that the current emperor had conferred the title of crown prince upon Jun Zechen. The legitimity son of the empress. It dawned on her that Jun Zechen was no other than the male lead from the novel she had read. To her dismay, she realized it was the canon father who had introduced upon the romance between Jun Zechen and the female lead, Ling Yue. How amusing. Jun Zechen was named crown prince at the about 50 and took to the battlefield at 17, where her the daughter of General Ling Yue, raised on the frontier. Ling Yue was free spirit and unrestrained. Her heart pierced the crown prince, having grown up in the palace, washed deeply captivated by her unique personality. After a victorious return, the 18-year-old prince owed the 17-year-old Ling Yue, promising her, among the vast waters, is shallingly take an Aesop. However, 2 years passed, and Ling Yue had to bear a child. The empress, dissatisfied, decreed that the crown prince should take Jingyao, the daughter of Minister of Court, as a concubine to ensure the continuation of the royal lineage. In the original text, when Jingyao was married off, it was precisely when the crown prince and his wife were at the height of their affection. Jingyao, spoiled and of nature, found herself unwanted by the prince, enduring ridicule in the eastern palace. She watched helplessly as her husband grew to despise her, while the empress frequently inquired when she would conceive. The servants of the eastern palace whispered cruel gossip bother, and ultimately she succumbed to despair, her beauty fading into oblivion. When Jingyao read this part, she had thought Malelid was rather admirable, truly devoted to Malelid for life. Yet, after ascending to the throne, Malelid still failed to produce Ishanhar with the empress. The subsequent plot naturally led to Malelid selecting concubines. The empress, who had always been protected by Malelid, was not much for the other concubines. In the end, Malelid's affections for the Malelid dwindled, which was utterly laudable. However, this Jingyao is not the same as Tiana before. No matter the means employed, her life is also turned parallel heights. Since if Malelid's world is destined for darkness, Jingyao will ensure that the so-called Malelid witnesses the true and ugly nature of freely in advance. Fortunately, Jingyau's identity is quite favorable. Her mother, Lu Jingxian, is the legitimate wife of her father, Su Hongyu, and their relationship is harmonious. She also has a younger brother who has just reached adulthood. Yet, it is worth noting that while her mother and father are relatively harmonious in the original text, her father is quite infatuated with concubines with this time. Since she wasn't, Jingyao had her mother prepare various skincare tools and herbs for her, with dozens of maidservants daily applying gone massaging her skin, regardless of their beauty is a woman's sharpest weapon. These skills and methods for enchanting mean will inevitably influence her mother in subtle ways. For instance, mother, fatheress with concubines will go in today. The storybook say that even in marriage, one must maintain a sense of novelty. You should change into this year's skirt, it will surely look stunning in you. Mother, you should little wasting father, war well versed in poetry we cater to him, you should express your own opinions and ideas more. Mother, is today he an anniversary of your marriage to father, you should prepare a surprise for him. Mother, today is indeed father's fault, I fi aware upset, it should show on your face, next time he comes, refuse him Athador. Over the years, Jingyao has been subtly influencing her mother. She will no talawakan cubanito overshadow her mother. Presently, her father like a lidotus in her mother kitabit. She's able to bebeth affectionity and intellectually stimulating while managing household affairs. When such a perfect woman stands before a man, I'll notion soft true love become marayusions. Jingyao determined tobe the adult woman in amancies. Flipping fruit hepage off her poetry book, which she has read 5 times in secondhood, Chiffin's Tadik Pam represents a different life experience and contains profound reflections. She cannot emulate the baldness of Tospitz, nor can she achieve a their carefree yet attachment, much less comprehend the ultimate sentiments expressed in their verses. Shek knows and like Tisto prioritize herself above El's ice to attain peace, nevertheless, she will play the part. Fessoffs and light streaming through Hugh window intertwines with Theford smoke arising from the incense burner, creating a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Jingyao glances at the Timindra says slowly, I destum for her medicine Elbeth, she's at Sherbukazaidi and walks gracefully towards the inner cabinet of her chamber. Miss, the medicinal bath is ready, please dorm of air gargarments, a maid announces. Jingyao nods, lifting her delicate hand-town festen her dress, wicked draped in light of the floor in an instant. In the blinkophony, her skin glows like flowing clouds, her feet delicatine lovely dots. Jingyao erase her exquisite futan steps in tough white a jade bathtub. Steam rises, enveloping her in acceptable, elegant fragrance blended with a hint of medicinal aroma. The special concoction was prepared by a family physician she had hired at great expense, specifically for women shealth. It includes roses, jasmine, and dilias to nourish the skin, along with rare medicinal herbs such as angelica, astragalus, ganoderma, and snolatus to enhance beauty and health. Combined with the physician's exclusive, precious spices, this medicine bath is the result of daily boiling, consuming time, effort, and money, yet every investment yields returns. Jingyao caressa sherasi, jade-like skin, finding it irresistible, and ulthimariso for an eman. Granule as always approaches Jingyao to begin her message. Unlike the previous maid servants, Granule has been specially trained with that physician and her techniquetiffers. Her hands are gently at firm, skillfully gliding over Jingyau's body, with a blush gracing her cheeks. Jingyao sparkle with allure, conveying a myriad of emotions. Even though Granule sees this beauty every day, she finds herself lost in admiration. Thebeth lasts for a quarter of an hour, leaving Jingyao feeling gutturally drained. She leans against the tube, panting softly. Once she has regained her composure, with Granule's assistance, she steps out of the tub, her smooth, porcelain-like body is fully revealed. Granule gently wipes the droplets off water from Jingyau's skin, then carefully dress her in a new gown. Throughout the process, Jingyao resembles Sudla flower, meticulous likered for and nurtured. Just as Jingyao finishes dressing, Myaxia Rushison, her voice attinged with urgencies, Miss, you must write at the Holland imperial edict this arrived. Jingyau's delicate brows arc slightly, very well, ish algotans. These imperial edictis undoubted Lythana bestowing Harris a concubinate the crown prince. Upon Aravingenful, Shafins the Unach de Hassel Reedy arrived beside the emperor. As soon as Suhangi you see her, he exclaims, Yao Yao, come here quickly. Daughter Jingyao pays her respects to Thunuka. Dressed in a playful green own, Jingyao appears to Venmari the real. Even de Hyde ho has seen countless beauties in the palace, can have helped you been trans be her appearance. The Minister of Rites has a wonderful daughter. It's Squidio right mine hasty and did not notify when advanced. Since Miss Swishera, let us proceed with edict de hair please. With that, every onanthe halknails therefore had spread against their clasped hands on the ground, displaying gutmust respect. Deha sharp voice resonant strode he hall, by the gracie of even the emperor decrees. Ike by the mandate of even governed the forcias, with thul verreeft heste time me heart, contemplating the succession of Tyrolm. Today, the legitimate daughter of Minister of Court, Jingyao, distinguished in both character and beauty, is truly a paragon of virtue. In recognition of her admirable qualities, I've sto Jingyao as a concubinate the crown prince, to assist in the Eastern palace. In half a month, Thuting Shengshall beld a grand royal ceremony to demonstrate a gracious favor. I hope that Two shall respect Tony another as guest sends and Bernaboy offspring to continue the royal bloodline. Thus decreed. Daughter wife your servant receive a steady decree. Once de hate parts, Jingyau's mother, Lu Jingxian, reveals a worried expression. Dear, you wazel ready in the process of selecting Gajuitable match for Yao. Shy sore beloved daughter I wanted her to be a proper wife but now. The Lu Jingxian is 33, her batai remains intact, her words are filled with concern for her daughter, which makes Su Hongyu feel winj of compassen. Yethesis is an imperial edict, on if that cannot be opposed. Do we not understand? Moreover, the crown prince and his wife Ashari deep affection marrying Yao may lead to her suffering some indignities. As a woman of the inner chamber, Lu Jingxian is unaware of the crown princess romantic escapades. However, Su Hongyu nosel told that the crown prince fell in love with General Ling's daughter during his military campaigns. Had the crown princess been able to bear children, the emperor would not have bestowed Yao upon the crown prince. Since marrying the crown princess, the prince has been reluctant to take concubines, yet no Yao is to Betha first. Su Hongyu worries that the crown prince might vent this frustration sin Yao, alas. But he cannot voice list concerns doing so Alden Lidip and his wife for when causeth their daughter distress. Father, mother, I am fine, I willing limori the crown prince. Even if the crown prince does not favor me, you will conduct Mijal properly in the Eastern palace, ensuring I do not worry father and mother. Hearing her daughter's understanding words, Lu Jingxian cannot hold back her tears so longer. I should have arranged our marriage earlier, so I would not be bestowed upon Simeon now, levinge you with not choice, I disell my fault for wanting to keep you with for an emery year. Mother, the crown princesian semi-undignified. Although I may not be theprimary, he will still be part of the royal family, and dur family will be connected of the imperial lineage. I am not sad, and should not be sad formed, mother. Suhong Yu, pain to see his wife find tears, gently empress thenternchus gazeto su Jingyao. Yao Yao, the Su family will always support you. If I need anything after marrying, remember to write to father and mother. Do not keep your feelings bottled up. Of course, father and mother Rarathebist, he will remember. Chapter 2 The Wedding. Crimson silks flutter red and debris, and the sound of drum sandguns filled the air to day market the wedding day of Su Jingyao. From a distance, the serpentine procession resembled a great dragon magnificently extending into the horizon. Leading through a retinue of elegantly dressed attendants, each bearing various banners adorned with exquisite tepidurns tat danced in the wind. Following closely were lavish decorated carriages, each brimming with an array of wedding gifts, boxes piled high like mountains, some even inlaid with gold and silver. Inside these boxes lay stunning silks and satins, alongside countless pieces of gold and silver jewelry, each testament to masterful craftsmanship. Thetriaceries included an abundance of gems and jade lustrous pearls, brilliant gemstones, and radiant jadeite, all shimmering together on a dazzling display. In addition to these, there were various antiques, paintings, and classic texts, all reflecting the elegancy and heritage of the family, known for their scholarly distinction. The entire procession moved slowly and orderly, leaving the onlookers in awe of the magnificent spectacle of the mile-long bridal procession. Seated within the bridal palanquin, Su Jingyao noted the 10th kingdom of June, it was customary for brides not to cover their faces with their veil instead, they simply held around font to shield their features. Moreover, as a secondary consort, she was not required to perform the traditional bowing rituals with the crown prince. The crown prince would merely come to escort her, and upon arriving at the eastern palace, Su Jingyao would be carried into her chamber. Meanwhile, the crown prince would receive guests in the main hall. The journey was long, and the weight of her elaborate headdress was quite uncomfortable, yet she endured it silently. Seated in the palanquin, she couldn't judge her surroundings through the sounds that filtered from outside. As the clamor of drums and guns began to fade, the bearer soft palanquin twisted and turned, finally arriving at Xiang Hall. With the assistance of Miaoyun, Su Jingyao stepped in tough palace and settled onto the bridal bed, her fan still firmly in hand. This time, she had brought along her four maidservants Miaoyun, Miaoxia, Miaoyu, and Miaoxui, as well as Granny Lid of the Eastern Palace, a privilege bestowed upon her due to the Emperor's decree. There were no restrictions on a breed's dowry or accompanying maidservants. Ansi Varioni had excited, gently lowered her fan, her rank contingent sparkling as he carefully surveyed Hedekar of her chamber. The floor was covered with a sumptuous, soft carpet, and exquisite paintings adorned tools, their intricate brushwork bringing Thessiness to life. The headboard of the bridal was finely carved, even inlaid with the finest pearl sandgems. Soft silk bedding, embroidered with delicate tepidurns, felt smooth to the touch. With the window stood as to elegantable sandchairs, with a vase overflowing with fresh flowers, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The entire Rexumber vase adorned with a celebratory yet elegant ambience, opulent yet warm. It seemed the crown prince had indeed put great effort in tough palace's decor. Yet, the name of this palace Chiang left much to be desired. As a young woman having a palace named Xiang felt Ritharun flattering to appear the crown prince held little affection for her. Su Jingyao sat there for an indeterminate time until she finally heard sounds from outside the door. She quickly picked up her fan to conceal her face. At last, the protagonistic of the evening had arrived. Jun Zechen entered the chamber, hissing semi-feturous devoid of an smile. Today's banquet was a result of the Emperor's decree, and with Su Jingyao being the legitimate daughter of a minister, even if the crown prince was reluctant, he had no choice but to accept. As the crown prince, he wielded great power, but with it came even greater responsibilities. Upon entering, Jun Zechen stood at a distance, his gaze complex as he regarded Su Jingyao, who sat quietly unthibbed. The fan obscured her face, making it difficult to discern her true appearance. All he could see were the dazzling hairpins adorning her head, shining brilliantly, a display of opulence. The vibrant treat of her wedding gown perfectly accentuated her slender waist, revealing her graceful figure. Her delicate hand, which held the fan, was slender and fair, with fingertips tinged with a hint of pink, exuding an air of both vulnerability and charm. Seated with elegance, she was beyond reproach. Jun Zechen casually approached Su Jingyao, his expression calm and unyielding as she nonchalantly tuned the fan from her hand and tossed it aside. This abrupt and disrespectful gesture startled Su Jingyao, panic flickering in hurries. Her large beautiful eyes went in shock, reflecting her startled confusion. Her eyelashes fluttered involuntarily, like dulls trembling in the wind, and she bit her lip, betraying her inner tension. Your servant pays your respects to His Highness Crown Prince, she said, her voice soft and trembling. Jun Zechen had heard of sus beauty, but having grown accustomed to the presence of many stunning women, he valued character over appearance. However, upon removing the fan, he was soon prepared to discover such an exquisite little kitty face hidden beneath. Her makeup was flawless, her complexion like peach blossoms, lips like apricot, and her bright eyes and whitey teeth made her strikingly radiant and enchanting. Jun Zechen sheert involuntarily skip at a beat. Thoth momentarily taken aback, he maintained his stoic demeanor. Beauteous beautiflating dream, destined to utter with the passage of time even if her parental uru is mesmerizing, it would not sway his resolve. Jun Zechen had come to clarify matters with her. Rise, he commanded, his voice as steady and low. Su Jingyao stood, her gaze remaining fixed on the crown prince's movements, noticing he remained standing, she felt a twinge of anxiety and hesitated to toss it down. After a moment's deliberation, she timidly asked, "Your Highness, shall I use it?" Her voice was brilliant as a fondly sheckled harriet. Jun Zechen regarded her insolence for a brief moment. He's a scurry and go in tough scrutiny. His cold, expressionless face revealed nothing of his thoughts, making it difficult to discern his intentions. The first impression filled this daughter of su familia left in Jun Zechen was one of fragility and gentleness, 80 pave over biminiman. Yet, such a woman was precisely the type he found most distasteful. A shadow of disdain flickered in Jun Zechen's eyes. Wasn't the gentle concubine his father Sharam just like these? However, the gentle concubine was entirely different before his father than she was before his mother. Jun Zechen's sharp gaze swiftly scanned the seeming lidly kitty and lady before him, then, with a blank expression, hesitathly jaw-thieved. "Please, sit." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao complied and took his seat. There was a slight distance between him. She turned slightly, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Jun Zechen. As the mal-led Jun Zechen possessed noble profile, his shyness resembling a finely carved statue, his thin lips pressed together, exhibiting a narrow aloofness. His sword-like brows were dark and imposing, and diffuse strands of hair casually fell into his temples, adding a touch of wildness and elegance. His aided profile was handsomely sculpted, a flawless visage of crafted bit of in a hands. Su Jingyao found herself quite pleased with his appearance. She had high standards for herself and foreman. In her modern life, since entering university, she had never experienced a dry spell in relationships, cycling through boyfriends only after another. Tower, meanwhile, reamer a stepping stone as for harassment, the wind beneath her wings as her shed for its stars. Jun Zechen, acutely aware of her lingering gaze, felt his lips tighten further. Having already pledged his to Ling Yue, and with Ling Yue having forsaken her freedom to return to the capital for him, he was determined to keep that promise, refusing to engage with woman before him. Today, I have come merely to clarify a few matters with you. I have already commit myself to the crown princess, and my affection slicely with her thus I will not touch you. His voice was as cold as a mountain stream, devoid of any emotional resonance. Having said this, he turned away, his fierce gaze locking onto Su Jingyao's calm expression. Her face remained serene, like he still laky and touched be ripples, as if she had already come to terms with his lack of affection. A faint smile graced Su Jingyao's lips, radiating warmth and gentleness, evoking gasons of compass and those who beheld her. Your Highness, I have heard talsify your bond with the crown princess even before our marriage. The two of I were like a string so far that in perfect harmony, I should not intrude upon such beauty, yet I am bound by imperial decree. Her voice was soft and delicate, imbued with a sense of helplessness, like a feather drifting down. She slowly revealed the truth. This marriage was not unlike the crown princess burden but also her own lack of fajanki. With a gentle sigh, Su Jingyao continued, "Rest assured, your Highness, I can accept your indifference toward me even if I choose not to touch him." Ash spoke, her brows knitted slightly, and she bit her delicate crimson lips, a blush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. For a woman to utter such words was indeed a source of profound shame. However, Su Jingyao hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Noticing her uncertainty, Jun Zechen inquired, "What is it?" His gaze fixed intently upon her. Su Jingyao lowered her head, Harry saverted, as if a rant of unspoken words surged within her, yet she struggled to articulate them. After a brief silence, she took a deep breath, gathering her courage to meet this gaze, her eyes filled with earnestness, flickering like candlelight. "My father is Minister of Court, a loyal servant of the state. I do not wish for him to face any censure because of. Thus, I implore you, your Highness, to grant me measure of dignity, as well as for me father, by allowing me to remain in Chiang Hall. I shall not ask anything of you, and when I pay my respects to the crown princess tomorrow morning, I will explain the situation. You sure it will not disrupt the bond between you and her." Listening to her words, Jun Zechen fell into contemplation, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. He had initially intended to clarify matters with Su Jingyao tonight and then retire to his study. Yet their reasoning wasn't. Su Jingyao was indeed a breed of bestowed upon him by the emperor, and their father held a prestigious position as Minister of Court, the foremost among evil officials. If you were to neglect the their wedding night, it would not reflect well if word got out. He did not wish to stay in Chiang Hall out of concern for Ling Yue's feelings. However, these women appeared to be both knowledgeable and reasonable. Surely, if he explained the situation to Ling Yue tomorrow, she would understand, given her conjecture. Jun Zechen's gaze, calm as Asti-like, rested upon the woman beside him. She had her head slightly bowed, her curled eyelashes resembling delicate butterflies, casting playful shadows in the flickering candlelight. Her beautiful face, whether due to her makeup or her own chiness, glowed with a soft pink. She was indeed stunning, arguably the most remarkable woman Jun Zechen had ever encountered. These ways in honest assessment from the depths of his heart. Yet he had never anticipated that the daughter of Minister of Court would possess such kindness and innocence. He had expected upon delivering these words, Schwutzer lit his elevator tears, wailing and pleading, even resorting to all manner of seduction. In such a case, he would depart without nizens of guilt. Instead, she remained composed and calm, articulating her reasonable requests with courage. Her clear eyes, sincere and resolute, were a difficult to refuse. Yet a very woman wears multiple masks, and he was not so easily swayed by her words today. After considerable thought, Jun Zechen finally uttered a soft, conceding to her quest to stay in Chiang Hall for the night. Upon hearing his agreement, Su Jingyao felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. She broke into a beyond relieved smile. "Thank you, your Highness." Then, feeling slightly awkward, she asked, "Do you require me to assist you in changing your attire, your Highness?" There was a hint of barely perceptible tension in her voice. None. Jun Zechen's refusal was immediate, cold and unfeeling. Very well, then I shall take him a leave it au freshenyup. Jingyao displayed no further reaction, gracefully moving to the dressing table and taking gassiat. With gentle motions she began to remove the striking makeup befitting a breed, then carefully unpinned the hairpins from her hair. Her dark tresses cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering with a soft sheen. Afterward she stood and walked toward the screen where Shun tied the chauffeur wet a gown and changed it into a lightweight gauze dress. Jun Zechen remained serious, his gaze following her move. She abided no signs of nervousness type a calafenocomer, as if you were remotely present here. Jun Zechen already pronito suspicion, felt the doubts intensify. Was she composed? Did she truly not care the husband loved no and was reluctant to touch her? Though Jun Zechen had questions, Heko Senata dwell in them. He only hoped this a Kandera consort would uphold her promise made today and no disrupt his relationship with Ling Yue. Ling Yue had drawn you pin the frontier, her heart untainted she could not possibly contend with thickening oft his noble women and wasius eliswade beothers. By time Jingyao finished her preparations and approached the bed, Jun Zechen was already dressed in his nightclothes, quiet lysiate to of bed. He lifted his gazeta meters, and though Jingyao appeared less radiant without their makeup, she exuded an air of innocency and purity. Her brow sundays resembled a crescent moon, her skin glistening like vanejade, and her flowing hair, illuminated with candle light, rendered her ethereal, like a celestial being gun touched with emertal realm. Jun Zechen's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Despite her tin dress enveloping her, Heku'd still distinct leprosy of a hair alluring curves. A wavy ofiat surged within him, igniting a flamy of desire. Jun Zechen quick lighter nevished, striving to quell the turmoil within. Let us retire for the night. Would your highness prefer to sleep on the inner side or the outer? Jingyau's voice was sweet as shoni, her face irradiating innocence. This question fell upon Jun Zechen's ears like a scorpion jember. His gaze inadvertently lingered on her attire, and dash listened to her alluring soft voice, the conflict within him intensified. The woman before him seemed to be teasing him, yet when thierismet, her gaze was filled with innocence, as clear as a bottomless lake. Ikeways as if you were wreathy on you with the impure thoughts. Jun Zechen pressed his lips together, responding in a low voice, I will sleep on the outer side. Jingyao, unaware of the turmoil within him, nodded slightly and dreamed of her shows. Her delicate, fair feet, berry and tender, gently touched Tigi of Tiba des Hecklin beaten beside Jun Zechen. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to hair exposed, porcelain-like foot. At the same time, as usual fragrance wafted from her, stirring something deep within him. Hishard skipped a bit. Jun Zechen clenched his fists at the sides, striving to control his body's rebellious reactions. She was merely a beautiful woman. How could the crown prince persuade by her beauty? Once Jingyao lay on thinner side, she snuggled beneath the covers, revealing only her exquisitely beautiful face, resembling a sleeping lotus, serene and captivating. Noticing that Jun Zechen remained unmoving, his body suddenly tense, Jingyao and Zed hadn't one tension of lying down. A hint of confusion crossed her mind. Your highness, Williano lay down, I am quite a fatigue from today's events and wish to rest. Ash spoke, the melodious sound of her voice and lit deep in the turmoil within him. He was no gentle soul with such beauty so close, his body could not help but respond instinctively. Yet he could not betray his promise to Ling Yue. Taking a deep breath, Jun Zechen turned his back to Jingyao and lay down, maintaining semi-distance between him. Jingyao lay on her side, seeing in the outline of Jun Zechen's back, a faint smirk of Makara curling her lips. Hypocritical, indeed. Shethan turned away, closing Harry's, and Sun drifted into a peaceful slumber. Jun Zechen, having trained rigorously in martial arts and seculdhood, was acutely aware of the breathing patterns of toes around him. Listening intently, Heku'd clearly sense a thought the woman beside him had quietly entered the realm of dreams. Growing up in Thepolis, he had long understood the intricate of schemes and intrigues among women of the harem. His mother was either plotting against their sorgard and against their plots. As such, he had solemnly vowed to himself should ever encounter a woman he cherished, he would protect her from the machinations of the harem, ensuring her safety for a lifetime. He wished for his lineage to be born and liveth woman he loved. Yet the seemed to delay Tin kingdom. Jun Zechen had been married to Ling Yue for 2 years but had all Kamisa nor daughter. His mother had beseeched his father to decree his marriage to Jingyao. As the crown prince, he had no valid excusator for ensuring the continuation of the royal annuish's dutian mission. Yet remained steadfast to his promise to Ling Yue. Since if the imperial physician had found no success with Ling Yue shelf, it was merely amateur of to me before if they would have children. Who would not touch Jingyao? If Jingyao were a woman of pure heart, who would bestow upon her the highest honor still making amends for the situation. As Jun Zechen's thoughts whirled chaotically, he gradually succumbed to sleep. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, and the newlyweds lay upon the festivered bride albed like as strangers. However, the sleeping Jingyao was not at rest. Unconsciously she leaned toward the warm body beside her. In the midst of her dreams, Jun Zechen felt a gentle breath against this neck, warm and soft, like feathers brushing against the skin, sending shivers down his spine. His slumber was light and he slowly opened his. Turning his head, he was met with a delicate, fair, and exquisitely beautiful face. The woman lay upon his arm, her skin exposed. Jun Zechen's body tensed instantly. A strange sensation surged within him, and a flicker of struggle crossed his gaze. His hand trembled lightly, but irresolutely withdrew his arm, carefully pushing the rower away. Jingyao was deeply pan showed no signs of waking, merely instinctively clutching the covers and shifting to a different position, continuing her blissful slumber. Perhaps it was the warmth of the room or some other reason, Butonio for long, fair legs inadvertently slipped out from beneath the covers. Lying on her side, the accentuated her slender waist. Jun Zechen's agitation intensified at the sight before him. Heclo set his eyes, suppressing the reactions off his body, then took a deep breath. Rising, he moved to the blin por a dimsel facu cultia, drinking it quietly. Their freshing tea so that his throat, slight like the heat would hin him. On Seth the turmoil subsided, Jun Zechen returned toad, attempting to sleep on Smurry. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and feverily Jun Zechen slowly regained consciousness, feeling a soft, delicate ebo in his arms, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he opened his eyes wide. The woman remained in some position as when he had pushed her away the night before, but his shock, he realized he had tightly embraced her. Her back pressed against the chest and held her firmly, his snout entirely proper. Jun Zechen's gaze darkened, a fleeting look of panic flashing across his face. His hand recoiled as if electrocuted, and he hastily rose from the bed. This flurry of movement startled Jingyao from her dreams. She slowly turned, blinking her long lashes, her eyes still clouded with sleep. As if stillest in her dreams, she gazed at Jun Zechen with earnest expression. "Your Highness?" Noticing something was off with him, Jingyao supported herself on the bed, her movements slow as he sat up. However, she was completely unaware of thought Zechen left her bosom partially exposed, her gauze dress slipping from her shoulder. The sight was undeniably alluring. Jun Zechen stood bethied, his still and imposing figure recalled Asais, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze sharp as a blade. Indeed, these women was deliberately attempting to entice him. He have state affairs to tend to a mistake, Malieve. His voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. Without granting Jingyao a moment to respond, he turned and strode out of the room without a backward glance. Jingyao watched this unfold, her brows arching slightly. A smile played at the corners of her lips, a hint of teasing amusement gracing her features. Ah, men, they are all the same. Chapter 3 Writing as Jun Zechen stepped out of the Xiang Palace, Miaoyun and Miaoxia entered the inner chamber. As Jingyao rose from the bed and moved gracefully to the dressing table, followed closely by Miaoxia, who began to gently and meticulously assist her in her grooming. After a flurry of activity, they finally completed her attire. Miaoxia selected a gossamer, rose-scented corset, as delicate as the wings of a cicada, which adorned Jingyao like a tender flower shrouded in morning mist, exuding a subtle fragrance. A flowing green floral skirt, soft and ethereal, accentuated her slender waist, swaying with an enchanting grace. Over this, a trailing white cicada-winged veil floated lightly in the breeze, giving her an otherworldly presence. The bright morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Jinyao's exquisite features as she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Meanwhile, Miaoyun, who had just finished arranging the bedding, silently approached her from behind, her brow slightly furrowed with concern. "My lady, you did not," she began, but Jingyao understood her implication without needing to hear the rest. "Yes, the crown prince does not favor me and is unwilling to consummate our marriage." Her tone was flat, as if the matter bore no weight upon her. Her gaze remained fixed on her reflection, betraying no hint of turmoil. Miaoyun's heart ached for her mistress, having grown up together and now accompanying her to the Eastern Palace, once a pampered young lady in the Ministry of Rites. Jingyao now faced such cold treatment from the crown prince. How could he treat you so? Before Miaoxia could finish, Jingyao turned to her, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she interjected firmly, "Speak cautiously, this is the Eastern Palace, the crown prince is its master. We must not hastily judge his actions. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lady," Miaoyun replied, bowing her head. "Let us go to pay our respects to the crown princess." Jingyao stepped out of the Xiang Palace with graceful strides. Outside, the sky was clear as jade, and the clouds floated like cotton. A sweet smile lingered on her delicate face as she paused occasionally to tilt her head back, delighting in the blooming flowers along her path, a truly innocent maiden, untouched by the world's complexities. The maids and eunuchs of the Eastern Palace beheld Su Sefu for the first time, surprised by her enchanting beauty and ethereal grace, her face adorned with a warm smile that radiated kindness and approachability. Yet, a sense of pity began to surface among them. Since the crown princess's arrival, the crown prince had devoted himself solely to her, leaving Su Sefu to face the prospect of isolation and neglect. The palace attendants discreetly raised their heads to observe this Su Sefu, harboring doubts in their hearts. Could the crown prince truly remain indifferent to such a beautiful woman? Jingyao, accustomed to being watched by her maidservants since childhood, hardly noticed the gazes as she strolled through the long corridors of the Eastern Palace. Upon arriving at the crown princess's palace, she looked up to see the words Chiwan Hall elegantly inscribed. The name of the crown princess's residence was quite fitting, evoking imagery of phoenixes resting upon parasol trees, a truly splendid metaphor. Jingyao did not linger, moving gracefully into the hall while admiring the exquisite decorations along the way. Outside Chiwan Hall, pavilions and towers were artfully arranged, with rockeries and ponds complementing each other. The crystal-clear waters of the pavilion reflected the blue sky and white clouds, while lotus flowers stood elegantly in the pond, their beauty vibrant and captivating, resembling resplendent clouds. The entire structure exuded opulence and elegance, with flying eaves and intricate carvings, signifying nobility and grace. Inside the hall, the crown princess sat regally in the foremost position, her demeanor composed, her expression serene. Ling Yue, having grown accustomed to freedom beyond the palace walls, had entered with the hope of spending her life with the crown prince, trusting in his promises. However, she had never anticipated that, nearly 2 years later, he would take a concubine, yet, she understood that imperial edicts were not to be defied, the crown prince had sacrificed much for her. Ling Yue's once carefree spirit now bore a weight of melancholy. I greet you, dear sister, and pay my respects. Su Jingyao's voice rang clear and melodious, akin to the sweet notes of a nightingale, bringing joy to those who heard it. Rise, the crown princess replied. Thank you, sister. Su Jingyao's tone carried a hint of reverence. After standing, Ling Yue scrutinized her beauty, momentarily entranced. Su Sefu was indeed a vision of national beauty, her features were exquisitely delicate, her gently curled lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, most captivating were her eyes, clear and pure as morning dew, devoid of any impurities. Seeing Su Jingyao's beauty, a flicker of unease crossed Ling Yue's eyes. Could Ace truly remain untouched by Su Sefu's allure? Doubts about her husband began to creep into her mind. No, Ace was not a man who valued mere appearances. If he were drawn to beauty, the Eastern Palace would be filled with countless wives and concubines, rather than merely 2 inconsequential maidservants. She must trust Ace. A resolute glimmer appeared in Ling Yue's eyes. She was acutely aware of the pressures Ace had faced to elevate her to the position of crown princess. It was also clear how much he had endured due to her inability to conceive. A nearby maidservant quietly approached, setting a tea tray in front of Su Jingyao. Su Jingyao lowered her head slightly, her gaze falling upon the teacup, before extending her delicate hand to retrieve the tea. Her movements were elegant and unhurried, reminiscent of flowing water. As she rose, she leaned slightly forward, moving as naturally as a gentle breeze, then took a few steps closer, bowing slightly as she respectfully offered the tea. This series of actions exemplified the poise and grace typical of a noble lady. Ling Yue, having grown up in the wilds, found the palace's formalities merely a chore, harboring a growing disdain for such rituals. Yet, after 2 years in the Eastern Palace, with the empress already disapproving of her as a military officer's daughter, she had to allow the matrons to teach her etiquette. Believing her demeanor could rival that of the refined young ladies of the capital, she had thought she had mastered the art of elegance. However, witnessing the epitome of noble grace in Su Jingyao today, she realized that beneath strict etiquette, a woman could embody both grace and charm. Ling Yue's mind swirled with complex thoughts as she accepted the tea. As sipping gently, she finally spoke. Su Sefu, please sit. Thank you, sister. Su Jingyao's youthful countenance bore an innocent smile, fresh and natural, radiating a childlike purity. She raised her head, captivated by the beauty of the novel's heroine before her. Though Ling Yue's features were not as exquisitely delicate as Su Jingyao's, they possessed a distinct allure. Her skin was smooth, glimmering faintly, her eyebrows arching slightly like distant mountains, exuding a blend of fortitude and grace. Her eyes sparkled like stars, vibrant and radiant, shimmering with an otherworldly light. The bridge of her nose was straight and elegant, adding depth to her visage. She resembled a spirited horse galloping freely, exuding a unique charm interwoven with a touch of stubbornness and wildness. Perhaps it was this distinctive, carefree aura that had drawn Jun Zechen, who had spent his life in the confines of the palace. The free-spirited girl from the wilds had indeed captivated the youthful Jun Zechen, who had always despised cunning women. During that year of warfare, Ling Yue had passed Jun Zechen's tests and observations. He had come to see her as a pure-hearted individual, allowing her to enter his heart. Su Jingyao regarded Ling Yue openly, her gaze imbued with goodwill. She did not linger in her examination before seating herself in the adjacent chair. Once seated, a fleeting hesitation crossed Su Jingyao's brow, her expression slightly awkward, as if grappling with unspoken words. Ling Yue noticed her demeanor. Does Su Sefu have something to say? My lady, I do wish to discuss something with you, but I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Su Jingyao's gaze flickered, her head bowed slightly, her eyes drifting to the ground, seeking to dismiss the palace attendants. Ling Yue, puzzled, considered their first meeting. What private conversation could they possibly have? Nevertheless, she waved her hand, instructing, you may all leave. Once the attendants departed, Su Jingyao exhaled in relief. She could not have spoken freely in their presence. Fidgeting with her hands, she raised her gaze to meet Ling Yue's eyes, summoning great courage. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Sister, although the crown prince stayed overnight in Xiyang Palace, he did not engage with me. Upon finishing her statement, she immediately lowered her head, suffused with shyness. For a lady of her standing, such words were exceedingly difficult to voice. Her delicate countenance flushed a deep crimson, the color quickly creeping to her ears. Ling Yue's expression shifted to one of surprise. The crown prince had already informed her of the matter yesterday, yet she had not anticipated Su Jingyao would confide in her directly. Why would you share this with me? Ling Yue's eyes betrayed a complex emotion. She tilted her head slightly, focusing on Su Jingyao. Even she, a forthright daughter of a military officer, found such words difficult to utter. Why would Su Jingyao, a noble lady, choose to speak so openly? After all, how many women would acknowledge their husband's lack of affection? I am well aware of your deep bond with the crown prince, a match made in heaven, Su Jingyao continued, her voice soft yet resolute. My presence here is purely circumstantial. I had no choice but to marry into the Eastern Palace due to the imperial edict. I assured the crown prince that I would clarify this misunderstanding with you. I truly do not wish for any rift between you and him because of me. Su Jingyao's eyes shimmered with sincerity and warmth, radiating a pure and fervent light that was hard to resist. Ling Yue felt a wave of guilt wash over her, recognizing that it was her inability to bear children that had compelled the emperor to decree Su Jingyao's marriage to Ace. Reflecting on her own narrow-mindedness, she felt a pang of remorse. Su Jingyao, as the daughter of a noble family, could have married her beloved and lived happily ever after, and now, she was confined to the Eastern Palace, destined to live a solitary life. Ling Yue's guilt surged like a tide, but seeing Su Jingyao remain silent, she feared that Su Jingyao might think her words insincere. Furrowing her brows, biting her lip, a flicker of worry crossed her eyes. Sister, even though I reside in the Eastern Palace, I will never regard the Crown Prince as my husband. He will always belong to you. Her voice was gentle yet firm, and her trembling lips revealed her inner turmoil. She hoped this sincere promise would bring Ling Yue comfort and earn her trust. After a moment of silence, Ling Yue finally spoke. Sister, I owe you an apology. Had it not been for my inability to bear children, you would not have needed to marry into the Eastern Palace. Ling Yue's gaze held genuine remorse. Upon hearing Ling Yue refer to her as sister, Su Jingyao understood that she had gained her trust. Lowering her eyes, she concealed a hint of triumph, quietly laughing to herself for how easily deceived, truly a pure-hearted heroine. Quickly, she masked her smile, adopting an expression of innocence laced with a trace of melancholy. There are many in this world who are not in control of their own fates, including myself and the Crown Prince. I harbor no grievances against anyone. However, in this Eastern Palace, I have no acquaintances. I wonder if I may come to find you for tea and conversation in the future. She paused briefly before adding, I will ensure to come when the Crown Prince is absent. Ling Yue, recognizing Su Jingyao's anxiousness, quickly reassured her, you may always come to find me for tea and conversation. Chilwan Hall will always welcome you. A gentle smile graced Ling Yue's face, her eyes filled with kindness. Su Jingyao smile grew sweeter and more enchanting, though her thoughts were elsewhere. She did not believe in the so-called fate. Fate was merely the idle consolation of the defeated. She had long known that she would step into the Eastern Palace due to the imperial decree. This was her own choice. In modern times, she had grown weary of the helpless and pitiful life of her childhood. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, she had relentlessly climbed the social ladder. Arriving in ancient times, she was already a respected noblewoman, yet, under the shadow of imperial power, even a high-ranking official could not escape the emperor's decree of death. Thus, she resolved to become a person of authority. As a woman, even if she could not control the world, she would manipulate the men who held power over it. She sought to act recklessly, to achieve her ambitions. At that moment, Jun Zechen stood tall at the door, listening intently to the conversation between the two women. Last night, Su Jingyao had mentioned she would explain things to Ling Yue. He had dismissed it as mere pretext. This morning, she had even brazenly flirted with him. In his eyes, it made it hard to believe that Su Jingyao was a pure and virtuous person. Yet, her earlier words, whether explaining that he had not touched her or firmly asserting that she would not disrupt his bond with Ling Yue, crashed against Jun Zechen's heart like tumultuous waves, leaving him stunned. He understood that noble ladies valued their reputation above all. Of the wives of ministers would never openly admit to lacking their husband's affection, but Su Jingyao, her mindset was remarkably open. Perhaps in this lifetime, he owed her greatly. Jun Zechen sighed inwardly, a flicker of guilt rising within him. However, he was determined to provide her with a life of wealth and honor as compensation. With his mind made up, Jun Zechen stepped forward into the room. Upon seeing the Crown Prince enter, Su Jingyao's exquisite face registered surprise, and a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Quickly, she rose and respectfully bowed. I greet you, Crown Prince. Rise, Jun Zechen replied, his voice steady and calm as his gaze casually swept over her. Aiz, what brings you here? Ling Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, her lips curving into a joyful smile. You mentioned wanting to ride. A new steed has arrived at the stables today, and I am here to take you, Jun Zechen said, his tone laced with tenderness, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had shown the previous day. Jun Zechen's intention to take Ling Yue to her favorite stables stemmed from his desire to prevent her from feeling disheartened after their marriage. The day before, Ling Yue's excitement was palpable upon hearing the prospect of riding, her face glowing with exhilaration. Aiz, you are so wonderful. Her voice could barely contain her joy. Since entering the palace, Ling Yue had longed for the freedom of riding in the wilds. Over the past 2 years, her mother's disapproval had limited her visits to the stables. The happiest moments of her life had been spent galloping freely with Aiz in the wild when there was no warfare to contend with. Jun Zechen's gaze casually flickered over Su Jingyao, who had lowered her head, her expression subtly revealing her disappointment. A twinge of sympathy arose within him. She too was an innocent victim, confined to the Eastern Palace, inevitably feeling lonely. Perhaps riding together could bring her some joy. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jingyao raised her head and forced a smile. Crown Prince, sister, please go ahead and ride. I shall return to Xiyang Palace. At that moment, Ling Yue was so caught up in her excitement that she completely forgot about Su Jingyao's presence. Sister, if you are free, why not join us? Ling Yue turned to Su Jingyao with a smile. Hearing Ling Yue's invitation, Jun Zechen's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Yue remained as kind-hearted as ever. Su Jingyao eyes sparkled with surprise, akin to a candle igniting in the darkness. Really, may I also join? She then turned her gaze to Jun Zechen, her eyes filled with anticipation. He nodded slightly in affirmation. Ling Yue added softly, of course, the stables are vast, riding together will surely lighten our spirits. Jun Zechen watched Ling Yue's openness with a tender gaze. Naturally lively and fond of riding and archery, she was constrained by the palace's many rules. Upon arriving at the stables, the ever-present Anshuan Ganggang followed closely behind 3 stable hands, leading 3 horses towards them. Your Highness, the horse on the left is a fierce steed that just arrived, prepared specifically for the Crown Princess. The middle one is your usual mount, the one on the right is a gentle horse I selected for Su Sefu, Anshuan Ganggang introduced with respect. Su Jingyao's face lit up with delight as she gazed appreciatively at Anshuan Ganggang. Thank you, Anshuan Ganggang. I truly love this horse. Ling Yue's eyes fell upon the striking black steed, her excitement barely contained as she leaned forward, eager to mount. A's, I'm off. With a charming smile, she raised the reins, and with a swift flick, the steed shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. As Jun Zechen's smile gradually faded, his gaze shifted to Su Jingyao, seemingly casual as he asked, "Can you ride?" Su Jingyao's heart leaped with joy, slightly taken aback by his inquiry. Hastily, she lowered her head, softly replying, "I can ride, but my skills are somewhat lacking." "Then you should mount first," Jun Zechen said calmly. "All right." Su Jingyao was not well versed in riding. In modern times, she lacked the funds to learn, and as she grew older, she found little time to pursue it. Arriving in ancient times as a young lady of a prominent family, she had never been taught, having been coddled throughout her life. She had only a modicum of experience, having once ridden out for leisure with a former boyfriend. Carefully, Su Jingyao stepped onto the stirrup, gripping the reins tightly as she struggled to mount the horse. Seeing her wobble, Jun Zechen understood immediately, this woman had never ridden a horse. He shook his head in resignation, sighing inwardly. Indeed, she was the cherished daughter of Minister Su, raised in luxury, with little opportunity to engage in such activities. Once Jun Zechen mounted his horse, he reached out to steady Su Jingyao, adjusting her position on the saddle, his brow furrowed slightly as he questioned, "Are you certain you have ridden before?" Su Jingyao's face flushed crimson, her gaze dropping as she murmured, "Your Highness, forgive me. I was merely being playful and lied about my riding skills." Jun Zechen did not press the matter further, and the two of them leisurely made their way through the stables, while Ling Yue had already galloped several laps around the grounds. "Are you not going to join your sister for a race?" Su Jingyao glanced up at Jun Zechen. "I came to the stables solely to bring the crown princess for a leisurely visit. As long as she enjoys herself, that is enough," he replied, his gaze tenderly focused on Ling Yue. In this stables, no matter the identity of the woman, she could not enter without his permission. Jun Zechen regularly managed numerous state affairs, including inspections of the army. Riding was a common occurrence for him, and thus he had little interest in it. Aside from the first time he accompanied Ling Yue to the stables, when they raced together, he had since only watched her ride. As Ling Yue completed another lap, she caught sight of the two of them meandering slowly in the stables, igniting her playful spirit. A sly smile crept onto her lips as she raised her whip and, without hesitation, struck the rear of Su Jingyao's horse. Startled, the horse sprang forward as if awakened by a sudden shock. Caught off guard, Su Jingyao could only frantically grip the reins, her face paling as fear and helplessness filled her eyes. Jun Zechen, startled by Ling Yue's action, felt a wave of alarm wash over him. "You err, she cannot ride." Jun Zechen's voice was laced with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed his legs against his horse's sides and sped off, chasing after Su Jingyao. In no time, he caught up, their horses galloping side by side, yet, Su Jingyao's horse was completely out of her control, racing wildly. Jun Zechen's heart raced with anxiety, unsure of how to rescue her. Su Jingyao swayed dangerously in the saddle, her strength waning, her legs weakening, on the verge of falling off. In that heart-stopping moment, Jun Zechen reached out, firmly wrapping his arms around her waist, lifting her effortlessly and positioning her in front of him. Su Jingyao sat sideways on the horse, her fear lingering long after. She clung tightly to the man's waist, resting her head against his broad chest, tears streaming down her face like a dam bursting. Feeling the moisture against his chest, Jun Zechen's heart swelled with concern. "Are you all right?" His voice carried a note of tenderness. Su Jingyao trembled as she shook her head silently, her lips quivering. Once the horse slowed, Jun Zechen dismounted and gently supported Su Jingyao's waist, carefully helping her down. Upon landing, her legs wobbled like leaves in the wind. The wild galloping had left her inner thighs stinging painfully. Her delicate brows knitted together, her complexion pale as paper, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Jun Zechen, quick to react, caught her just in time and softly inquired, "What is wrong?" "My thigh, it must be chafed." Su Jingyao's voice was barely audible, yet her expression betrayed her discomfort. Truly delicate, Su Jingyao had been pampered since childhood, nurtured by rare floral essences and special medicinal broths, rendering her exceptionally tender. The rapid pace had undoubtedly caused significant abrasions. Seeing her struggle to remain upright, Jun Zechen scooped her into his arms without hesitation. At that moment, Ling Yue rode in at full gallop. "Sister, I thought you could ride, so I playfully encouraged you to race. I never intended for you to be hurt, please do not blame yourself." Ling Yue's eyes reflected her guilt as she tightened her grip on the reins, clearly regretting her actions. Su Jingyao forced a smile through her pain, softening her voice. "Sister, it is nothing, do not feel guilty. I was merely being playful, wishing to ride, and I have intruded upon your and the crown prince's enjoyment. I am truly sorry. You err, her thigh is chafed. I will take her back to the palace for treatment. Anchuan will remain here at the stables, and you may return to the palace at your leisure once you have finished enjoying yourself." Jun Zechen's gaze remained locked on Su Jingyao, a hint of unspoken concern in his eyes. Before Ling Yue could respond, Jun Zechen hurriedly carried Su Jingyao away. Ling Yue watched their retreating figures, her remorse intensifying. The excitement she had felt moments ago ebbed away, leaving her devoid of any desire to ride. Chapter 4. Applying medicine. Jun Zechen cradled Su Jingyao as he entered the Shiyan Hall. From a distance, Miao Yun and the other three spotted their master being carried back, and an instant look of deep concern washed over their faces. "The servant pays her respects to your highness. You may rise." Jun Zechen carried Su Jingyao and made his way toward the sleeping quarters. The straightforward Miao Yue followed closely behind, anxiously inquiring, "Master, what has happened to you?" "It's nothing serious, I merely grazed my leg while riding." Su Jingyao's voice was faint, as if a mere breeze could disperse it. Her complexion was pale as paper, devoid of any color, hardly resembling someone who was merely unscathed, yet she still endeavored to muster a faint smile, wishing to reassure those before her. Observing her feigned resilience, Jun Zechen's lips pressed tightly together. It seemed she was always considering the feelings of others, be it towards you or her maids. Even while injured herself, she refused to let others grieve for her. As Su Jingyao was gently placed on the bed, she bore the pain and slightly lifted her head, her gaze resting on Jun Zechen's stern countenance. Your Highness, today it is all my fault for disrupting your time with my sister. I will have Mama Lin apply medicine for you shortly. I trust you will feel better in a few days. You should go and keep your sister company. Her voice was soft yet resolute, as if stating the most ordinary of matters. On the contrary, Jun Zechen, listening to her thoughtful words, felt a sense of confusion. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, why was she so unambitious, so vulnerably delicate that it tugged at one's heartstrings? Does Mama Lin even know medicine? I shall send someone to fetch a physician for you. Jun Zechen's tone held an undeniable firmness. Your Highness, since childhood, Mama Lin has been in charge of my health. Though she is not an expert, she possesses some medical knowledge. She continued, seemingly a bit embarrassed, my skin is exceptionally delicate. I have always used specialized ointment. Her words made her seem somewhat pretentious, yet Su Jingyao spoke only the truth. Jun Zechen did not refute her, tacitly agreeing with her assertion that he had never witnessed how delicate a woman's skin could truly be. However, the thought of her sustaining such severe abrasions from writing piqued both his curiosity and skepticism. Could her injuries be that grave? Had it not been for the sensitive area where she was hurt, he would have insisted on inspecting it himself. Master, Mama Lin is currently selecting herbs for your medicinal bath in 3 days. I shall go summon her now, Miao softly announced. Su Jingyao nodded slightly, go ahead. Her medicinal baths had now been reduced to once every 5 days, with the next one conveniently falling on the 5th day. Before long, Mama Lin hurried in, holding a jar of ointment. This ointment was based on a formula left by a renowned female physician, and Mama Lin had also learned some rudimentary skills from her. Subsequently, she adjusted the formula to suit Su Jingyao's skin type. This ointment not only rapidly healed wounds but also left no scars, making it ideal for her delicate complexion given the intimate nature of the area where Su Jingyao was injured, and seeing that Jun Zechen showed no inclination to avert his gaze, her face flushed slightly. Your Highness, I must prepare to apply the medicine. A hint of barely perceptible embarrassment flickered across Jun Zechen's austere features. Lost in thought, he had momentarily neglected his surroundings. He quickly turned and strode toward the adjacent warm chamber, his steps somewhat hurried. His intention for moving to the warm chamber was simply to ensure she was unharmed. After all, it was due to her that she had been injured. Once Jun Zechen exited, Mama Lin promptly approached, her face unable to conceal the deep concern she felt. This was, after all, the young lady she had watched grow up. Master, Miao Yue has already informed me, you must lower your undergarments so I can examine properly. Mama Lin spoke softly, urgency lacing her tone. Su Jingyao showed no hesitation in front of Mama Lin. She carefully shifted her body, fearful that any excessive movement might aggravate her injury. Slowly and cautiously avoiding the wound, she lowered her trousers, leaving only a pair of white shorts. Her long, fair legs were fully revealed, delicate as mutton fat. Su Jingyao carefully shifted towards the inner side of the bed and slightly parted her legs. Mama Lin fixed her gaze on the bloodied skin, her brow furrowing tightly. A blend of heartache and anger played across Mama Lin's face. She was acutely aware that the crown prince had not touched the young lady the previous night and felt a growing discontent towards him. The sight of her young lady returning with injuries only deepened her distress and indignation. Their young lady deserved the finest men in the world, yet the crown prince seemed so careless. How could the injury be this severe? Master, your delicate skin must never ride again. The Su family cherished their young lady as a precious gem. Even without the crown prince's affection, she could still lead a splendid life. Moreover, with her astonishing beauty and kind heart, it was truly the crown prince who lacked discernment. Mama, I assure you, I am fine. Su Jingyao's voice was soft, like a gentle breeze caressing the heart. Mama Lin delicately extracted the ointment and applied it to Su Jingyao's wounds with utmost gentleness. The cool sensation was akin to a refreshing spring. The previously searing pain on the inner thigh gradually eased under the soothing balm. A trace of relaxation appeared on Su Jingyao's face. Mama Lin attentively noted the bruising near Su Jingyao's leg, applying a bit more pressure to disperse the bruise. Ah! Su Jingyao let out a soft gasp as Mama Lin unexpectedly increased her pressure, tears welling in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Jun Zechen, who had been sitting outside, heard the young lady's cry from within and immediately sprang up, hurrying into the room. What is wrong? I shall summon a physician for you. Jun Zechen's voice carried an edge of urgency as he quickly approached the bed. However, upon laying eyes on the young woman, his breath hitched. She was disheveled, her alabaster shoulders exposed, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall over her chest. Her fair, smooth legs were now slightly parted. Jun Zechen's gaze was instantly captivated, leaving him momentarily frozen. His mind blanked. Su Jingyao was utterly unprepared for Jun Zechen's sudden entrance, her face marked by astonishment, her mouth parted slightly, and she let out another startled cry, ah. In a flurry, she hastily brought her legs together and pulled the covers tightly around herself. Jun Zechen suddenly regained his senses, his complexion turning awkward. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. I thought your injuries were severe, hence I came to check. If it is too much, I can call for a physician. His gaze dared not linger, instead feigning nonchalance as he scanned the room. Su Jingyao's delicate visage was flushed with crimson, a wave of shyness washing over her. She lowered her head. Your Highness, I assure you I am fine, it is merely a bruise from Mama Lin applying a bit too much pressure to disperse it. Jun Zechen, having encountered few women, was well aware that the ladies of the capital were typically delicate. In his father's harem, he had seen many scheming women. They appeared innocent and pitiful on the surface, yet were as venomous as snakes behind closed doors. Initially, he thought this young woman was no different. Yet at this moment, a pang of unrecognized sympathy stirred within him. Jingyao eyes were bright and pure, resembling a crystal-clear spring, devoid of any impurities. When she looked directly at him, her innocence seemed to pierce through his very soul, revealing his innermost thoughts. Jun Zechen's heart involuntarily quickened, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. This woman seemed to tread precisely on the points that irked him, yet he could not summon any feelings of disdain. Instead, an odd sensation began to blossom within him. After 2 days of acquaintance, Jun Zechen understood that Su Jingyao was one to bear her burdens silently, concealing her troubles. He feared she might be gravely injured while deliberately hiding it. Furthermore, he wished to discern whether she was truly weak or merely feigning fragility. A shadow of uncertainty crossed Jun Zechen's eyes. With a determined stride, he approached the bedside. Mama Lin hastily stepped aside. Su Jingyao, her eyes slightly glistening with pain, looked at him with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Your Highness? Her voice was soft and melodious, sweetly enticing. Jun Zechen sat at the edge of the bed, extending his hand to gently lift the covers, placing her legs upon his. Su Jingyao was astonished and resistant to such a situation. As Jun Zechen attempted to part her legs, her body instinctively stiffened, her legs firmly pressed together. I merely wish to inspect your injury. Jun Zechen's gaze bore an unwavering intensity. Su Jingyao bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before gradually parting her legs. A hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, her gaze instinctively shifting elsewhere, unable to meet his. Jun Zechen's focus fell upon the injured area of her inner thigh. Indeed, as she had stated, it was marred with blood and bruises. Were the young ladies of noble families all this delicate? A mere scrape could lead to such injuries. Jun Zechen's large hand enveloped Su Jingyao's slender leg, the touch as smooth as silk, leaving him reluctant to release her. For a moment, his expression was somewhat dazed. Su Jingyao blinked her doe-like eyes, beginning to gently struggle, seeking to free herself from his grasp, yet, unbeknownst to her, the pressure of his hold subtly intensified. It hurts. Su Jingyao's tone was laden with grievance, her lips pressed tight, her brows furrowing slightly, as if she were striving to endure. Upon hearing her cry of pain, Jun Zechen snapped back to reality, quickly loosening his grip on her legs. You should allow Mama Lin to continue applying the medicine. I have official matters to attend to and must take my leave. Yes, Your Highness, please take care. After Jun Zechen departed, Mama Lin continued to gently apply the ointment. Once finished, Su Jingyao reclined languidly on the bed, closing her eyes to rest. The day's events had far exceeded her expectations. A faint smile crept upon her lips, as she relished the delightful performance of the day. This particular act had been immensely enjoyable for her. Since Jun Zechen favored innocent and kind-hearted women, she would naturally craft an image of purity and fragility before him, devoid of any ulterior motives, embodying a heart as pure as a child's. Su Jingyao played with her hair, her eyes glimmering with mischief. She intended to ensnare Jun Zechen in a web of affection, making him fall for her genuine goodness, only to later unveil her true, venomous nature. How amusing! She could hardly wait to witness the expression on Jun Zechen's face when that moment arrived. Human nature is inherently wicked. She was merely releasing what was already within. Was she truly wicked? It mattered not, as long as she found joy in it. Ling Yue and Jun Zechen met in the prime of their youth, far removed from the turmoil of scheming. Did Jun Zechen genuinely love Ling Yue? Su Jingyao thought otherwise. Jun Zechen had grown up amidst the intrigues of the harem, possessing remarkable intelligence. Though sheltered by the empress, he could not escape the numerous darts aimed at him by the concubines. Thus, he harbored a deep aversion to women who appeared delicate yet were as treacherous as serpents. Having spent so long by the empress's side, he had developed a distaste for the emperor's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards as well. During his spirited youth, he fortuitously encountered Ling Yue, a free-spirited, carefree woman in the wilds. His interactions with Ling Yue brought him immense joy and an unprecedented sense of relaxation. His affection for her seemed only natural. Upon returning to the capital, Jun Zechen's youthful sincerity led him to promise a pair of souls. However, the capital was a place where the crown prince's wife, lacking offspring for 2 years, would not be tolerated by the emperor, ministers, or the populace. The promises made then dissipated like fleeting shadows. Due to his rigid perceptions of the women of the capital, Jun Zechen remained guarded towards many noble ladies, unwilling to invest effort in understanding them, thus no one could breach the walls of his heart. After ascending to the throne, he was compelled to select a consort and to engage with the very ladies he had once despised. As women endeavored to capture a man's heart, Jun Zechen, being an insider, genuinely understood the predicament his father had faced. He found it challenging to decipher these women, yet it was unnecessary to comprehend them. Naturally, he gradually became as hard as iron, evolving into a ruler at the pinnacle of society, indifferent and unfeeling. Young love was but a fleeting blossom, vanishing in an instant. In the decades that followed, Ling Yue's reckless abandon, her unreasonable tantrums, her hysterical outbursts, all became absurdly laughable. What he needed was a queen to help manage the harem, not merely a wife. And Ling Yue. As Su Jingyao contemplated the fates of the protagonists in the tale, she found herself favoring the current incarnation of Jun Zechen more. Although the promise of a lifetime partnership had yet to be fulfilled, the sincerity and longing behind that promise were invaluable. People are ever-changing. Time reshapes one's very essence, rendering one unrecognizable. Su Jingyao was uncertain of what she would become, thus she set a modest goal for herself, to ascend to the throne of the empress. She yearned to stand at the pinnacle, relishing a unique vista. Love is but an illusory dream, and justice is a delusion spun by the weak. Therefore, she desired neither love nor justice. The victor does not question the means, only the outcome. Chapter 5 The Queen's summons. In recent days, Su Jingyao injury on the inner thigh had completely healed. At this moment, she was engrossed in practicing calligraphy in the study of the Xiyang Palace. Your Highness, Aunt Jingyao, who serves the Queen, has arrived and is currently awaiting you in the hall. Miao Yun hurriedly entered the study, her expression tinged with concern. Su Jingyao paused her writing, her delicate brows slightly arching, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. The Queen had finally sought her out. If she hadn't, how could the drama behind her unfold? Very well, let us go, Su Jingyao replied calmly as she set down her brush, rising gracefully and making her way towards the hall at a leisurely pace. In the grand hall of Xiyang Palace, Aunt Jingyao stood with poise in the center, her demeanor serious. Upon seeing Su Jingyao enter, she immediately performed a formal bow. Greetings, Lady Su, concubine of the prince. Aunt, please rise. May I inquire what brings you to Xiyang Palace today? Dressed in a flowing pale pink gown that elegantly swept the floor, Su Jingyao's figure exuded grace and beauty. Aunt Jingyao raised her gaze to meet Su Jingyao's, astonished by her striking appearance. What a captivating woman she was, yet, it was a pity that such beauty could not capture a man's heart. It seemed utterly futile. Aunt Jingyao countenance returned to its serious state. Lady Su, you have been married into the Eastern Palace for 10 days. The Queen has found a moment of leisure today and has specifically invited you to Cunning Palace for a discussion. Understood. Su Jingyao responded softly, then followed Aunt Jingyao towards Cunning Palace. Inside Cunning Palace, the grandeur of the hall radiated solemnity and majesty. The Queen sat regally at the head of the hall, her demeanor dignified, exuding an innate authority that commanded respect. Su Jingyao entered with measured steps, arriving at the center of the hall, where she gracefully bent her knees in a slight bow, a gentle smile adorning her face. I pay my respects to Her Majesty, the Queen. May you be blessed with longevity and peace. The Queen slowly raised her right hand, lifting a teacup from beside her. After taking a delicate sip, she set it down with care. Her gaze lowered slightly, her cold eyes sweeping over Su Jingyao like a flash of lightning, revealing a trace of sternness. When the crown prince had chosen the daughter of a military general as his consort, the Queen had harbored considerable discontent. After all, the crown princess had grown up in the frontier, lacking in etiquette. Furthermore, she had borne no children and had insisted that the crown prince should not take another wife. However, as the Queen's only son, he had been nurtured under her careful guidance since childhood, and the bond between them was profound. Thus, she would not allow a mere woman to create discord between them. If the crown prince was fond of her, what harm could there be in marrying her? Did the Queen truly believe that the crown prince would remain faithful to the crown princess for a lifetime? The Queen understood men, and she understood the emperor even better. Naturally, she did not harbor such faith. Su Jingyao, as the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, had been well educated since childhood, embodying the qualities of a refined and gentle lady. The Queen had originally favored her to become the crown princess. She had intended to wait until Su Jingyao matured a couple of years more before petitioning the emperor to bestow the title upon her. However, to her surprise, the crown prince had been bewitched by a wild-spirited woman during his expedition. In order not to disrupt the bond between her son and the crown princess, the Queen had to suppress her disdain for the crown princess. After all, having spent many years in the harem, she was well aware of the intrigues and strategies at play. She understood her son. The more she opposed, the more likely it would backfire. It was better to wait until the crown prince's affections waned. The crown princess's 2 years of infertility provided the Queen with a valid reason, prompting her to personally request the emperor to grant a marriage. As the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Su Jingyao had been subject to inquiries about her beauty, talent, and character from numerous noble families since she was 10. The Queen, naturally, was no exception. Growing up under the pampering of her parents, the daughter of the Su family was pure-hearted, which greatly pleased the Queen. Coupled with Su Jingyao's striking beauty, the Queen's satisfaction only deepened. Could any man, no matter how resolute, truly remain unaffected in the presence of such beauty? However, since Su Jingyao's marriage into the Eastern Palace, the Queen had waited a full 10 days. Her spies in the Eastern Palace reported that the Crown Prince had only spent the first night at Xiyang Palace and had not returned since. This was unacceptable, as the Crown Prince, if he were to inherit the throne, he needed to gain the trust of the court officials. Before his ascension, he must have an heir without an heir. How could the realm remain stable? How could the ambitions of other princes be suppressed? The Queen's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as she scrutinized Su Jingyao's visage. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her lips naturally tinted with a rosy hue, surpassing the Queen's expectations of beauty. Even though the Queen had grown accustomed to various beauties in the harem, seeing Su Jingyao momentarily left her slightly entranced. Rise, do you know your transgressions? The Queen's voice was icy, imbued with authority and intimidation. Having remained in a half-squat bow for some time, Su Jingyao trembled upon hearing the Queen's inquiry. Her face turned pale with shock. Although she was bewildered, fear compelled her to kneel, exclaiming, "Please enlighten me, Your Majesty, what is your purpose in marrying into the Eastern Palace?" The Queen's gaze bore down from her elevated position, sharp and unyielding, as she scrutinized Su Jingyao coldly. Replying to Your Majesty, I entered the Eastern Palace to serve His Highness the Crown Prince and to bear him heirs. Su Jingyao voice trembled slightly as she finished, biting her lip with a frown. These were the words dictated by imperial edict, and indeed, they represented her responsibilities and obligations in the Eastern Palace, but could she truly bind the Crown Prince and force him to father children? Su Jingyao's head hung low, appearing pitiful, though internally she felt like rolling her eyes to the heavens. Why not seek out her son instead? I have heard that you have been married into the Eastern Palace for 10 days, yet the Crown Prince has not consummated the marriage with you? The Queen's words were blunt and piercing, like a sword stabbing into Su Jingyao's heart. Her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Such a private matter being questioned by the Queen in public made her eyes brim with tears, as if they were on the verge of overflowing. At home, she had always been the cherished pearl of her parents. Even if she made mistakes, her elder brother was there to protect her, and now, being interrogated so shamelessly by the queen, her heart was naturally filled with grievance. Suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, Su Jingyao's eyes turned red as she fought to keep them at bay. Your Majesty, His Highness is deeply enamored with the crown princess. His Highness must also attend to numerous complex affairs during the day, whether he visits the crown princess or me. As long as he finds comfort, I bear no resentment for his absence. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed sobs. The queen, having previously inquired through others, was aware of Su Jingyao's gentle and naive disposition. She had not anticipated her to be so unambitious. The crown prince's lack of attention did not seem to provoke any effort from her to claim her place, as she merely maintained her small world within Xi'an Palace. The crown prince is the heir to the throne, and the continuation of the royal lineage is his paramount responsibility. Since ancient times, there have been 3 unfilial acts, the greatest of which is having no heirs. I had thought that as a noble lady from a prominent family, you would understand this principle. If a nation's heir were to act solely on personal desire, how could he earn the trust of the court officials and the love of the people? Today, you shall transcribe the NZE 10 times here in Kuan-Ning Palace before returning. The queen's tone was severe, tinged with dissatisfaction over Su Jingyao's lack of ambition. Yes, I shall heed the queen's teachings. Rise, thank you, your majesty. Su Jingyao stood and, under Aunt Genoa's guidance, walked with a slightly heavy heart towards the side hall. The palace maids had already prepared the ink, paper, and writing brush. By the time Su Jingyao finished transcribing, night had fallen, and her wrist ached painfully, as if being gnawed by countless ants. Meanwhile, the crown prince had spent nearly the entire day in the imperial study. Recently, several cities in the south had suffered from drought, and Jun Zechen had been engaged in lengthy discussions with the emperor and numerous ministers regarding countermeasures. After the morning court session, discussions had commenced on various fronts: how to provide disaster relief and tax exemptions, which cities required grain supplies, who should be dispatched to relocate the affected populace, how the Ministry of Works should repair water systems, and how to pacify the populace while investigating the disaster's circumstances, and so forth. After a day's worth of discussions, Jun Zechen finally exhaled in relief, slowly rising to pay his respects to the emperor before preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, the chief eunuch, Dihai, suddenly entered. Dihai knelt respectfully, greeting, I pay my respects to your majesty, and to his highness the crown prince. Rise, what brings you here? The emperor remained seated upon the dragon throne, his authoritative gaze lingering on the policies and proposals discussed moments before, his voice resonating with an unyielding authority. Returning to your majesty, Aunt Genoa, who serves the queen, requests an audience. The crown prince's heart sank at the mention of someone close to his mother. Could it be that the queen had matters to discuss? With this thought, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Let her enter. Understood, your majesty. Upon entering the hall, Aunt Genoa first bowed respectfully to the emperor and the crown prince, then proceeded to explain her purpose. Your majesty, the queen is aware that you and his highness have been occupied in the imperial study today and did not wish to disturb you. However, his highness. At this point, Aunt Genoa's eyes briefly glanced at the crown prince, her words trailing off. Noticing this, the emperor furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, what about the crown prince? He had already guessed the queen's intentions for this visit. The queen requests your majesty to counsel your beloved crown prince. The continuation of the royal lineage is of utmost importance to him. As Aunt Genoa concluded, she lowered her head, not daring to look at the 2 most esteemed figures in the hall. Upon hearing Aunt Genoa's words, Jun Zechen's expression darkened instantaneously. His mother had actually reported him to the emperor in front of him. The emperor, upon hearing Aunt Genoa's words, relaxed his expression. He sighed inwardly, realizing how adept the queen had become at manipulating him. You may leave. I understand the queen's intentions. After Aunt Genoa quietly withdrew, the crown prince slowly rose and stepped forward with steady strides to the center of the hall. Father, I crown prince. The emperor's voice was not loud, yet it carried an immense weight of authority. Yet he raised his gaze slightly, his penetrating eyes fixed on Jun Zechen. Although your mother initially harbored some dissatisfaction towards the crown princess, you are fond of her, and the queen has not obstructed your affections. Now that the crown princess has not conceived for 2 years, your mother has requested my decree to marry you to the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Do you harbor resentment? Jun Zechen lowered his head respectfully, his tone sincere as he replied, I dare not. I understand my mother's concern for me. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the emperor's eyes as he nodded. Jun Zechen had always been exceptionally talented, standing out among the royal children. After entering school, the emperor looked at his remarkable son, filled with pride. Your recent decisions regarding state affairs are not inferior to mine. Father, how could I dare compare myself to you? Jun Zechen raised his head, his eyes filled with reverence. When you were 17, I dispatched you to battle. Do you know the reason behind it? As a man of valor, one should sweep the world and protect the nation and its people. Jun Zechen's voice was resolute, his posture upright, his gaze filled with determination. Indeed, that is true, but there are other reasons as well. The emperor's gaze turned profound, as if reminiscing about the past. Having grown up in the depths of the palace, your mother did not shield you from the darker aspects of the harem, hoping to make you aware of the treachery of human nature at an early age. Once you enter the court, the intrigues of the previous dynasty will be countless. Your youthful heart must have been overwhelmed by it all. I imagine. Jun Zechen listened intently to his father's words, his expression revealing surprise. He had never anticipated that the emperor would understand his inner thoughts so well. The crown prince met the emperor's gaze, feeling a swell of emotion, wanting to express something, yet unsure where to begin. You are still young and should not be ensnared by these myriad schemes. As the heir, you must navigate through these schemes while also maintaining an open heart and a mind for the world. My purpose in sending you to battle was for you to witness the devastation of war, to see the suffering of the people, and to deeply understand what the strength of a nation truly signifies. And you? The emperor's gaze was piercing as he locked eyes with Jun Zechen, his voice ringing with conviction. As the crown prince, your foremost duty is to the nation. Even if there are women you admire in your youth, when confronted with the nation, your beloved, your desires, and indeed, even yourself, sacrifices must be made. Father, I understand that the nation holds the utmost significance in my heart. I shall dedicate myself fully to it until my last breath. Minister Su was a pillar of the nation. Neglecting your consort would chill the hearts of your subjects. I had originally granted you this marriage. Since you did not refuse, you must take on the responsibilities of a crown prince. Without Lady Su, there will be countless more consorts in the future. Do you intend to bring them all into the palace merely as ornaments? The emperor's words left Jun Zechen unable to refute them. His complexion shifted slightly as he sincerely replied, I recognize my mistake. I shall treat Lady Su with respect. Very well, you may leave. Yes, I take my leave. Jun Zechen exited the imperial study, his expression darkening. Each step he took was laden with suppressed anger as he made his way towards the eastern palace. After a day filled with numerous matters, he had also endured a reprimand from the emperor due to his mother's complaint, leaving him feeling pent-up frustration. Anshuan, what has the consort been up to today? Jun Zechen's voice was frosty, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if he sought to freeze everything before him. Anshuan bowed carefully, cautiously following in the crown prince's wake. Replying to his highness, the consort visited Ning Palace to see the queen today. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's heart sank. He had initially believed Su Jingyao to be a simple, innocent girl, content in her place in the eastern palace for 10 days. However, he had not anticipated that she would be so calculating, realizing that her attempts to entice him had failed and thus attempting to curry favor with his mother to secure a position. His fists clenched involuntarily, the flames of anger igniting in his eyes. Jun Zechen quickened his pace, striding with authority as he headed towards the eastern palace, directly towards Xiyang Palace. Anshuan hurriedly trotted behind, mentally lamenting, Oh, my crown prince, why do you show no mercy towards this old body of mine? In Chilwan Palace, Ling Yue, upon hearing that Jun Zechen had returned to the eastern palace, felt a flicker of joy in her beautiful eyes. She quickly instructed her servants to bring forth the evening meal, unable to conceal her inner anticipation. Mei Xiang's gaze flickered, revealing hesitation as her lips trembled, torn between words. Observing her mistress's joyful demeanor, she felt reluctant to shatter her happiness but was equally unwilling to allow Ling Yue to busy herself only to find the crown prince absent. Finally, Mei Xiang took a deep breath. Mistress, after returning to the eastern palace, His Highness went directly to Xiyang Palace. Ling Yue's body jolted at this news, her smile freezing in an instant, her eyes reflecting a flicker of shock. However, she quickly regained her composure. Oze must have important matters to attend to in Xiyang Palace. Let the evening meal remain warm. Yet, the slight tremor of her eyelashes and the tight grip on her handkerchief revealed her inner unease. Ling Yue slowly settled onto the couch, her delicate hand waving gently, prompting Mei Xiang to bow her head and withdraw. Left alone, a trace of disappointment gradually surfaced on her beautiful face, the light in her eyes dimming. Clearly, Oze had neglected Su Jingyao for 10 days. His visit to Xiyang Palace today likely held significance, yet, for reasons she could not discern, her heart remained in turmoil, as if an invisible force was stirring her emotions. The image of Su Jingyao's pitiful appearance at the horse race lingered in her mind. She was a noble lady of a prestigious family, a stunning beauty, and a pure-hearted crown prince consort. The crown prince's visit to Xiyang Palace was entirely justified, yet even Ling Yue, as a woman, found herself captivated by Su Jingyao's beauty. How much more so for the crown prince? With this thought, Ling Yue's unease intensified. She truly wished for the crown prince to have minimal interaction with Su Jingyao. However, this fear and anxiety had no outlet, buried deep within her heart. Chapter 6 Anger. At the Evening Blossom Pavilion. With a countenance as dark as stormy waters, Jun Zechen entered the hall with a solemn demeanor, his strides firm and resolute, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Miao Yun and Miao Xia exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing with trepidation. Why had the crown prince come to the Evening Blossom Pavilion today, and with such a grim expression? They hastily knelt, bowing in respect. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. May your highness enjoy eternal blessings. Where is the consort? Jun Zechen's voice, cold and commanding, echoed from above. The mistress is in the inner chamber, but she is currently. Miao Yun's words were abruptly cut off by a sharp wave of Jun Zechen's hand, a decisive gesture that left no room for argument. He signaled for no one to follow him and strode purposefully toward the inner sanctum, heading directly to the sleeping quarters. At that moment, Su Jingyao was quietly immersed in a medicinal bath. The steam enveloped her skin, rendering it a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of tender flower petals. Today was meant to be her day of healing, and had it not been for the empress's summons, she would have completed her regimen long ago. Since returning from Ning Palace, her wrist had been sore, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Noticing her distress, Granny Li gestured for Miao Yu and Miao Xue to massage her wrist while she continued her adept ministrations, determined to maximize the benefits of the medicinal bath. Su Jingyao's long hair was elegantly pinned up, and as Granny Li worked her magic, a dreamy look overtook her eyes, hinting at an enchanting allure. Mistress, you have been soaking for a quarter of an hour. Are you still fatigued? Granny Li inquired with concern. Much improved. Then you may rest for a moment before rising. Su Jingyao nodded, well aware that she often felt weak and languid after her baths. After a brief pause to gather herself, she slowly rose. With the careful assistance of Miao Yu and Miao Xue, she stepped out of the tub. Her bare form, as flawless as carved jade, radiated a captivating sheen. The small door leading to her dressing area was just beyond, shielded by a screen. Su Jingyao had long since grown accustomed to walking naked from her bath to her dressing space before donning her garments. Miao Yu and Miao Xue busily tidied her various ointments while Granny Li meticulously counted the medicinal herbs and special fragrant oils, her eyes reflecting utmost focus and caution. As Su Jingyao approached the small door, poised to step out, she was unexpectedly met by the furious visage of Jun Zechen, who barged in unannounced. Upon entering the sleeping quarters and finding no sign of Su Jingyao, he had followed the faint sounds emanating from within. Startled by the collision, Su Jingyao gasped softly, "Ah." Her voice tinged with a hint of pain. Completely unaware that Jun Zechen would arrive, she couldn't help but connect his visit with the Empress's earlier inquiries. A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. Since the prey had arrived, it was only natural to ensnare him. Her legs seemed to give way beneath her, and she instinctively began to fall. Jun Zechen, caught off guard, instinctively caught her in his arms, momentarily stunned, yet, as if she were slipping away, his strong hands instinctively tightened around her slender waist. The skin of the woman in his embrace was still glistening with droplets of water, soft and delicate, as if it could yield to his touch. He had to exert more strength to steady her, preventing her from slipping away completely. Alongside his hands, his chest felt the soft fullness of her form. Jun Zechen was bewildered, utterly unprepared for such an encounter in the evening blossom pavilion. Granny Li, Miao Yu, and Miao Shui, hearing the mistress's gasp, turned in alarm. Upon seeing the Crown Prince, they were taken aback. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. May your Highness enjoy eternal blessings. Jun Zechen, still holding the woman in his arms, bore an expression of lingering anger. Yet in this awkward situation, he was at a loss as to how to react. After a brief silence, he barked, "All of you, get out." His voice carried an undeniable authority. "Yes, your Highness." Granny Li and the others hastily bowed and retreated, casting a worried glance at their mistress before departing. The Crown Prince had not visited the evening blossom pavilion in quite some time, and his sudden appearance, filled with rage, left them concerned for their young lady's well-being. Once they were alone, Su Jingyao placed her small hands forcefully against his broad chest, attempting to free herself from his embrace, yet, Jun Zechen's grip was like a vice, unyielding and resolute. "Your Highness, please release me," she implored, her voice soft and laced with a hint of grievance. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears, gazing at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why he had chosen to lash out at her maidservants upon his arrival. Snapping back to reality, Jun Zechen loosened his hold. Su Jingyao, like a startled bird, swiftly turned away, her back to him. The remnants of water droplets from her skin lingered on his hands, and despite his efforts to suppress the inexplicable emotions rising within him, his gaze involuntarily lingered on her. Her beautiful butterfly bones trembled slightly, her spine flowing down in a graceful curve that outlined her delicate figure, captivating his attention and making it difficult to look away. The shawl draped over her shoulders was carelessly placed upon the screen outside the inner cabinet, leaving her enchanting form fully exposed. In desperation, she let her long, dark hair cascade down like a flowing waterfall, instantly concealing her figure from the waist down. Jun Zechen's cheeks flushed with heat as he witnessed this, and he instinctively turned to leave, yet felt as though he were rooted to the spot, unable to move as if under a spell. "Your Highness, I wish to step out and put on my gown," she spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper, indicating her wish for him to avert his gaze. Jun Zechen felt a surge of frustration. He had come to confront her, not to be entranced by her beauty. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an effort to calm the tumultuous emotions raging within him. After regaining some composure, he turned and stepped outside the inner cabinet, waiting quietly in the adjacent chamber. Once she heard him leave, Su Jingyao turned around, a smile dancing on her lips, almost beguiling. "Men, was there any who were not captivated by beauty?" She gracefully glided forward, her figure swaying gently, her delicate fingers idly playing with a strand of hair as she walked out through the small door. Upon emerging, she noticed Jun Zechen with his back to her, seemingly lost in thought, contemplating something of significance. "I pay my respects to your Highness," she greeted, her voice soft as a gentle breeze. Jun Zechen turned to face her, perhaps having prepared himself for this moment. His demeanor remained largely unchanged despite her breathtaking beauty, his gaze deep and solemn, his expression unyielding. "Rise," he commanded, his tone devoid of warmth. "Thank you, your Highness." Su Jingyao rose gracefully, offering a slight bow. Su consort, you truly possess remarkable skills, Jun Zechen remarked, his words tinged with cold indifference and a hint of sarcasm. Confusion clouded Su Jingyao's eyes as she responded, "Your Highness, I do not understand what I have done to provoke your ire. Have you felt wronged during the 10 days I have not visited the evening blossom pavilion?" Jun Zechen countered, his voice sharp. "I would not presume to feel wronged. Your Highness is the master of the Eastern Palace. You may go where you please, and I harbor no grievances," Su Jingyao replied, her gaze lowered, her tone cautious. Jun Zechen regarded her with a blend of pity and skepticism, sensing the layers beneath her facade. "No grievances, do you not desire an heir?" He pressed further. Su Jingyao faltered, unsure of how to respond. Should she openly confess her lack of desire for an heir, not only would such words invite the Empress's scrutiny, but they could also jeopardize the entire Su family's standing. "Do you truly despise me so, your Highness? I am aware of your harmonious relationship with my sister, and thus I never dared to hope for your affection, yet the imperial decree binding us states clearly that I am to bear you an heir. How could I ever utter the words I do not wish for one?" Su Jingyao's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her gaze steady upon him, brimming with defiance as she bit her lip, fighting against the urge to cry. Jun Zechen's expression darkened as he observed her feigned fragility, his heart unmoved by her plight. "Then what was your purpose in visiting Kunning Palace today? Was it not concerning an heir?" His tone betrayed his impatience. "Indeed, I went to Kunning Palace regarding an heir, but it was the Empress who summoned me. I had no choice but to comply," Su Jingyao explained softly, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness and sorrow. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Jun Zechen's gaze. Had he misjudged her intentions? Yet, he recalled how indifferent his mother had been to his affairs in the inner court. When he had married Ling Yue, he had been accompanied by her to pay respects to the Empress, only to be met with dismissal. She had waved her hand, stating that matters of the inner court were his to manage, expressing her fatigue at dealing with the concubines. Was it possible that his mother had never disapproved of him but rather had genuine disdain for Ling Yue? Su Jingyao had only been in the Eastern Palace for 10 days, yet she had already garnered the Empress's personal attention, even prompting the Empress to send someone to admonish him. Did his mother truly favor Su Jingyao? What transpired during your visit to Kunning Palace? Jun Zechen inquired. His tone softened. I merely exchanged a few words with the empress before returning to the palace, Su Jingyao replied, her gaze evasive, her head slightly bowed as a few strands of hair brushed against her cheek. I heard you spent nearly an entire afternoon in Kunning Palace. What exactly did you discuss with the empress? His tone was tinged with suspicion, aware that any complaints from Su Jingyao could further sour the empress's opinion of Ling Yue. Your Highness, I truly did not speak of anything concerning the empress, Su Jingyao replied, her voice imbued with earnestness, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like stars in the midnight sky, filled with unspoken words. Yet, deep down, she secretly longed for him to press further. If he ceased his inquiries, how would she continue her charade? If you do not speak the truth, do you think I cannot investigate? Jun Zechen's tone carried a subtle threat. Su Jingyao's expression faltered, and with a determined resolve, she finally spoke. I copied the NZE in Kunning Palace, completing it 10 times before returning. Her voice was barely audible, like a whisper. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed in confusion. Why would the empress require you to copy the NZE 10 times? Have you angered her? Su Jingyao lowered her head, cursing inwardly. Did he not realize who had truly provoked the empress? Your Highness, it is all my fault. If I cannot bear you an heir, it is only right for the empress to punish me. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's eyes narrowed, instantly comprehending the reason behind his mother's summons. The empress had undoubtedly realized he had never favored Su Jingyao, prompting her inquiry. Su Jingyao was gentle and unassuming. It was only natural for the empress to be displeased at his neglect. A complex expression crossed Jun Zechen's face as he felt a ripple of empathy for her plight. She bore the weight of his misunderstandings while also facing the empress's reproach. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to let them fall. Beneath her delicate exterior lay an undeniable strength. I have misjudged you. I understand my mother's intentions now, he finally declared. Tonight, I shall stay in the Evening Blossom Pavilion. His voice was calm yet carried an undercurrent of coldness. However, I shall not lay a finger on you. Though his tone had softened, the words still carried an unmistakable chill. Very well, Your Highness, Su Jingyao responded, her delicate form bowing slightly, her posture exuding utmost respect, resembling a finely crafted puppet. Yet, beneath her lowered head, a subtle smirk of disdain graced her beautiful features. Who would desire his touch? She hoped he would refrain from seeking her out in the future. With the day's events having unfolded in such a manner, mealtime was nearly upon them. Your Highness, have you dined yet? Su Jingyao inquired softly. Not yet. Then allow me to arrange a meal for you. I worry that you may not be accustomed to my usual fare. Her tone was gentle, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow, puzzled. While he typically indulged in the palace's exquisite delicacies, he was more than capable of consuming the simplest of rations. Why would he find her food unpalatable? Furthermore, had the Eastern Palace's cuisine truly fallen short of her expectations? It is unnecessary. I shall dine with you, he replied. Then I shall summon someone to prepare your meal, Su Jingyao said, nodding in agreement. Having witnessed the empress urging the emperor to persuade him earlier, he knew he could not defy his father's wishes. It seemed he would be spending more nights in the Evening Blossom Pavilion moving forward. Once Su Jingyao exited, she quietly instructed the servants to bring forth the meal. The palace attendants moved with grace and precision, presenting dish after dish with great care. The first offering was a nourishing 8 treasures soup, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, followed by the beautifying jade phoenix soup, its ingredients clearly visible and tempting in appearance. Next came the fish maw and ginseng pork, tender and succulent, followed by the fish maw and sea cucumber soup, rich and flavorful. Before long, a total of 12 dishes were arranged neatly upon the table. Su Jingyao and Jun Zechen sat across from one another, enveloped in silence. Initially, Jun Zechen maintained a calm facade as he awaited the meal, curious about the culinary choices of his consort, who had dared to claim he would not be accustomed to her fare. As each dish was presented, his expression morphed from curiosity to bewilderment. Once all the dishes had been served, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Do you consume these daily? Su Jingyao smiled gently, responding softly, Your Highness, I have been frail since childhood, thus, I partake of the 8 treasures soup daily to nourish my vitality. She gracefully pointed to the jade phoenix soup, her smile radiant. The jade phoenix soup is a wonderful beauty elixir. It brightens the complexion. Though I may be delicate, my complexion remains fairer with that. She turned her gaze to Jun Zechen, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. He observed her face closely, noting that having just emerged from the medicinal bath, she wore no makeup. She appeared like a freshly bloomed lotus, her skin smooth and unblemished, her bright eyes shining like stars, her lips a vibrant cherry red. Indeed, she exuded an aura of health and beauty. Continuing, Su Jingyao elaborated, Your Highness, this is the pureria and flower bean stew, excellent for maintaining delicate skin and brightening the complexion. As she spoke, she playfully extended her slender fingers toward Jun Zechen, her gaze flirtatiously inviting. Does Your Highness believe I am fair-skinned? Jun Zechen's eyes were drawn to her delicate fingers, translucent and rosy, reminiscent of fine jade, stirring something deep within him. He found himself nodding slightly, murmuring, Indeed. Su Jingyao's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. The remaining dishes also possess beautifying properties, and she added in a voice so soft it was nearly inaudible, they are beneficial for breast enhancement. The last few words slipped out almost imperceptibly. Jun Zechen, with his keen hearing, caught every syllable, and his gaze instinctively flickered to her voluptuous form before hastily averting his eyes, feeling a rush of embarrassment. You are already beautiful enough, why continue consuming these? As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted his apparent compliment. Hearing his praise, Su Jingyao's delicate features lit up with a soft blush, a vibrant hue reminiscent of a sunset, her shyness evident in the way it danced across her brow. She wore a look of satisfaction. Since I was 8, I have admired beauty. By 10, I could already draw my brows to I have always been fond of beauty, and over time, I have grown accustomed to these dishes, truly disdaining those laden with oil and salt. Su Jingyao held herself to exceedingly high standards, meticulously managing her appearance and figure to an astonishing degree. When Lady Su learned of her daughter's dietary habits, which included these dishes and medicinal baths, her expression had been one of sheer astonishment. Your Highness, if you find these unpalatable, I can have someone prepare alternative dishes for you. No need, I shall have these, he replied, and with that, they began their meal. Su Jingyao's demeanor was akin to a gentle breeze in spring, graceful and elegant. Miao Shui, well versed in her habits after years of service, skillfully served her dishes, beginning with 2 small spoonfuls of 8 treasures soup, placing them delicately in the bowl before her. Su Jingyao covered her lips with her slender fingers, inhaling the fragrant steam before savoring the soup, each spoonful a delight. After finishing the soup, she elegantly picked up a piece of pork rib, chewing thoughtfully before moving on to the next dish. Miao Shui then served her 2 spoonfuls of jade phoenix soup, which she relished slowly, followed by slices of fish and ginseng, each morsel enjoying a leisurely journey to her lips. Meanwhile, Jun Zechen adhered to the formalities of court etiquette during his meal, yet, he found himself captivated by the delightful manner in which Su Jingyao dined. His gaze frequently drifted toward her, each movement she made drawing him in with an enticing curiosity. Her dining style was refreshingly unique. She took her time with each spoonful, savoring the flavors before swallowing, and despite appearing to eat little, she remained leisurely engaged in her meal long after he had finished. Jun Zechen's gaze was magnetically drawn to her, entranced by her fluid motions. Though her dining mannerisms bore a resemblance to those of the palace ladies, there was an undeniable charm that set her apart. Noticing his scrutiny, Su Jingyao felt a flicker of confusion, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she playfully blinked at him. What is it? Did he find it so extraordinary to witness a beauty dine? Jun Zechen shook his head gently, remaining silent, simply waiting for her to finish her meal. Once she had completed her dining, Su Jingyao lifted a cup of Angelica and Tremella tea, sipping delicately, the warm liquid soothing her throat. After rinsing her mouth with the water Miao Shui had provided, she expelled it, signaling the conclusion of their dinner. Jun Zechen's understanding of this delicate woman deepened. She had likely never endured hardship. Her attire and needs reflected not just luxury but an air of refinement and grace. He recalled that he possessed a stunning gown perfectly suited for her, a splendid piece gifted by a foreign envoy the previous year. The gown was extravagantly adorned, while Ling Yue preferred simplicity, favoring attire devoid of frills or embellishments that could impede her movement. Thus, the exquisite garment had remained untouched in his storeroom. Chapter 7 of the Gentle Realm. At the hour of the dog, after the two had concluded their meal, they slowly made their way into the sleeping chamber. Your Highness, the hour is still early. Shall we engage in a game of chess? Su Jingyao inquired softly, a smile gracing her lips and her eyes twinkling with mirth. Jun Zechen inclined his head slightly. He had not indulged in chess for quite some time. Ever since his victory over his father, the emperor, a year prior, he had deemed no one in the palace a worthy opponent. Yet, as the hour was indeed still early, a game of chess would serve as an admirable pastime. They settled gently on either side of the soft couch. Miao Yun cautiously brought forth the cherished Hunan jade go stones, placing them delicately upon the central table. With a gentle wave of her hand, Su Jingyao signaled for Miao Yun and the other palace mates to quietly withdraw from the chamber. At that moment, only Su Jingyao and Jun Zechen remained within the sleeping quarters. Jun Zechen extended his hand, picking up a black stone with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Being an ardent lover of the game, he instantly recognized that this black stone was crafted from exquisite Hunan ink jade. He then lifted a white stone, which, as expected, was of the finest mutton fat white jade. From whence did you acquire these go stones? Jun Zechen raised his gaze, looking at Su Jingyao with curiosity. My brother, knowing my fondness for go, gifted them to me on the occasion of my 15th birthday, she replied with a gentle smile. There are 181 black stones of Hunan ink jade and 180 white stones of mutton fat white jade. Each stone is exquisitely smooth and flawless, and I have always treasured them dearly. The delight in her eyes was unmistakable as she spoke of her beloved set. Your brother is indeed fond of you. Hunan jade is already scarce, and to carve such perfect stones must require considerable effort, he remarked. I possess a set of Hunan jade go stones in my private treasury as well, though they pale in comparison to yours. As he spoke, Jun Zechen found himself unconsciously caressing the stones in his hand. If it pleases you, Your Highness, I would gladly bestow this set upon you, Su Jingyao offered generously. This is a birthday gift from your brother. How could I deprive you of something so precious? I merely spoke in jest. Let us begin our game. Su Jingyao nodded slightly. I favor the white stones, will you take the black ones? Her gaze sparkled playfully as she smiled at him. Very well, Jun Zechen replied, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth as he calmly retrieved the black stones from the box. With both players ready, the first black stone was placed, promptly followed by Su Jingyao's white stone. Initially, their moves were quite gentle, particularly Jun Zechen's. After all, his usual style leaned towards aggressive play. He was concerned that Su Jingyao's skills might be somewhat lacking. If the game were to end abruptly within a quarter of an hour, how would they pass the time? Therefore, he played casually and softly at the onset. However, as the board began to fill with stones, his demeanor grew increasingly serious, and his expression turned grave. His style gradually shifted to a more fierce and aggressive approach. Su Jingyao keenly sensed this change, a mischievous smile curling her lips. The relaxed atmosphere allowed her to unceremoniously tease him. Your Highness, your flying stones are indeed remarkable. I find myself with little room to maneuver. She pouted slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. In Go, flying stones signify an aggressive tactic, whereas a moment ago, they had been engaging in a clever back and forth. I had not anticipated your skill to be so extraordinary, Jun Zechen remarked, his focus fixed on the board. Su Jingyao's white stones were beginning to envelop him. If he did not take the initiative soon, her pieces would gradually dismantle his territory. Then I have no choice but to leap, Su Jingyao declared, deftly maneuvering her white stone out of the black stone's encirclement, effectively escaping. Jun Zechen was typically reticent during games, yet whenever Su Jingyao displayed distress due to his advances, she would inadvertently adopt a playful tone. Your Highness, my white stones are soon to be without home. As Jun Zechen prepared to launch another assault, she could not help but attempt to divert his attention with her playful demeanor. Hearing her teasing words, Jun Zechen felt a warmth spread within him, causing his intensity to wane. The two continued their back and forth. Though Su Jingyao feigned petulance, she remained focused on the board, her thoughts clear and her moves decisive. Gradually, her smile deepened, satisfaction blooming as she surveyed her strategic layout. She was on the verge of victory, her eyes sparkling with the cunning and pride of a clever fox. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow, his gaze scrutinizing the black stones on the board. Before lifting his eyes to the enchanting woman before him, she tilted her head playfully, flashing him an even more beguiling smile. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "You are indeed a clever woman." He had not anticipated losing. As he scrutinized the board once more, he found himself increasingly admiring her skill. Each of her moves flowed gracefully, her style airy and dynamic, her strategy profound and intricate. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he regarded her. At this moment, Su Jingyao adopted a humble demeanor. I am not a conventional player. Had I not been interrupting you during the game, I would hardly have won. Your skills far surpass mine. I have only ever lost to my father. I have never been bested by another. Today, I let my guard down, but I shall reclaim my victory next time. Jun Zechen felt a competitive spirit stir within him, ignited by her presence. Indeed, Your Highness, as long as you do not mind my chatter during the game, she replied, well aware that he preferred silence during their matches. Yet today, her witty banter and melodic voice did not irk him. In fact, he found it rather pleasant. It matters not, this is quite enjoyable, he responded, unaware that they had already engaged in their game for an hour. Your Highness, it is getting late. We should retire for the night. Jun Zechen nodded slightly. A faint blush crept upon Su Jingyao's cheeks, akin to a delicate peach, sweet and alluring. Not understanding the reason for her sudden embarrassment, he awaited her to speak. Yet, within Su Jingyao's heart, a tumult of emotions swirled. After several moments of inner struggle, she finally summoned her courage. Your Highness, may I assist you in loosening your garments? At her words, Jun Zechen's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively preparing to refuse. I can manage myself. Instantly, disappointment washed over Su Jingyao's features, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of hurt. She murmured softly, I have overstepped, I know you dislike me, and after today, I shall not inquire again. I hope for your forgiveness. Seeing her pitiable expression stirred an unwillingness within Jun Zechen. His lips parted slightly. That was not my intention. He himself could not quite articulate why he felt this way. Perhaps it was due to his habitual closeness with Ling Yue, leading him to instinctively reject other women. Yet, gazing upon the drooping head of the woman before him, he felt a pang of sympathy. Had he been too harsh in his refusals? You need not comfort me. I understand. If you do not require my service, I shall. Have I ever stated that you should not serve me? A side consort should act as instructed by her matron. Jun Zechen's gaze fell upon the woman with her head bowed, his expression laden with an indescribable emotion. Su Jingyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she lifted her head, her bright eyes blinking in confusion, clearly not comprehending his intentions. Did his words not contradict themselves? Reading the bewilderment in her gaze, Jun Zechen felt a bit flustered. He then closed his eyes, slowly extending his arms. Seeing this, Su Jingyao realized he had accepted her approach, a triumphant smile emerging on her face. She stepped closer, nearly nestling against him, her delicate hands gently resting on his waist as she began to untie his sash, hanging it on the intricately crafted clothing rack beside the bed. Once she had completed this task, she returned to Jun Zechen's side. Her fingers, as light as feathers, glided over his chest, gradually sliding down to his shoulders, as she tenderly eased his outer robe off. As Jun Zechen felt the brush of her touch through his undergarments, his body involuntarily stiffened. He kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly striving to restrain himself, never once opening them. Only when she had removed all his clothing, leaving him in his undergarments, did he dare to peek. Su Jingyao neatly hung his garments before gracefully standing before him. Jun Zechen's towering frame loomed over her as she gently removed the thin veil. Though the style of her inner skirt was unremarkable, her alluring curves rendered it captivating. Jun Zechen's gaze swept over her, revealing a flicker of unrecognizable emotion. As if drawn inextricably, his eyes flickered and shifted, sometimes lingering, sometimes wavering. Su Jingyao tilted her head, her delicate fingers lightly curling around one of his fingers. Jun Zechen instinctively trembled, wanting to withdraw, yet, the image of her previous disappointment and hurt flashed through his mind. He forcibly stifled his impulse. She was a pampered young lady, unaccustomed to hardship. Would she weep alone in silence, feeling rejected by him? Seeing that he did not resist, Su Jingyao's expression glimmered with joy, her eyes dancing with a hint of bashfulness. She led him to her dressing table. Your Highness, please sit for a moment and wait for me, if you will. Her voice was soft and melodious, like a lark emerging from the valley. Jun Zechen regarded her with a hint of curiosity, uncertain of her intentions, but complied and seated himself before her dressing table. He casually glanced at his reflection in the mirror before shifting his gaze to her exquisite dressing table. It was crafted from a single piece of premium pear wood, adorned with an array of delightful little jars emanating a subtle fragrance. Su Jingyao gracefully re-entered the room, Miao Yun and Miao Xue each carrying a basin of water with utmost care. Ning Yue gently placed her basin at Jun Zechen's feet and delicately removed his shoes. Naturally, he placed his feet into the basin, relishing the comforting warmth. Subsequently, Ning Yue carefully set another basin beside the dressing table before silently withdrawing. "What are you up to?" Jun Zechen inquired, curiosity piqued, as if something was stirring within him. He found her inscrutable. "While playing chess with you earlier, I noticed a slight darkening beneath your eyes, likely due to your recent taxing duties. I have a fine beauty balm. May I apply some for you?" Jingyao's tone was tender, her gaze filled with concern. Jun Zechen paused, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. It appeared she genuinely cared for him. He nodded in agreement. Jingyao retrieved a purple jar from the dressing table, her delicate fingers deftly extracting a suitable amount of balm. She then bent slightly and gently applied it beneath his eyes. Her movements were soft and meticulous, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against him. The distance between them felt intimate, allowing Jun Zechen to hear her gentle breaths, warm like a spring breeze against his ear. He could even perceive the fine down on her face glistening in the candlelight, as her curled eyelashes fluttered delicately, akin to butterfly wings. His heart raced in unison with hers. Jingyao's expression was focused and earnest as she applied the balm, her touch light and soothing. Jun Zechen felt a wave of coolness against his skin, immensely pleasurable. His gaze inadvertently settled upon her exquisitely beautiful face, as if an invisible force bound him, rendering him incapable of looking away. Once Jingyao completed her task, she spoke softly, "Your Highness, you must attend court early tomorrow. I noticed your beard seems to have grown a bit long. Shall I shave it for you as well?" As Jun Zechen soaked his feet, he was entranced by her gentle demeanor, enveloped in a sense of comfort. He nodded slightly, a look of languor and satisfaction gracing his features. He gently closed his eyes, seemingly placing his complete trust in Jingyao. She applied the softening balm around his lips, a first for him, as he had always been attended to by Anshuan for such matters. Ling Yue, with her free-spirited nature, had never cared for such details, and he had grown accustomed to Anshuan's service. Jingyao's hands, delicate as lotus petals, glided over his face. As she worked, Jun Zechen felt an extraordinary sense of pleasure. He indulged in the experience, eyes shut, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Seeing this, Jingyao could not help but scoff internally. This man was the first she had ever served in such a manner, and she was quite skeptical that any man could resist the allure of such tenderness. With practiced ease, she picked up a finely honed copper blade, its edge as thin as a cicada's wing, to shave Jun Zechen's beard. Once completed, she personally took a towel, dipped it in the water basin, and gently rinsed his face. After all was said and done, they slowly made their way to the bed. This time, Jun Zechen chose to sleep on the outer side, while Jingyao nestled on the inner side. They each covered themselves with a silk quilt, sinking quietly into slumber. As the candle burned low, the season of spring transitioning to summer brought with it the frequent sound of rain. Outside, the gentle patter of raindrops began to echo. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder shattered the stillness, startling Jingyao awake. She instinctively shielded most of her face with the quilt, her small hands tightly gripping the thin covering, her body trembling involuntarily. Jun Zechen, roused by the thunder, was preparing to drift back to sleep when the tremors of the woman beside him disrupted his rest. He had always been a light sleeper. Furrowing his brow, he softly inquired, "Are you afraid?" Taken aback by his concerned tone, Jingyao was momentarily astonished. He had spoken first. "Your Highness, I wish to go to the side chamber," she replied. "Why?" His expression turned curious. "I have harbored a fear of thunder since childhood. I wish to go to the side chamber to have Li Mama accompany me as I sleep." Her voice was barely audible, tinged with shyness, fearing he might think her too delicate. "Should you leave now, what will others in the palace say? If the empress were to know, would she not blame me for your actions?" Jun Zechen's tone remained neutral. "But I am afraid." Jingyao timidly turned, her gaze filled with frightened grievance, appearing particularly pitiable in the dim candlelight. "Come here," he commanded. Jingyao hesitated briefly, her brows knitting. Did he mean what she thought? Cautiously, she shifted closer, wrapping her arms around his sturdy arm, as if he were her only refuge amid a tempest. Seeing that he did not reject her, she felt a measure of comfort. Stealthily, she slipped beneath his quilt, her body pressing against his arm, resting her head gently on his shoulder. She breathed softly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Jun Zechen was unaware of why he felt such tenderness towards her. Perhaps it was her pure and kind nature, or her innocence devoid of guile. He always felt a sense of pity for her, even a touch of heartache. As Jingyao basked in the warmth of the man beside her, her fears gradually dissipated, and she fell back into a deep slumber. Yet, Jun Zechen continued to struggle with sleep. The softness of her form was a sweet torment, igniting a heat within him. Her body exuded an alluring fragrance, mingled with a hint of sweetness, almost like an invisible enchantment, tempting him to embrace her tightly and drift into sleep. The more he resisted, the harder it became to find rest. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew his hand from her embrace, then encircled her slender waist, pulling her into his arms. It was merely a matter of resting together. He was not Lu Suwei. With the fragrant warmth enveloping him and her sweet scent wrapping around him, Jun Zechen finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, a triumphant smile graced Jingyao lips. Satisfied, was she not the delicate and pretentious young lady he loathed? Ah, how delightful. Chapter 8. The Queen's Deception. Reclining on the elegant couch, Jingyao's delicate form leaned slightly, creating a graceful curve. In her hands, she cradled a chess manual, her beautiful eyes intently focused on the pages, determined to unravel every secret within. She would not easily allow Jun Zechen to emerge victorious. In this match, she was resolute in her ambition, whether in the game of chess or in winning him over. Jun Zechen, exceptionally gifted since childhood, prided himself on his unparalleled talents that surpassed those of his royal brothers. Yet, he found himself bested by her in the art of chess. A woman, after all, should not merely embody fragility, she must inspire a desire for conquest within Jun Zechen's heart. Thus, she would not grant him an effortless victory. A sly smile curled at the corners of Su Jingyao's lips. Sitting on a low stool, Miao Yun tenderly and skillfully massaged Su Jingyao's thigh with just the right amount of pressure. My lady, the prince has been visiting Shiyan Hall these past few days. It seems your relationship with him has grown much more amicable, Miao Yun remarked softly, her tone tinged with curiosity. The curve of Su Jingyao's smile deepened as she nodded slightly, though a flicker of inscrutable meaning passed through her eyes. To her, it was still far from sufficient. Nearby, Miao Xiao leaned forward slightly, then inquired, My lady, the queen summoned you to Cunning Palace yesterday, and requested you to deliver the fallen red handkerchief to Aunt Jingyao, clearly not trusting your defense of the crown prince. Su Jingyao maintained her calm demeanor, as if all of this was within her expectations. I have defended the crown prince. Whether the queen believes it or not is of no concern to me. With that, she lightly brushed her hair aside. She had artfully praised the crown prince and his consort in front of the queen yesterday, extolling the virtues of the crown princess' kindness towards her, yet the queen would naturally remain skeptical. If the queen were to believe her, how could she continue her performance? Jun Zechen's daily visits to Shiyan Hall were merely a charade, although at times, Su Jingyao could sense the subtle fluctuations in his heart. After all, his gaze occasionally betrayed a hint of admiration, mixed with a dash of internal struggle. Su Jingyao observed it all, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Jun Zechen indeed adhered to his principles. Having vowed not to touch her, he would not breach that promise without a way out. Has the prince been summoned to Cunning Palace by the queen today? Su Jingyao inquired nonchalantly. Today, after finishing court matters, the queen invited the prince to Cunning Palace, from which he has yet to return, Miao Yun replied. A gleam of cunning sparkled in Su Jingyao's exquisite eyes. She eagerly anticipated the surprise the queen might bestow upon her. As night fell silently, the cold moon hung high in the sky. Aunt Jingyao carefully assisted the somewhat unsteady crown prince as he entered Shiyan Hall. Su Jingyao had just finished her bath, clad in a form-fitting crimson gauze dress, her beautiful visage marred by astonishment. Aunt, what has happened to the prince? Her voice carried a note of urgency. Aunt Jinyao's eyes revealed a barely perceptible oddity, but she quickly regained her composure. Today, the queen invited the prince to taste the exotic foreign wine from foreign lands. He has likely indulged a bit too much. Please attend to him well, my lady. Su Jingyao gazed at Jun Zechen with concern. Responding humbly, she stepped forward briskly, taking the swaying prince from Aunt Jinyao's grasp, who then left contentedly. Supporting him, Su Jingyao moved slowly toward the inner chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Su Jingyao laid Jun Zechen onto the bed. Noticing his tightly shut eyes, a flicker of doubt stirred within her. She leaned in closer, inhaling, yet detected no trace of alcohol on him. How could he possibly be drunk? It was evident that the queen had employed other means to render Jun Zechen unconscious. The queen's intention was merely to facilitate an intimate encounter between them, and she would certainly not allow him to be intoxicated or even in a stupor. Pondering this, Su Jingyao calmly commanded, Miao Yun, Miao Xue, assist the prince with his ablutions. After Miao Yun and Miao Xue had tended to Jun Zechen, Su Jingyao rose slowly and moved to the outer hall. Miao Yun, when you hear the prince awaken, inform the crown princess, stating that he is drunk with the queen and is intoxicated, requesting her to personally come and escort him to Chilwan Palace. Miao Yun, puzzled, questioned, My lady, why involve the crown princess? Did the queen not send the prince to Shiyan Hall to create an opportunity for you? Su Jingyao smiled slightly, her expression betraying a hint of wisdom and depth. Miao Yun, one must cast a long line to catch a big fish. Simply follow my instructions. Yes, my lady, Miao Yun replied respectfully. Understanding that her mistress had her reasons, she refrained from further inquiry. Su Jingyao returned to the inner chamber, gracefully settling onto the bed's edge, her legs crossed, reclining languidly. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, roamed freely over Jun Zechen. As anticipated, his complexion gradually flushed, and his hands began to involuntarily tug at his outer robe. It seemed the effects of the potion were taking hold. Truly, the queen was a master of palace intrigue, managing to procure such a potent aphrodisiac. Suddenly, Jun Zechen's eyes flew open. The restless fire within him surged like raging waves, eroding his sanity. He had never imagined that his mother would scheme against him so cunningly. His gaze was as icy as steel, fixed upon the near proximity of Su Jingyao, his heart beginning to suspect her complicity with the queen. My lord, you are awake. Su Jingyao feigned surprise as she saw him stir. How did I end up here? Jun Zechen's voice was low and chilling, akin to water from a frozen pool, a stark contrast to his body's fever. It was Aunt Jingyao who brought you here, Su Jingyao replied, her expression betraying a hint of fear at his terrifying gaze. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow, his heart in turmoil, uncertain whether to trust her. He subtly channeled his internal energy to forcibly suppress the surging restlessness within him, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, his eyes growing increasingly dark and menacing. Pour me a cup of tea, he commanded. Su Jingyao hastily rose, her step slightly unsteady as she rushed to prepare a cup of tea. She carefully presented it to him, leaning against the bed's headboard. Jun Zechen accepted the cup, tilting it back to drink it all in one go. He closed his eyes tightly, his chest rising and falling violently, his breaths becoming more rapid. The cool tea was but a drop in the ocean, failing to extinguish the blazing heat within him. He felt as if he were engulfed in an unnamed inferno, desperate for release but finding no outlet. The alluring fragrance emanating from Su Jingyao enveloped him like a gentle mist, tantalizing his senses. His anger simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Even knowing that Su Jingyao might be unaware of his mother's schemes, his fury surged uncontrollably towards her. In an abrupt movement, Jun Zechen flipped over, pinning Su Jingyao beneath him. His darkened gaze resembled the ominous sky before a storm, oppressive and terrifying. They locked eyes. Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? Do you desire my touch? Have you colluded with my mother to drug me? Su Jingyao's eyes widened in shock at his barrage of accusations. Tears welled in her eyes as she bit her lip, turning her head to the side in seeming distress. It was as if she had never anticipated being viewed so unfavorably in his eyes. I have never plotted against you, my lord, she murmured, her voice a mere whisper, yet clear enough to be heard. Jun Zechen exuded an aura of coldness, forcefully turning her head to face him. His eyes burned with an insatiable desire, fixating on hers. You speak with a forked tongue. Tonight, I shall fulfill your wishes and consummate our union. How about that? His tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly lowered his head, capturing her delicate lips in a fierce kiss. Taken by surprise, Su Jingyao found herself momentarily stunned by the sudden assault. Her eyes widened in astonishment, but only for an instant. Quickly regaining her composure, she struggled to push against his broad, solid chest, yet it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. His strength was insurmountable, especially now that he was under the influence of the drug. The uncontrollable fervor between their lips surged wildly, as if to conquer her entirely. Jun Zechen had not expected her lips to be so soft and sweet. His mind began to blur, reason slipping away, his gaze becoming increasingly dazed, as if he had lost focus. At that moment, Su Jingyao's watery gaze slightly shifted upward, catching a glimpse of a figure outside the chamber door. Finally, she had arrived. A sly smile graced her lips, as if she had made a clever calculation. Immediately, Su Jingyao intensified her struggles, yet a glimmer of hidden brilliance flickered in her eyes. In a sweet voice, she called out, My lord, you are intoxicated. I am Su Jingyao, not my sister. Please let me go, my lord. Her voice carried a hint of a sob and a sense of grievance. At this juncture, Jun Zechen was utterly bewitched by the drug, failing to comprehend why the woman who had previously submitted to him was now resisting with such fervor. To quell her resistance, he domineeringly seized her struggling hands, rendering her immobile. His deep voice resonated in her ear, I am not drunk. I am very much awake. You are Yao Yao, my consort. Su Jingyao raised an eyebrow at this man, in his befuddled state, dared to call her Yao Yao. Did he harbor intentions towards her all along? How amusing, she feigned innocence, her voice soft and gentle. No, my lord, you are my sister's husband. Since entering the Eastern Palace, I have received much care and companionship from my sister. I am eternally grateful to her and have no desire to harm her. I have already sent for my sister. She will arrive shortly. Please do not do this. Let me go. Despite her words of refusal, her delicate skin revealed itself in her struggle, her panicked demeanor only serving to heighten his desire for her. At that moment, Jun Zechen was beyond caring for her protests. He only knew that Su Jingyao was using every tactic at her disposal to reject him, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, yearning for more. I am the crown prince. You are mine. What right do you have to refuse me? His voice conveyed an urgency that was hard to suppress. Outside the chamber, Ling Yue could no longer remain still. Her body trembled slightly, akin to a flower swaying in the wind, ready to wither at any moment. Was this what Jun Zechen had described to her, his daily visits to Shiyin Hall merely a farce? Was this the man who professed his love for her, promising a life of unity? She bit her lip, despair and anguish filling her eyes as tears cascaded down her pale cheeks. Did he, perhaps, harbor feelings for Su Jingyao all along? Ling Yue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Gradually, she turned away, her steps faltering, as if all strength had abandoned her. Feeling the departure of the person outside, Su Jingyao ceased her pretense. Her body trembled involuntarily beneath the man's kiss. Accustomed to indulgent feasts in the modern world, she found herself a pure and innocent maiden in this ancient setting. Though she harbored dreams of intimacy, the timing was simply not right today. Having lived in this era for 15 years, much of the narrative from the book had faded from her memory. She could only vaguely recall the story's trajectory, the queen's machinations, Jun Zechen's arrival at Shiyin Hall. Today's events were gradually clarifying the memories long sealed in her mind. In the book, after being drugged and consummating the marriage with the original owner, Jun Zechen's demeanor turned cold the following day, offering no kindness to the original owner. He deemed her to be cunning and untrustworthy. Although the queen was the instigator of the drugging, the bond between the crown prince and the queen was profound. He would certainly not cast blame on his mother, leaving the original owner's fate rather unfortunate. Before the consummation, the original owner could still live quietly in the Eastern Palace. However, afterward, the evident disdain Jun Zechen held for her quickly spread throughout the palace. She not only faced a shortage of food but also endured the deprivation of warmth during winter, even losing contact with the minister's residence. Jun Zechen's capricious nature was on full display. He would not tolerate being schemed against by a woman in the harem. As Su Jingyao's thoughts drifted into the distance, Jun Zechen seemed to sense her unease, a hint of punitive intent urging him to advance further. However, due to Su Jingyao's lack of resistance, his grip instinctively loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingyao nimbly slipped out from beneath him, swiftly flipping over to land firmly on the floor. She casually adjusted her disheveled attire, then softly called for Miaoyun to enter the room. My lady, are you truly determined to use beiduking on the prince? This is something the lady spent a fortune to procure from the divine physician just for you. This beiduking can neutralize most toxins available on the market. Since the prince has only been affected by an aphrodisiac, this is a perfect opportunity. Su Jingyao interrupted Miaoyun. Give me the antidote. I know what I am doing. You may leave now. Her expression remained calm, her tone steady and resolute. Yes, my lady. Miaoyun understood that her mistress was wise beyond her years, and knowing that her lady had already made her decision, she refrained from further persuasion. Jingyao composedly retrieved the antidote from the vial and administered it to Jun Zechen, gently lifting his head to pour a cup of clear water into his mouth. The effects of the antidote gradually took hold within Jun Zechen's body, the flush on his face slowly receding. Before long, Jun Zechen fell into a deep slumber. A hint of dissatisfaction involuntarily crossed Jingyao's lips. This insufferable man would pay her back one day. Although 100 gold pieces were not a significant amount to her, she was not lacking in wealth. Jingyao's affluence stemmed not only from her status as the daughter of a minister but also from her own schemes. As an ambitious modern woman, she had lived in this ancient setting for a full 15 years, and she would not easily relinquish her fate to her family. Among the noble families in the capital, many were aware of Jingyao's exceptionally kind heart. This was largely due to her consistent charitable donations whenever the kingdom faced natural disasters or calamities. Not only that, but she personally selected sites and organized manpower to build comfortable homes for the victims, all while maintaining an extremely low profile. She carefully measured her actions, neither appearing too ostentatious to the high-ranking officials nor allowing her good deeds to go unnoticed if anyone were to investigate. Her reputation among the noble families was that of a serene and unassuming young lady, seeking not fame or fortune, but the peace of mind of a minister's daughter. However, Jingyao was not truly benevolent. She conducted her actions solely for her own benefit. Her most crucial goal was to cultivate her own network of loyal followers, selecting astute and capable children among the victims to nurture for her service. This was a matter unknown to her parents, though her brother Jingxian had some inkling. However, he was unaware of the extent of Jingyao's enterprises. Occasionally, when she could not be present, he would handle matters on her behalf. Jingyao's most lucrative venture involved providing luxurious grooming services to the daughters of various noble families. Money from women was the easiest to earn. As a woman herself, she understood the allure of the myriad bottles and jars on her vanity. Returning her focus to the man lying on the bed, Jingyao bent slightly, gently removing his already disheveled garments one by one. Once finished, she calmly shed her own dress, leaving only her undergarments. Then, she lifted the covers and gracefully slipped into the bed, resting her head against his solid chest, resembling a docile kitten, and lightly closed her eyes, settling down to rest. She eagerly anticipated the expression that would grace Jun Zechen's face when he awoke the following morning. Chapter 9. Unable to love her the following day, Jun Zechen awoke from a haze, his head throbbing painfully as if a myriad of tiny insects were gnawing at his brain. It felt as though a heavy burden pressed against his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He furrowed his brows, struggling to open his eyes. A glance downward revealed a woman clad in a belly wrap, peacefully asleep in his embrace. Instantly, fragments of the previous night flooded his mind. After being covertly drugged by his mother, he had been sent to Shiyang Hall. In his hazy recollection, he seemed to have mentioned wanting to consummate his marriage with Jingyao. Following that, he had pressed the woman beneath him, kissing her fervently. But what happened next? Jun Zechen gazed at his bare body, uncertainty gnawing at him. Had they truly consummated their marriage? The darkness in his eyes deepened. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed the woman away. Jingyao startled awake at his sudden movement, her eyes, filled with confusion, slowly opened like morning petals adorned with dew, gradually unfurling. Soon, the bewilderment dissipated, and she sat up in bed, wrapped in the blanket. Just as she was about to speak, Jun Zechen's cold, cutting voice interrupted her mercilessly. I was unaware that Consort Su possessed such cunning, hiding it so deeply. Regarding last night, I wonder if Consort Su was satisfied? His voice was as biting as a winter wind, sharp and laced with sarcasm. Each word pierced Jingyao's heart like shards of ice. Awakened abruptly, Jingyao was already filled with displeasure. Had she been too generous with this contemptible man? Did she not know what she had or had not done? She lifted her chin, her gaze steady and calm as she met Jun Zechen's eyes. Her eyes, clear and sharp, spoke with a resonant strength. I have never acted with guilt in my heart. After a brief pause, she continued in a tone of indifference. I am well aware of my lowly status and am unworthy to serve His Royal Highness. Therefore, last night, I did not tarnish your purity, you may rest assured. A flicker of disbelief crossed Jun Zechen's eyes as he stared at Jingyao, as if searching for a hint of deceit in her expression. They had not yet. Jingyao's demeanor remained composed, devoid of any tremor. In fact, after speaking, she unfurled the blanket without hesitation, her movements crisp and decisive, devoid of any lingering hesitation. She gracefully stepped down from the bed, her skirt billowing like a blooming white lotus. Swaying with elegance, she casually retrieved a garment from a nearby rack and swiftly donned it. Jun Zechen's gaze remained fixed upon her. Jingyao's nonchalant and poised actions exuded a subtle allure as her bare feet touched the cold floor, each step leading her to her usual dressing area. She walked with determination, as if the world around her had no bearing on her. Behind the screen, Jun Zechen could see her settle before the vanity. She then picked up a comb, delicately untangling her jet-black hair with graceful elegance, resembling a beautiful painting. As he watched her silhouette, a wave of regret surged within him. It seemed he had misjudged her once more. The hurtful words he had uttered felt like a sharp blade, mercilessly piercing her heart. And he, it appeared, had wounded her time and again. But what had truly transpired last night? If he had not touched her, then what had undone the effects of the aphrodisiac? Jun Zechen pondered deeply, yet the answers eluded him. He pressed his lips together, his heart ensnared in a web of turmoil, the lines of his inner conflict visibly etched upon his brow. He longed to clarify matters with the young woman he had inadvertently hurt with his words, yet, each time he opened his mouth, the words remained trapped, unsure of how to begin. Jun Zechen rose from the bed, his movements slow, tinged with hesitation and struggle. He slipped into a simple moonwhite robe. The hem of the robe swayed gently with his movements, while the sleeves hung leisurely at his sides like flowing clouds. His ink-black hair, disheveled and unkempt, fell in strands across his forehead, brushing against his sharply defined features, adding an air of rebelliousness to his demeanor. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed, seemingly reflecting the turmoil and uncertainty within him. His gaze wandered, sometimes resting on the area where Su Jingyao typically prepared for the day, only to shift away again. His feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground. He longed to approach her but found himself unable to take that step. Deep within his soulful eyes lay profound regret and confusion. His hands clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the strain, the veins beneath the skin visibly throbbing. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to calm himself before stepping outside. Upon exiting the chamber, Miaoyun, who had been waiting outside, caught sight of the prince's arrival, a fleeting glimmer of something unrecognizable flashing in her eyes. Recalling her master's instructions from the previous night, she hurried forward, offering a graceful bow. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, may you be blessed." "Rise. How does your highness fare today? Is the baidu qing that the master had you consume last night causing any adverse effects?" "I have already informed eunuch Anshuan, and he has gone to summon a physician for your health." "Baidu Chang?" Jun Zechen's heart stirred with confusion, his brows knitting tighter. "Your Highness, baidu qing is a dowry gift from the master, procured at great expense by Lady Su from a renowned physician, capable of neutralizing most poisons on the market." Jun Zechen was taken aback, though his expression remained impassive. He had never anticipated that Su Jingyao would willingly administer such a precious antidote to him in her desire to avoid consummation. Yet, if he had been cured of the poison, why were they found in such an intimate state this morning, without clothing? The enigma was perplexing. He inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and decided to turn back to the chamber. He needed to seek clarity from Su Jingyao. Jun Zechen moved quietly, like a specter, silently approaching the screen. Su Jingyao's vanity lay just behind it. He was tall enough that, even without crossing the screen, he could clearly see her reflection in the bronze mirror. At that moment, she was slightly bowed, her shoulders trembling intermittently, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes like pearls strung upon a thread. She was crying. A heavy weight settled in Jun Zechen's heart, a sense of frustration enveloping him. A sharp, piercing pain gradually spread through his entire being like an incoming tide. He inhaled deeply, crossing the threshold of the screen and stepping into the room. Su Jingyao, hearing the commotion, hastily raised her hand to wipe away the traces of her tears. Her head was bowed almost to her chest as she rose to greet him with a graceful courtesy. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness." Her voice was tinged with an uncontainable quiver, a whisper that resonated painfully in the air. Jun Zechen raised his arm slightly, as if to assist her, but hesitated, retracting his hand. "Rise." Su Jingyao slowly stood upright, her posture straight yet her head remained lowered, as if to conceal her sadness and grievances. Jun Zechen was acutely aware of her thoughts. He had spoken many hurtful words before, yet Su Jingyao had never cried in his presence. "Why must you cry in secret?" His voice bore a hint of concern that he himself had not realized. Su Jingyao stood silently, her gentle nibbling of her lip leaving faint imprints of her teeth upon her ruby red lips. Jun Zechen's heart was a tumult of emotions. How stubborn she was. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, her voice barely audible. "I couldn't hold it in. Since you feel wronged, why not clarify the situation? Why not cry before me? Wouldn't crying in his presence evoke his sympathy?" Su Jingyao's eyes, red from weeping, resembled the fading hues of sunset, evoking a sense of compassion. Her tear-stained eyes sparkled with clarity, as if washed by a spring, pure and untainted. Yet, deep within those depths, a hint of sorrow lingered. After a pause, Su Jingyao slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes, akin to autumn waters, met Jun Zechen's. "Because I can only cry before those who care for me. Crying before those who do not care is merely adding to the mockery." Her voice was imbued with determination and resignation, each word painstakingly squeezed from the depths of her heart. Jun Zechen's lips pressed into a thin line, his complex gaze fixated upon Su Jingyao. Did he not care for her? Why then did his heart ache with such intensity? "Since you administered baidu qing to me, why did we awaken in such intimacy?" disheveled. Jun Zechen bluntly voiced his doubts, confusion and skepticism evident in his eyes. Su Jingyao trembled at his words. Her tear-stained eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, long lashes quivering. "Shouldn't that be a question for your highness?" Each of her words dripped with endless sorrow. Jun Zechen recalled the events of the previous night, where he had, under the influence of the medicine, taken her against her will. Yet, what had transpired after the antidote was administered? He could barely remember. Had he continued to hold her? "I must have misunderstood you." Before he could finish, Su Jingyao interrupted coldly. "I know that your highness only holds affection for the crown princess. In the Eastern Palace, I regard her as my kin. You are the husband of my sister, and regardless of circumstances, I shall have no entanglement with you." Her tone turned frigid, carrying an unmistakable resolve. Su Jingyao slowly turned her head away, refusing to meet Jun Zechen's gaze, yet, she still felt the need to clarify. "Last night, your highness was brought to Shiyang Hall by Aunt Jinhua. Upon noticing your unusual condition, I immediately dispatched a maid to summon my sister, solely wishing for her to take you back to Chiwan Hall. However, I waited and waited, yet my sister never appeared. I do not know if my sister has misunderstood, but it would be best for your highness to seek her out and explain. As for this morning's affair, I have already let it go and do not mind." With that, she once again lowered her head, resembling a beautiful yet lonely sculpture, standing quietly as if awaiting Jun Zechen's departure. At this moment, Jun Zechen's thoughts had shifted, his gaze fell upon the woman before him, and his initial suspicions dissipated entirely. Perhaps in her heart, he was the one she despised the most. If she had harbored any intentions of seduction, last night would have been the perfect opportunity, yet, she had chosen to use the baidu qing prepared by her mother solely to free him from his affliction. At this juncture, Jun Zechen finally grasped the truth. It was not that he did not wish to consummate their marriage, rather, she was entirely unwilling. Jun Zechen's gaze bore down upon the crown of her head. Just as she had stated, he ought to proceed to Chilwan Hall to explain everything to Ling Yue. However, the woman's cold rejection felt like a chilling current, penetrating his being and leaving his heart in disarray. This was not as it should be. Jun Zechen's expression darkened further. He stepped forward decisively, lifting her chin without hesitation. Su Jingyao had no choice but to raise her gaze, forced to meet his eyes. Has Consort Su forgotten her duty? You are a consort bestowed upon me by the emperor. What right do you have to utter such words of detachment? Jun Zechen's voice was icy yet authoritative. He was the prince, even if he was in the wrong, what of it? He could refuse anyone, but no one could reject him, and certainly, no one could so blatantly defy him. Jun Zechen leaned slightly forward, exuding an invisible pressure. Su Jingyao's eyes reflected confusion and grievance, her trembling form betraying her inner anger. What did he truly want? Smack! A sharp sound reverberated through the air. Su Jingyao resolutely pushed his hand away, stepping back swiftly. Jun Zechen's expression darkened instantly, akin to the sky before a storm, cold and oppressive. Consort Su, do you understand what it means to defy authority? Is this how the Su family educates you? Su Jingyao had borne his stern reprimands multiple times today. At last, tears streamed down her cheeks like a flood breaking through a dam. What must your highness have me do? On the very first day I entered the Eastern Palace, your highness laid down the rules, forbidding me from interfering with your relationship with my sister. Have I not done well enough? Her voice quivered like a nightingale weeping, heartbreaking in its lament. Tears glided down her pale cheeks like shimmering pearls, cascading to the ground. What does your highness expect of me as a consort? Since my arrival in the Eastern Palace, your highness has continuously doubted and insulted me, and I truly do not know what I have done wrong. Her voice rose slightly, tinged with despair. Then, she began to murmur, if your highness truly dislikes me, I would willingly vanish from your sight for all eternity. Jun Zechen listened to her plaintive inquiries, his heart trembling. He himself did not know what he desired. Initially, he had been reluctant to marry her, even avoiding contact, but now, witnessing her heartbroken expression and resolute words, he found himself unwilling to remain disconnected, unwilling to become strangers. Jun Zechen's lips trembled slightly, yearning to articulate something, yet he was at a loss for words. He let out a long sigh, reaching out to gently brush away the tears from her cheeks. Today, I am at fault. I will not doubt you again. You have performed admirably. It is said that the daughters of the Su family embody the epitome of noble women. Today, I finally understand that only you are worthy of such praise. I will endeavor to procure the antidote you provided me with. With that, Jun Zechen resolutely turned and departed. Once Jun Zechen's figure vanished from view, Su Jingyao raised her right hand, her slender fingers delicately wiping away the remnants of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. A subtle smile, tinged with a hint of triumph, graced her lips, exuding a cunning charm like that of a sly fox who has successfully ensnared its prey. Ultimately, the hunter's carefully laid trap had ensnared its quarry. Jun Zechen strode towards Chilwan Hall, his gaze fixed ahead. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused, gazing up at the three characters inscribed upon the plaque, Chilwan Hall. The sign shimmered with golden light under the sun's rays, yet it could not dispel the shadows clouding his heart. Once, each visit had been marked by a lightness in his steps and a joyful, relaxed smile upon his face, yet today, his steps felt burdened, each movement a struggle. He stood still, his brow furrowed tightly, the two thick eyebrows twisted together, revealing his inner turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, he finally stepped forward into Chilwan Hall. Ling Yue spotted Jun Zechen approaching from a distance, but today, he lacked his usual cheerful demeanor. As he drew near, Ling Yue could not help but taunt, "Did you rest well last night, your highness?" Her voice carried a note of mockery and dissatisfaction. Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen's brow furrowed deeper, a hint of helplessness evident in his expression. I did not engage in any relations with the consort last night. Ling Yue maintained her calm facade, but her heart churned with turbulent emotions. She could hardly fathom that Jun Zechen would still deceive her at this juncture. Did the words she had heard last night not resonate in reality? Her husband had pressed another woman beneath him, affectionately calling her Yao Yao, claiming Su Jingyao as his own, with no right for her to refuse him. Ling Yue felt utterly absurd. Tears welled in her eyes, filled with grievance and pain, her fiery temperament flared as she could no longer suppress her emotions. Ling Yue abruptly stood, her voice piercing as she cried, "Is it that you do not wish to have relations with her, or is it she who does not wish to have relations with you? Does your highness not know in your heart?" Jun Zechen's expression darkened, his gaze locked onto Ling Yue, the depths of his eyes complex and shadowed. "You err, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Under his gaze, Ling Yue gradually lowered her head. Her lips trembled, yearning to speak, yet she was at a loss for words. The intertwining of anger and sorrow rendered her unable to find tranquility. She longed to berate the man who had caused her heartache, yet feared that her outburst might drive him away entirely. She dreaded that their bond might erode through strife, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Jun Zechen observed the woman before him, her head bowed in silent grievance, and his heart softened involuntarily. Adopting a gentler tone, he confessed, "Last night, I was drugged by my mother and sent to Xi'an Hall. I have always held you in my heart, yet you have not conceived. My mother and father have repeatedly pressured me. The consort is the legitimate daughter of Minister Su. Since her marriage into the Eastern Palace, I have neglected her for nearly a month for your sake." Ling Yue looked at Jun Zechen, astonished, disbelief etched upon her features. "So, you have come today to tell me that you will no longer neglect consort Su? You err, as the crown prince, ensuring the continuation of the royal lineage is a responsibility I cannot evade. Even if I do not favor consort Su, my mother and father will eventually bestow upon me Lady Li and Lady Wang. Am I to marry them all as mere ornaments? Ling Yue opened her mouth to respond but found herself at a loss, tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading silently down her cheeks. Jun Zechen watched her weep in silence, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. He reached out instinctively, wishing to wipe her tears away, but halted midway, ultimately transforming that impulse into a sigh. It was his failure to fulfill his promises, it was his fault, yet, Jun Zechen also harbored resentment. Why could Ling Yue not conceive? If she had, even under pressure from his mother and father, he could have argued his case. Instead, he was left to accept the situation with resignation. The teachings of his upbringing in the imperial family instilled in him that he could not forsake heirs for the sake of a single woman. As the heir apparent, progeny was not merely a personal matter, it pertained to the stability of the nation. Ling Yue's gaze grew increasingly vacant, as though all light had been extinguished. She felt profound self-reproach, questioning why she alone could not bear children. Jun Zechen's heart ached for her. He stepped closer, enveloping her in his embrace, his hand gently caressed her back. Ling Yue clung to Jun Zechen tightly, as if grasping the last lifeline of hope, fear gripping her heart that he might abandon her. The dread felt like an endless abyss, dragging her downward. Zhe, it is all my fault for not being able to conceive. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. Zhe, you may favor consort Su, I will not blame you. But Zhe, will you come to love her? Upon hearing her final question, Jun Zechen stiffened, a flash of anguish crossing his eyes. He tightened his embrace around Ling Yue, resolutely stating, I will not. Chapter 10, Who Conquers Whom. As dusk descended, the light in the eastern palace's study gradually softened. Jun Zechen sat upright at the head of the table, his figure appearing particularly upright in the dim candlelight. After just finishing the edict issued by the Emperor Jingyao, he slightly raised his head, a hint of fatigue evident in his gaze. He then casually inquired, what has the side consort been occupied with these days? Anshan stood respectfully beside him, bowing his head to respond. Replying to your highness, the side consort has been summoned by Her Majesty the Empress to Kunning Palace for the past few days, lingering there for nearly 2 hours. As the Grand Eunuch by the Crown Prince's side, he was naturally privy to all affairs within the Eastern Palace. Yet, Anshan felt a twinge of surprise. He lifted his gaze slightly, stealing a glance at Jun Zechen. Wasn't His Highness usually only concerned with the Crown Princess? Jun Zechen's fingers lightly tapped on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Do you know why Mother summoned her? Anshan hesitated briefly before cautiously replying, it is likely concerning your highness's offspring. The side consort, Su, his voice trailed off, becoming somewhat hesitant. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. He pressed further, what happened? Her Majesty has been having Su side consort copy the palace regulations and similar documents daily. She often returns to the Eastern Palace just before dinner. The Empress's actions were ostensibly aimed at the Crown Prince, leaving no room for concealment, openly punishing the side consort in front of him. Thus, Anshan understood, yet he would not speak unless the Crown Prince inquired. Jun Zechen's expression darkened. He was shocked to discover that Mother had been making things difficult for Su Jingyao all along. Why did you not inform me sooner? I am guilty, your highness. Anshan felt a deep sense of sorrow. In the Eastern Palace's rear courtyard, aside from matters concerning the Crown Princess that required his proactive reporting, every other issue was only addressed when the Crown Prince asked. After a brief silence, Jun Zechen slowly stood up. He spoke in a deep voice, go to Shiyan Hall. Yes, your highness. Anshan promptly complied. At Shiyan Hall, Su Jingyao languidly reclined on the soft couch. Granny Li cautiously applied ointment to her wrist, gently massaging it. My lady, your wrist has started to swell today. It cannot continue like this with daily copying, you should speak to His Highness about it. Granny Li's face was filled with concern, her brows knitted together, eyes brimming with worry. Su Jingyao had intended to offer some comforting words to Granny Li, for she had been by her side for many years, and she was well aware of the affection Granny held for her. However, unexpectedly, the wind chimes by the window suddenly chimed. A peculiar glimmer flashed in her eyes, swiftly replaced by an expression of helplessness. Su Jingyao slightly furrowed her brows, her lips parting. The Empress has always wished for me to consummate the marriage with His Highness. Last time, she presented the opportunity before me, but I declined. It is only natural for the Empress to be upset these days. If copying the palace regulations and similar documents can appease the Empress and perhaps alleviate her pressure on His Highness, what harm is there? Her voice flowed softly like a babbling brook, yet beneath it lay an imperceptible bitterness. Lowering her head slightly, her thick lashes fluttered like delicate fans, her gaze dimmed, as if veiled by a thin mist. Moreover, His Highness is unwilling to consummate the marriage with me. His heart belongs solely to the Crown Princess. Every day, he is preoccupied with state affairs, and I would not wish to add to his burdens. Su Jingyao sighed softly, her autumn-like eyes revealing a faint sorrow, as if countless worries swirled within. Yet, she was not a woman of despair. After a brief pause, she lifted her face, offering a gentle smile. Matters in this world cannot always align with one's desires, one can only seek to remain true to oneself. A serene smile graced her face, like flowers blossoming in spring, bright and captivating. How commendable it is to remain true to oneself. At that moment, Jun Zechen strode in, his expression dark and stormy. He had stood outside the hall for quite some time, listening intently to the exchange between the two. Su Jingyao had long known of his presence outside, otherwise, why would she exert herself in such a performance? At this instant, her delicate form shuddered, her face displaying an expression of sheer astonishment, akin to a startled deer. As she hastily rose from the soft couch with graceful steps, she approached Jun Zechen, performing a respectful curtsy. This humble servant greets your highness. Rise. You all may leave. Jun Zechen's voice was as cold as frost. Yes, your highness. Once all the palace attendants had quietly withdrawn, Jun Zechen seated himself beside the soft couch, his demeanor calm and leisurely, as if this were his domain. He then spoke softly, sit. Yes, your highness. Su Jingyao moved to the opposite side of the soft couch and sat down. Why did mother impose the punishment of copying on you these days, and why did you not inform me? As he absently stroked the ring on his finger, he asked with apparent nonchalance, though his gaze hinted at an undercurrent of pressure. It is merely a trifling matter. I do not wish to trouble your highness. Su Jingyao's expression remained as tranquil as water, her voice gentle and soothing, as if the matter truly were inconsequential, yet, within her slightly lowered eyes, a flicker of melancholy could be discerned. Seeing her seemingly indifferent attitude towards him ignited an inexplicable fury within Jun Zechen. He suddenly reached out, his hand striking as swiftly as lightning, seizing Su Jingyao's right arm and lifting it before him. His action bore a hint of dominance, leaving no room for rebuttal upon closer inspection. He noted that indeed, her fair and tender wrist had begun to swell, like a flawless piece of jade marred by a slight blemish. It evoked a wave of sympathy. This woman, delicate and frail, clearly struggled to endure even the slightest discomfort, yet she seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience. This only fueled Jun Zechen's anger further. Su Jingyao's brows knitted slightly, her slender brows quivering gently as she attempted to withdraw her right hand. However, his grip on her arm was unyielding, rendering her immobile, her arm twisted within his grasp, struggling silently. If I had remained unaware, did you intend to continue going to Kunning Palace daily to copy documents? Until you rendered your hand utterly useless? Jun Zechen's gaze blazed, like a torch, fiercely fixed upon her. His eyes held both anger and a hint of unrecognized concern. His voice was calm and devoid of fluctuation, yet carried an undeniable authority. As the crown prince, he had always hoped she would yield before him. Thus, he had refrained from visiting her in recent days, yet, her unwavering stance of never yielding left him utterly at a loss. The empress is benevolent and would not allow my hand to suffer any harm. Su Jingyao's lips parted slightly, her voice soft yet imbued with defiance. She lifted her gaze to meet Jun Zechen's, her eyes filled with determination, as if she were utterly unconcerned with her circumstances. Jun Zechen's unnameable fury only intensified. He forcefully embraced her, swift as a tempest, drawing Su Jingyao into his arms, effortlessly lifting her onto his lap. His movements were seamless, exuding a possessive dominance. Su Jingyao involuntarily gasped, seated upon his robust thigh. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, akin to autumn waters, trembling slightly as though still reeling from this abrupt turn of events. Before Su Jingyao could process their newfound intimacy, Jun Zechen's next words struck her like thunder. Once you consummate the marriage with me, mother will cease to trouble you. Plead with me, and I shall grant your wish. Jun Zechen's deep-set eyes gleamed with intensity, radiating the pressure of someone in power as they locked onto Su Jingyao's. His gaze was as profound as cold stars, exuding an icy heat that ensnared her completely. Jun Zechen yearned to shatter her proud wings, desiring her to plead for mercy. For the first time, Su Jingyao scrutinized Jun Zechen from such close proximity. His brows were sharp as swords, slanting towards his temples, and beneath his prominent nose lay lips that appeared mercilessly thin. His words sent her heart racing. His hand rested possessively on her slender waist, and the enchanting aroma emanating from her delicate form compelled him to draw her even closer. They maintained eye contact for a prolonged moment, until Su Jingyao finally perceived that his words bore truth. Quickly concealing her shock, she whispered, Your Highness, have you forgotten what you once said? Upon hearing her soft inquiry, Jun Zechen's grip on her waist instinctively tightened. Initially, Su Jingyao merely furrowed her brows slightly, letting out a soft groan. However, as Jun Zechen's grip intensified, her waist felt as though it were caught in an iron vise, the pain becoming unbearable. Her slender waist twisted within his grasp, desperately attempting to escape his hold, yet to no avail. She could no longer endure the discomfort. It hurts. Su Jingyao's eyes shimmered with tears, the moisture swirling in her eyes as she looked up at the man before her, who wore a cold expression while bullying her. Now you know pain? Since it hurts, you ought to voice it. Mother punishes you to copy, and that should be the case. Jun Zechen was simply intolerant of her silence. Su Jingyao bit down on her crimson lip, her teeth nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with fury as she glared fiercely at Jun Zechen, refusing to utter another word. How shameless was this man? If the empress punishes me to copy, I accept it. Seeing her obstinacy, Jun Zechen tightened his grip further. Do you understand how to plead now? Su Jingyao's chest heaved with indignation. Could pleading with him for consummation be equated with begging him to release her waist? Yet, Jun Zechen was an exceedingly patient hunter, his grasp on her waist showed no signs of loosening. In a fleeting moment, a quarter of an hour had passed. Due to the pain in her waist and the grievance in her heart, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her waist would surely bruise. This insufferable man showed no concern for her. In his mind, he was the esteemed crown prince, how could he ever yield to a woman? This was precisely why he repeatedly compelled her to beg him. Ah, what a foolish act of self-deception. Why does your highness always bully me? Sobbed. Her voice was delicate and pitiful, like a rain-soaked pear blossom, as if she wished to pour out all the grievances she had endured since entering the Eastern Palace. Her nightingale-like voice, laced with endless sorrow, tugged at the heartstrings. Although the man before her had explicitly warned her against harboring any delusions, he had nonetheless dragged her out into the open, utterly disregarding her feelings. Jun Zechen's frustration at her stubbornness only intensified. He furrowed his brows, a flicker of anger flashing across his features. Yet, upon witnessing her innocent, tear-filled eyes, his heart involuntarily quivered. The grip on her waist relaxed slightly. However, this moment of softness was fleeting, his expression hardened, radiating an aura of chilling authority that sent shivers down one's spine. As the crown prince of Jun Kingdom, there was no woman he could not possess. There were only those he chose to desire or not. Suddenly, he swept her into his arms, rising from the soft couch with a steady, swift gait, each step filled with resolute determination as he strode toward the sleeping chamber. Jun Zechen placed her on the bed. The crown princess has not given birth in 2 years. For the sake of my offspring, father has granted you to me. You should understand your identity and responsibilities. His low, cold voice echoed in her ears, each word striking her heart like a heavy hammer. She was merely a tool for his lineage, an object bestowed and exchanged by those in power. Jun Zechen's hand caressed her cheek, yet his words were firm, imbued with undeniable authority. Bear an heir for me. To bear an heir for you is my duty. I am but a fallen flower, while your heart flows like water. I seek only to act without guilt. Though her voice was gentle, it resonated with unwavering determination. Upon finishing, she bravely and resolutely faced the high-ranking crown prince. Jun Zechen's expression darkened instantaneously, a flicker of anger crossing his handsome features. Was she implying he was fickle? How could such a delicate and fragile woman possess such a strong and unyielding spirit? Yet, her clarity only ignited a more intense desire within Jun Zechen. He yearned for Jingyao to plunge into the abyss of desire alongside him, unwilling to be the sole one enchanted without her awareness. Chapter 11 Morning rise. Today, there was no need for an early court session. Jun Zechen awoke and gazed at the woman nestled in his arms, still lost in slumber. She lay with her back towards him, her skin as smooth and lustrous as jade, pressed closely against his chest. Jun Zechen's gaze slowly descended. He had never anticipated that he could be so indulgent and reckless in matters of the bed. When he was with Ling Yue, despite her bold nature, she remained shy and bashful in that regard, and he would never intentionally take advantage of her. Yet, last night, this woman, though reluctant in her heart, had yielded to his imposing presence, complying against her will. Jun Zechen was uncertain of his own feelings. He yearned for her to sink into the depths of passion alongside him. But in the end, had she truly succumbed to the ecstasy, or was it only he who could not restrain his body and the wild beating of his heart? From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he had been captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Though he was loath to admit it, his physical desires betrayed him. However, he was no beast. His emotions were not solely derived from mere physical attraction. Subsequently, Jun Zechen deliberately neglected her, wishing to discern whether she was like the other concubines in the palace, cold-hearted and solely interested in gain. He tested her time and again, while she endured in silence, revealing only her kindness, magnanimity, and consideration for others. In the end, he discovered that he was the one with a base heart, and unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards her had undergone a profound transformation. He desired her to be his true woman, yet Jun Zechen was reluctant to acknowledge that his feelings for Ling Yue had shifted. He had always despised the thrones of concubines and his father's harem, yearning instead for his father to love only his mother. Thus, when he resolved to claim Ling Yue, he silently vowed that his wife would receive his unparalleled affection. However, the appearance of the woman in his arms shattered the beliefs he had held for over a decade. In this moment, he could not distinguish what it meant to truly like someone. He thought he liked Ling Yue, yet his body revealed to him that he could also harbor feelings for another. What, then, is the essence of liking? Is it the uncontrollable madness and longing for Jingyao, or the guilt-laden tenderness for Ling Yue? The intricate emotions intertwined within Jun Zechen's heart, yet this confusion did not disturb his clarity of mind. He was rational, he was strong, he would make the optimal choice for himself. Both Ling Yue and Jingyao were his women, and as long as he could set aside his mental constraints, they need not be in conflict. The delicate sound of the woman's soft murmur stirred the air, her eyes fluttering open like the wings of a butterfly, still shrouded in drowsiness, her brow slightly furrowed as if in discomfort. Her finely arched brows knitted together, betraying her displeasure at this moment. Jingyao felt the warmth of a man's hand gliding across her waist and abdomen, and she found it somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps still caught in the haze of sleep, she muttered unhappily, "Take it away." Her voice was soft and slightly hoarse, as if it had emerged from the depths of her throat, laced with an unintentional hint of petulance. As she spoke, she attempted to wriggle free from his embrace, only for his large hand to tighten its hold, pulling her closer. "Where do you think you're going?" His deep, magnetic voice resonated behind her, imbued with an allure that made one instinctively wish to draw nearer. They were so close that his lips brushed against her ear, the warmth of his breath sending shivers down her spine. Jingyao recoiled slightly, then abruptly turned to face him, her glistening eyes locking onto his. "Your Highness." There was a glimmer of confusion and shyness in her gaze, her fair skin illuminated by the morning light, radiating a captivating sheen. Memories of last night's fervor flooded her mind, each scene replaying vividly. While she had felt immense pleasure, she feigned reluctance, performing the charade of being overwhelmed by his advances, a conflicting sensation that left her utterly exhausted. Seeing her startled expression, with her exquisite, pale face flushed like blooming peach blossoms, Jun Zechen could not help but reach out, lifting her chin with a gentle yet possessive motion. "What are you thinking about?" He was so close that his breath brushed against her face, his deep voice vibrating in her ears. Jingyao snapped back to reality, her eyes shimmering. "I thought your Highness had already gone to court. I didn't realize you were still here. Today is a day of rest. I had no idea my consort wakes so late every day." Jun Zechen's tone was teasing. Upon hearing his playful taunt, Jingyao's delicate features scrunched up, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "I do not. I usually rise early and am up by the hour of Chen. It is just that last night, your Highness was too fierce." As she spoke, her voice trailed off, her face heating up even more, a blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, evoking an irresistible urge to bite into her. Jun Zechen seemed to revel in her flustered demeanor, a barely perceptible smile flickering in the depths of his dark eyes. He pressed further. "What did I do?" Jingyao bit her lip, feeling her cheeks burn under his gaze. She could only respond softly with a bashful, unutterable sentiment, before shyly retreating beneath the covers. Hearing her satisfyingly candid reply, Jun Zechen chuckled lightly, choosing not to tease her further. "It is already the hour of C, let us rise for breakfast." With that, he released her waist and got up, draping on his robes. And Shun, having heard the commotion, entered the room. Su Jingyao lay on the bed, revealing only her stunning face, peering through the curtains at Jun Zechen as he changed his attire. Once he was dressed, he inadvertently cast a glance at the woman lounging languidly behind the veil, and the enchanting sight of her from last night flooded his mind. Truly, she was a natural seductress. Sudden desire stirred within Jun Zechen, causing his body to awaken. He took a deep breath to calm himself before stepping out of the chamber. Only after he left did Su Jingyao slowly rise, her silken hair cascading down, swaying gently with her movements. "My lord, you have finally weathered the clouds to see the moon." Miao Yun supported her mistress up, her face beaming with uncontainable joy. As she assisted Su Jingyao to her feet, the myriad of red marks adorning her body caught the eye, resembling a tapestry of blooming flowers against her flawless skin. Miao Yun, as a woman herself, felt her cheeks flush and heart race at the sight. How could the crown prince have endured such a beautiful woman as his mistress all this time? Su Jingyao effortlessly threw on a lightweight dress that flowed like wisps of cloud around her, ethereal and enchanting. With Miao Yun's assistance, she wobbled slightly as she made her way to the dressing table. That man had been utterly relentless last night, as if he hadn't touched a woman in 800 years, demanding from her with such fervor that even now, she felt her legs tremble as she walked. Not to mention the myriad of bruises adorning her body, each mark telling tales of the previous night's passion and fervor. As Su Jingyao examined her reflection in the mirror, a hint of allure flickered in her gaze, her eyes glimmering like waves, her complexion radiant as spring, truly a sight to behold. It is said that beauty can be a means to an end, yet to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, beauty is a stepping stone. Casually, Su Jingyao selected a purple jar from the array of ointment containers on the dressing table. Miao Yun glanced at her with a hint of concern. Was her mistress truly considering avoidance? Though puzzled, she had served Su Jingyao for many years and had learned much from her teachings. She understood that as long as her mistress did not speak, there were some matters that did not require her to inquire. Su Jingyao opened the small jar to reveal pearl powder, beneath which lay a hidden pill. Carefully, she used tweezers to extract the pill, wiped it gently, and without hesitation, swallowed it down. She certainly would not allow herself to become pregnant at this moment. Her child must be born amidst Jun Zechen's full anticipation and joy. Moreover, now was not the right time for pregnancy. If she were to conceive now, what excuse could Jun Zechen use to betray Ling Yue? What reason could he fabricate to visit the evening fragrance palace? With this thought, Su Jingyao couldn't help but chuckle softly. She was indeed quite perceptive. One must leave a pathway for the man, otherwise, how could Jun Zechen continue to deceive himself? After a brief wash-up, Su Jingyao gracefully made her way to the dining hall. Jun Zechen sat upright, his posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding an innate air of authority. And Shun, upon seeing her emerge, promptly set about arranging the food to be served. Su Jingyao approached Jun Zechen's side, offering a slight bow and greeting before taking a seat beside him. Once seated, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the two, as if an invisible barrier lingered between them, rendering them both somewhat uneasy. Jun Zechen lowered his gaze, beginning to partake of the meal before him, while Su Jingyao sat quietly, refraining from touching her chopsticks. "Why aren't you eating?" His voice shattered the silence, his eyes casually drifting towards her. "My breakfast is being prepared by Miao Yue. It will be brought in shortly," Su Jingyao explained softly. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen recalled that her meal seemed particularly unique. After a brief interval, Miao Xia and Miao Yue entered, carefully carrying in the dishes. Miao Yue delicately arranged the food before Su Jingyao, consisting of jasmine tofu soup, lotus flower cake, and honey-glazed chrysanthemum pastries, while Miao Xia followed with a pot of peony tea. Jun Zechen regarded the exquisite floral dishes before her, each one a marvel to behold. The jasmine tofu soup was presented in a dainty bowl, exuding a subtle fragrance of jasmine. The lotus flower cake appeared like a blooming lotus, lifelike in its beauty. The honey-glazed chrysanthemum pastries dazzled the eye, resembling exquisite pieces of art. It was evident that even a skilled chef would require a couple of hours to create such intricate dishes. "Is it true that my consort indulges in such refined delicacies for breakfast every day?" Jun Zechen's gaze held a blend of curiosity and teasing as he looked at Su Jingyao. "Your Highness, please do not jest, though these are all floral dishes, each one is quite delicious. Would you care to try?" Su Jingyao picked up her chopsticks, delicately offering him a morsel of jasmine tofu soup, her tone gentle as she introduced the dish. This dish is primarily made from tofu, combined with jasmine flowers. It is not only delectable but also beneficial for the complexion. In truth, it was unnecessary for her to explain. Jun Zechen could discern that these dishes were certainly beauty-enhancing. Her dedication to maintaining her appearance was astonishing. He took a tentative bite, his expression shifting from neutral to surprised. It was far from the blandness he had anticipated, instead refreshing and flavorful, leaving a lingering taste that was utterly delightful. "Indeed, it is quite good," he nodded in approval. Su Jingyao's eyes sparkled with joy as she picked up another piece of honey-glazed chrysanthemum pastry for him. Each of her movements seemed meticulously crafted, imbued with a unique charm as she continued to softly describe the dish. "This too is made from jasmine, with honey spread atop. It is not only delicious but also nourishes the skin." Jun Zechen typically preferred to eat in silence, yet her slow and gentle manner of speaking was soothing, further piquing his curiosity about her culinary creations. He soon abandoned the dishes that Shun had brought in, instead sampling each of her floral delicacies one by one. He picked up a piece of cake, savoring it thoughtfully, then inquired, "This lotus flower cake seems different from other lotus flower pastries?" "This lotus cake is made from low-light lotus flowers, which do not wilt easily. Consuming it keeps one's breath fragrant. When I had it made into a cake, I specifically requested to retain the original flavor of the lotus flower. Thus, the technique and recipe are of utmost importance. Su Jingyao explained patiently, her eyes focused and earnest. The Eastern Palace lacks such skilled talent. Who prepared your meals? Most of my meals are personally prepared by Miao Yu. Su Jingyao glanced at Miao Yu standing nearby, her head bowed shyly. Jun Zechen appraised Miao Yu with a nod of approval. Indeed, quite impressive. How do you know all this? Jun Zechen was genuinely curious. He felt she always managed to surprise him in unique ways, revealing facets of herself that were distinctly different. I've simply enjoyed reading since childhood. Have you not heard the lines? In the morning, I drink the dew from the magnolia, and in the evening, I feast on the fallen petals of autumn chrysanthemums, thus my spirit is as refined as jade, and I stand out from the mundane? Su Jingyao countered with a smile, her eyes bright and playful. Then, with a teasing tone, she added, of course, your highness, you are already exceptionally handsome, unparalleled in this world. You need not indulge in dew and petals like I do. Jun Zechen was aware of his own good looks, yet no one had ever openly praised him in such a manner. Unparalleled in this world, did she truly think so highly of him? He regarded her again, realizing that she was the one who truly deserved the phrase, amidst the crowd, a single glance captivates. The beauty of the world seems but dust. He wanted to advise her that with her beauty, she need not force herself to consume such delicacies, yet he also realized that if she had grown accustomed to them, it was indeed a form of enjoyment. For someone as ethereal as her, indulging in such exquisitely crafted flower cakes seemed entirely appropriate. Why would he sully her palate with mundane fare? Do you enjoy flowers? Of course, I do. Su Jingyao's smile widened, her eyes sparkling as she met his gaze. In just 2 days, it will be the flower festival in the Jun Kingdom. The streets throughout the capital will be adorned with flowers, and there will be no curfew that night. The flower festival was a significant occasion in the Jun Kingdom, where many unmarried men and women would declare their affections for one another. It was also a tradition to pray for blessings during this festival, making the kingdom exceptionally lively. Jun Zechen had previously promised Ling Yue that he would take her out of the palace every year for the flower festival. This year he cast a fleeting glance at the woman beside him. Upon hearing about the flower festival, Su Jingyao's smile faded slightly, her gaze lowering, reflecting a sense of disappointment. Jun Zechen furrowed his brows and said softly, if you wish to attend the flower festival, I can take you out of the palace that day. Su Jingyao's head remained bowed, her eyes betraying a palpable sadness. Will your highness not accompany your sister? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Jun Zekhen's eyes. He had indeed promised Ling Yue that he would accompany her during the flower festival. Yet his gaze fell once more upon Su Jingyao, observing her dejected demeanor as she feigned indifference, stirring a sense of reluctance within him. He then said calmly, I can take both of you out of the palace. Is there any issue with that? I merely worry that my sister may not be pleased. Su Jingyao's words were laden with concern for Ling Yue, yet her heart harbored a different sentiment. Her curled lashes obscured the icy sarcasm beneath, for the man had indeed begun to unabashedly flaunt his infidelity after having had his fill. Does Su consort truly believe that her presence would affect my relationship with the crown princess? Jun Zechen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as it bore into her. No matter how many women surrounded him and Ling Yue, it would not sway their bond. Jun Zechen was the first ancient man she had encountered. How could he be so conceited? Suppressing her discomfort, she spoke softly, I do not dare to think so. I only wish to bear your highness's child and fulfill the expectations of his majesty and the crown princess. If your highness is willing to take me out of the palace for the flower festival, I would be profoundly grateful. Su Jingyao raised her head, her expression tranquil and submissive. The man should remember her words today. She hoped the slap in the face would not come too swiftly. Consort should understand. I have finished eating and must handle state affairs. With that, Jun Zechen rose, adjusting his attire before turning to leave. Su Jingyao stood and bowed. I bid farewell to your highness. After watching him depart, she returned to her seat, her demeanor becoming relaxed and at ease. She picked up her chopsticks once more, continuing to savor the exquisite cuisine. She was determined to gift Jun Zechen and Ling Yue an unforgettable memory during the flower festival. Chapter 12 The Festival of Blossoms. Master, His Highness has sent a set of folk attire for you. I shall assist you in your adornment now, Miao Xia respectfully announced, directing the maidservants to bring in the exquisite garments. Su Jingyao approached the dressing table and took a seat. Miao Xue stood behind her, deftly arranging her hair while chattering away. Master, His Highness mentioned he will take you and the crown princess to the Zueishao building for dinner, and afterward, you shall stroll through the bustling streets. Although you have frequented the bustling street in previous years, it is adorned uniquely each year, making it still worth a visit. As Su Jingyao gazed into the mirror, her flawless and pure eyes reflected a calm detachment. Every year during the Festival of Blossoms, that street is indeed the liveliest, adorned with countless varieties of flowers. However, after so many years of witnessing it, I find it rather tiresome. Instead, the trinkets on Ling Street captivate my interest more. Miao Xia sighed softly, a hint of regret in her tone. Indeed, Ling Street offers an array of delicacies and ornaments, but His Highness will accompany the crown princess to the bustling street, so I fear you may not have the opportunity to visit Ling Street. Why must I accompany them in their merriment? Su Jingyao replied nonchalantly, her long, fair fingers delicately sifting through the jewelry, as if she were playing a silent melody. Do you wish to venture out alone, master? Miao Xia inquired, perplexed. Surely, His Highness would not approve. Su Jingyao raised an eyebrow as she regarded her reflection. Once outside the palace, instruct Li Jing to wait for me at Mo Feng Tower on Ling Street. I shall seek him out. Miao Xue's face displayed concern. What if His Highness discovers this? A light laugh escaped Su Jingyao's lips, laced with a hint of disdain. While His Highness and the crown princess indulge in flirtation on the bustling street, they will hardly have the time to concern themselves with me. There is no need for worry. Su Jingyao had no inclination to play the third wheel in their romantic escapade, nor did she have a penchant for witnessing their affectionate exchanges. Hadn't Jun Zechen claimed she would not interfere with his relationship with Ling Yue, it would be best if that were indeed the case. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Su Jingyao donned the attire. She was clad in a mint green gown, its hue reminiscent of tender buds sprouting in early spring, fresh and full of life. Her graceful figure moved with the elegance of a swallow, each motion exuding a delicate charm that captivated the eye, akin to a fairy stepping forth from a painting, beautiful and enchanting. Content with her appearance, she made her way to the Eastern Palace's main entrance, where Ling Yue was already waiting, dressed and ready. Yet Jun Zechen had yet to return, though by her estimation, he should arrive shortly. Approaching, Su Jingyao inclined her body slightly, offering a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to my elder sister." Her face radiated a gentle and pure smile, her eyes filled with affection for Ling Yue, as if she were the closest person to her in the Eastern Palace. "Please rise, my sister." Ling Yue's voice was soft and warm. Her feelings toward Su Jingyao were complex. She recognized Su Jingyao's kindness and understanding, a truly admirable woman. Since Su Jingyao entered the Eastern Palace, she had never once sought to seduce Jun Zechen, even going so far as to avoid him because of her presence. Su Jingyao often visited her residence, Jiluan Hall, and when Jun Zechen was absent, they interacted like intimate friends. Su Jingyao regarded her as an elder sister, confiding in her about everything, even sending for her during the incident with the empress's drugging, hoping Ling Yue would take her away from Jun Zechen. At times, Ling Yue felt a twinge of guilt in Su Jingyao's presence, as she could never match Su Jingyao's sincerity. She remained wary of Su Jingyao, fearful that Jun Zechen might fall for her. Despite Su Jingyao intruding upon her relationship with Jun Zechen, she appeared too open and forthright, which made Ling Yue question her own breadth of heart. After Su Jingyao rose, she moved closer to Ling Yue, affectionately leaning in. Pouting playfully, she said, "Sister, today after I leave the palace, I assure you I shall not intrude upon your sweet moments with His Highness." Her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Ling Yue. "When the time comes, I shall slip away quietly. Will you help me cover for my departure?" With that, she playfully winked at Ling Yue, her demeanor charming and endearing, eliciting a desire to fulfill her every request. Did Su Jingyao truly not care for Jun Zechen? It seemed she merely wished to venture out for leisure rather than follow him and Ling Yue couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight. Initially, she was discontented with Jun Zechen's intention to bring Su Jingyao along, but as a young girl, how could he leave her behind on such a festive occasion? Thus, when Jun Zechen mentioned it, Ling Yue did not oppose. Suppressing her inner joy, she feigned concern. "Sister, the outside world can be perilous. It would be best for you to accompany me and His Highness, rather than wandering off on your own. Sister, the capital is beneath the Emperor's feet. What harm could befall me? Besides, I will be accompanied by Miao Yun and Miao Shui, both of whom possess some skill in self-defense." Su Jingyao replied nonchalantly. After speaking, she affectionately took Ling Yue's arm and teased, "Doesn't sister wish to enjoy a world of two with His Highness?" Ling Yue lowered her gaze, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Naturally, she did desire such moments. Eventually, after much coaxing from Su Jingyao, Ling Yue agreed. Once Su Jingyao achieved her aim, she gradually reined in her smile, adopting a more composed posture, lowering her head slightly as she awaited Jun Zechen's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Jun Zechen arrived, his gaze immediately landing upon the figure clad in the mint green gown standing at the entrance. Su Jingyao exquisite features resembled a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, making it impossible for any onlooker to divert their gaze. Her graceful silhouette, light and graceful, drew attention wherever she stood, captivating all who beheld her. The gown she wore was crafted from luxurious yun brocade, which Jun Zechen had specifically commissioned from his private collection. Initially, he had merely instructed Inshun to send a simple garment, only to hear from Inshun that it was rejected by Miao Yun upon inspection, as it was deemed too coarse for Su Jingyao's delicate skin. In truth, the attire was not of poor quality, it was merely common wear that young ladies in the capital would typically adorn. However, Su Jingyao had always favored yun brocade, thus Miao Yun skillfully declined the offer. When Inshun reported back to the crown prince, he found it somewhat difficult to convey the situation, but ultimately relayed that the garment was unsuitable for Su Jingyao. Jun Zechen understood her delicate disposition well. Surely, she would not perceive him as petty for sending her something less extravagant than her usual attire. After spending time with her, he gained a deeper understanding of the lavish upbringing of the Su family's daughter. Subsequently, he sought out a skilled tailor to craft a set of folk-style attire from his private collection of yun brocade, the very gown Su Jingyao now wore. Seeing Jun Zechen arrive, Ling Yue quickly approached him with a smile, slightly bowing as she respectfully greeted, "This humble servant pays her respects to His Highness." Ling Yue maintained a more formal demeanor in Jun Zechen's presence. Her clear voice rang in his ears, allowing his scattered thoughts to coalesce. Today, Ling Yue was adorned in a vibrant red RU skirt, its striking color enhancing her youthful vigor. Whenever she ventured out with him, she favored such eye-catching hues but preferred simpler styles that did not hinder her mobility. Su Jingyao followed Ling Yue's lead, moving forward gracefully and performing a subtle bow. "This humble servant pays her respects to His Highness." "Rise," Jun Zechen replied calmly as he led Ling Yue and Su Jingyao into the carriage, sitting upright in the center with an air of composure. Ling Yue and Su Jingyao took their places on either side of him. Su Jingyao sat quietly, refraining from excessive movement, while Ling Yue appeared particularly vivacious, her words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage, her face aglow with excitement. "I have heard that there will be many splendid performances in the bustling streets today, including flower parades and the flower order, not to mention the vibrant lantern displays. It truly fills one with anticipation." Ling Yue exclaimed, turning to Su Jingyao with a smile. "Sister, having spent so much time in the capital, do you partake in the Festival of Blossoms each year?" Su Jingyao smiled warmly. "Indeed, every year during the Festival of Blossoms, my brother takes me out to enjoy the festivities." I grew up beyond the borders, and my first year back, I missed the Festival of Blossoms. Last year was my first experience, and I was captivated by the lively atmosphere of the capital, so I am particularly eager this year. As she spoke, Ling Yue unconsciously swayed her body, the ornamental hairpin on her head dancing in tandem with her movements. Su Jingyao's eyes gleamed with yearning. I have witnessed the splendor of the capital, yet I have never beheld the lands beyond, only reading of their landscapes in books. The world is a lonely howl, galloping westward against the cold wind. I often lament the heroism of those beyond the borders, for it is their guardianship that has allowed the capital to flourish. Ling Yue, lacking extensive knowledge of poetry, did not grasp the full meaning behind Su Jingyao's words. Though she lived beyond the borders, her father, a general guarding the frontier, had never allowed her to step onto the battlefield for her. The lands beyond signified a place of unrestrained galloping, devoid of the cumbersome constraints of court life, her heart's true desire. Yet for the warriors at the borders, those lands were a burden they must bear and protect. Ling Yue casually remarked, I shall tell you more about the splendor of the lands beyond later. No book can adequately portray such magnificent sights. A smile of delight illuminated Su Jingyao's face. Indeed, reading thousands of books cannot compare to traveling thousands of miles. I truly envy my sister's broad experiences. I shall prepare the finest wines from beyond the borders for us to share, and we can indulge in delightful conversations. Thank you, sister. Jun Zechen listened quietly to their conversation, feeling gratified by their harmonious rapport. Both were equally kind-hearted and pure. He wished for them not to stand in opposition. Their current camaraderie was the most desirable outcome. However, Jun Zechen also realized, through their exchange, how limited his previous understanding had been. He had once thought that the noble young ladies of the capital, living in luxury, could not comprehend the desolation and grandeur of the borders. Having grown up in the palace's opulence, he only understood the battlefield's realities after venturing beyond the borders. Yet now it seemed that even Ling Yue, raised in those lands, could not fully empathize with the hardships faced by the warriors. If given the choice, no one would yearn for the frontier. What the soldiers truly longed for was the warmth of home, the familiarity of their land, and the embrace of their loved ones. Jun Zechen's gaze fell upon Su Jingyao, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He could not deny that the Su family's upbringing of Su Jingyao had been remarkably successful. She resembled a blossoming flower, beautiful and refined, exuding the grace of a noble lady in her every gesture, her etiquette impeccable. Her open-mindedness allowed her to embrace all, enabling her to find joy in any environment. Even in the Eastern Palace, where she faced his disdain, she remained resilient. Her nonchalance was not mere superficial ease but stemmed from a rich and fulfilling inner world. Although her life was luxurious, she could empathize with the struggles of the common folk, as evidenced by her long-standing practice of donating to the needy. Jun Zechen was aware of these qualities because, upon learning he was to marry her, he had sent someone to investigate her background. Such a woman would undoubtedly attract many suitors if she were not to enter the Eastern Palace. As the carriage exited the palace gates, Ling Yue eagerly reached out, lifting the curtain. She poked her head out into the open air, gently closing her eyes as she inhaled deeply, her face alight with enjoyment, relishing the hard-won breath of freedom. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao maintained an upright posture within the carriage, her elegance evident as she sat straight-backed. Her expression was tranquil, her gaze clear and indifferent, seemingly uninterested in the scenery outside, exuding no hint of curiosity. She remained seated quietly, like a finely crafted statue. For Su Jingyao, the world beyond held little allure. She had explored nearly every corner of the capital from a young age alongside her brother. A life within the palace excited her far more. Jun Zechen had grown accustomed to Ling Yue's exuberance upon leaving the palace, watching her with gentle affection as he shook his head lightly. As time passed, the carriage soon came to a halt before the Zueishao building. The innkeeper had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, occasionally glancing into the distance, appearing somewhat anxious. Upon spotting Jun Zechen alighting with the two beautiful women, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated upon them. Especially upon seeing the lady in the green gown, he was left speechless. Having worked at Zueishao building for over a decade, he had encountered all sorts of beauties in the capital, yet this lady's beauty was beyond words, utterly breathtaking. The nobleman before him was indeed fortunate, for both ladies were exceptionally stunning. He hurried over, bowing slightly. Noble guests, your reserved private room awaits, allow me to escort you upstairs. Lead the way, Jun Zechen replied coolly. Yes, of course. The innkeeper responded promptly, turning to guide them, his steps hurried. Although he was unaware of the noble guests' identities, the owner of Zueishao building had repeatedly instructed him to attend to this esteemed guest with utmost care. The establishment was bustling that day, nearly at full capacity, with every table already reserved. Even the ordinary patrons who could afford to dine at Zueishao building possessed a certain status or wealth. They regarded Jun Zechen's party with curiosity, having never witnessed anyone receiving such reverence from the innkeeper. Numerous curious glances, akin to fine threads, intertwined around them. Jun Zechen had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny, focusing straight ahead as he followed the innkeeper into the reserved private room. Inside, a sumptuous feast awaited them, with a variety of dishes and fine wines prepared in advance. Once Su Jingyao and the others settled at the table, the innkeeper beamed with a smile. Noble guests, these dishes have been prepared as per your prior request. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to call for me. I shall take my leave now. These meticulously prepared dishes had indeed been arranged by Inshun. Jun Zechen waved his hand, signaling for the innkeeper and staff to retreat respectfully, leaving only the three of them, along with Inshun, Miao Yun, and the other maidservants. Su Jingyao surveyed the array of dishes before her, raising an eyebrow in approval, realizing that Jun Zechen had indeed remembered her preferences. The table was adorned with numerous floral delicacies and nourishing soups. Ling Yue regarded the spread with curiosity. Aze, why did you order so many floral dishes? I thought you disliked such light and overly sweet foods. Today is the Festival of Blossoms. I have had the floral dishes modified, so they are not overly sweet but rather refreshing and delicious. You should give them a try, Yue. Jun Zechen could not divulge that these dishes were specifically for Su Jingyao, fearing Ling Yue might misconstrue his intentions. Concerned that Su Jingyao might not enjoy the meal, he had proactively sought out the recipes for floral dishes from Miao Yu, ensuring that the chefs at Zuishao building prepared them to perfection. Su Jingyao understood that these floral dishes were clearly tailored for her. Her watery eyes discreetly glanced at Jun Zechen, only to meet his gaze. Startled, she quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head as a flush crept across her cheeks. Jun Zechen's expression deepened as he observed her flustered demeanor, reminiscent of her bashful appearance upon his bed. Ling Yue was blissfully unaware of the subtle tension between them, immersed in savoring the floral delicacies. As she chewed thoughtfully, she exclaimed, Aze, these floral dishes are indeed as delightful as you claimed. However, I still prefer hearty fare. There's nothing like the richness of meat. With that, she disregarded whether Jun Zechen had already begun to eat, indulging herself in the sumptuous offerings, relishing the satisfaction that came from hearty dishes. In her youth beyond the borders, she had always enjoyed fine wines paired with various meats, which she found utterly delightful. Ling Yue's demeanor outside the palace was refreshingly candid. As she enjoyed her meal, she also made sure to serve Jun Zechen with the dishes, her face aglow with joy and excitement. Jun Zechen had grown accustomed to her affectionate gestures, nearly smiling and allowing her to indulge in her manner. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao savored the floral dishes with poise, having been trained from a young age in the art of etiquette. Her every subtle movement exuded grace, captivating Jun Zechen's attention from time to time. Su Jingyao refrained from touching the greasy and heavily salted dishes, focusing solely on the floral delicacies and nourishing soups, taking her time to appreciate their exquisite flavors. After dining, the outside of the inn was ablaze with lights, resembling daylight. Lanterns adorned the streets, illuminating the thoroughfares. The bustling streets were alive with throngs of people, men and women clad in new garments, their faces radiant with joy and happiness. They strolled in groups, pausing to admire the lanterns or browsing the various stalls for coveted items, creating a vibrant and lively scene. Chapter 13 The Festival of Blossoms. Su Jingyao, adorned with a delicate veil, gracefully strolled through the bustling streets, her figure elegant and her steps light. Accompanying her were Miao Yun and Miao Shue, while ahead of them walked Jun Zechen and Ling Yue, their demeanor intimate, embodying the essence of a devoted couple leisurely exploring the market. Yet, amidst their stroll, Jun Zechen would occasionally glance back at Su Jingyao. However, the throng of people was overwhelming, and at a certain corner, Su Jingyao seized the opportunity to vanish into the crowd. Despite the fact that Jun Zechen had brought numerous hidden guards for his protection, their primary duty was safeguarding the crown prince, and they could hardly keep a constant watch on Su Jingyao. Once she had quietly departed, she deftly maneuvered through the winding paths until she reached a secluded corner where a seemingly ordinary carriage awaited, though its interior was extravagantly luxurious. The carriage was adorned with sumptuous carpets, and a table was laden with fresh seasonal fruits, exuding an enticing aroma. Upon her entrance, Li Jing rose slowly and took a seat beside her. Su Jingyao cast a fleeting glance at Li Jing before languidly reclining on the soft couch in the center, her posture relaxed yet imbued with an ineffable grace. Master, the crown prince and princess will likely continue their outing for a while. It may take some time before they realize your absence and send someone to search for you. I shall have someone closely monitor their movements. Might it not be prudent for you to rest at the Amofeng Tower first? Initially, the master had instructed him to wait at the Amofeng Tower, but Li Jing wished to personally escort her. Su Jingyao nodded slightly, then, in a nonchalant tone, commanded, have someone keep a close watch on the movements of the heir to the Marquis of Wuhan. Yes, master. Li Jing's gaze lingered on Su Jingyao, filled with complex emotions. He could not fathom why she, a noble daughter of the Su family, would willingly step into the treacherous palace, becoming a mere concubine to the crown prince when she could easily assume the status of a legitimate wife to any high-ranking noble. According to the information he had gathered, since her marriage to the Eastern Palace, the crown prince had shown little affection towards her, instead being deeply enamored with the crown princess. Even on such a significant day as the Festival of Blossoms, the crown prince remained completely devoted to the crown princess. Perhaps even now, he was yet to notice her absence. Li Jing was a tragic orphan, saved by Su Jingyao during a chance encounter. At that time, he had been cruelly mistreated, covered in wounds, as those who took him in sought sympathy from affluent families in the capital, exploiting his suffering for petty rewards. Su Jingyao's rescue had been purely coincidental. Unable to leave him to suffer in vain, she chose to mold him into someone of use. Thus, she invested resources to hire a mentor to educate him. Li Jing displayed a keen interest in commerce and medicine, and Su Jingyao spared no effort in procuring numerous books on these subjects for him. In the kingdom of Jun, acquiring such precious tomes was no simple task, yet her father, the foremost scholar of the realm, facilitated her endeavors, allowing her to easily obtain a variety of rare texts. She even discreetly engaged several learned masters to impart knowledge to him. Li Jing proved to be exceptionally intelligent, demonstrating remarkable talent in commerce, while his passion for medicine was evident through his diligent efforts, excelling in both pursuits. Su Jingyao held unwavering trust in him, allowing her to utilize him without reservation. Upon their arrival at the Amofeng Tower, Li Jing guided Su Jingyao through a secret passage he had established, leading directly to the third floor of the tower. Su Jingyao entered her exclusive private room, meticulously decorated with exquisite opulence, where every detail radiated distinction. The walls were adorned with lifelike landscapes, and the three-dimensional embroidery crafted with the finest tech. Su Jingyao strolled to the side of the room and casually picked up a poetry anthology. This collection contained all the poems related to flowers in the kingdom of Jun, a testament to her father's scholarly prowess, as she had painstakingly copied it from his study. In the kingdom of Jun, the opportunity to study such texts was a privilege reserved for those from esteemed families, as rare books could rival the value of gold. The reason Su Jingyao took out this poetry collection was that she intended to participate in the traditional event of the Festival of Blossoms, the flower order, a pivotal part of her plan. Reclining on the beauty couch, she immersed herself in the anthology, savoring its verses. Though night had fallen, the room was brightly illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting away any semblance of darkness. Li Jing sat nearby, his heart brimming with unspoken words, yet hesitating, wanting to voice his thoughts but refraining. Ever since Su Jingyao married the crown prince, a cloud of confusion had lingered in his mind, yet he had never found the right moment to inquire. Today, with Su Jingyao finally free from the palace and without anyone else around, he pondered for a moment before rising and walking toward her. Engrossed in her reading, Su Jingyao did not raise her eyes, merely stating, "You are blocking my light." Before someone she need not feign around, she revealed her true self. Li Jing, taken aback, knelt before her, shifting his body to allow light to filter through, no longer obstructing her view of the book. Su Jingyao seemed accustomed to his actions, not even glancing up as she continued to read. "Why did you marry the crown prince?" Li Jing finally summoned the courage to voice the question that had long plagued him. At his inquiry, Su Jingyao's page-turning momentarily faltered, and she responded indifferently, "Who do you think I should marry? Given your status, even without marrying the crown prince, you could easily become the legitimate wife of a noble. Why settle to be a concubine?" Li Jing's tone was laced with urgency, for in his heart, Su Jingyao held paramount importance. It was one thing for her to be a concubine. It was another for the crown prince not to cherish her. This thought intensified his disdain for the crown prince. If she wished, he would willingly sacrifice his life to eliminate the crown prince and grant her freedom. Su Jingyao slowly closed the book and sat up, her indifferent gaze meeting Li Jing's. She raised her delicate hand, gently brushing her fingertips across his handsome face, her touch tender and intimate. Li Jing shuddered slightly, an indescribable thrill surging within him. Li Jing, cast aside those unrealistic fantasies. When Su Jingyao's unrelenting words reached him, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his very blood seemingly freezing. She had known all along, aware of his unspoken desires. Li Jing lowered his gaze, concealing the disappointment and pain in his eyes. "Master, I dare not harbor any fantasies. I only wish for your life to be smooth, safe, and joyful." Even if the one by her side was not him, it mattered little. He only desired her happiness, even if that joy had nothing to do with him. "Li Jing, what I seek is not a mundane existence. I have always aspired to ascend to greatness, to become a queen, to be a matriarch." Thus, for a time as a concubine, it was inconsequential. She would ultimately become the most distinguished and powerful woman in the kingdom of Jun. "I do not care whether Jun Zechen has a beloved, I only care that he is the crown prince, that he is the future emperor." Su Jingyao's voice was calm as a serene autumn lake, devoid of any ripples, yet her gaze revealed unwavering determination and passion. To live a life devoid of purpose may be a cherished dream for many, yet it was not Su Jingyao's aspiration. She was ambitious, yearning to reach for the moon and grasp the stars. Li Jing lifted his head, his gaze resting on Su Jingyao's countenance. A sense of desolation filled his heart, for he could never be eat. Su Jingyao met his gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Will you assist me, Li Jing?" Her visage was innocent and pure, as if crafted by divine hands, an immaculate work of art. Yet, Li Jing understood that beneath this beautiful facade lay a heart filled with schemes and ambition. Nevertheless, he knew that whatever she desired, whenever she spoke, he would unhesitatingly assist her. "Everything you wish for, master, I shall aid you." Li Jing's voice was resolute as iron, his eyes brimming with loyalty and protection. From the moment he was saved by the 5-year-old Su Jingyao, he had decided that his life would forever belong to her. Upon hearing Li Jing's affirmation, a carefree smile blossomed on Su Jingyao's lips, akin to a poppy blooming in the night, beautiful yet perilous. "You are truly wonderful, Li Jing." Her voice was soft as a gentle breeze, causing Li Jing's heart to skip a beat. Su Jingyao reclined back onto the beauty couch, resuming her perusal of the book. "Go now, return when you have news of the heir to the Marquis of Wuan." Her tone reverted to its previous neutrality. "Yes." Li Jing replied softly before turning to exit the room. A little past the hour of Su, Li Jing returned. "Master, the heir to the Marquis of Wuan, Nanyu, is currently at Linlang Street." Su Jingyao set aside her book, and Miao Yun hurriedly stepped forward to assist her, adjusting her garments. "Let us go to Linlang Street." There was a hint of anticipation in Su Jingyao's voice, eager for Jun Zechen to witness her in the company of another man. Men are fickle, something coveted, even if it were akin to excrement, would still be deemed desirable. At that moment, Nanyu was leisurely meandering through Linlang Street with several young gentlemen and ladies, the soft glow of lanterns illuminating the vibrant scene. The restrictions on interactions between men and women in the kingdom of Jun were not overly stringent, allowing for romantic connections to flourish during the Festival of Blossoms. Nanyu's outing today was orchestrated by the elders of their respective families, who hoped for mutual attraction among the young ones. After all, they hailed from esteemed lineages, and any union would be advantageous. Yet, Nanyu remained somber, devoid of joy. Since Su Jingyao's betrothal to the crown prince, he felt as though his heart had been torn asunder, unable to find solace. Su Jingyao had long been the object of his affection, the ideal bride in his eyes. Had it not been for the Marquis of Wuan's lady, his mother, who had delayed proposing, Su Jingyao would never have become a concubine to the crown prince. She was meant to be his legitimate fiancée. Memories flooded back, reminiscent of that fateful Festival of Blossoms when he first laid eyes on Su Jingyao, her beauty captivating him and ensnaring his heart. Since then, he had sought every opportunity to catch a glimpse of her, even if just for a fleeting moment, yet, the strict regulations of the Su family prohibited her from meeting with men alone. Thus, he found himself waiting for the annual Festival of Blossoms, hoping for a chance encounter with her even when her brother or other Su family members were present. He would shamelessly linger nearby, yearning to be closer to her. Originally, he had been filled with anticipation, planning to propose after her coming-of-age ceremony, but now, all those dreams lay shattered, leaving him with bitterness and helplessness. Sinanyu's gaze lifted, and he inadvertently glanced in a certain direction. Suddenly, an exquisite silhouette caught his eye. The figure was graceful and alluring, exuding an enigmatic charm. He rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision, wondering if he was merely imagining things. When the woman turned her head, he caught sight of her profile. Despite the veil obscuring her features, he could unmistakably recognize her as the one he had longed for. Su Jingyao. One of the young gentlemen beside Sinanyu noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired with concern, "Young master, what troubles you?" Awakening from his reverie, Sinanyu snapped back to reality. "Nothing, I have other matters to attend to today. You all carry on." Without a second thought, he disregarded the reactions of those around him and hurried toward Su Jingyao's direction, his gaze fixated on her, fearful of losing her in the crowd. Su Jingyao, fully aware that the bait had been set, continued her leisurely pace with Miaoyun and Miaoxue in tow. Her graceful form stood out amidst the throng, as if everything around her served merely as a backdrop. At the end of Linlang Street stood a centuries-old Bodhi tree, under which many would hang colorful paper notes during the Festival of Blossoms, a tradition known as appreciating the reds. To partake in this activity at the Bodhi tree, one must engage in the flower order, where only the victors could qualify for the honor. Su Jingyao approached her destination at a steady pace, her steps light and deliberate, ensuring that Sinanyu did not perceive her as deliberately leading him on while skillfully maintaining the distance to prevent him from losing her. Upon reaching the Bodhi tree, a crowd had already gathered. In the center stood a platform, and to partake in the appreciation of reds, one needed to ascend the platform and engage in the flower order, a duel requiring 3 consecutive victories to succeed. Su Jingyao stood amidst the crowd, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she focused intently on the platform, her gaze shimmering with yearning. At that moment, Sinanyu emerged from the throng, quietly appearing behind her. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" Hearing the familiar voice of the young gentleman sent a shiver through Su Jingyao, and she slowly turned around. Upon seeing Sinanyu, her expression shifted to one of surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of panic, though she quickly regained her composure. "Young Master Si? How is it that Miss Su is able to be out here?" Once a woman marries into royalty, her freedom is often stripped away, and it is conceivable that she may never leave the palace again, especially without the crown prince by her side. How had she managed to come out? Su Jingyao understood the implications of his question. Their identities were not to be revealed. Thus, she responded rather vaguely, "I came out with my husband." Lowering her gaze, her long lashes fluttered, concealing the disappointment in her eyes. "Then why is Miss Su alone?" Sinanyu, noticing her despondence, felt a pang of heartache. Was she not faring well in the Eastern Palace? "My husband is accompanying my sister. I did not wish to intrude upon them, so I ventured out by myself." Su Jingyao's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if burdened by unspoken grievances. Yet, she quickly lifted her gaze to the platform, her expression once again filled with anticipation. "I come to the Bodhi tree every year to appreciate the reds. This year, I still wish to hang paper notes to pray for my father, mother, and brother." A sincere smile graced her face, as if her troubles had momentarily faded away. Yet, to Sinanyu, this effete of strength only deepened his sympathy. The palace was a treacherous place, and she was likely not receiving the affection she deserved, which weighed heavily on his heart. On such an important day as the Festival of Blossoms, the crown prince had left her alone to be with the crown princess. "Though Miss Su's status has changed, my relationship with your brother remains steadfast. Allow me to accompany you in participating in the flower order today, so we may complete the appreciation of reds together." Sinanyu gazed at Su Jingyao, his eyes filled with anticipation and concern. Su Jingyao hesitated, glancing between Sinanyu and the platform, feeling conflicted, yet ultimately declined. "Young Master Si, there's no need for that. I can manage the flower order on my own. Given my current status, it is best not to impose on you." The flower order involved dueling in pairs, and while it could also mean 2 teams competing, one side could have a maximum of 2 participants. This rule was designed for those in love, and Su Jingyao would not engage in such intimate competition with a man in public. Meanwhile, Jun Zechen and Ling Yue strolled through the vibrant flower market, alive with festivities. Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with delight as she admired the beautifully arranged bouquets. Anchuan closely followed behind them, occasionally purchasing items that caught Ling Yue's fancy. Amidst the tedium, Jun Zechen glanced back casually, yet he did not catch a glimpse of Su Jingyao. His brow furrowed with concern, prompting him to ask, "Anchuan, where is the second mistress?" His voice carried an undercurrent of worry he himself was unaware of. Hearing the prince's inquiry, Anchuan's heart sank, and he quickly turned to look behind. Hadn't the second mistress been right behind them? How could she suddenly be missing? "Your Highness, I shall send someone to search for her." Anchuan's voice trembled slightly. As Jun Zechen prepared to express his frustration, Ling Yue, having overheard their conversation, stepped forward with a smile and said, "Aze, my sister mentioned she was tired and returned to Zueishao Tower first. Let us continue our stroll." Ling Yue was aware that Su Jingyao likely wished not to intrude upon them, which brought her some satisfaction, for whenever Su Jingyao was present, Jun Zechen would often glance back, causing her discomfort. "When did she tell you this?" Jun Zechen regarded Ling Yue skeptically, uncertain of her words. Just now, the crowd was quite dense. It was Miayun who came to inform me, Ling Yue replied, attempting to assuage his worries. Let us not dwell on it, we can continue our exploration. I would like to try on the flower fairy dresses being sold at the market, as I have never seen them before. Jun Zechen observed the dresses but remained preoccupied with thoughts of Su Jingyao, reluctantly accepting Ling Yue's explanation and continuing to accompany her. However, after half an hour, Jun Zechen began to feel fatigued. Yue, let us return to Zuishao Tower for a rest before heading back. Ling Yue had not yet had her fill of the festivities, as the entire night market would continue until the hour of Yin, yet they were only halfway through the hour of Su. Nevertheless, she sensed Jun Zechen's weariness, and having explored this vibrant street thoroughly, she agreed to return, intending to freshen up before resting. At Zuishao Tower, Jun Zechen's countenance darkened ominously, as if a layer of ice had enveloped the establishment. Yue, did you not say she returned to Zuishao Tower early? Where is she? Jun Zechen's tone was grave, his expression stern. This was the first time Ling Yue witnessed such a dark expression on his face. She only knew that Su Jingyao had requested her to act as a decoy but was unaware of her actual whereabouts. The reason she claimed Su Jingyao had returned was merely an assumption, believing that upon their return, Su Jingyao would certainly be present. Where else could she possibly go? My sister said she did not wish to disturb us, which is why she left. I was unaware that she did not return to Zuishao Tower. Ling Yue's voice carried a hint of grievance. Jun Zechen abruptly interrupted her. So, a woman, without any guards, remained alone outside for over half an hour? Ling Yue was startled by his tone, unsure of why he was so angry. Did he truly worry for Su Jingyao's safety? The capital was the emperor's domain. What danger could possibly befall her? My sister has 2 maidservants with her, both of whom possess some martial skills. I doubt she is in any danger, Ling Yue attempted to explain, yet Jun Zechen's expression remained stormy, an oppressive aura enveloping him, especially palpable to Anshuan. The crown prince's fury was on the verge of eruption. Had the one who had gone missing not been the crown princess, she would have likely faced dire consequences by now. Anshuan, trembling, stood by, doing his utmost to minimize his presence. Anshuan, send people to search for her. Yes. Anshuan dared not delay, swiftly mobilizing hidden guards and palace attendants to begin the search. Jun Zechen took a moment to rein in his anger and turned to Ling Yue. Yue, you should return to the palace. I will have someone escort you. No, I will wait for news of my sister at Lingshao Tower. If she does not return safely, I cannot rest easy, Ling Yue declared resolutely. Jun Zechen nodded, then wordlessly exited. Ling Yue watched his retreating figure, momentarily dazed. She had never seen him exhibit such a terrifying side, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Did he truly care for Su Jingyao so deeply? Ling Yue pondered once more, her heart filled with questions. Chapter 14 is Seduction and Shun, accompanied by a group of disguised guards, anxiously inquired about Su Fei, occasionally questioning those in the vicinity. Even with a veil obscuring her face, Su Fei stood out remarkably among the crowd, her graceful figure exuding a unique charm that compelled onlookers to steal glances. It was likely that anyone who had seen her would retain some impression. Soon, several individuals informed them of a woman clad in a green dress who had been spotted on Linglang Street. Upon receiving the news, Jun Zechen hastened to Linglang Street without delay. His expression was stern, and he remained silent. Master, according to previous investigations of the second madam, she visits the Bodhi tree at the end of Linglang Street every year to enjoy the blossoms. Today, many have seen a woman in a green dress in that vicinity, and Shun reported. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Zechen quickened his pace towards the Bodhi tree. He was well aware of its location, having taken Ling Yue there the previous year. When he arrived beneath the Bodhi tree, the atmosphere remained as lively as in years past, bustling with people. They gathered around the stage, excitedly discussing something. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow, a wave of anxiety washing over him. How could he possibly locate her among such a throng? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, he looked up to find the woman standing upon the stage. At that moment, Su Jingyao had just completed her 3rd round of the flower contest, and a venerable elder was announcing her victory, allowing her to hang a paper wish upon the Bodhi tree. The elder, with a benevolent countenance, approached Su Jingyao and smiled. Miss, your erudition has led you to victory in 3 rounds. You may choose 3 colors from the 5-colored paper for your wish. I shall choose red, yellow, and blue. Thank you, she replied, beaming. The elder nodded in agreement. Su Jingyao accepted the paper from his hands, her radiant smile shining through the veil, her eyes bright and clear, revealing the joy she felt after winning the contest. As she descended from the stage, Nanyu, having anticipated her success, had already maneuvered through the crowd to stand at the forefront. Upon seeing him, Su Jingyao raised her luminous smile, proudly showcasing the paper wish before Nanyu. Her movements were light and joyous, akin to a jubilant little bird. I have won, she exclaimed. Nanyu was momentarily entranced by the multitude of stars reflected in her eyes, sparkling and bright. He found himself momentarily lost in admiration, quickly snapping back to reality. Su Miss was indeed meant to be radiant, not the sorrowful figure he had encountered earlier. Upon spotting Su Jingyao on the stage, Jun Zechen initially intended to approach her, but to his dismay, she walked straight towards a man. His steps abruptly halted, his expression darkening. An Shun clearly observed this scene, his heart sinking as he realized the implications. Was Su Fei not merely adding fuel to the fire? Witnessing her ease and joy in the presence of the man, Jun Zechen's countenance turned ominously grim, his gaze sharp as a tempest, fixated on Su Jingyao. Clenching his fists, he struggled to suppress his emotions. It seemed Su Jingyao had never before smiled so freely and comfortably in his presence, nor had he seen her exude such confidence and brightness. In his company, she always appeared to be a delicate and submissive figure. The surrounding onlookers, intimidated by the man's aura, unconsciously began to distance themselves, wary of provoking his fearsome demeanor. Su Jingyao accepted the flower tea that Ning Yue had thoughtfully prepared, served in an exquisite porcelain cup, from which steam spiraled upward, releasing a delicate fragrance of jasmine. While she had been on stage, Ning Yue had kindly procured her favorite jasmine tea, which she relished each year. As she took the cup, a radiant smile lit up her face, her crescent-shaped eyes brimming with warmth and gratitude. "Thank you, young Master C," she said appreciatively. After expressing her gratitude, she raised the porcelain cup to her lips and took a gentle sip. The two then moved to the rear of the stage, where many victorious contestants were preparing to hang their paper wishes on the Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, Jun Zechen had already arrived beneath the Bodhi tree, standing silently, his black robe accentuating his tall stature, emanating an intimidating presence that deterred anyone from approaching. Upon Su Jingyao's arrival, she spotted Jun Zechen, her body tensing as a flicker of panic crossed her features. In that moment of eye contact, she hesitated, startled, causing the flower tea to slip from her grasp and spill, dampening the hem of her skirt. "Miss Su, are you all right?" Ning Yue, whose attention had been focused solely on her, quickly inquired with concern upon witnessing her sudden discomposure. Not having noticed Jun Zechen, he followed her gaze and, upon seeing the prince, his expression shifted to one of complexity, a blend of surprise and resignation. He then stepped back, creating distance between himself and Su Jingyao, understanding that he could not afford to trouble her with the prince's wrath. He worried silently for her, pondering what life she must endure in the Eastern Palace, where the prince appeared so cold and unyielding. Su Jingyao, meeting Jun Zekhen's icy gaze, felt a wave of bitterness rise within her. She slowly approached him, step by step, until she stood directly before him, her heart fluttering as she softly called out, "Husband," her voice trembling ever so slightly. "Do you still acknowledge me as your husband? Sneaking away during the flower festival to rendezvous with another man?" Jun Zekhen's tone was devoid of emotion, yet his entire demeanor radiated a chilling intensity. Ning Yue, trailing behind Su Jingyao, offered a respectful bow. "Young master, I merely chanced upon Miss Su beneath the Bodhi tree." "Please do not misunderstand," he said, his heart racing as he spoke to the esteemed prince, desperate to clarify the situation. Upon hearing Ning Yue's defense of her, Jun Zekhen's anger flared even higher, though he maintained an outward calm. "Wife, I come here every year to admire the blossoms beneath the Bodhi tree. Today, encountering young Master C was purely coincidental," Su Jingyao replied, raising her gaze to meet Jun Zekhen's, her large eyes sincere and innocent. Jun Zechen understood that Su Jingyao would never dare to clandestinely meet with another man. However, witnessing her relaxed and joyful demeanor with Ning Yue ignited a deep-seated jealousy within him. She had never smiled so freely in his presence, nor had he seen her express such genuine delight. "Young Master C, please take your leave. My wife and I have matters to discuss that are not suitable for outsiders," Jun Zechen stated, the exclusion evident in his tone. Ning Yue, recognizing the prince's intent, did not dare to oppose him, casting a worried glance at Su Jingyao before departing with a respectful bow. As soon as Ning Yue left, Jun Zechen seized her hand, intent on leaving. His grip was firm, almost crushing, as if he sought to break her wrist. Su Jingyao winced at the pain and attempted to pull away. "Husband, it hurts. Where are you taking me?" "Naturally, we are going home. Where else would you wish to go?" Jun Zechen replied, his gaze frigid, devoid of any warmth. "Husband, I just won the flower contest and wish to hang my paper wish on the Bodhi tree. Could you please wait for me?" she implored, her eyes filled with hope. Jun Zekhen's gaze fell upon the paper in her hand, then shifted to her pleading face. His dark eyes were inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Feeling his grip loosen slightly, Su Jingyao seized the opportunity to extract her hand from his hold. Lowering her head, she whispered, "Thank you, husband." Afterward, she approached a nearby table adorned with writing implements, meant for guests to inscribe their wishes on the paper. Jun Zechen followed closely behind her, a silent shadow. A scholar seated at the table, upon noticing the ethereal beauty of the woman, felt a surge of desire to engage her in conversation. However, when he caught sight of Jun Zekhen's cold visage, he quickly fell silent, retreating into himself. Su Jingyao picked up a brush, preparing to write, but felt Jun Zekhen's unwavering gaze upon her. She turned, saying, "Husband, if a wish is seen, it will not come true." Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, subtly indicating her desire for him to avert his gaze from her wishes. Jun Zechen regarded her for a moment before silently turning away, presenting her with a cold shoulder. With a sigh of relief, Su Jingyao felt her tension dissipate, and she began to earnestly write her wishes, her focus gentle and tender, as if pouring her heart into each stroke. Once finished, she cradled the paper in her hands and, with steady steps, climbed the ladder to hang her wish on the Bodhi tree. Jun Zechen silently memorized the location of her wish while patiently awaiting her descent. Before long, Su Jingyao returned from the ladder, her steps somewhat unsteady. Observing this, Jun Zechen immediately moved forward to grasp her hand. Su Jingyao gently struggled, saying, "Husband, I can walk by myself. Please let go of me." "Walk by yourself, then sneak away again?" Jun Zekhen's words dripped with sarcasm, lacking any semblance of politeness. Su Jingyao was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat defeated. "Husband, my skirt is wet." While it was inconsequential outside the palace, within its walls, she could not afford to lose face before the servants. Jun Zechen glanced down at her skirt, which had become damp from the flower tea she had inadvertently spilled when startled by him. It was not only wet but also marred with stains, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Understanding Su Jingyao's concern for her image, he replied, "Ahead is Mo Feng Tower. I shall take you there to freshen up." He then turned to Miaoyun, who had been following closely behind Su Jingyao, instructing, "Prepare a change of clothes." Jun Zechen entrusted this task to Miaoyun, knowing she was well versed in the fabrics that Su Jingyao preferred. Miaoyun acknowledged with a nod and promptly left. Jun Zechen took Su Jingyao's hand, leading her toward Imofeng Tower. As Su Jingyao's gaze fell upon the tower's sign, a glimmer of meaning flickered in her eyes. The attendant at Imofeng Tower warmly guided Jun Zechen and Su Jingyao to an exquisite room, a smile plastered across his face. "Young master and madam, we have prepared special flower tea for the flower festival. Please enjoy." The attendant's words carried an undertone, yet Jun Zechen, still fuming, remained expressionless, his brow furrowed, unresponsive to the attendant's remarks. Su Jingyao, however, responded with a gentle smile, her expression as warm as spring sunshine. "Thank you, I do enjoy flower tea, and I will certainly give it a try." With that, she gracefully lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip of the flower tea. Subsequently, Su Jingyao, with light steps, made her way behind a screen to remove her stained dress. The attendant, having witnessed her sip the tea, turned once more to the taciturn Jun Zechen, continuing his ingratiating remarks. "Young master, your wife is truly beautiful. Tonight, you are in for a treat." "What do you mean?" Jun Zechen's brow knitted tighter, his voice tinged with irritation. "Young master, today, during the flower festival, many young couples visit Imofeng Tower to enjoy tea and flirt. Our flower tea contains a little something to enhance the mood. You should enjoy yourselves tonight," the attendant explained animatedly. Jun Zechen's eyes widened in shock, his head snapping up with fury. "What did you say?" Realizing the anger he had provoked, the attendant's expression shifted to alarm. "Young master, are you not a couple? I just heard your wife call you husband, and I assumed." Jun Zechen's expression hardened, and he barked, "Get out." The attendant, bewildered by his own misstep, hastily complied, "Yes, yes," and retreated in trepidation. Once outside, he muttered to himself, "Are they not a couple? If it weren't for them occupying the best room in Imofeng Tower, they might not have gotten the spiced tea." Jun Zechen, possessing keen hearing, caught the attendant's mumbled words, and his expression darkened further. Su Jingyao was fully aware of the customs at Imofeng Tower during the flower festival. This establishment was under the management of Li Jing, and whether it was a deliberate act to soil her dress to prompt Jun Zechen to bring her here, or the addition of something to the flower tea, all of this was part of Su Jingyao's meticulous plan. At that moment, she felt a surge of heat within her. Having just removed her outer dress, she was left in a white strapless gown. Her breathing quickened, her complexion flushed, and her lips parted slightly as soft, alluring moans escaped her. Why is it so hot? Upon hearing her voice, Jun Zechen's body involuntarily trembled. He clenched his fists tightly, torn between conflicting emotions, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly rose and, with heavy steps, approached the screen. As Su Jingyao noticed him nearing, her mind began to blur. She extended her fair arms, swaying slightly as she approached him. "Your Highness, Yaya feels so hot." Her voice dripped with seduction. Jun Zechen wrapped his arms around her waist, his gaze dark and profound, his body tense as he fought to suppress the surging desires within him. He had promised to spend the flower festival with Ling Yue, who was currently waiting for him at Zue Xiaolu. "I shall take you back to the palace and summon the royal physician," he said, trying to maintain his composure. Su Jingyao's delicate form pressed against him, feeling the coolness of his body, which offered her a sense of comfort. Jun Zechen's eyes darkened as he tightened his grip on her unyielding hand, whispering, "Behave, do not move around." However, Su Jingyao could not be so obedient. She continued to playfully tease him, her small hand igniting the flames of desire. Jun Zechen's gaze grew ever darker. "If you have seduced me, you must be prepared to bear the consequences." His voice brimmed with ambiguity and temptation, causing Su Jingyao's heart to race with anticipation. Chapter 15. The intrusion. Miaoyun walked with a light step, tasked by the crown prince to procure garments for her mistress. She was acutely aware of her mistress's plans for the day, as well as the additional instructions given to her. Arriving at the most bustling dress shop in the vibrant district, her gaze wandered among the exquisite dresses, ultimately selecting the most expensive one in the store. With the dress in hand, she turned and made her way towards the Zue Xiaolu. As Miaoyun appeared before the Zue Xiaolu, Mei Xiang, who had been waiting there on the crown princess's orders, caught sight of her. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, soon followed by a wave of confusion. Mei Xiang widened her eyes, her brow slightly furrowing as she urgently inquired, "Miaoyun, where is concubine Su?" Seeing Mei Xiang, a hint of unease flashed in Miaoyun's eyes, but she quickly donned a perfectly measured smile. "The mistress's dress has become soiled, and His Highness," feigning ease, Miaoyun replied, "His Highness and the mistress are at the Imofeng Tower. I shall deliver the dress to her, and once she is changed, she should be along shortly. I only came here because the Nishang Pavilion is the shop where the mistress frequently purchases her garments." "Is the crown princess still at the Zue Xiaolu?" Miaoyun casually inquired. Mei Xiang's expression turned grave as she earnestly responded, "Of course, your mistress is gallivanting about, causing not only His Highness to expend effort in searching for her but also leaving the crown princess waiting for news at the Zue Xiaolu." At this juncture, Mei Xiang felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Whether concubine Su's actions were intentional or accidental, it was indeed the first time she had witnessed His Highness so vexed due to concubine Su's antics. "I shall hasten back to the Imofeng Tower to deliver the dress to the mistress and will return forthwith. Please ask the crown princess to wait a moment." Miaoyun spoke with profound apologies before turning to leave. In that instant, a faint smirk of triumph graced her lips. With furrowed brows, Mei Xiang trudged back to the Zue Xiaolu, cautiously pushing open the door to the room reserved by the crown prince for the mistress. Upon seeing Mei Xiang enter, Ling Yue immediately stood up, her face etched with worry as she impatiently queried, "Has His Highness located concubine Su?" Mei Xiang lowered her gaze slightly and replied softly, "Mistress, His Highness and concubine Su are currently at the Imofeng Tower." A look of perplexity washed over Ling Yue's face, her brow knitting tightly as she asked, "Why? Why haven't they returned?" Mei Xiang lifted her gaze to meet Ling Yue's, speaking gently. I just encountered Miaoyan downstairs. She mentioned that concubine Su's dress was dirty, and His Highness took her to the Mafeng Tower to change. Miaoyan has just purchased a dress and is likely on her way back shortly. Ling Yue nodded slowly, her eyes drifting, as if lost in thought, her lips pressed together, conveying a complex expression tinged with doubt, concern, and an ineffable sense of unease. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, reflecting her inner turmoil. At the Mafeng Tower, Jun Zechen lounged lazily against the bed, his gaze fixed on the woman before him, who was now in a haze, fully intoxicated. Their passionate entanglement had persisted for nearly half an hour, and Su Jingyao gradually emerged from her stupor, sitting quietly in the embrace of the man, resting her head upon his shoulder. Anshuan paced anxiously outside the room, his brow furrowed, his face a portrait of worry and helplessness. He had never anticipated that the crown prince and concubine Su would indulge so recklessly in this tavern, oblivious to the fact that the crown princess was waiting in vain at the Zue Xiaolu. Though the room reserved by the crown prince was the finest in the Mafeng Tower, Anshuan could still faintly hear the sounds emanating from within. He silently lamented his predicament, yet dared not intrude upon the crown prince's indiscretions. Suddenly, Anshuan's eyes widened in alarm as he spotted the crown princess approaching. His heart leapt into his throat, pounding furiously. He glanced at the closed door, then swiftly stepped forward to block the crown princess's path. Your servant pays his respects to your highness. What brings you here? Anshuan inquired with a broad, ingratiating smile. I have waited far too long for the crown prince at the Zue Xiaolu, and upon hearing that he was at the Mafeng Tower, I came directly, Ling Yue replied, her voice tinged with indignation and urgency. Your highness, perhaps I should reserve a room for you at the Mafeng Tower. It seems you may not return to the palace tonight, but could depart at first light, Anshuan suggested cautiously. Ling Yue's brow knitted tighter, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Where is the crown prince? Anshuan sighed in resignation. It seemed the inevitable could not be avoided. His Highness and concubine Su have already retired. Your Highness, might I arrange a room for you? Ling Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, the implication striking her like a bolt. Had the crown prince truly succumbed to such intimacy with concubine Su? Her voice turned icy. Anshuan, is the crown prince in that room? She pointed at the door she had seen Anshuan guarding upon her arrival. Your Highness, His Highness has already fallen asleep. Anshuan's head lowered, unable to meet her gaze. Ignoring Anshuan's attempts to restrain her, Ling Yue forcefully pushed past him, resolutely advancing towards the door, with Mei Xiang closely trailing behind. However, as she approached the entrance, the sultry, alluring moans of Su Jingyao reached her ears, as the woman conversed sweetly with the crown prince, her voice honeyed and beguiling. Ling Yue's body stiffened, as if paralyzed by a spell. The last time, she had chosen to endure, to trust Jun Zechen, but this time, he had repeatedly trampled upon her sincerity, her fingertips dug deeply into her palm, almost breaking the skin. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength and forcefully kicked the door open. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Su Jingyao clutched the man tightly, retreating into his embrace like a frightened bird. Although separated by a curtain, their intimate posture was still discernible. Jun Zechen's expression darkened instantaneously. How dare you, get out, he bellowed, one arm firmly encircling the woman while the other swiftly pulled the blanket over them both. Did the crown prince not seek my sister? Why then, are you now lost in this tender embrace? Ling Yue's voice trembled slightly, laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jun Zechen turned slowly to face the woman at the door. Ling Yue. You err, today's circumstances are rather peculiar. I will explain later, you must leave for now, he replied, his voice hoarse. Explain, what is there to explain? Do you think I cannot see for myself? Ling Yue retorted defiantly, her gaze filled with stubbornness and disappointment. Jun Zechen's temper flared at her unyielding words. Did he truly wish to argue with her in such a situation? He was the crown prince, regardless of the circumstances, she ought not address him in such a manner. Anshuan. Jun Zechen's voice thundered with anger. Anshuan, startled by the crown prince's roar, rushed in. Your Highness? Remove the crown princess from here. Jun Zechen commanded coldly, his eyes icy wide. Su Jingyao trembled involuntarily, leaning weakly against the man, yet a sardonic smile played upon her lips. Ling Yue, you and Jun Zechen shall never bear a fruitful outcome. I merely wish to help you see this man's true face early on, so you may save yourself from further heartache. Su Jingyao's ambitions were crystal clear. The title of empress was hers, as was Jun Zechen. She would not allow any other woman to take root in his heart. Su Jingyao was determined to shatter the facade of their false love. A faint, sinister glint flickered in her eyes as her lips curled into a smile. The rules of this world dictated that the capable rise to the top. Having entered the inner palace, how could she not engage in the struggle? Moreover, if she, Su Jingyao, were not present, Jun Zechen would inevitably seek the company of other women in the future. If that were the case, why should it not be her? At that moment, Jun Zechen's large hand gently comforted the trembling Su Jingyao, tenderly caressing her smooth back as if to convey that there was no need for tension or fear, nor any sense of guilt. Ling Yue had not anticipated such treatment from Jun Zechen, and a flicker of disappointment and anger crossed her features. I shall leave of my own accord, she declared coldly, resolutely turning away, her silhouette imbued with profound loneliness and sorrow. Seeing this, Anshuan hurriedly followed her out and promptly closed the door behind them. Crown Princess, I have arranged for you to stay at the Mafeng Tower tonight. Please rest here, Anshuan said respectfully. Ling Yue remained silent, following a guard to the room Anshuan had mentioned, while he stood vigil outside Jun Zechen's chamber. Upon returning to her room, Ling Yue sank slowly onto the bed, every ounce of her strength seemingly collapsing in that instant. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, each crystalline droplet falling onto her garments, dampening them completely. Mei Xiang watched her with concern, her eyes filled with worry and compassion. Mistress, concubine Su is certainly not as innocent as she appears. You must not trust her any longer. Mei Xiang's voice was imbued with urgency and helplessness. Ling Yue's heart was a chaotic tempest, her thoughts swirling. Was Su Jingyao truly blameless? Had Jun Zechen's affections begun to shift towards her? Biting her lip, Ling Yue was consumed by agony and conflict. Had her husband already developed feelings for Su Jingyao? The mere thought gnawed at her insides like 1,000 ants. What if Su Jingyao was indeed innocent? What did that matter if Jun Zechen preferred such innocence? Ling Yue finally understood why she felt so uncomfortable in Su Jingyao's presence. The latter's perfection was precisely the type that Jun Zechen favored, inciting her deepest fears. Ling Yue would much prefer Su Jingyao to be a cunning vixen, full of ulterior motives. Then, perhaps, Jun Zechen would never fall for her. In Su Jingyao's presence, Ling Yue always felt inferior, for Su Jingyao was a lady of high birth, possessing unparalleled beauty, a distinguished lineage, a gentle demeanor, and exceptional talent. Previously, she had derived confidence from Jun Zechen's love, yet now, seeing her mistress lost in thought, Mei Xiang sighed softly. Mistress, do not lose heart. His Highness surely holds you dear, otherwise, he would not have promised to explain himself tomorrow. Your bold intrusion into the Crown Prince's chamber has undoubtedly left him without face. Her gaze was filled with concern. The most crucial thing now is to secure His Highness's heart. Furthermore, do not trust concubine Su. She is most certainly not a good person. Mei Xiang's tone was resolute and determined. Though she had initially believed concubine Su to be innocent and her words consistent, recent events had awakened her intuition, warning her that concubine Su was not to be underestimated. She could not allow her mistress to continue associating with her. Mei Xiang, His Highness favors innocent women. After 2 years together, do you think I remain oblivious to this? Ling Yue's voice carried a hint of resignation and bitterness. Yet Ling Yue was not one to sit idly by. She firmly declared, Mei Xiang, I do not know whether concubine Su is sincere or false, but anyone who seeks to take His Highness from me shall not escape unscathed. Her voice resonated with unyielding conviction, her eyes sparkling with resolute determination. She could not allow Su Jingyao's significance in Jun Zechen's heart to grow. She was the Crown Prince's legally wedded wife. Chapter 16 Dependence. After Ling Yue departed, Su Jingyao began to struggle fiercely, her body twisting incessantly as she endeavored to escape the man's grasp and free herself from his embrace. Where are you going? Jun Zechen tightened his hold around her slender waist, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an invisible force that rendered Su Jingyao's struggles futile. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible displeasure flashing in his eyes. Your Highness, we should not be like this. My sister must be heartbroken. I am sorry for her. Woo-woo, tears streamed down Su Jingyao's face like pearls from a broken string, her beautiful eyes brimming with guilt and self-reproach, their tearful sheen evoking a sense of pity. Her face was etched with concern for Ling Yue, and her quivering lips betrayed the pain and conflict within her heart. You are my side consort, serving me is only natural. Moreover, today is an exception. I can understand the Crown Princess's momentary anger, and you need not harbor feelings of guilt. Jun Zechen's tone remained calm as he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Su Jingyao's eyes with his long, elegant fingers. Your Highness, I will personally explain to my sister tomorrow. Su Jingyao was still unable to put her mind at ease, her worry for Ling Yue lingering. Observing her distressed demeanor, Jun Zechen's expression grew increasingly somber, and he coldly remarked, Have you truly recognized your own identity? Su Jingyao was momentarily taken aback, her confusion evident in her gaze as she struggled to comprehend the deeper meaning behind his words. You are my side consort, and now that we are so intimately connected, do you think the Crown Princess will be willing to hear your explanation? Jun Zechen's voice turned icier, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Furthermore, you have dared to associate with another man today. I have yet to hold you accountable for that. His heart was already ablaze with fury, for this woman failed to acknowledge her own position. Not only was she entangled with other men, but she also continued to ponder how to comfort Ling Yue. The thought that his woman was preoccupied with resolving misunderstandings with another woman felt like a stone lodged in his heart, suffocating him with an overwhelming sense of oppression and discomfort. Your Highness, I truly encountered young Master C by chance today. Su Jingyao looked at Jun Zechen innocently, her eyes filled with grievance and helplessness, finding herself at a loss for words. Jun Zechen dismissed her explanation, intending merely to guide her future actions with greater prudence, not genuinely believing she had any entanglements with other men. With one hand firmly gripping her delicate waist, as though he intended to crush it, and the other hand clasping the back of her neck, he compelled her to raise her head. As my side consort, your thoughts should be entirely focused on me, do you understand? Why must your Highness be so domineering? I place my thoughts upon you, yet you have never shown me a shred of compassion. Su Jingyao murmured in discontent, her expression one of endearing grievance that evoked sympathy. Her doe-like, clear eyes gazed directly into his. How would Yao Yao know that if you focused your thoughts on me, I would not be moved by you? Jun Zechen's deep-set eyes fixated on her, their inky depths seemingly concealing endless secrets. Su Jingyao's doe-like gaze met his, and she felt as though she might drown in the abyss of his dark, profound eyes. Slowly, she bent her waist, her small hand gently resting on the man's shoulder, and whispered softly in his ear, Can I trust you, Your Highness? Jun Zechen looked at her intently, his voice husky and laden with an irresistible allure. Regardless of whether Yao Yao believes it or not, I am your only support. Thus, Jun Zechen felt emboldened. He was now the crown prince of the Jun kingdom, second only to the emperor, destined to wield supreme power and command life and death. Both Su Jingyao and Ling Yue could only belong to him. Su Jingyao's delicate body trembled slightly. She understood that the man spoke the truth. He was indeed her sole reliance, as well as the reliance of this nation. Such was the rule of this world. Unless she possessed the ability to overturn the imperial authority, what necessity was there for that? Whether supporting another to ascend the throne or becoming an empress herself, both paths appeared arduous. Rather than pursue such complexities, it was wiser to firmly grasp the heart of the man before her, allowing her son to become the emperor. Su Jingyao wrapped her arms around Jun Zechen's neck, her glistening eyes meeting his gaze. Following their previous kiss, her moist, red lips now seemed particularly enticing, as if silently beckoning for something. Then, with a pitiful gaze, she softly uttered, "I hope your highness will show me mercy." With that, she leaned in, pressing her luscious lips towards him. Jun Zechen's masculine pride and unspoken desires ignited instantly, leading to immense satisfaction. This woman had finally begun to accept him, no longer resisting his advances. The two on the bed intertwined, a tempest of passion and desire creating a vivid tapestry of intimacy, the springtime radiance infinite. The following day, radiant sunlight streamed through the window, casting delicate beams onto the bed, where Su Jingyao awoke in the warmth of the man's embrace. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze as clear as autumn waters, sparkling with vivacity. Jun Zechen was still lost in slumber, yet to awaken a glint of cunning and calculation flickered in Su Jingyao's eyes. Since this man had expressly urged her to focus her thoughts on him, she would henceforth be bolder in her seduction. After enduring such a long period of restraint and grievance, she was certain that if she clashed with Ling Yue now, Jun Zechen would no longer be as biased toward Ling Yue as he had been before. As Su Jingyao opened her eyes, Jun Zechen, attuned to her movements, gradually stirred awake. He gently blinked, his gaze softening as it fell upon Su Jingyao. "Awake?" His voice was husky and mellow, laced with the remnants of slumber. "Yes, your highness, are we returning to the palace?" Su Jingyao's voice retained a hint of sleepy languor, her soft tone imbued with irresistible allure. "What's the matter? Have you not had enough?" Jun Zechen's lips curved slightly upward, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features. "Not at all, I shall rise and freshen up now." As she spoke, Su Jingyao gently extricated herself from Jun Zechen's embrace, preparing to get up. Waiting outside the door all night, and Shun heard the commotion within and entered with Miao Yun. "This servant pays respects to your highness and the side consort." And Shun bowed respectfully. And Shun skillfully attended to Jun Zechen's grooming, while Miao Yun cautiously assisted Su Jingyao with her washing and dressing behind the screen. "Where is the crown princess?" Jun Zechen inquired nonchalantly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing Jun Zechen's question, Su Jingyao perked up her ears, listening attentively. "Replying to your highness, the crown princess woke up today and returned to the palace on her own. I arranged a carriage for her," and Shun reported truthfully. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed slightly. Ling Yue did indeed possess a temper, yet it was his earlier promise that had led to this predicament. He felt remorse for Ling Yue, but regarding the current situation, he was reluctant to change things easily. Ling Yue's temperament needed to be tempered. If he were to ascend as emperor in the future, she must exhibit grace and composure as the empress. How could she recklessly intrude into their chamber last night, leaving them no semblance of dignity? Once Su Jingyao had finished preparing herself, she emerged wearing the water blue strapless gown that Miao Yun had carefully purchased the day before. The gown was cinched with a white silk sash, adorned with exquisite embroidery, and its drapery exuded an air of elegance. Clad in this gown, her grace appeared exceptionally striking, her figure lithe and enchanting, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Each time Jun Zechen beheld her in such a manner, he would be momentarily entranced. Noticing the fleeting moment of astonishment on his face, Su Jingyao lifted her skirt, lightly trotting over to him. She then wrapped her arms tightly around his lean waist, lifting her exquisitely beautiful face, her bright eyes sparkling like stars, radiant and captivating. "Do I look beautiful?" Su Jingyao's voice was melodious and delightful, akin to the chime of silver bells. Jun Zechen, caught off guard by her initiative, found himself momentarily dazed. Upon hearing her question, he instinctively nodded, murmuring, "In 1,000 autumns, no beauty can compare, pleasing to the eye is the fair maiden." After all, this little woman had previously never opened her heart to him, always deliberately avoiding him. Even during their intimate moments, it had been he who compelled her to take the initiative. Su Jingyao nuzzled against him gently, then whispered, "Because your highness said I am your only support, I am trying to please you." With that, a blush crept across her cheeks, her shy, lustrous eyes radiating warmth that ignited a fire in Jun Zechen's heart. Jun Zechen bent down, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, tenderly saying, "Yaya was very obedient, I like that." Jun Zechen could not deny that this version of Su Jingyao stirred his heart even more. He had initially thought of her as merely a refined lady constrained by conventions, dull and uninteresting. However, in truth, she was multifaceted, well-versed in poetry, skilled in chess, witty and humorous, charmingly cute, and possessed of great ambition. Every facet of her brought him joy, inspiring him to continually seek to uncover more of her hidden depths. During the Huazhao festival, the Jun court was in recess for 3 days, granting the officials a brief respite, and naturally, the crown prince was not required to attend court. However, given the deteriorating health of the current emperor, the majority of the memorials now fell to Jun Zechen to address. Even during these 3 days of rest, seated in the carriage, Su Jingyao occupied the same position she had held when they left the palace, yet the absence of the crown princess was palpable. She sat upright, her head slightly bowed, her demeanor somewhat reserved. Jun Zechen's gaze settled upon her, and he gently inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "I do not know how to face my sister." Su Jingyao bit her lip lightly, then slowly raised her head to look at him, her eyes filled with worry and unease. Have I not disrupted the relationship between you and my sister? For a moment, Jun Zechen was at a loss for how to respond. In truth, this was not her fault, but rather his own. Now he turned the ring on his finger, lost in thought. It was he who had made promises of love to Ling Yue before truly understanding it, and neither Ling Yue nor Su Jingyao was at fault. The error lay with him. This matter lies between me and the crown princess. Yao need not be overly concerned. I will handle it appropriately. Su Jingyao furrowed her brow, her gaze lowered, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting. Clearly, the man's words did not bring her any solace. Seeing her distress, Jun Zechen sighed softly in resignation, then gently scooped her onto his lap. Su Jingyao looked at him in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. If I were to remain indifferent towards you, would you be content to live a life devoid of ambition in the Eastern Palace? Su Jingyao obediently nodded. I am quite fond of the poet Feng Menglong. He has a saying I always keep in mind: without careful thought, one may regret; with patience, one can find peace. If your highness does not favor me, I can accept and endure it, and I shall not regard it as a matter of concern. You are indeed an open-minded woman, so understanding that it tugs at my heart. Jun Zechen spoke these words lightly. Had they not been so intimately close at that moment, Su Jingyao might have struggled to hear him. Su Jingyao wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Then your highness must remember to cherish me. I do not enjoy crying, yet the words you spoke before truly hurt me. Even if I gaze up at the sky, reminiscing about happier times, I cannot prevent the tears from falling. With that, she gently nuzzled into the crook of his neck, resembling a playful kitten seeking affection. Her words stirred a bittersweet ache within Jun Zechen, igniting a desire to protect and pamper her. Unable to resist, he pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Chapter 17 Sweetness at the Qilwan Palace. My lord, the prince has returned. The servants below report that he is on his way to the Qilwan Palace, Mei Xiang softly informed Ling Yue, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue's delicate frame trembled slightly, and a sorrowful expression graced her features. Mei Xiang, I find myself at a loss on how to face the prince. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, having flowed intermittently since her return to the Eastern Palace that morning. The mere thought of witnessing Jun Zechen and Su Jingyao entwined in affectionate proximity the previous night twisted her heart with agony. Observing her distress, Mei Xiang swiftly approached to offer comfort. My lady, you must remain strong. It is imperative that you avoid further conflict with the prince. If you continue to argue with him, you will only push him closer to concubine Su. Ling Yue bit her lip, her brows knitting together. You are right, Mei Xiang. Still loves me. He must have come to explain last night's events, and I cannot afford to stay angry with him. Gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she sought to compose herself. The crown prince has arrived. A eunuch outside the hall, spotting the prince's figure, called out loudly. Jun Zechen entered with a somewhat heavy gait, his heart also in turmoil as he pondered how to confront Ling Yue. Yet, some matters must be addressed, and clarity is essential. Ling Yue raised her gaze and beheld Jun Zechen approaching slowly. Taking a deep breath, she stood to meet him. I pay my respects to your highness. Her voice quivered slightly, and her posture appeared fragile. Jun Zechen regarded her, an unusual feeling stirring within him. He had long since excused Ling Yue's informal greetings and permitted her to address him more intimately today. However, her excessive formality caught him off guard. Rise, he commanded, his tone as calm as still water, devoid of any discernible emotion. As she stood, her reddened eyes looked at him with a sense of grievance. Jun Zechen sighed within, gently enveloping her in his embrace. At his tender gesture, Ling Yue could no longer suppress her tears, which cascaded forth like a torrential flood. Ah, I thought you no longer cared for me. Her voice, laden with deep sorrow and resentment, quivered as her shoulders shook. Jun Zechen remained silent, extending his hand to tenderly stroke her silken hair, his touch delicate, as if soothing an injured creature. His gaze held both affection and complexity, his dark eyes deep as an abyss, elusive and inscrutable. Ling Yue wept for some time, and only when her tears began to subside did Jun Zechen finally speak. Last night, concubine Su inadvertently drank spiced tea from the mothing pavilion, which is why he paused, a fleeting expression of complicated emotion crossing his features. What he left unspoken was the more significant truth that he had succumbed to temptation in the ambiguous atmosphere of the previous night, reveling in Su Jingyao's allure. Upon hearing his explanation, Ling Yue felt a slight easing of her pent-up frustration. As long as Jun Zechen had not deliberately betrayed their agreement, she would find it within herself to accept. Yet, deep down, she understood clearly that Jun Zechen had indeed been drawn to Su Jingyao. As long as you hold me in your heart, I can overlook how many women you have. You will one day be the emperor of the Jun kingdom, and the ministers will not permit their sovereign's lineage to be thin. Ling Yue's voice bore a hint of resignation and compromise, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. I do not know why I have yet to bear children, but as long as it is your child, I shall cherish it. All I desire is to grow old with you, sharing both life and death. Her words resonated with profound sorrow and yearning. Hearing Ling Yue's submission filled Jun Zechen with a sudden surge of guilt that he had once believed he understood her thoroughly, yet he had not fathomed that she would bend so far for him. His heart ached for the Ling Yue who had dulled her edges within the palace, yet he felt powerless, only able to hold her tightly and offer solace to In that moment, he recognized his own selfishness. Unable to choose between Ling Yue and Su Jingyao, he found himself torn between the depth of Ling Yue's affection and the allure of Su Jingyao. Very well, Yue shall forever be my wife. Jun Zechen's voice was deep and resonant, as if imbued with a certain magic that rekindled a flicker of hope in Ling Yue's shattered heart. At his affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed upon her face, and she tilted her chin up, nestling herself into the warmth of his embrace, greedily absorbing the comfort and security he provided. In the Xiang Palace, after Su Jingyao returned, she leisurely stepped into a bathtub strewn with flower petals, the warm water easing her fatigue. After soaking for a considerable time, she gradually rose, allowing Miao Yun and the others to gently dry her skin with soft cloths. Following this, she indulged in an entire regimen of skincare and massage, their skilled and gentle hands alleviating the weariness wrought by the previous night's escapades with the prince. Once concluded, Su Jingyao reclined languidly on the beauty couch, resembling a flower in full bloom, exuding an air of languorous charm. Her damp hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, enhancing her allure. Miao Yun, seated on a low stool, held a hand fan, gently fanning Su Jingyao with measured strokes. "My lady, since the prince returned, he has not left the Chilwan Palace. It is said that all memorials are delivered to the Chilwan Palace, where the prince reviews them," Miao Yun reported. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao chuckled softly. "It seems our crown princess has finally learned how to placate a man." A subtle smirk danced at the corners of her lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. Without a doubt, Su Jingyao mused, Ling Yue was employing the tactic of feigning weakness. Had she acted as rashly as the previous night, Jun Zechen would have stormed out in anger. "Is your lady not attempting to win the prince back?" Miao Yun inquired softly. "Win back? Since I entered the Eastern Palace, have I ever had to do so? Is it not the prince who willingly comes to me?" Su Jingyao's tone dripped with languor and confidence as she slowly opened her eyes, her bright gaze sparkling with wisdom. "Miao Yun, remember, what is won overtly, even if claimed, lacks allure." With that, Su Jingyao shut her eyes once more, relishing the rare moment of tranquility, her demeanor relaxed and carefree, as if the entire world were detached from her. Miao Yun nodded, though she did not fully comprehend her mistress's words. She believed in her from the depths of her heart. The current state of the prince was proof enough that he had once fervently claimed to dislike Su Jingyao, expressing a reluctance to engage with her, yet now, he was the one approaching her willingly. These past few days had found Su Jingyao enjoying a delightful existence in the Xiang Palace. Whether reading, writing, playing music, or painting, she ensured that even when not catering to a man, she lived comfortably. On this day, while Su Jingyao sat in her study, diligently writing, her demeanor was poised and graceful, her expression focused and serene. The most vivacious of her 4 maidservants, Miao Yue, tiptoed in. She hesitated slightly, standing at Su Jingyao's rear, her eyes betraying uncertainty. Miao Yue opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, her voice tinged with timidity. "My lady, Miao Yun, Miao Xia, and Miao Yue are too afraid to come and ask you." Su Jingyao paused her pen, though she did not look up, merely inquired with mild curiosity, "What is it? After all these years, why are you still so restless?" Miao Yue pressed her lips together, summoning courage to respond. "My lady, the crown princess has summoned the prince to the Chilwan Palace as soon as he returns to the Eastern Palace. It is one thing for the prince to not visit us these past few days, but Miao Yue was even troubled when she went to the kitchen for ingredients. Is the crown princess deliberately making things difficult for us?" Su Jingyao's palate for delicacies was refined. Meals were typically prepared in the small kitchen of the Xiang Palace under Miao Yue's meticulous care. "Do not speak recklessly. How has the kitchen troubled you?" Su Jingyao's tone remained calm, her pen continuing to dance across the paper. "Yesterday, Miao Yue wished to prepare fish for you, yet the kitchen claimed they had run out, though there were plenty in the nearby tank. When she inquired, the head eunuch in the kitchen stated those fish were reserved for the crown princess and the prince." Miao Yue's voice grew increasingly agitated, tinged with a sense of grievance. "Moreover, today our little kitchen ran out of fine salt, and when I went to the big kitchen to request some, the steward there ignored me completely, only giving me the salt after mealtime had passed, his demeanor quite unfriendly." A flicker of darkness crossed Su Jingyao's eyes as she furrowed her brow. It seemed the naive crown princess had finally learned to retaliate, albeit her methods were still rather immature. Su Jingyao had no desire to expend effort on such trivial squabbles. As for Ling Yue's persistent summons for Jun Zechen to her Chilwan Palace, Su Jingyao found herself merely an observer. Ling Yue harbored excessive expectations of the prince. For a day or two, blocking Jun Zechen might elicit guilt or sympathy due to the Huajiao festival, but this had continued for several days. Jun Zechen was burdened not only with state affairs but also with placating women upon his return to the Eastern Palace. To Jun Zechen, it was the women who should strive to maintain their allure. Guilt was a fleeting emotion, incapable of retaining Jun Zechen's attention for long. "Has the prince gone to the Chilwan Palace today?" Su Jingyao inquired, raising her head slightly, her expression as tranquil as still water. "Not today. It seems someone from the Chilwan Palace came to summon him, but he stated he was busy with state affairs and tired, choosing to rest in the Yuda Palace instead," Miao Yue replied, her tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Su Jingyao's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a barely perceptible smirk. This was in line with her thoughts. Jun Zechen had already shifted his affections, moreover, his feelings for her were still in the freshest stage. With Ling Yue's constant vigilance and hindrance, he would likely feel a touch of frustration. After all, one always yearns for that which remains untasted. "The sky appears overcast today, it may rain tonight." Su Jingyao slowly lifted her gaze, peering out the window, where the ink-like sky seemed poised to descend. Miao Yue, puzzled, wondered why her lady suddenly mentioned the weather. "My lady, it is likely to rain, but merely a drizzle. It rained this afternoon and is unlikely to thunder, you need not fear." "If you are afraid, I shall accompany you," Miao Yue said, her gaze earnest, filled with concern for Su Jingyao. Su Jingyao chuckled lightly before teasing, "What if I wish for the prince to come and keep me company?" "In that case, I shall go to the Yuda Palace and fetch the prince for you," Miao Yue replied with unwavering determination. "Very well, tonight you shall fetch the prince." Su Jingyao's eyes sparkled with mischief, her voice laden with significance. Upon hearing this, Miao Xue's heart raced with excitement, her face lighting up with joy. Her lady was finally beginning to vie for favor. As dusk approached, Su Jingyao, freshly washed, donned a delicate pink gauze gown, resembling a peach blossom in full bloom. She gracefully glided to the soft couch, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adding an extra touch of femininity and allure. On the low table before the couch lay a sheet of white paper. Su Jingyao extended her delicate hand, gently picking up the brush, dipping it into the ink, and then slowly writing on the paper. Her expression was focused and earnest. Once finished, she admired her elegant script, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Carefully folding the paper, she placed it into a delicate envelope and handed it to Miao Xue, who stood nearby. Miao Xue, go and personally deliver this to the prince. Su Jingyao mischievously blinked her sparkling eyes, a glimmer of cunning shining within. Yes, my lady, Miao Xue replied cheerfully, tightly grasping the envelope as though it were a precious treasure. Once outside, Miao Xue picked up an umbrella and made her way towards the palace gates. The gentle rain fell outside as she carefully concealed the letter within her robes, ensuring it remained dry. Outside the Yuta palace, Anquan spotted Miao Xue approaching and hurriedly went to greet her. A complex expression crossed his face, mingling respect with a hint of helplessness. After serving in the Eastern Palace for over a decade, he found himself caught between the two mistresses of the Qiuan Palace and the Xiyang Palace. Anquan had initially thought this striking concubine would not receive the prince's affections in the Eastern Palace, feeling a sense of loss for her. Only now did he realize how gravely mistaken he had been. This concubine was far from ordinary. Miss Miao Xue, you come in the rain. What brings you here? Anquan's voice bore a note of concern. Lord Anquan, my lady has sent me to deliver a letter to the prince and instructed me to present it personally. Could you kindly relay this message? Miao Xue's voice was sweet and melodic, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Please wait a moment, Miss Miao Xue, I shall inquire within. Anquan replied, turning to enter the Yuta palace. Seated at the head of the hall, Jun Zechen appeared tall and imposing, engrossed in a book. The flickering candlelight danced upon his handsome face, accentuating his striking features. His jawline was strong yet softened by a hint of gentleness, and his deep-set eyes, straight nose, and thin lips remained expressionless, creating an air of cold mystery that evoked reverence. Your Highness, the personal maid of concubine Su, Miao Xue, requests an audience, Anquan said, bowing slightly. Upon hearing it was from Su Jingyao's quarters, Jun Zechen's dark eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, and he asked casually, what is her purpose? Miao Xue conveyed that concubine Su has written a letter for you, instructing her to deliver it personally. Anquan relayed respectfully. Allow her to enter. Yes, Anquan replied before stepping outside to fetch Miao Xue. Moments later, he returned with her in tow. Miao Xue followed Anquan inside, her heart fluttering with nervousness as she cautiously approached Jun Zechen. I pay my respects to your highness, she said, slightly bending her knees in deference. Rise and present the letter, Jun Zechen replied, his voice remaining even yet imposing. Miao Xue rose hurriedly, respectfully offering the envelope with both hands. Jun Zechen accepted the letter, opened it, and unfurled the paper, reading intently. Tonight, the rain falls softly, lamenting the absence of thunder. May your highness rest well. Just 3 lines. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes in confusion. Does your mistress have any further instructions? Miao Xue, sensing his curiosity, felt equally intrigued about what her lady had penned. However, she had not been given any additional orders. Replying to your highness, there are none. Very well, you may return. Jun Zechen waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Miao Xue to depart. She bowed respectfully and retreated slowly. Once outside, Jun Zechen scrutinized the letter, rereading it repeatedly, his brow furrowing in perplexity. His slender fingers caressed the paper, as if seeking hidden meanings. Outside, the rain indeed fell in a gentle patter, and he recalled that Su Jingyao had always harbored a fear of thunder. Yet she lamented the absence of it in her letter. Was this not contradictory? Moreover, if there was no thunder, should she not find it easier to sleep? Why, then, did she express regret? Jun Zechen's thoughts were entirely consumed by the letter, rendering him unable to focus on the book in his hands. He pondered endlessly, given her intellect, could there be a deeper meaning behind those 3 sentences? Frustration gnawed at him. Anquan, to the Xiyang Palace, he commanded in a low voice, urgency flashing in his eyes. Anquan, startled by the prince's sudden directive, hesitated. The prince had just declined the crown princess's invitation. Should he choose to visit the Xiyang Palace tonight, how would the crown princess react? Merely a letter from concubine Su had captivated the prince's thoughts for so long, and now he was determined to visit her despite the rain. This concubine truly possessed remarkable abilities. Though his thoughts swirled, Anquan dutifully replied, yes, your highness. Upon arriving at the Xiyang Palace, Jun Zechen found the chamber dimly lit, with only a flickering candle casting a soft glow. Su Jingyao had already fallen into slumber. He entered quietly, making no sound as he approached the bedside, his gaze tenderly fixed on her. Her sleeping visage was serene and enchanting, illuminated by the faint candlelight, casting gentle shadows beneath her lashes. Her dainty, upturned nose fluttered slightly, and her rosy lips curled into a subtle smile, her entire countenance resembling a dream. Jun Zechen stood there, entranced, as if time had frozen in that moment. After a long while, Su Jingyao seemed to sense his presence, yet she did not open her eyes, remaining in her tranquil pose. How long does your highness wish to gaze upon me? Su Jingyao's voice emerged, laced with a playful languor. Jun Zechen was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she had perceived his presence. How did you know it was I? Su Jingyao opened her eyes, turning to face him, propping her head with her hand as she beamed at him with a mischievous grin. Because my heart is in tune with yours. The moment you arrived, I felt it. You are quite the charmer. Why did you send me a letter today, only to retire so early? I had Ling Yue brave the rain to deliver my letter. Did your highness not grasp its meaning? Jun Zechen pursed his lips slightly, still perplexed by the message's intent. However, he maintained a stoic expression, unwilling to reveal his lack of understanding before her. After all, as the crown prince, how could he allow a mere girl to best him in literary prowess? He took a step forward, his tall figure enveloping Jingyao. Leaning down, he placed his hands on either side of her, his gaze intense and smoldering, locking with her glistening eyes. Since you wish for me to rest well, why do you lament the absence of thunder? His voice was low and rich, imbued with a magnetic allure. Without thunder, how could I find a reason to seek refuge in your highness's embrace? Jingyao responded, her smile blooming like a flower, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she tightened her hold around his slender waist, resting her cheek against his chest. Jun Zechen's heart raced, his expression momentarily stunned. How could she utter such words? His gaze deepened, igniting with fervor, as if she were the very flame that could consume him. Your words are exceedingly sweet, he murmured, his voice husky and low, laced with an undercurrent of desire. Fire ignited in his eyes, and his breathing quickened. Because my heart is sweet, Jingyao replied, guiding Jun Zechen's hand to her chest. Do you feel it? I do not. Jun Zechen leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice low and slow, tinged with a hint of raspiness, as if deliberately tempting her. I long for you, my heart filled with thoughts of you, hence it is sweet. Jingyao blinked her large, expressive eyes, gazing earnestly at him. Unable to resist any longer, Jun Zechen wondered where this woman had learned such alluring techniques. Then I shall have a taste. He bent down, capturing her lips with his own, greedily savoring her sweetness. Chapter 18 The Emperor cannot love today. The sunlight was dazzlingly bright, and Jingyao awoke languidly under the gentle caress of the morning light. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Jun Zechen had already departed for court. Slowly rising, she stretched lazily, then proceeded to wash and groom herself. After completing her preparations, she donned a light apricot-colored garment, its fabric soft as silk, seemingly melding with her skin. Her lower attire was complemented by a blue-green skirt, its hem swaying gently like rippling emerald waves. A golden thread-embroidered belt cinched tightly around her slender waist, accentuating her delicate figure. Miaoxia styled her hair into a simple palace chignon, gathering every strand high to reveal her elegant neck and shoulders. Jingyao's features were exquisitely painted, her skin as pale as snow. She was effortlessly beautiful without the need for excessive adornment. Your highness, should I not adorn you with a few more pieces of jewelry? It seems rather plain, Miaoxia inquired softly, holding a delicate hairpin poised to be placed in her hair. The hairpin you hold is sufficient. There is no need to embellish excessively. Today, the empress is hosting a tea party attended by many ladies from the palace, and there is no need to compete for attention with them, Jingyao replied, slightly lifting her chin, her expression calm and indifferent. Your highness is so beautiful that even in such a refreshing ensemble, you appear like a celestial being, vibrant and enchanting, Miaoxia remarked as she gently inserted the hairpin into Jingyao's chignon, her eyes brimming with admiration. You speak so sweetly, let us proceed to Chilwan Hall, Jingyao said. Although she held the status of a concubine, she was still considered a secondary wife and could only attend palace banquets alongside the crown princess, not independently. Upon arriving at Chilwan Hall, Ling Yue had already completed her preparations. Today, she wore an opulent golden palace robe adorned with exquisite embroidery, the shimmering threads catching the eye. Her headdress was a dazzling array of jewels, radiating nobility. I pay my respects to my sister, Jingyao said, slightly bowing as she greeted Ling Yue. Concubine, please rise, Ling Yue replied in a tone devoid of emotion. In recent days, Jingyao had refrained from seeking Ling Yue, making this their first meeting since the flower festival. It seemed that Ling Yue had begun to regard her as an adversary, even the manner of address had turned distant, yet, this was perhaps for the best. Her innate kindness made it difficult for Jingyao to act against her, she thought with a cold smirk in her heart. Sister, I acknowledge my faults in the previous matter, the crown prince should have explained it to you, and I hope you do not take offense, Jingyao said, her brow slightly furrowing, a hint of contrition gracing her features as she spoke softly. Concubine, your duty is to serve the crown prince and bear him children. As the crown princess, I will be their rightful mother. I bear no ill will. Ling Yue elevated her chin, pride shimmering in her gaze, her posture straightened as if to showcase her noble status. Indeed, henceforth my children shall be your sisters as well. I trust you will cherish them, Jingyao replied with a gentle smile, her expression sincere and radiant, devoid of ulterior motives, her gaze soft with kindness and submission. Yet, inwardly, Jingyao chuckled. Ling Yue had grown perceptive, her words now veiled in subtleties. Was this not what she had desired to witness? Being the first woman to capture Jun Zechen's heart, Ling Yue's position in his mind was not easily overshadowed. To eliminate the moonlight, one must reduce it to mere mosquito blood. Did Ling Yue not realize how much she was veering toward what Jun Zechen despised? He abhorred the hypocritical women of the harem, those filled with schemes, and Ling Yue's calculating demeanor was glaringly apparent. What amused Jingyao further was that Ling Yue seemed utterly lost, the carefree, wild spirit she once possessed now barely recognizable. Her actions were gradually eroding Jun Zechen's affection. Once she became indistinguishable from the other women of the palace, he would surely grow weary of her. Ah, was this not the conclusion of their very own tale? Ling Yue was enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend Jingyao. Why did this woman consistently present herself so flawlessly, to the point of seeming unreal, devoid of any blemish? Were she a common woman subjected to such cold mockery, she would have surely seethed with rage. Yet Jingyao was different. She could still smile brightly, claiming that her children would be Ling Yue's, leaving Ling Yue increasingly convinced of her inscrutability. Ling Yue scrutinized Su Jingyao closely, searching her expression for any hint of vulnerability, but Su Jingyao, clad in an elegant gown, her hair cascading like silk over her shoulders, maintained a gentle smile that rendered her true intentions elusive. Then, with a slight tilt of her chin, Ling Yue stated indifferently, "The tea party hosted by the empress is about to commence. Let us go." Of course, sister, Su Jingyao replied softly, her voice melodious as flowing water. She nodded slightly, her smile persistent, though it now harbored a barely noticeable depth of meaning. Following Ling Yue, her figure was as graceful as a willow swaying in the breeze. In the imperial garden, the ladies invited by the empress had mostly arrived, each exuding poise in their splendid palace attire, showcasing their noble status. Su Jingyao followed Ling Yue, gracefully taking her seat among them. Nearby, other members of the royal family had also settled in, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Jingyao sat quietly, her head slightly lifted as she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, many had arrived, the ladies displaying a range of elegance and charm, while the royal family members exuded their unique grace. Just then, a sharp voice of a eunuch pierced the silence. "The empress has arrived." The voice was high-pitched and grating, echoing through the air. Immediately, the ladies and royal family members rose in unison, bowing in respect. "We pay our respects to the empress." The empress entered, flanked by attendants, adorned in a magnificent crimson palace robe that shone like flames, enhancing her regal presence. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, strikingly similar to Jun Zechen, particularly in the commanding aura she exuded. Seating herself at the head of the assembly, her gaze swept over the gathering, her tone measured and unhurried. "Today, this empress hosts the tea party to express gratitude for the fine teas presented by various foreign nations, including the southern city of Jun. His Majesty wishes for all his sisters to taste these tributes. Additionally, I have invited the female relatives of the princess to join in this tea tasting," the empress continued gracefully, lifting her teacup slightly in a gesture of respect. The ladies and the royal female relatives reciprocated by raising their cups, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." However, today also bears significant importance. Regarding this year's selection of maidens, I have conferred with His Majesty and decided to simplify the process. Thus, we will select from the lists of noble girls in the capital and a few outstanding candidates from various cities, totaling 30, the empress announced, her voice resonating clearly in the hall. The moment Ling Yue heard this news, her complexion instantly paled, and her body trembled slightly. Today was indeed the day to select maidens for the princes. Was the empress planning to place more candidates in the eastern palace? Hadn't Su Jingyao just entered? Did the crown prince know about this? A whirlwind of questions swirled in Ling Yue's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Su Jingyao, upon hearing the announcement, was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. Frowning slightly, she pondered, had this been mentioned in the novel? She couldn't recall any detail about it. Could it be the butterfly effect stemming from her favored position with the crown prince? Yet, it mattered little. Su Jingyao was indifferent to the cleanliness of men. Had she been in a matriarchal world, she might have been even more capricious than Jun Zechen, taking any man she fancied without hesitation. Regardless, whether or not a selection occurred now, Jun Zechen would still need to choose maidens once he ascended the throne. At this moment, Su Jingyao sat composedly in her seat, exuding elegance and grace, her smile unwavering, as if nothing could disrupt her tranquility. However, she recalled that in the narrative, Jun Zechen's indiscriminate favor towards the palace ladies had stemmed from a conversation with the late emperor, the content of which had not been divulged in the text. She wondered what had been said between them. After announcing the details, the empress glanced toward the crown princess, noting Ling Yue's disoriented expression, which only added to her irritation. How could such a temperament ever embody the dignity of a mother? Su Jingyao's poised demeanor was the ideal representation of a noble lady in her eyes. Consort Shu had borne the third prince and the ninth prince. The third prince had been granted the title of duke and was already 26 years old. The crown prince ranked 7th among the princes, while the ninth prince, at 17, had yet to receive a title. After the empress concluded her speech, Consort Shu elegantly lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip before smiling. The duke's family has welcomed its second grandson this year. I believe we should select a couple from these budding maidens. Your Majesty, perhaps you should select more for the crown prince. Consort Shu's words were clearly a provocation to the empress, who had clashed with her for years, now resenting the crown prince's sharp intellect and ruthless demeanor, yet unable to deny his innate royal bearing. The empress's eyes darkened upon hearing Consort Shu's jibe. Aside from discussing grandsons, she had little else to say. Her gaze shifted sharply back to the crown princess, laced with a hint of disdain. Were it not for Ling Yue's inadequacy, the empress would not have been subjected to such ridicule. Ling Yue remained lost in her thoughts, oblivious to the empress's scrutiny, still grappling with the implications of more candidates entering the eastern palace. Consort Shu, I shall certainly select suitable maidens for the crown prince. As for the duke's family, I shall not interfere, though the ninth prince is indeed at the age to choose a few consorts, the empress stated. Indeed, your majesty is benevolent. I will ensure the best candidates for my ninth prince, Consort Shu replied, nodding slightly, her smile still tinged with artifice. Su Jingyao sat quietly, appearing graceful and dignified, yet internally she felt a profound sense of ennui. She endeavored to maintain her composure, though her body felt rigid, betraying her fatigue. Having sat at this gathering for nearly 2 hours, enduring the tedious procedures of selecting maidens, even the streamlined process left her utterly exhausted. Her gaze began to wander as the empress and the various ladies busied themselves either selecting maidens or providing an array of suggestions. Their voices rose and fell like a cacophony, filled with superficial pleasantries that bore no real significance. It was evident that the choices had long been predetermined, yet they insisted on reiterating their niceties. Initially intrigued by the maidens' performances, Su Jingyao soon lost interest, her weariness eclipsing her curiosity. All she wished for was for this ordeal to conclude swiftly. Meanwhile, Ling Yue remained fixated on which maidens the empress favored, for those chosen would soon enter the eastern palace. After much ado, the empress ultimately selected 5 maidens from the 30 presented dai in the imperial study. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow in contemplation of father. Did you request mother to host today's tea party? The late emperor, resplendent in his intricately embroidered dragon robe, appeared somewhat frail, revealing hints of fatigue and weariness. Yes, he replied, his gaze steady and unruffled as it landed on Jun Zechen. Is it true that mother intends to choose a consort for me at the tea party, crown prince? Since you have already favored Su concubine, I believed you had attained clarity, no longer confined to trivial affections. The late emperor's indifferent gaze scrutinized Jun Zechen. Previously, in your youth, I refrained from discussing the rules of reigning as an emperor in Jun Nation. Jun Zechen's expression shifted, confusion evident in his deep-set eyes. I beseech you to enlighten me, father. The historical records indicate that Jun Nation has witnessed 10 dynasties, yet none surpassed 5 generations. Do you know the reason? Their final emperors were incompetent, leading to the inevitable downfall of their dynasties. Jun Zechen answered without hesitation. Jun Nation has flourished under my rule for 10 generations, the longest living dynasty in history. What do you believe is the reason? Each emperor has excelled in governance, their capabilities unmatched, ensuring the nation's strength has only grown with each ruler, thus allowing for continuity. Do you understand why there has never been a foolish emperor in Jun Nation? Jun Zechen fell silent, brow furrowed in thought. The founding emperor established a decree: each emperor must father at least 7 sons, each from different mothers. The late emperor paused momentarily, fixing his gaze on Jun Zechen once more. Do you comprehend now? A shock rippled through Jun Zechen. Was it truly so? The exceptional quality of each emperor had led to the nation's prosperity, culminating in the current era of tributes from various kingdoms. It was indeed due to the fierce competition among 7 sons, a brutal method of natural selection. Just as he had dealt with his elder brothers, it was a matter of survival. Such was the reality of the royal family, harsh and unyielding. You are my most outstanding son. Since you began participating in governance at 15, you have never faltered against your elder brothers who were already in power, and you have even proposed more ingenious policies, the late emperor continued, pausing briefly before adding, I am aware that your brilliance has attracted envy. Several of your elder brothers have plotted against you. I have not intervened nor favored any of you. I trust that you have gleaned my intentions, crown prince. The late emperor's gaze deepened as he fixed it upon Jun Zechen. Jun Zechen understood. His father was an observer of the struggle, allowing only the victor to claim the throne. When you were younger, I could tolerate your emotional indulgences, but now, if you wish to ascend as emperor, it is your unassailable duty to produce heirs. I have faith that you will ensure peace and prosperity during your reign. However, the aspirations of the Jun family throughout generations have been for the nation to endure through the ages. Affection is best avoided. Even if it exists, it should not be readily displayed. An emperor's emotions must remain inscrutable, and his dignity must not be undermined. The late emperor's voice grew solemn, weariness etched into his features. The reason I share all this now is twofold. An esteemed physician recently examined me and revealed that my internal organs are failing, and I have but a year left. Such revelation should not have been disclosed at this juncture. I intended to inform you before your ascension. However, upon learning of your favor for a concubine, I deemed it appropriate to speak now. As a fellow man, the late emperor understood his son's perspective on love. As long as he did not love one, he would not love deeply. Jun Zechen's once calm eyes widened in disbelief, shock flooding his expression, his lips quivering. Father, you. He had never anticipated his father's time was so limited. I have not disclosed my condition to anyone, including your mother. Before your ascension, I will remove all obstacles. The trial of competing among 7 sons has concluded. You are the chosen heir to Jun Nation, and I will ensure no missteps occur. The late emperor's voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with trust and expectation. Jun Zechen clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. A tumult of emotions raged within him, leaving him at a loss for words. The love he had longed for in his childhood was, in the royal context, an unattainable luxury. He had wished for his father to love his mother, to love him. Thus, he had strived relentlessly, seeking to excel in all endeavors. He had believed he had received his father's favoritism, only to realize it was merely a trialless conclusion. He was the chosen successor, and thus his father bestowed upon him affection. If he were to become emperor, he too could not afford to love anyone, not even his own children. The thought filled him with bitterness. Everything he had yearned for in his childhood, he would not attain, nor would his children. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions, slowly kneeling to pay his respects. I shall heed your teachings, father. I take my lead. His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a complexity of feelings that were difficult to articulate. Chapter 19. Affection. Su Jingyao languidly reclined on the beauty couch, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her eyes gently closed as she began to ponder the events of today's selection. She still vividly recalled the plot of that novel. During the time when Jun Zechen was still the crown prince, the Eastern Palace had indeed not taken in any women aside from the original host. In a moment of crisis for Emperor Jingyao, he had summoned Jun Zechen for a secret discussion. Although she was unaware of the specific contents of that conversation, it had profoundly altered Jun Zechen's character. Clad in the dragon robe, he exuded an air of coldness and authority, his emotions impenetrable. The emperor's sternness and aloofness pervaded his entire existence, gradually eroding the tenderness he once held for Ling Yue over the years following his ascension. After becoming emperor, he commenced the selection of palace maids at the behest of his ministers and subsequently indulged all the consorts indiscriminately. Any consort who caught his fancy was nearly guaranteed his favor. Among the 5 young ladies chosen by the empress for Jun Zechen yesterday, Jingyao left the deepest impression on her, for she was the first woman to receive his affection after his ascension and later became the foremost favored concubine, rivaling Empress Ling Yue. Ling Yue's protagonist aura likely stemmed from her early possession of Jun Zechen's genuine love, which later turned into support and trust amidst the palace intrigues. Otherwise, she would not have survived the relentless machinations of the numerous favored consorts. In time, as Jun Zechen's affections faded due to Ling Yue's transformations, they remained lifelong spouses. However, after becoming emperor, his encounters with women never ceased. His waning affection for Ling Yue signified his inability to love anyone else, rendering him devoid of the capacity to understand love. Ling Yue lost her affection amidst the palace struggles, yet she secured her position as empress. Each time she gazed upon the indifferent Jun Zechen, she would reminisce about the youthful man he once was. Each time Jingyao contemplated the storyline of that novel, she felt a tinge of regret for having read it. What was advertised as a sweet romance turned out to be a tale of anguish, yet the narrative indeed delved deeply into human nature. It was likely due to her butterfly effect that the empress not only dispatched 5 women to the eastern palace but also introduced the future favored consort, and Jingyao, to Jun Zechen ahead of time. A smile gradually graced the corners of Jingyao's lips. Was she about to initiate the palace intrigue ahead of schedule? Jun Zechen was to ascend the throne next year, and originally, the crown princess would not conceive, as there were only the 2 of them in the eastern palace. She was not in a hurry to bear a child, but now, with the sudden arrival of 5 women, it seemed evident that Jun Zechen would certainly favor them. Contemplating this, Jingyao furrowed her brow slightly. This butterfly effect had completely disrupted her plans, as she had intended to wait until after Jun Zechen's ascension to conceive. Alas, it appeared that she could no longer continue with contraception. After all, she was destined to bear Jun Zechen's firstborn son. As Jun Zechen entered the Shiyang Hall, he found her quietly lying on the beauty couch, her gaze dazed, without a single maidservant attending to her. Upon returning from the imperial study to the eastern palace, a torrent of thoughts swirled within Jun Zechen's mind. His father's words resonated with truth. He indeed should not invest excessive emotions in women. He initially intended to console Ling Yue, for Shun had reported that she had been brooding since returning from the tea banquet, even repeatedly sending inquiries about his return. Hearing Shun's report, a wave of annoyance surged within Jun Zechen. He did not wish to continue discussing women with Ling Yue, as he was unable to offer her any assurances. To him, these women were merely vessels for procreation. What did it matter if he favored them? Why must she always present herself in such a heart-wrenching manner? He was at a loss on how to comfort Ling Yue or engage with her. Thus, he turned towards the Shiyang Hall. Jun Zechen approached the woman slowly, his tall figure exuding a steady strength with each step, as if the world itself lay beneath his feet. The woman's supple hair cascaded like a waterfall across her chest, smooth as silk, seemingly woven from the finest threads. The silk-like gown flowed like drifting clouds, ethereal and dreamlike, her beauty captivating to the point of being mesmerizing. Jun Zechen gently lifted the dazed woman into his embrace, settling her onto his lap, holding her tightly. He buried his head deep in the softness of her neck, appearing somewhat desolate. Jingyao was startled by his sudden action and only regained her senses after being lifted. She turned slightly to gaze at the closed-eyed Jun Zechen, her heart filled with curiosity. Why did Jun Zechen's expression today appear so unsettling? It seemed to carry a hint of hurt. Jingyao furrowed her brows slightly. Had something happened? Although she was unsure of the cause, she quickly responded, wrapping her arms around Jun Zechen in concern and asking, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Her voice was soft and delicate, soothing to the ear. "Do you know what it means to like someone, Yao Yao?" Jun Zechen's voice was flat, revealing little emotion. Jingyao face blossomed with a radiant smile as she cupped Jun Zechen's handsome face with her hands, her gentle gaze fixed upon him as she softly replied, "If I think of your Highness every day, does that count as liking?" Jun Zechen's dark eyes met hers, uncertainty clouding his mind. He had requested Jingyao to focus her thoughts solely on him, yet he was unsure whether her heart truly held affection for him. Nevertheless, he felt that the answer to this question mattered little now, as he was incapable of reciprocating anyone's affection. But affection can change. What then? Today, Yao Yao thinks of me, but who will occupy her thoughts tomorrow? Jun Zechen's brow slightly furrowed, his words edged with a sting. Time flows on, regimes change, worldly affairs often shift. Why must your Highness pursue the notion of eternity? Jingyao responded with calm composure, continuing, "A fleeting landscape, a passing traveler, an experience shared. At the moment of parting, there is no need for explanations." Her gaze remained locked onto Jun Zechen, brimming with sincerity. Her words subtly alluded to the relationship between him and Ling Yue, urging Jun Zechen to relinquish his lingering guilt. It was evident that Jun Zechen comprehended her meaning. Then, Jingyao leaned closer, her lips brushing against Jun Zechen's ear, her voice enticing as if drawing him into an abyss. "Your Highness need only follow your heart. I shall always belong to you." Jun Zechen tightened his embrace around Jinyao's waist. Her words both startled and relieved him, but he grasped her chin, his deep-set gaze unwavering as he asked, "If I were to no longer like you in the future, would that not sadden you?" Jinyao's eyes sparkled brightly, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. "Does your Highness mean to say that you currently like me?" "I am so happy," she exclaimed, her face blooming with a radiant smile, akin to spring flowers bursting into bloom. Jun Zechen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jinyao's focus would lie in this direction. "You are happy merely because I like you?" Jun Zechen's tone bore a hint of incredulity. Jingyao nodded. "Before I married your Highness, you already had a wife. The wife was still a beloved one, and there will be many women in the future. However, I have only you. I can accept it if you do not like me, but if you do, I shall be very happy." "And if I were to stop liking you in the future, would you not feel heartbroken?" Jun Zechen's question arose from the current situation with Ling Yue, who feared he would develop feelings for Jingyao, which led her to monopolize his attention in recent days. Yet, he felt a twinge of irritation at Ling Yue's possessiveness. "Then allow me to convey a message to your Highness." Jingyao raised her chin slightly, her eyes radiating determination and persistence. Su Jingyao gracefully descended from Jun Zechen's lap, her figure elegant as a fairy. She glided lightly to a nearby couch, where a low table adorned with her calligraphy brushes and ink exuded a faint aroma of ink. Su Jingyao picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and, with a flick of her wrist, began to write fluidly on the paper. Her demeanor was focused and earnest, each stroke infused with her emotions. Before long, a passage of exquisite text sprang to life on the paper, the characters flowing beautifully like clouds drifting in a stream. Once finished, Su Jingyao's lips curled into a playful and charming smile. She rose, holding the paper in hand, and gracefully approached Jun Zechen. "Please have a look, Your Highness." Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. Jun Zechen slowly unfolded the paper before his eyes. The words that met his gaze were nothing short of astonishing. "I and the spring breeze are but passing travelers. You embrace the autumn waters and gather the stars, fortunate to meet you in 3 lifetimes, even if sorrowful, it is still affection. Your Highness, I accept all outcomes in my life without fear or regret," Su Jingyao declared, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Jun Zechen, her eyes shimmering with genuine emotion. Jun Zechen stared at her, his heart turbulent as waves crashing upon the shore. He could feel his heart racing, an uncontrollable surge of feeling swelling within him. In that moment, Jun Zechen realized he truly liked Su Jingyao very much. He sat on the beauty couch, gazing upward at her, who stood before him, curving her body in laughter. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he tightly embraced her waist, pulling her into his arms. He could no longer restrain the tempest within him and leaned down to capture Su Jingyao's soft lips in a fervent kiss. His kiss was passionate and profound, as if he sought to melt her into his very being. Su Jingyao's hands wove through the man's inky hair, her eyes closed as she savored the overwhelming affection he exuded at that moment. "See, this is what a man should be." They reveled in an affection devoid of burdens, one that demanded no responsibility, free from pressure, requiring only acceptance. Even when that affection waned, there need be no moral coercion. Su Jingyao could be whatever Jun Zechen desired, for she would not fall in love with him. The man's kiss left her slightly breathless. She gently pushed against Jun Zechen, who gradually released her. Su Jingyao playfully chided, "But Your Highness must not deliberately cause me grief. If I become too sorrowful, I shall drown your eastern palace in my tears." Her voice carried a hint of playful charm, melting the heart of anyone who heard it. Jun Zechen gazed at her with burning intensity. Her words stirred both affection and longing within him. Why did every gesture of hers so profoundly affect his heart? This feeling was in stark contrast to what Ling Yue evoked in him, one he could not articulate. He merely felt his heart racing uncontrollably, desperately trying to suppress it but failing to do so. Jun Zechen could no longer contain his emotions and leaned in to kiss her delicate lips once more. Their bodies brushed against each other, as if they had melted into one another's tender affection. In the Qiwan Hall, Ling Yue sat as if soulless upon the soft couch after returning from the tea banquet, her gaze hollow and vacant, her spirit seemingly drained. Mei Xiang stood nearby, worry etched across her features as she gazed at her mistress, letting out a gentle sigh filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Mistress, the number of women His Highness will have in the future will only increase, not diminish. You must firmly grasp His Highness's heart and secure your position as crown princess, so that one day you may become the revered empress. That is of utmost importance," Mei Xiang advised earnestly. "Mei Xiang, you saw the 5 women today. Each is as beautiful as a flower, graceful and enchanting. His Highness has long held a prejudice against the women of the capital, maintaining a defensive stance towards them." Ling Yue spoke slowly, her voice tinged with bitterness. "But now, Su Jingyao has shattered that barrier. The women that follow will undoubtedly find it easier to win his heart. I know that as crown princess, I should not harbor jealousy, yet I cannot help it." She lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped together, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Last night, I invited His Highness to Qiwan Hall, but he declined, citing pressing state affairs, only to turn around and visit Xiang Hall without offering any explanation to me. Previously, he would always send someone to clarify matters to avoid causing me distress." Ling Yue raised her head, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes. "But what of now?" Her voice trembled slightly. "A single Su Jingyao has claimed a significant portion of His Highness's affection, and now 5 more have arrived." Ling Yue's tone brimmed with resentment and reluctance. "My lady, you must not remain ensnared in love with His Highness any longer. He needs to produce heirs, and soon the newly selected young ladies will enter the Eastern Palace. His Highness will surely favor them," Mei Xiang urged anxiously. "You must not display any dissatisfaction, nor should you trouble them. The Empress has never favored you. Before you become the next Empress, you cannot afford to give her any reason to criticize you." Mei Xiang's eyes were filled with concern. "Furthermore, what qualifications do the new young ladies have to affect you? You might as well observe from the sidelines as they vie for favor. Competing for affection is their affair. You are the mistress of the Eastern Palace and need not overly concern yourself." Mei Xiang's words struck Ling Yue like a bolt of enlightenment, plunging her into deep contemplation. As she listened to Mei Xiang, a glimmer of light gradually emerged in her eyes, and she nodded slightly, a sense of resolve flashing within her. Mei Xiang was right, His Highness would always need heirs. If it could not be her, then it mattered not who else it might be, she would allow them to compete. Was Su Jingyao not innocent in Navi? If more women arrived in the Eastern Palace to vie for His Highness's affection, could Su Jingyao maintain her usual unassuming nature? A flicker of anticipation surged within Ling Yue's heart. Chapter 20 Serendipity. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly and gently, casting its warm glow upon every corner of the chamber. Su Jingyao lay quietly on the couch, napping peacefully, her flowing dark hair cascading casually over the pillow. Her fair complexion glimmered softly in the sunlight, creating a delicate halo around her. Her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans. After finishing his lunch, Jun Zechen made his way from the Yuta Hall to the Xiang Hall without announcing his arrival, stepping softly into the sleeping quarters. He approached the bedside, removed his robe, and lifted the covers to embrace the slumbering figure. As Su Jingyao was pulled into his arms, she stirred slightly, murmuring a soft, before drifting back into sleep. In recent days, she had sensed Jun Zechen's affection towards her, yet she did not believe his feelings to be profound. It was merely a fleeting infatuation. After all, for someone destined to become a crown prince, and potentially an emperor, how could he easily surrender his heart? After enveloping Su Jingyao in his embrace, Jun Zechen's large hand instinctively caressed the smooth skin at her waist. Her skin was delicate and silky, as if a gentle pinch would yield drops of water. Breathing in her faint fragrance, he gradually succumbed to slumber. About half an hour later, Su Jingyao's biological clock prompted her to awaken naturally. Her daily schedule was meticulously filled. As she shifted slightly, Jun Zechen too opened his eyes. Su Jingyao tightened her grip around his waist, resting her face against his chest. "What's this? Do you not wish to let me rise?" Jun Zechen's voice carried a hint of playful mockery. In the past few days, each time she awoke, she had unselfishly risen to pursue her own activities: reading, writing, arranging flowers, and painting. Her hobbies were indeed varied. Su Jingyao nuzzled against his chest, lifted her head, and gazed at him with her dewy eyes. With a hint of playful charm, she said, "Your Highness has treated me so well these past few days, I find it hard to part." "I am not absent, am I? Why are you so clingy today?" Jun Zechen chuckled softly, pinching her cheek playfully. Su Jingyao rose from his embrace, her glistening eyes still fixed on him, pouting adorably as if to elicit more affection. "I heard that my 5 sisters will be entering the Eastern Palace this afternoon. I fear I may not see you for several days, so I wish to cling to you today." Jun Zechen appreciated her endearing behavior and admired her unreserved desire for his affection. To him, such honesty was both genuine and charming. He sat up against the headboard, his gaze teasing as he looked at Su Jingyao. "I must attend to state affairs with the Emperor in the imperial study shortly. Will you join me for dinner at Yuta Hall this evening? Is that satisfactory?" Su Jingyao felt a blush creeping over her as he gazed at her, her head lowered with her eyelashes trembling delicately as she bit her lip, unable to meet his eyes. Jun Zechen chuckled lightly, reached out to pinch her tender cheek, and then rose from the bed. Once Jun Zechen had exited, Su Jingyao slowly got up from the bed, stretching lazily, her slender waist swayed gently like a willow branch, exuding an undeniable allure. She then casually gathered her cascading hair, which flowed like a waterfall, the strands winding around her fingertips, accentuating her snow-white skin and radiant beauty. "Your Grace, the 5 noble ladies have entered the palace, and the Empress's decree for their titles has been announced in the Eastern Palace," Miao reported softly from the side. Su Jingyao raised an eyebrow slightly, appearing somewhat indifferent. "Oh, what titles have been conferred?" "The highest title is that of Lady Jingyao, daughter of the Marquis of Pingyang, who has been appointed as a 3rd-rank concubine. Bai Mangli, daughter of a minister, has been designated as a 4th-rank lady," Miao explained methodically. "The other 3 noble ladies hail from different cities. Shen Baiwan and Shangguani, with superior backgrounds, have both been granted the 7th-rank title of Jiaxuan, while the last noble lady, Tang Sushi, reportedly the daughter of a county magistrate, has received a 9th-rank title of Fengyi." Aside from Jingyao, who played a significant role in the novel, Su Jingyao had little impression of the other women. "Where will they reside in the Eastern Palace? Was it arranged by the Empress or the Crown Princess?" Su Jingyao inquired, her eyes slightly downcast. "Lady An has been granted a chamber by Her Majesty the Empress, residing in the Shiyun Hall, not far from the Crown Prince's Yuta Hall. The arrangements for the other ladies were made by the Crown Princess," Miao replied. "Bai Liang Yuan resides in the main hall of Youthful Hall, Shen Jiaxuan in the side hall of Youthful Hall, Shangguan Jiaxuan in Xingyun Pavilion, and Tang Fengyi in the most remote Shuyu Pavilion." Su Jingyao nodded lightly. "Find a way to send someone into Shiyun Hall." "Yes, Your Grace," Miao acknowledged. Although she was unsure why her mistress was so concerned about Lady An, she understood that her commands were always laden with significance. With Lady An's respectable lineage and her being granted a chamber by the Empress, it was clear she had garnered the Empress's favor. Should Lady An bear the Emperor's heir, she could indeed rise above her mistress. Su Jingyao, naturally, prepared for any potential adversaries in advance, she could not remain passive and wait for others to plot against her, like a headless fly in confusion. Moreover, though she had placed within the palace had no direct connection to her, they were all sent in secretly by Li Jin. Most of them had entered the palace at the tender age of 7 or 8, barely knowing her and recognizing only their tokens of allegiance. Su Jingyao would never reveal even the slightest hint of her identity in their presence. "I will be dining at Yuta Hall this evening, Miao, please prepare me a lacquered dye." Su Jingyao gently laid her delicate fingers before her, scrutinizing them carefully. Her fingers were long and fair, as if sculpted from mutton-fat jade, then she continued, "Make it a softer shade." Miao paused momentarily, her face revealing a fleeting expression of surprise and delight. She had initially thought that with so many new noble ladies entering the Eastern Palace today, the Crown Prince would surely select one to share his bed, especially Lady An, who might be the first. However, to her astonishment, he had chosen to have her mistress accompany him for dinner, which undoubtedly meant he would not summon any other women that evening. "Certainly, Your Grace. I had just prepared some balsam flowers yesterday for this purpose. I will ensure your delicate fingers are adorned beautifully. The Crown Prince will surely be pleased." Throughout that afternoon, Su Jingyao sat leisurely as Miao painted her nails. She occasionally extended her fingers to admire the gradually applied soft hue, a faint smile gracing her lips. After her nails were finished, Su Jingyao meticulously adorned herself. She donned a gown of pink and white, the hem trailing like flowing clouds, with wide sleeves that perfectly showcased the delicate lines between her shoulders and upper arms. The embroidered robe flowing from her elbows seemed ethereal and graceful, swaying gently with her movements, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. As Su Jingyao stepped out of the hall, the sky outside had become a vibrant tapestry of crimson hues. She walked with a light step, and after a short distance, unexpectedly encountered a woman clad in a pale yellow dress. Su Jingyao's gaze settled upon the woman, who was impeccably adorned, exuding a striking beauty and an air of confidence befitting her noble status. And Jin Yan had not anticipated that after resting for a while in Shiyun Hall upon entering the Eastern Palace, she would chance upon Su Fei approaching her. She slightly bowed and offered a shallow curtsy, softly saying, "I pay my respects to Lady Su. Please rise." Su Jingyao's voice was gentle yet carried a barely perceptible distance. As Jin Yan stood upright, their eyes met, and her heart sank momentarily. She had always believed her beauty to be unparalleled, and upon entering the Eastern Palace, she was convinced she would win the Crown Prince's favor. However, the astonishing beauty of Su Jingyao caught her off guard. At the tea party, she had not paid much attention to Su Jingyao, as at that time, only the Crown Princess had been by the Empress's side. When Jin Yan first encountered the Crown Princess, she had never considered her a rival. In her eyes, the Crown Princess's appearance was rather ordinary, although she had heard whispers about the Crown Prince's deep affection for the Crown Princess, and Jin Yan, confident in her superior beauty, believed he would not remain indifferent to her allure. Yet, Jin Yan discreetly glanced at Su Jingyao again, recalling that she was not particularly favored in the Eastern Palace, having only garnered the Crown Prince's attention a month after her marriage. Could it be that the Crown Prince truly harbored feelings for the Crown Princess and was uninterested in beauty? A flicker of unease crossed Jin Yan's eyes. She would not allow a Crown Princess to become an obstacle in her path. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, she maintained her usual calm demeanor, even sporting a hint of a smile. "Sister concubine, you are truly breathtaking. I feel quite insignificant in your presence." "Lady An, there is no need for such modesty. You are indeed beautiful. However, time is of the essence, and I must attend dinner with the Crown Prince at Yuta Hall. I shall not detain you further. We can converse more when you pay respects to the Crown Princess tomorrow morning." Su Jingyao's voice remained gentle. "Yes, sister concubine, do take care." And Jin Yan nodded slightly, watching Su Jingyao's retreating figure with a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Wasn't Lady Su unfavored? How could she still be dining with the Crown Prince? Moreover, today marked the arrival of the 5 noble ladies. Would the Crown Prince not summon them? And Jin Yan had always believed she would be the first to share the Crown Prince's bed among the 5 noble ladies. She had seen the others, and aside from Tang Sushi, who appeared pitifully delicate and pretentious, her looks were hardly comparable to those of the others. Furrowing her brow, and Jin Yan stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Humph, back we go." Beside her, Baiji followed her lead, sighing softly. She knew her mistress was likely to throw another tantrum. And Jin Yan had been spoiled at home, displaying a proud and willful temperament. However, she was not devoid of wit. Her arrogance seemed lively and endearing before her parents, yet instilled fear in those who served her. Baiji, and Jin Yan's personal maid, had accompanied her into the palace, and despite her mistress's fiery temper, she treated her with kindness. Chapter 21 Teasing the Yude Hall. After finishing their meal, Su Jingyao and Jun Zechen made their way to the study together. Jun Zechen instructed a servant to set up a delicate little table beside them. Su Jingyao sat upright, a poetry anthology resting on her left side, her attention wholly absorbed in the verses. With her right hand, she held a brush, diligently transcribing each character onto the rice paper. Her gaze was focused yet gentle, her long lashes fluttering slightly as they blinked, her rosy lips pressed together in a soft smile, seemingly lost in the world of poetry. The two were immersed in their writing, the atmosphere serene and warm. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon half of the hour of Su had passed. Jun Zechen paused his writing, slowly rising to his feet, and with measured steps approached Su Jingyao from behind. Leaning slightly, his deep, magnetic voice resonated above her. "Do you truly admire the poet Feng Menglong?" Hearing his voice, Su Jingyao lifted her head slightly, her clear eyes meeting his. "I appreciate some of his poems. They possess great wisdom. For instance, the line she was currently copying, each one a well-known adage of the era, the one may defy heaven, heaven shall not forsake the righteous. Good people encounter good fortune, while the wicked shall meet their match. Enemies should be reconciled, not foster enmity. Each should reflect on their past." These were all familiar verses, and with each reading, her understanding deepened. However, Jun Zechen regarded her with a meaningful glance, his eyes seemingly harboring deeper significance. "Has Yao Yao read all of Feng Menglong's poetry?" Su Jingyao blinked in surprise, a hint of confusion in her gaze. "I have read most of them. My father possesses the complete anthology of Feng Menglong. Is there a problem?" Jun Zechen smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to her inquiry. Suddenly, he reached out, his long, powerful fingers swiftly encircling her slender waist, lifting her with a gentle yet unexpected embrace. Su Jingyao gasped, her voice tinged with alarm and playful reproach as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Jun Zechen's neck. He cradled her, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the inner chambers. The brush she had been holding fell from her hand, producing a soft thud. She clung tightly to his neck, her hands like delicate petals lightly patting his chest, her voice soft and slightly scolding. "Your Highness, you startled me." There was no trace of menace in her tone. It was more akin to a playful pout. Jun Zechen looked down at her, an amused smile playing at his lips. She truly had been nurtured exquisitely. Her skin was as white and smooth as mutton fat jade, and whatever he did with her felt like artistry in motion. Su Jingyao gazed into his inky black eyes, where the fervor of desire was unmistakable. She could not fathom how a discussion of poetry had suddenly ignited this man's passions. Each time they engaged in intimate moments, Jun Zechen found himself unable to resist the urge to study her closely, as if he could never get enough. Today, upon hearing Feng Wenglong's name from her lips once more, he felt an irresistible impulse rise within him that he wished to tease her, to witness the blush that would inevitably grace her cheeks, a sight that would surely be exquisite. Su Jingyao's dainty hand, adorned with tender pink nails, rested gently on his broad shoulder. Her doe-like eyes were wide with confusion and uncertainty as she gazed at him. Your Highness, her voice quivered with a blend of shyness and hesitation. Jun Zechen prodded further, so you enjoy Feng Wenglong's poetry? His gaze held a mixture of curiosity and playful mischief. Su Jingyao did not comprehend his fixation on this topic, and the tone he adopted now felt somewhat ominous. After a moment's hesitation, she gently nodded, like a flower swaying in the breeze, imbued with a touch of shyness and grace. Jun Zechen chuckled softly, his laughter carrying an almost enchanting quality that made her heart flutter. I too admire Feng Wenglong's poetry. Hand in hand, we enter the gauzy curtains, blushing and smiling as we extinguish the lamp. Pray tell, what follows? His voice was low and magnetic, as if whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Upon hearing his words, Su Jingyao's face instantaneously flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe cherry. Her lashes trembled violently, her heart racing. Jun Zechen, observing her reaction, recognized that she must have indeed encountered this poem before. Lowering his head, he pressed a warm kiss like a feather upon her fair neck, igniting a blaze wherever his lips touched. Then, his deep, alluring voice whispered in her ear, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Be a good girl, speak it aloud. I wish to hear. His words were laced with temptation and expectation. I do not know. Su Jingyao turned her head aside, her silken hair gently swaying, her small hands trembling as they attempted to push him away. Jun Zechen had never toyed with a woman in such a manner before, yet the innocence of the one before him was irresistibly charming. Just moments ago, she had been earnestly sharing her written verses, which only intensified his desire to tease and torment her. Jun Zechen's physical reaction grew increasingly fervent, yet his formidable willpower kept him restrained. Good things are worth waiting for. He reached out, cupping her chin and forcibly turning her head to face him, his deep-set eyes reflecting an undeniable determination. Yao Yao, speak up. Do not compel me to punish you. Su Jingyao's face blazed even more brightly, but internally, she couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, all men seemed to be the same, relishing such unrefined banter. She gently closed her eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Jun Zechen smiled in satisfaction, murmuring something else in her ear. Su Jingyao's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, I never anticipated your highness to be so brazen. Jun Zechen offered no comment on her assessment. He was always a man of propriety, a gentleman, yet certain teasing words seemed to slip effortlessly from his lips when addressing her. Only she, with her profound learning, seemed to understand everything. The next day, Su Jingyao awoke slowly, only to find that Jun Zechen had already departed for court. She sat up gently, and Miaoyun hurried over to assist her in her grooming. Afterwards, she made her way to the Qiuan Hall. Upon her arrival, she found the 5 newly entered ladies already seated in their respective places. Su Jingyao approached gracefully, offering a slight bow, and softly stated, I greet my esteemed sister, the crown princess. Su concubine, please rise, Ling Yue replied with a detached tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. The other 5 ladies rose in unison, bowing to Su Jingyao as they chorused, we greet Su concubine. Su Jingyao leisurely made her way to her designated seat, which was positioned at the lower left of Ling Yue, opposite in Liangdi. A gentle smile graced her lips as she remarked, please rise, you are all truly as beautiful as flowers. Her voice was melodious and warm, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Ling Yue gazed at these radiant women, struggling to suppress her own emotions. As the crown princess and future empress, she needed to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Ling Yue spoke, now that Su concubine has arrived, perhaps each of you could introduce yourselves. Her expression remained calm, though a flicker of complex emotion danced in her eyes. The first to speak was naturally Liangdi, who raised her head slightly, her gaze exuding confidence and poise as she introduced her family background and name at a measured pace. Ling Yue nodded lightly, her expression betraying little change. The next to introduce herself was Bai Mangli, who gently parted her lips and said, I am Bai Mangli, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of the Interior. I enjoy playing chess. I have heard that Su concubine possesses exceptional skill in this game. Might I be so bold as to request a match? A hint of anticipation graced her features as her eyes darted toward Su Jingyao. Of course, Su Jingyao replied with a soft smile, her sincerity unwavering. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had found a kindred spirit. His Highness is often busy with state affairs, and I have been longing for a worthy opponent to share a game of chess with. It would be delightful to play with Bai Liangdi. She seemed genuinely pleased at the prospect of having a chess partner. Bai Mengli's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly masked it with a smile that appeared somewhat strained. Sister only entered the palace yesterday. I have often heard tales of His Highness and the Crown Princess being harmonious. It was only upon entering the palace that I realized how deeply His Highness cherishes you, Su concubine. None of us 5 can compare to His Highness's affection for you. Bai Mengli's tone carried a subtle hint of melancholy, though it was not easily discernible, and her gaze betrayed a flicker of jealousy and reluctance. Su Jingyao lowered her lashes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. This Bai Liangdi certainly knew how to speak, not only sowing discord between her and Ling Yue but also uniting the 5 newcomers against her. Ling Yue observed this exchange with a sense of inexplicable pleasure. She wondered if Su Jingyao would still maintain her submissive demeanor when faced with provocation from others. With a slight lift of her chin, she regarded Su Jingyao with a probing gaze. Su Jingyao shyly smiled. To be favored by His Highness is my honor. In time, dear sister, you too shall have your chance. As she spoke, a flush of color rose to her cheeks, radiant as the evening sky. Bai Mengli was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a bold reply from Su Jingyao. Shouldn't a typical person exhibit some humility? She forced a smile, her expression awkward. It is only natural that His Highness favors a beauty like you, Su concubine. Su Jingyao lowered her head in tacit agreement, her cheeks tinted with pink, her demeanor endearingly shy, evoking a desire to protect her. Yet internally, she scoffed. All the veiled barbs lost their sting in the face of her openness. Ling Yue was equally surprised that such pointed remarks had been so easily diffused by Su Jingyao. Her sincerity shone through in every action, including her unpretentious acknowledgement of His Highness's affection, openly expressing her joy at being favored. Ling Yue's heart sank. Was there truly no weakness in Su Jingyao? Next came the introductions of Shin Baiwen and Shang Guanyi, with Shin Baiwen appearing graceful and Shang Guanyi exuding cuteness. Finally, Su Jingyao's attention fell upon Tang Sushi. Today, Tang Sushi wore a light-colored dress, the fabric evidently inferior to that of the others. Yet her beauty stood out among the group, possessing a delicate and pitiable charm. Su Jingyao mused that if this woman were a skilled actress, she might very well fit the mold of the innocent and pure white lotus that Jun Zechen favored. However, if her acting were lacking, she would surely tread upon Jun Zechen's pet peeve, appearing fragile yet harboring a venomous heart. I am Tang Sushi, daughter of the county magistrate of Yong'an. I greet the esteemed sisters. Tang Sushi stepped forward, her voice soft as silk. The others who had entered the palace alongside her held her in some disdain. Tang Sushi was well aware that after introducing herself, she would quietly return to her seat. The hour grows late. Let us conclude today's greetings. This palace is feeling weary. Upon hearing the crown princess's words, they slowly rose, bowing in farewell. As Su Jingyao made her way back, her mind was abuzz with thoughts. Ling Yue had indeed changed significantly. At least now she could maintain her composure in the presence of Jun Zechen's women. This would not do. With Jun Zechen set to ascend the throne in a year, she could not allow Ling Yue to become empress. A glint of malice flickered in Su Jingyao's eyes. Since Jingyao had entered the palace ahead of time, how could the protagonists of the novel not engage in their struggles? She would certainly lend a hand to both, ideally leading to their mutual downfall while she reaped the benefits. Chapter 22 of the arrival of Liangdi in recent days. To everyone's surprise, Jun Zechen has refrained from summoning any new concubines. During this time, he has only visited the prince's consort at her residence, the Chilwan Palace. Su Jingyao, with an air of indifference, busied herself with the newly arrived peonies in the flower room. The blossoms were resplendent, their layered petals reminiscent of the clouds at dusk, a sight she greatly cherished. Your Grace, and Liangdi has arrived, Miaoyun reported softly. Su Jingyao chuckled lightly. She truly cannot contain her impatience. With that, she slowly set down the scissors in her hand, gently brushed off the droplets of water, and leisurely made her way to the hall. I come to pay my respects to my esteemed sister, the secondary consort, and Jingyao said, slightly bowing, her voice tinged with a hint of formality. Su Jingyao wore a gentle smile. Sister, please rise and take a seat. As she spoke, she beckoned to Jingyao, her gestures delicate and graceful. Jingyao, feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to Su Jingyao's familiarity, made her way to the soft couch and sat down gently on the other side. What brings you to my Xi'an palace today, sister? Su Jingyao inquired with a smile, her voice melodious as flowing water. I, along with several other new concubines, have been in the East Palace for 5 days, yet none of us have had the chance to meet His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Princess has not mentioned us to him either, so I have come to trouble you, secondary consort, and Jingyao confessed, anxiety and unease evident on her face. Su Jingyao sighed softly, lowering her gaze, her thick eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, her expression revealing a sense of helplessness and melancholy. She then looked at Jingyao with compassion and said softly, Do not fret, sister. I too was neglected by His Highness for a long time. He, Jingyao, filled with urgency, interjected, What happened to him? Perhaps you were unaware before entering the East Palace, but the Crown Princess was the one whom His Highness personally sought to marry. Naturally, upon the arrival of new concubines, the Crown Princess would feel a sense of sorrow. It is only natural for His Highness to spend more time with her during these days, Su Jingyao explained, her tone calm and soothing. Therefore, there is no need for you to overthink it. Her gaze fell softly on Jingyao. Jingyang's brow furrowed, her smile beginning to fade. With His Highness so devoted to the Crown Princess, do you not feel a twinge of jealousy, sister? When I first entered the East Palace, His Highness candidly told me that he and the Crown Princess shared mutual affection, urging me not to harbor any delusions, Su Jingyao replied, a hint of melancholy lacing her voice. At present, I only wish to receive His Highness's meager favor and bear an heir as soon as possible, fulfilling the expectations of His Majesty and the Empress. Su Jingyao raised her head slightly, gazing into the distance, her expression filled with resignation and understanding, as if silently expressing her myriad unspoken thoughts. Jingyang's heart surged with tumult, her teeth clenched in frustration. The secondary consort, despite her extraordinary beauty, was utterly ineffectual. What a waste of such a splendid visage. Who would have thought that the Crown Princess truly held His Highness's heart? It was intolerable that they, the new concubines, were not even recommended to him, and yet the Crown Princess monopolized his attention. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Jingyao made a concerted effort to quell her emotions. Sister, your disposition is indeed commendable, yet we cannot simply sit idly by. The Crown Princess's continued claim over His Highness surely undermines the dignity of a legitimate wife, she stated, a barely concealed resentment and defiance evident on her face. Su Jingyao's brow furrowed slightly, her attractive features marred by a deep-seated melancholy. Sister, do not speak so. Where His Highness chooses to go is not within our control, and it is beyond our authority to intervene. Her voice carried a note of resignation and sorrow, yet Jingyao remained resolute, her gaze alight with determination. She had entered the East Palace to serve His Highness, and she could not simply allow the Crown Princess to monopolize his affections. Sister, I have come today with a request. The Yude Hall is accessible only to the Crown Princess and you. I implore you to persuade His Highness. If this continues, my fellow new concubines and I will be left yearning for his attention, our hearts aching, nearly brought to tears. Her voice was imbued with earnest entreaty. The Crown Princess and the secondary consort were the only ones permitted within the royal chambers. Thus, while Su Jingyao could visit Yude Hall, others could not enter without His Highness's summons, and any attempt to do so would result in being treated as an intruder. A troubled expression crossed Su Jingyao's face. Sister, although I have access to Yude Hall, persuading His Highness is not something I can easily accomplish. Moreover, only the rightful wife may counsel His Highness to share his affections equally. I lack the standing to do so. Her face was a portrait of conflict and helplessness. Sister, as a secondary consort, appointed by the Emperor's decree, you are in a position to counsel him. A few days from now, when I pay my respects to the Empress, I shall certainly speak favorably of you before Her Highness, and Jingyao urged fervently. Having entered the East Palace, her rank allowed her to pay her respects to the Empress after her turn with His Highness. Su Jingyao sighed deeply. After His Highness returns to the palace today, I shall visit Yude Hall, but I fear my words may carry little weight in His Highness's heart, and he might even take his displeasure out on me. Her expression was riddled with anxiety and trepidation. When you were in the boudoir, I knew you to be the epitome of a noble lady, generous and understanding. This matter today is a favor I owe you, and regardless of the outcome of my counsel, it is important that His Highness knows we, the new concubines, await his kindness, and Jingyan's voice was earnest. Very well, I shall give it a try today, Su Jingyao finally resolved. Thank you, sister. I shall take my leave now. With that, and Jingyao turned to depart, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Though the Crown Princess enjoyed His Highness's favor, she had witnessed the lack of affection from the Empress during the last tea banquet, and moreover, her inability to bear a child was apparent. Though her intellect appeared lacking, once she secured His Highness's affections, it was only a matter of time before she would vacate the Crown Princess's position. As for the beautiful Su secondary consort, she was indeed, as the rumors suggested, innocently kind-hearted and utterly defenseless. Once Jingyao had left, a smile crept onto Su Jingyao's lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief and triumph. The day the new concubines entered the palace, it was she who subtly persuaded Jun Zechen to spend a day or two with the Crown Princess. After all, the Crown Princess's hidden sorrow at the arrival of new concubines was hardly a secret. She had merely nudged Jun Zechen to comfort the Crown Princess, who would have thought that Ling Yue would be so indiscreet. With the arrival of the new concubines, Jun Zechen had abandoned them to visit her, which had led to her reveling in his attention for an entire 5 days. This was truly to her advantage. And Jingyao was not one to be trifled with. Let Ling Yue experience in Jingyao's tactics. Moreover, and Jingyao could subtly signal to Ling Yue in front of the Empress, for when Jun Zechen ascended the throne next year, the Empress would become the Dowager Empress, and she would be a pivotal figure in preventing Jun Zechen from elevating Ling Yue to the position of Empress. Your Grace, do you truly intend to counsel His Highness today? Miao Yun asked from the side. Indeed, I shall go, she replied, her eyes gleaming with mirth. As the radiant sunlight began to wane, a vibrant glow painted the horizon, casting a veil of ethereal mystery over the world. Within Yude Hall, upon Jun Zechen's return from the imperial study, he had hardly settled into his seat when Shun entered, head bowed, and stepping lightly. Your Highness, the Crown Princess inquires whether you shall join her for dinner at Chilwan Palace tonight, and Shun reported cautiously. Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Jun Zechen's brow, his handsome features knitting into a frown, as if bound by an invisible knot. His lips pressed tightly together, forming a straight line. He remained silent. And Shun stood by, not daring to breathe, let alone raise his gaze to meet Jun Zechen. He stood there like a statue, waiting patiently for His Highness to respond. Based on His Highness's reaction, it seemed he had no desire to visit Chilwan Palace. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. But the stillness was unnerving, making Shun anxious that His Highness might hear the rapid beating of his own heart. At that moment, just as the silence felt unbearable, a young eunuch entered, stepping forward. Your servant pays his respects to Your Highness. Jun Zechen's voice carried an unmistakable chill as he inquired, what is it? The young eunuch remained bowed. Su's secondary consort requests an audience. Jun Zechen's previously darkened gaze flickered for a moment before he commanded, let her in. Upon hearing that Su's secondary consort had arrived, Shun instantly understood that the Crown Princess would likely be left waiting in vain for His Highness's visit. Thus, he discreetly withdrew, his back bearing a trace of unacknowledged resignation. Having served beside His Highness for many years, Shun believed he had deciphered his temperament, yet the current dynamic between the Crown Princess and Su's secondary consort left him utterly perplexed. He found himself at a loss for how to respond to those in Chilwan Palace. Su Jingyao entered, draped in a pale, form-fitting chiffon gown that flowed like mist with each step she took. The outer shawl floated around her like drifting clouds, revealing her snow-white shoulders and gracefully accentuating her alluring collarbone and elongated neck. In such attire, she appeared enchantingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being. I pay my respects to Your Highness, Su Jingyao said, slightly bowing, her voice a melodious trill, imbued with a hint of softness and allure. Rise. What brings you here today? Jun Zechen's tone remained neutral, his handsome features betraying no emotional shift at her arrival. Su Jingyao stifled a smile within, aware of how adept he was at feigning indifference. She glided gracefully towards him, their positions naturally creating a subtle elevation between them. She lowered her head slightly, her water-like eyes brimming with tenderness. Though Jun Zechen initially wished to avoid her gaze, he found himself unable to resist the warmth of her ardent stare. Their eyes met, and Su Jingyao playfully chided, "It has been several days since I last saw your highness, I have missed you dearly." Her fingers, painted with a delicate pink hue, glided gently across the palm of his hand, her touch imbued with an unending affection. Jun Zechen felt a delightful tingling sensation in his palm, and his expression grew dim and inscrutable. "Were you not the one who urged me to visit Chilwan Palace? I went to comfort the crown princess, yet you seem displeased?" Jun Zechen's voice remained calm, akin to a tranquil lake, concealing any distinct emotional undercurrents. But only he knew he was testing her, secretly wishing to see her vexed, yearning for the sight of her jealousy. Su Jingyao pouted her lips, as radiant as blooming roses. "I am not displeased, your highness. I have known of your fondness for my sister since the first day." Her tone bore a hint of playful reproach, her voice melodious and alluring, capable of ensnaring one's heart. "Then what is the purpose of your visit today?" Jun Zechen's expression shifted to one of discontent, his brows knitting slightly, and his gaze sharpened, resembling two icy beams piercing through her. Chapter 23. Persuading him only to be bullied. Su Jingyao lowered her head slightly, her eyes gradually welling with tears, and she gazed at the indifferent Jun Zechen sitting before her with a face full of grievance. "Today, your highness, and Liangdi has come to Xi'an Palace." Jun Zechen's expression remained unchanged as he lounged lazily in his seat, one hand idly toying with the soft, fair hand of the woman before him, as if he had not heard her words at all. He remained silent, not uttering a single word. Seeing his lack of response, Su Jingyao had no choice but to muster the courage to continue. "And Liangdi sent me to persuade your highness, and your highness must—" Before she could finish her sentence, Jun Zechen suddenly lifted his head, his gaze turning sharply cold. He fixed his eyes directly upon her, as if to say that this little woman was becoming increasingly daring to speak such words. His countenance was frigid, shrouded in an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Su Jingyao was momentarily taken aback by his ruthless gaze, her body instinctively trembling, and she promptly fell silent. Even her entire frame quivered slightly, and she bit her delicate lips, at a loss for words. The innocence and vulnerability she exuded truly elicited a sense of sympathy. She timidly met the man's gaze, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, as though she could not comprehend what she had done wrong. "Does my consort no longer recognize her own status?" Jun Zechen deliberately emphasized the word side consort, the dissatisfaction and mockery within his tone unmistakable. He had never anticipated that this side consort of his would be so magnanimous and kind-hearted. After spending 5 days in Chilwan Palace, she had just proclaimed how much she missed him, only to come now to persuade him to favor other women. On the day the newcomers entered the palace, she had also expressed a desire to cling to him, yet turned around to request that he comfort Ling Yue in bed. Since she had said so, he naturally obliged. "Your highness," she called out weakly. Jun Zechen callously shook off her hand, coldly stating, "I am weary from handling state affairs today, you may return, side consort." He then closed his eyes to rest, no longer sparing her a glance. Due to his indifference, tears rapidly filled Su Jingyao's eyes, like a veil of mist, the shimmering waves within reflecting her distress. Suddenly, without warning, a hot tear cascaded down the corner of her eye, resembling a glistening pearl. It fell precisely onto the back of Jun Zechen's hand. Jun Zechen abruptly opened his eyes, his slightly furrowed brow betraying a hint of anger. He spoke in a low voice, "What are you crying for?" It was clear that she was the one who had spoken without restraint, yet it now appeared as if he were the one bullying her. "I only feel that in Liangdi today resembles my own self when I first entered the Eastern Palace. She came to my Xi'an Palace today and shared so much with me, appearing so heartbroken that I could not bear it." Su Jingyao's voice trembled with a hint of unvoiced grievance and helplessness, delicate and fragile like a flower swaying gently in the wind, evoking pity. Jun Zechen gazed at her quietly, a long sigh escaping his lips. And Liangdi was evidently a woman discontented with her status. What merit was there to be sympathetic? It was simply that this little woman, having experienced the initial days of entering the Eastern Palace, felt a sense of shared plight within Liangdi. At this moment, he wished she would not be so kind-hearted. How had that old fox, Minister Su, spoiled his daughter to such an innocent and harmless degree? Jun Zechen reached out, gently encircling her delicate waist, pulling her onto his lap. Su Jingyao obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, her petite form resembling a feather, quietly nestling into the warmth of his embrace. She appeared like a little rabbit seeking safety, her eyes and nose reddened, her pitiful demeanor stirring a sense of affection in him. The newcomers were selected by the Empress Dowager. "For the sake of the royal heir, I shall indulge them. These past few days, I have merely comforted the crown princess in Chilwan Palace. Are these newcomers truly so impatient?" Jun Zechen's voice carried a hint of irritation. "Only you, little fool, would come to plead on behalf of others. I did not come to seek your highness solely for the newcomers. I truly miss you." Su Jingyao's soft, melodious voice brushed against Jun Zechen's neck like a gentle spring breeze. His body stiffened involuntarily, a tingling sensation rising from the depths of his heart. Her tender voice was irresistible, as if she were deliberately plucking at the strings of his heart. Jun Zechen's eyes darkened, a tempest brewing within them. His hand around her waist began to unconsciously caress her, tinged with an urgency and desire that were difficult to disguise. In his arms was still a young girl, easily frightened. With just a few pointed words, she would be on the verge of tears. In the past, whenever he had spoken harshly, she would stubbornly hold back her tears. Now, the moment his tone turned slightly cold, her tears would fall like pearls strung on a broken thread, as if her grievances surged forth from the depths of her heart. "Will you stay in Yuta Palace tonight?" His fiery gaze burned like flames, seemingly igniting her entire being, filled with a fierce possessiveness and longing that was hard to resist. Su Jingyao lowered her head slightly, a rosy blush blooming on her cheeks, as radiant as a blossoming peach flower. Her lips were also tinted pink, complementing her flushed cheeks, making her appear even more delicate and alluring, akin to a tender flower that invited protection. Seeing her in such a state stirred an intense desire within Jun Zechen to devour her whole. With this thought in mind, he instinctively acted, reaching out to gently lift her chin, leaning in as if to kiss her. Jingyao seemed to anticipate his movement, swiftly raising her hand to block his lips. His heated kiss landed on her palm instead, its warmth almost scorching enough to burn her skin. Jun Zechen's darkened gaze remained fixed on her, eyebrows slightly raised, silently inquiring if she would refuse his kiss. Jingyao blinked her long, feathery lashes and innocently replied, "I applied lip balm today, so we cannot kiss." Her voice was soft and gentle, laced with a hint of shyness and playful reproach, melting one's heart upon hearing it. Jun Zechen's gaze was riveted on her glistening lips, filled with fervor. Though he typically disliked kissing women with lip balm, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her despite knowing she had applied it. He grasped her hand tightly, his eyes burning brightly like a torch, fixated on her rosy lips. With the gaze of a ravenous wolf filled with fierce possessiveness, he locked eyes with Jingyao, guiding her fingertip to his delicate, sensual lips. He then lowered his gaze, pressing his lips against her fingertip. Afterward, he raised his eyes to meet hers. The blush on Jingyao's face deepened, realizing that this man was indeed seducing her. The wet warmth instantly coursed through her fingertip, sending a jolt through her heart. As she felt the heat radiating from her fingertip, an odd sensation surged through her body like a tiny electric current. Her fingertip instinctively sought to retract, her watery eyes sparkled like stars, softly and alluringly calling out, "Your Highness." Her voice intertwined confusion and anticipation, a complex emotion that left her herself unclear about her desires. She continued to call out to the man kissing her fingertip, her voice melodious and sweet, like a gentle feather stirring the heart. She leaned weakly against him, feeling utterly fragile. After a considerable time had passed, Jun Zechen held her, resting his head affectionately on her smooth, delicate shoulder. His large hand, seemingly enchanted, endlessly caressed her slender waist with love and tenderness. It was unclear what she was made of. Despite her delicate appearance, she felt soft and supple all over. Her skin, pale and tender, seemed as if it could yield droplets of water with the slightest pinch. Jingyao gently closed her eyes to rest for a moment. She parted her ruby lips and sweetly murmured, "I wish to bathe." At this moment, she felt overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's expression darkened. He turned her head and kissed her fiercely, then swept her into his arms, striding toward the bathing chamber. Before long, the sounds of the woman's melodious moans intertwined with the man's heavy breaths echoed from within the bathing chamber. Since that day Jingyao went to persuade Jun Zechen, he began to indulge the newcomers. The first to receive his favor was not Jinyan, but by Meng Li. Jingyao understood the underlying reasons. Jinyan had eagerly sought her out, striving for favor, which naturally displeased Jun Zechen. He deemed Jinyan to be an unrestrained woman. With such a poor first impression, it was only natural she would not be the first to share his bed. In the past 10 days, Jun Zechen had summoned all 5 newcomers, and it was said the Chilwan Palace had already replaced several vases. Jingyao raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at her lips, as if mocking something. "Master, the Crown Princess is furious about your Highness favoring the newcomers, causing quite a stir in the Eastern Palace. Does she not fear the Empress Dowager will come after her?" Yun was genuinely perplexed by the Crown Princess's actions. "She has already shown restraint." Jingyao chuckled softly, recalling how in her memory of the novel, when Jun Zechen favored the concubines, Ling Yue had boldly confronted him in Xianqing Palace, causing an uproar. It was nothing like now, which was merely a matter of breaking a few vases in the palace. "Has our informant in Shiyun Palace uncovered anything?" Jingyao inquired softly. "Master, our people are now close attendants in Shiyun Palace, and have had opportunities to serve in the sleeping quarters. Reports indicate that Liangdi has plans for the Crown Princess's birthday banquet in 5 days. Yun quickly responded. "Since Liangdi has gained your Highness's favor, her temperament has grown increasingly arrogant. Tang Fengyi was suppressed after being favored just once. However, the Crown Princess is no pushover. Your Highness holds more affection for her. If the Crown Princess were to request an audience, it is likely she would go to Chilwan Palace. Moreover, as long as your Highness heads toward the rear palace, her palace is relatively close to Yuta Palace, always seeking ways to intercept your Highness." Yun recounted Liangdi's various actions. "None of this matters. Ensure you find out exactly what Liangdi plans for the Crown Princess's birthday banquet in 5 days. Jingyao held a dismissive view of Jinyan's schemes for favor. She was likely still too young, having not yet experienced the vicissitudes of the harem, and her tactics were understandably immature. Yet, the more Jinyan pursued favor, the more Jun Zechen would only view her as a mere vessel for producing heirs. She could never truly enter his heart. Jingyao lifted a knowing smile, her fair hand gently resting on her abdomen. Perhaps she could present them with an unexpected surprise at the Crown Princess's birthday banquet. Chapter 24 of the Birthday Banquet at the Lotus Pond. The 20th birthday banquet of the Crown Princess was arranged on a modest scale, as the current emperor's health was deteriorating, leading to a ban on grand celebrations within the palace. The Ministry of Internal Affairs designated a spacious pavilion beside the Lotus Pond outside the East Palace for the occasion, surrounded by breathtaking scenery, with the lotus flowers blooming vibrantly not far away. The gentle breeze carried the enchanting fragrance of the lotus blossoms, bringing forth a sense of joy and tranquility. Dining in such an exquisite setting was indeed a delightful experience. The Crown Princess's birthday celebration was attended solely by the masters of the East Palace, namely, all of the Crown Prince's wives and concubines, totaling 8 individuals, gathered around a single banquet table. However, the Crown Prince had specially instructed that seasonal flowers be arranged outside the pavilion, and he had meticulously prepared sky lanterns. Furthermore, he had sent an abundance of gold, silver, and silk to the Chilwan Hall, making it abundantly clear how much he cherished and favored the Crown Princess. Today, Su Jingyao arrived early at the pavilion, and aside from the crown prince, the crown princess, and Jinyan, the others had already assembled. Jinyan was adorned in a palace gown embroidered with peony motifs, the flowers resembling the grandeur of blooming peonies, though they inevitably overshadowed the occasion. Proud by nature, Jinyan had never entertained the thought of playing second fiddle. Her husband was the most powerful man in the realm, and she aspired to be his most favored woman. To her, the crown princess was undoubtedly a glaring obstacle in her path. Jinyan's Shiyun Hall and the crown princess's Chiuan Hall were in close proximity to the crown prince's Yuda Hall. She had dispatched individuals to closely monitor the crown princess's every move, biding her time until the crown princess departed for the lotus pond. Once the crown princess set off, and Jinyan followed closely behind. Upon reaching the lotus pond, she stealthily emerged from another path, fortuitously encountering the crown princess, seated in the pavilion. Su Jingyao caught sight of Jinyan intercepting the crown princess by the lotus pond, a smile of indescribable delight unconsciously gracing her lips. On the other hand, Ling Yue was taken aback by Jinyan's sudden obstruction, utterly bewildered as to the intention behind her actions. I pay my respects to the crown princess, Jinyan said, bowing slightly. Rise. What a coincidence to encounter you here, and Liangdi, Ling Yue replied, her tone laced with confusion. Indeed, I have come to congratulate my sister on her birthday this year. Have you not turned 20? Jinyan said with a smile, her voice slow and deliberate. Suddenly, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh my, sister, you hardly look a day older." At this remark, Ling Yue's brow furrowed in displeasure. Although she was rather innocent and lacked guile, she could discern the veiled sarcasm in Jinyan's words. And Liangdi, do you know what you are saying? Ling Yue's voice brimmed with indignation. Sister, His Highness stayed at Shiyun Hall last night, and I inquired about your age, fearing to offend you. I truly meant no harm, Jinyan feigned innocence, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Ling Yue's voice grew colder. My bond with His Highness is not something you, and Liangdi, can compare with your fleeting favor. Jinyan maintained her smile, inching closer to Ling Yue and lowering her voice to whisper in her ear. Sister, I may not match your youthful affection with His Highness, but I wonder if my future children with him might rival that bond. Ling Yue's chest heaved with rage upon hearing this, her eyes widening in fury as she spat, you dare. With that, Ling Yue raised her arm, poised to strike. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao had been observing this unfolding drama from the pavilion feigning concern. She remarked, Sisters, I wonder what has transpired between the crown princess and sister-in. They have yet to join us, and it seems that sister-in has upset the crown princess. I shall go and see. Today is a day of great celebration, let there be no disturbances, she added, leisurely making her way toward them, accompanied by Miaoyan. On Ling Yue's side, her raised hand was still aimed at Jinyan. Naturally, Jinyan was not one to back down. As Ling Yue's slap approached, she shut her eyes tightly and braced herself for the blow, then began to grapple with Ling Yue. And Liangdi, I am the crown princess. How dare you? Crown princess, I merely remarked that His Highness rested at Shiyun Hall yesterday. Why must you react with such fury? You either strike or scold me. Oh dear, today, they had only brought a single personal maid each, and Ling Yue's maid, Mei Xiang, was taken aback by Jinyan's audacity. Without hesitation, she rushed forward to separate them. However, Bai Ji, Jinyan's companion, was equally resolute and swiftly blocked Mei Xiang's path, resulting in a standoff. Amidst the scuffle, Jinyan unexpectedly fell into the lotus pond. In the split second before her descent, she summoned all her strength to shove Ling Yue hard, a flash of malice gleaming in her eyes. Ling Yue had not anticipated such boldness. Her position was precarious, right at the edge of the stone path beside the pond. Should she fall, it would be disastrous, potentially marring her beauty. Caught off guard, Ling Yue stumbled backward. Just then, Su Jingyao, hastening over, reached out to grasp Ling Yue's arm, managing to pull her back. However, due to the sudden force, Ling Yue inadvertently yanked Su Jingyao down with her, causing the latter to crash onto the stones. Su Jingyao, unprepared for the fall, landed harshly, the rough stone scraping against her skin, producing a painful crunch from her ankle. In that fleeting moment of falling into the water, Jinyan witnessed Su Jingyao's act of saving Ling Yue, her heart swelling with frustration and rage. She had never anticipated that her meticulously orchestrated scheme would leave Ling Yue unscathed. Her initial intention was to mar Ling Yue's visage, and even if she couldn't ruin it entirely, she hoped to make her too ashamed to face the crown prince, thus granting her more time with him. After all, once in the East Palace, the crown prince frequently visited Chiuan Hall, and the time spent with them was already limited, let alone meaningful interactions. Moreover, the crown princess was quite jealous. Whenever the crown prince failed to visit Chiuan Hall, she would send someone to summon him. This was utterly intolerable for Jinyan. Thus, she had staged this entire scene, intending to present herself as the victim, even enduring a slap from the crown princess, thereby distancing herself from any repercussions. Furthermore, she believed that such a jealous and possessive crown princess, even with the crown prince's protection, would not escape the scrutiny of the empress if the situation escalated. Yet, she had never imagined that the foolish Su Jingyao would emerge, pretending to play the role of the devoted sister. Her kindness would ultimately be her undoing. Although Su Jingyao had intended to bear the consequences, she did not wish to suffer too severely, especially as she was with child. In the instant of falling, she swiftly adjusted her posture, choosing to risk a slight sprain to her ankle instead of endangering her abdomen. After landing, Ling Yue finally realized that her earlier forceful action had caused Su Jingyao to fall. A wave of guilt and self-reproach washed over her, but more than that, she was astonished. She had never expected Su Jingyao to risk her safety to save her. After all, she had previously ridiculed her. Did she truly not care at all? As the crown princess, Ling Yue had meticulously timed her arrival at the lotus pond, and coincidentally, Jun Zechen had just arrived as well. However, he had barely made it when he witnessed Su Jingyao being yanked down by Ling Yue, falling directly to the ground. Jun Zechen's expression darkened in an instant, his eyes filled with worry and urgency, and in that tense moment, he instinctively called out, "Yao Yao." Ling Yue's heart sank at the sound of his voice. She stared at Jun Zechen, her mind swirling with shock and disbelief. Had he grown so close to Su Jingyao? A hint of resentment flashed in Ling Yue's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao's face turned ashen, devoid of color, her lips pale and lifeless. Her ankle was sprained, and the pain compelled her to furrow her brow, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her delicate constitution made such an injury excruciatingly unbearable, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Moreover, in her effort to protect her abdomen, her calves and thighs had scraped against the stones, the sting of the abrasions acutely evident. The pain surged like a tide, threatening to overwhelm her consciousness. Jun Zechen rushed to her side, his eyes brimming with concern and tenderness. He quickly bent down and lifted her into his arms, his movements gentle and cautious, as if cradling a priceless treasure. "And Shun, summon the imperial physician," he commanded, his voice echoing with fury and urgency. Cradling her close, he strode purposefully toward the Xiang Hall, not sparing a glance back. Ling Yue trailed behind, dejected, helplessly watching her husband show such care for another woman. Observing him hasten toward Xiang Hall with Su Jingyao, her heart ached with sorrow, bitterness, and confusion. She could not comprehend why Su Jingyao was so kind, so pure. She longed to feel envy, yet Su Jingyao was her savior. How could she possibly harbor jealousy toward her at such a moment? For the first time, Ling Yue realized how selfish she truly was. As they made their way to Xiang Hall, Jun Zechen's brow furrowed, his gaze filled with concern and urgency. He leaned down slightly, whispering softly, "Yao Yao, what is wrong? Where does it hurt?" Su Jingyao tightened her grip around his neck, her voice frail and laced with pain. "My leg hurts." Jun Zechen's gaze fell upon her leg, where the stones had inflicted wounds that began to seep blood, each mark piercing his heart. The sprained ankle remained hidden beneath her skirt, but he could only imagine the swelling and agonizing discomfort she must be enduring. Suddenly, Su Jingyao began to tremble, her complexion turning ghostly pale, akin to a blank sheet of paper. Jun Zechen's heart constricted, filled with a deep sense of sorrow as he gazed at her, his voice tinged with panic. "Yao Yao, what is happening? Do not frighten me." Su Jingyao clutched her abdomen tightly, her face contorted in agony, her voice trembling with distress. "Your Highness, my stomach hurts so much." Woo-woo, her brows knitted together, sweat beads cascading down her forehead, and her painful expression tore at Jun Zechen's heart. Chapter 25 of the Crown Princess's confinement at the Xiang Hall. Jun Zechen held Su Jingyao tightly in his embrace, gently laying her upon the couch. Su Jingyao's brows were furrowed, her delicate features twisted in distress. One hand pressed against her abdomen while the other grasped Jun Zechen's broad palm with desperation. "Your Highness, it hurts." Her voice was frail and trembling, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, evoking an instinctive sense of pity. Observing her persistent discomfort, Jun Zechen was filled with bewilderment and concern, unable to comprehend the source of her pain. Nevertheless, he swiftly extended his free hand, softly placing it on her abdomen to offer solace. "Yao Yao, please hold on. The imperial physician will arrive shortly." His brow was tightly knitted, resembling the character deeply etched upon his forehead, and his gaze emanated a chilling sword-like glint, instilling trepidation in those who beheld it. Miaoyun hurried back to Xiang Hall, a cup of herbal tea in hand. "My lady, please drink some tea to warm yourself, you are breaking out in a cold sweat." Su Jingyao slowly accepted the tea, taking a delicate sip, her lowered lashes concealing an inscrutable depth. Miaoyun took the cup from her and discreetly withdrew. Gradually, Su Jingyao felt lightheaded, her consciousness fading until she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. This entire scenario was, of course, part of her meticulous scheme. She would never harm her child. Her abdomen was not in pain, rather, the injury at her ankle was excruciating. By feigning abdominal discomfort, she cleverly masked any suspicion. The tea Miaoyun delivered had been premeditated, infused with the herb aconitum, which would temporarily induce an erratic pulse. When the physician arrived to take her pulse, the signs would naturally reveal her pregnancy and the disturbance of the fetus. Jun Zechen would inform the physician that she had been experiencing abdominal pain prior to her fainting, and the skilled practitioners within the palace would certainly know how to articulate matters to serve their own interests. The first child of the Eastern Palace, affected by the Crown Princess's birthday celebration, had stirred the fetus, and with the mother fainting, it would undoubtedly alarm the Empress. Today, the Crown Princess had struck a maid of the Eastern Palace, resulting in the disturbance of the fetus. Coupled with her previous domineering behavior toward the Crown Prince, the Empress would surely not overlook such transgressions lightly. Upon Su Jingyao's fainting, Jun Zechen's countenance darkened instantly, shrouded in an oppressive gloom as if a storm cloud had descended, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "Where is the physician?" His voice was laced with urgency and fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. As his words fell, Anshuan rushed in, flanked by Physician Li, his expression fraught with anxiety. Just as Physician Li was about to bow, he was brusquely interrupted by Jun Zechen. "Hurry, come here. The side consort has fainted. Determine the cause." Jun Zechen's tone was as frigid as ice, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Physician Li hastily approached, his hands trembling as he began to take Su Jingyao's pulse. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly astonished, filled with confusion and shock. Seeing the physician's silence, Jun Zechen's lips pressed into a taut line, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Physician Li. "What is the matter with the side consort?" His voice was low and urgent, brimming with concern. "Your Highness, congratulations. The side consort is nearly a month pregnant." Physician Li's voice carried a note of excitement. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen felt as though struck by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. "She is pregnant?" A wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. This was his first child. His heart raced violently, as if threatening to leap from his chest. He then anxiously inquired, "She has been saying her abdomen hurts before fainting. Check her thoroughly for any issues." His tone conveyed an urgent concern, interlaced with a barely perceptible tremor. "Your Highness, the side consort's pulse is somewhat erratic due to the disturbance of the fetus. Although there are no signs of miscarriage, she requires ample rest. I shall immediately prepare medicine to support her pregnancy," Physician Li respectfully stated. "Go swiftly," Jun Zechen commanded, his voice rife with urgency. Ling Yue, who had followed closely, felt a sudden jolt upon hearing the physician's words, nearly losing her balance. Su Jingyao was pregnant. Ling Yue's lips curled into a bitter smile. Did this not align perfectly with her desires? If Su Jingyao were with child, would Jun Zechen not be less inclined to favor her? Would his heart not return to her? He had once claimed he would not love another. Su Jingyao was merely a vessel for succession. After Physician Li departed, the accompanying maidservants began to cautiously examine Su Jingyao's leg and ankle injuries. Jun Zechen strode outside with steady steps, Ling Yue trailing behind, his brow furrowed tightly, and his eyes glinting with sharpness. He needed to ascertain the truth of today's events. Upon exiting, and Jingyao arrived at Shiyang Hall, after her fall into the water, her maidservants had swiftly acted to rescue her. At this moment, her garments clung wetly to her form, a clear handprint marred her face, rendering her appearance bedraggled, yet, enhanced by her exquisite makeup, she appeared even more pitiable. And Jingyao had hastily come to confront the crown princess, determined not to be wrongfully accused. Jun Zechen sat at the head of the hall, his expression dark, radiating an immense and invisible pressure. His gaze was as frigid as ice, fixed intently upon the two women before him. "Speak, what transpired today?" His voice was low and authoritative, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. Hearing his command, and Jingyao immediately knelt, though her posture remained upright, and then tearfully began her lament. "Your Highness, I truly do not know how I have offended the crown princess. She struck me without reason and pushed me into the lotus pond. Woe is me." Her tears flowed like pearls strung loose, rendering her an image of heart-wrenching sorrow. "Do not slander me, and Liangdi. Had you not shown disrespect, I would not have struck you." Ling Yue's voice was laced with frost, her gaze sharp as a knife directed at Jingyao. She then turned to Jun Zechen, saying, "Your Highness, it was in Liangdi's reckless words that provoked me. I did not push her into the lotus pond. She fell in during our scuffle and then pushed me back." "What did she say?" Jun Zechen's tone grew even colder, his eyes darting between Ling Yue and Jingyao, unwilling to believe either without scrutiny. Upon hearing Jun Zechen's inquiry, Ling Yue felt a tightening in her chest, her lips pressed together, betraying a flicker of anguish of the words Liangdi had whispered in her ear, mocking her inability to bear children, echoed painfully in her mind. Such an unspeakable insult, how could she dare to utter it before everyone? At this moment, she felt enveloped by a chilling aura, a sensation brought forth by Jun Zechen's cold demeanor. She even began to fear that he might not believe her. Sensing Ling Yue's silence, and Liangdi seized the opportunity to elevate her voice. "Your Highness, I have always treated the crown princess with utmost respect. During our altercation, I merely remarked that the crown prince had spent the night in Shiyun Hall, and the crown princess unjustly retaliated against me. I am truly wronged. Woe is me." As she spoke, she dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. However, a glint of concealed triumph and calculation flickered in her lowered gaze. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's eyes darkened, his mind racing with thoughts. The act of jealousy leading to violence was indeed within Ling Yue's capacity, yet he had not anticipated her boldness in such a public setting, lacking even a semblance of the decorum befitting a crown princess. A flicker of anger crossed his gaze, but disappointment loomed larger. Jun Zechen's icy stare bore into Ling Yue, who met his gaze, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. She quivered, her lips trembling, wanting to speak yet unsure how to begin. Ultimately, she defiantly declared, "I did not." Her voice carried a note of indignation and grievance. At times, Jun Zechen found himself at a loss regarding how to manage Ling Yue. He wished for her to exhibit more maturity, yet her lack of understanding stemmed from his earlier indulgence and affection. He turned the ring on his finger, his downcast eyes concealing an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Before he could formulate a response, the dignified Gugu Jingyao approached with steady steps. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Gugu Jingyao inclined slightly, performing a bow. "Rise," Jun Zechen commanded, his voice low and authoritative. "Your Highness, the Empress has heard of the side consort's pregnancy and has sent me to inquire, bringing along the Empress's decree for the Crown Princess to heed," Gugu Jingyao announced, her tone clear and resonant. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue's heart sank, and she hastily knelt. Her body trembled slightly, filled with apprehension and fear. Gugu Jingyao cleared her throat and read the decree. "The Crown Princess has exhibited improper conduct, harboring jealousy, and has brazenly struck a maid of the Eastern Palace, causing distress to the royal heir. Such actions are intolerable. Henceforth, the Crown Princess shall be confined for 2 months, during which she must transcribe the palace regulations 100 times, as a lesson for others. It is hoped she will reflect and reform, cultivating her character and adhering to her duties." Each word from Gugu Jingyao struck Ling Yue's heart like a hammer. "Your Highness, Ling Yue raised her head to look at Jun Zechen, her eyes brimming with pleading and hope. She yearned for him to intercede on her behalf, to believe in her innocence, yet Jun Zechen, uncertain of how to handle Ling Yue, understood that their shared culpability within Jingyao was not entirely her fault. However, as his legitimate wife, she was expected to embody the grace and composure of a proper consort. Jealousy and violence toward a maid were grounds sufficient for the Empress to strip her of her title. Jun Zechen interrupted her, his voice icy. "Anshuan, escort the Crown Princess back to Qiluang Hall." And Liangdi has been startled today. However, her offense against the crown princess warrants a month of confinement. Your Highness. Eigen Liangdi had initially wished to defend herself, but upon seeing Jun Zechen's stern countenance, her words faltered. With a resigned acquiescence, she turned and exited Shiyang Hall, though confined for a month, and Jinyan believed this was merely Jun Zechen's attempt to preserve the crown princess's dignity. Once the month was up, the crown princess would still be under confinement, and with Su Jingyao pregnant, and Jinyan felt assured that no one in the rear palace could rival her, firmly securing Jun Zechen's heart. A triumphant smile graced in Jinyan's lips. Ling Yue had not anticipated Jun Zechen's treatment of her. She emerged from Shiyang Hall in a daze, her steps heavy and slow, as though each stride drained her of strength. And Jinyan hastened to catch up, a smug smile gracing her features, her eyes brimming with provocation and derision. Crown Princess, how fortunate that your face remains unscathed. Oh no, you should thank Su Jingyao for carrying the royal heir and saving you. Ling Yue shot her a fierce glare, her eyes aflame with rage and hatred. And Liangdi, your scheme shall not go unpunished. Her voice was laced with a bitter edge. Their exchange was hushed, laden with suppressed malice and resentment. Jinyan merely scoffed, turning away with a light and jubilant step, as if celebrating her victory. Meanwhile, Ling Yue walked toward her palace, her gaze vacant, her heart filled with despair and helplessness. Her husband did not believe in her. Chapter 26. Whom does he prefer? The physician's daughter tenderly cleansed the external wounds of Su Jingyao one by one, meticulously applying ointment, and even carefully bandaging the more serious injury on her ankle. Miaoyun and Miaoxia moved about quietly, assisting her in removing the outer garments, leaving only the inner shirt. At that moment, Jun Zechen entered with measured strides, bending down gently to lift Su Jingyao from the couch. He carried her into the chamber and slowly laid her on the bed. Thereafter, he quietly seated himself by the bedside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Su Jingyao, his eyes brimming with concern and tenderness. He had not anticipated that the arrival of their first child would come so unexpectedly. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the calming medicine prepared by physician Li was brought in. Jun Zechen personally accepted the bowl of medicine, sitting beside Su Jingyao, with one arm supporting her back while holding the bowl in the other, ready to feed her. As the bitterness of the medicine began to awaken her from her stupor, Su Jingyao gradually opened her eyes, finding herself half reclining in Jun Zechen's warm embrace, who was patiently offering her the bowl. No, it's too bitter. Su Jingyao furrowed her brow, her voice laced with a hint of weakness and reluctance. Be good, Yao, you carry the imperial heir now. This is a calming medicine. You experienced a shock today, and you must drink it. I have had someone prepare your favorite honeyflower tea. It will negate the bitterness after the medicine. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao stared at Jun Zechen in a daze for a while, before finally regaining her senses. I am pregnant. Her voice carried a thread of astonishment and disbelief. Yes, Yao is indeed pregnant. Physician Li personally checked your pulse. There can be no mistake. Jun Zechen's voice was deep and gentle, his gaze towards Su Jingyao brimming with affection. He brought the bowl of medicine closer to her lips again, and despite her aversion to the bitter taste, Su Jingyao tightly closed her eyes, pinching her nose with her fingers, and forced the medicine down with a grimace. After finishing the medicine, Su Jingyao immediately exclaimed, "It's so bitter, I want to drink the flower tea." Miaoyun promptly handed her the tea. Su Jingyao carefully cupped the teacup with her small hands, taking cautious sips, resembling an adorable little squirrel, evoking a sense of tender affection in those who beheld her. Once finished, she gently placed her hand on her belly, her eyes sparkling with surprise, akin to stars suddenly twinkling in the night sky, brilliant and luminous, with a tone tinged with incredulity. She softly probed, "Your Highness, am I truly pregnant?" Jun Zechen tenderly laid his hand upon her abdomen, nodding slightly in affirmation. However, his expression soon turned grave, his voice low and forceful. "Why did you recklessly rush to save the crown princess today, disregarding your safety? Do you not realize that the stones were unpolished? If you had fallen in a slightly different direction, the consequences would have been unimaginable." A deep expression of regret washed over Su Jingyao's face. Biting her lip, she gazed at him with self-reproach. "I did not know I was pregnant. Had I known, I would not have a vizier bond with the crown princess so strong. Would you rather injure yourself than see her harmed?" Jun Zechen's tone held a touch of confusion and jealousy. He was acutely aware that ever since the flower festival, Ling Yue had distanced herself from Su Jingyao, while Su Jingyao had devoted her thoughts entirely to him. Yet, he was taken aback that upon seeing Ling Yue injured, she had rushed to her side without a second thought. "Your Highness, when I first arrived at the East Palace, the crown princess treated me very well. I had no one close to me in the palace. I regarded her as family. If she had fallen, her face would have likely been ruined. I could not bear to watch." Su Jingyao's voice was imbued with sincerity. Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen's heart swelled with mixed emotions. The reason she considered Ling Yue as a sister was precisely due to his prior malice and coldness towards her. She had once been cherished in the Su family, yet upon entering the East Palace, he had treated her with disdain. Only the kind-hearted Ling Yue was willing to converse with her, and they would occasionally share tea and chat together. Thus, it was no wonder she held her relationship with Ling Yue in such high regard. As Su Jingyao finished speaking, her lashes, like raven feathers, slowly drooped, concealing the emotions in her eyes. Moreover, her voice carried a hint of hesitation, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, unsure if she should continue. Jun Zechen raised an eyebrow, pressing for her to elaborate. "Moreover, what?" Gently, Su Jingyao wrapped her arms around his waist, her soft voice flowing like a gentle stream. "The crown princess is the one dear to your heart. If she were to be injured, it would grieve you, and I do not wish to see you troubled." Jun Zechen's hand suddenly clenched into a fist, his voice deep and powerful, tinged with an emotion that was barely discernible. "Do you believe that if you were to be injured, I would not worry?" Su Jingyao bit her lip lightly, a hint of grievance flashing across her face. "No, I know that you have treated me well in recent days, and I am grateful for the affection you show the crown princess. I am content with just a fraction of your regard, her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. It is better for me to be injured than for the crown princess to suffer. You need not feel such pain. Jun Zechen stared ahead, his eyes dark as ink, profound and inscrutable. Thus, she had always felt that in comparison to Ling Yue, her significance in his heart was but a fraction, while Ling Yue remained the cherished woman he held dear. It was for this reason that she disregarded her own safety to rescue Ling Yue. Jun Zechen had never contemplated this dilemma before. Whom did he care for more, Ling Yue or Su Jingyao? He had known Ling Yue for 3 years, married her for 2, while he had only known Su Jingyao for roughly 2 months, yet, the more he interacted with Su Jingyao, the more he seemed to experience emotions he had never felt before. Her kindness and innocence stirred his heart, her unexpectedly flirtatious words quickened his pulse, the sight of her in tears caused him pain, her body, perfectly attuned to his, drove him wild. At this moment, her submissive and humble demeanor shattered his heart. She remained utterly unaware of how deeply Jun Zechen loved her. However, Jun Zechen himself could not ascertain whether his feelings would change with the passage of time and the experiences they would endure. Since his last conversation with the emperor, he could no longer make any promises regarding his feelings to anyone. After all, he was the crown prince of the Jun kingdom, the future emperor. Ling Yue was his first wife, and that would not change. Jun Zechen held the woman in his arms tightly, his embrace enclosing her as if to meld her into his very being, his voice tinged with urgency. From now on, do not harm yourself to save others, do you understand? Su Jingyao exerted all her strength to wrap her arms around him, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Yes, I understand. Now that I carry your child, I will certainly take good care of myself and protect our baby. Is there anything else discomforting your body? Su Jingyao buried her face deep in his embrace, her voice muffled. Only my ankle hurts, and my legs ache. Are there many scratches on my legs? I haven't even looked. They must look terrible. Jun Zechen was well aware of her vanity and knew how much she cherished her own body. When the physician's daughter had treated her wounds earlier, he had stepped out to handle matters and thus had not seen the injuries on her legs. The physician has applied medicine to your wounds. Let me take a look at with that. Jun Zechen reached out, preparing to lift the covers to examine her legs. No, Su Jingyao hurriedly extended her hand to stop him, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Jun Zechen cast her a puzzled glance. Su Jingyao pouted, continuing to refuse. Your Highness cannot look, my legs must be quite unsightly now, please don't. With a resigned sigh, Jun Zechen pinched her cheek, affectionately saying, Yao is beautiful all over. Even if there are some scratches on her legs, they do not diminish her charm. Now, let me have a look. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Jingyao's eyes. Observing this, Jun Zechen acted without a moment's pause, gently placing her leg across his lap. His touch was soft yet resolute as he gradually pulled her loose trousers upwards. The first thing that came into view was her ankle, swollen like a dumpling. Despite being tightly bandaged, it was evident that the ankle was noticeably larger than usual. Next, her calves, smooth as jade, were marred with numerous scratches and puncture wounds, though the physician had already treated them, and they no longer bled. Even with these injuries, her legs retained their beauty, which only made Jun Zechen's heart ache for her more. Seeing this, Su Jingyao attempted to withdraw her leg from Jun Zechen's grasp, her face flushing a brilliant hue, reminiscent of the sunset. Your Highness, don't look. Her voice was a gentle murmur, imbued with shyness. Rest well for the next few days. I will request a physician from the Thai hospital to take special care of you during your pregnancy. Jun Zechen's voice was low and soothing, as if it could melt one's heart. Su Jingyao nodded obediently, and Jun Zechen continued to offer her numerous pieces of advice, her watery gaze fixed upon him, her face glowing with happiness as she gently nodded in response. After Jun Zechen departed, Miao stood by the bedside, beginning to recount the events that transpired during Su Jingyao's unconsciousness. Su Jingyao lightly brushed her hair aside, her expression distant, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who gazed upon her. However, Miao had long been acquainted with her mistress's different facets and felt fortunate to serve such a master. Su Jingyao was quite content with the outcome of Ling Yue's confinement. It seemed that Jun Zechen's tolerance for Ling Yue was dwindling. As the female lead before Jun Zechen ascended the throne, Ling Yue's intellect was comparable to now, but after enduring mistreatment from other women, she would inevitably become more astute. It was better for her to be clever, otherwise, she would eventually be outmaneuvered by Jingyao. Regarding her pregnancy, Su Jingyao had anticipated conceiving swiftly after ceasing her contraceptive measures. After all, she had invested considerable resources into the meticulous care of her body since childhood, which was not in vain. This comprehensive internal and external nurturing rendered her body highly fertile. Had she been like Ling Yue, unable to conceive, what purpose would her presence in the palace serve, merely to be a pawn? Furthermore, with Granny Li possessing some medical knowledge, she could accurately discern the signs of pregnancy. Although the child had come sooner than she had anticipated, Su Jingyao carefully considered the timeline in the book. If she were to conceive early, it would be best to give birth before Jun Zechen ascended the throne. In the narrative, Jun Zechen's first selection of concubines occurred 3 months after his coronation, and the Jun kingdom had no regulations forbidding the selection of concubines during the mourning period for the late emperor. Before new women entered the palace, she must firmly secure Jun Zechen's heart and mind. The reason she sought to incite conflict between the crown princess and Liangdi was significantly tied to the child she carried. She would not allow anyone the opportunity to harm her unborn baby. Previously, Ling Yue had harbored prejudice against her due to the events of the flower festival, and she was uncertain how far the female lead had darkened. Though it seemed she had made little progress thus far, Su Jingyao naturally felt no sympathy for Ling Yue. She held no compassion for those who wallowed in self-pity. Today, she had saved the female lead, thus establishing a bond of gratitude with both the lead and the antagonist. At the very least, her innocent and harmless persona had been solidified. The two would only contend with each other, making it unlikely they would target her. After all, this child was precious to the emperor, the empress, and the crown prince. who would not value it. Nevertheless, she would not let her guard down, as a glimmer of calculation flickered once more in Su Jingyao's eyes. Chapter 27. A subtle reminder to Liangdi. Since Su Jingyao was diagnosed with her pregnancy, both the emperor and the empress have bestowed upon her extraordinary favor, showering her with an abundance of precious gifts. The empress, in particular, has treated her with the utmost care, as if she were a golden treasure. After all, in the empress's eyes, the child within Su Jingyao holds profound significance. Not only is he the firstborn of the crown prince, but he also stands as the potential sole heir before the crown prince ascends the throne. Thus, the empress would permit no missteps during this pregnancy. Su Jingyao had her own small kitchen, and now, to ensure her safety, her ingredients are sourced from those designated for the crown prince. Furthermore, she has engaged a specialized food physician akin to a modern-day nutritionist who meticulously crafts a balanced diet tailored to her physical condition. In terms of prenatal exercise, the experienced Granny Li accompanies her daily for gentle strolls within the palace, and she partakes in appropriate yoga movements. Skin care is of utmost importance to Su Jingyao. She continues her previous regimen of massages and ointments, albeit having eliminated certain herbs that might pose risks to her unborn child. Now, over 2 months into her pregnancy, the baby is still small, and thus, prenatal education is not yet necessary. However, by the 4th month, she will commence such practices. Reflecting on these matters, Su Jingyao feels quite fortunate to be pregnant at this time. The number of women vying for Jun Zechen's attention is still limited, and their focus is not entirely directed towards her. This, she believes, renders her child safer. Her offspring, being the first child of the crown prince, garners heightened attention from the emperor, the empress, and the crown prince himself. She cannot fathom who would dare to threaten her pregnancy. Moreover, being young, she anticipates a swift recovery of her figure and skin post-childbirth, for it is well known that men are often captivated by beauty. Women, too, possess similar inclinations, and she is fortunate that Jun Zechen is rather handsome. Otherwise, maintaining her facade would prove challenging. My lady, and Liangdi has arrived, Miao Yun whispered. She came to seek me right after her release? Su Jingyao reclined languidly on the beauty couch, her hand resting carelessly upon her forehead, her brow slightly furrowed, exuding a hint of impatience. Her cascading black hair lay tousled, accentuating her snow-white complexion. Recently, due to her pregnancy, she felt exceedingly fatigued, her demeanor appearing somewhat languid and weak. Let her in, Su Jingyao said, her voice laced with drowsiness, her eyelids drooping slightly. Upon entering, and Jinyan beheld Su Jingyao reclining on the beauty couch. Though 2 months pregnant, Su Jingyao's condition was not yet visibly apparent, and she still resembled a willow with a slender waist. And Jinyan's gaze fell upon Su Jingyao, clad in a sheer, delicate gown, her unadorned appearance lying there exuded an unparalleled beauty. Her fair visage was as refined and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, her long lashes fluttering like delicate fans, and her red lips slightly upturned, adorned with a gentle smile. A twinge of jealousy flickered within Jinyan. Although she had removed her makeup and her complexion was not without merit, she could not deny that her appearance paled in comparison, particularly in the presence of the crown prince. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao, even without the embellishments of cosmetics, remained radiant and captivating. Were Su Jingyao aware of Jinyan's envy over her flawless complexion, she might bask in a sense of pride. After all, she had been steeped in various precious herbs since the age of 10, diligently applying a multitude of ointments for care. Additionally, a host of maidservants attended to her, ensuring her meridians were unblocked and providing massages, all of which had been funded by her own earnings. It was evident that a mere minister's household could scarcely afford her upkeep. Jinyan stepped forward a few paces and slightly curtsied. I come to pay my respects to my sister, the consort. Her voice bore a modicum of reverence, yet her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Su Jingyao remained reclined on the beauty couch, a warm smile gracing her features. Sisterin, please take a seat. Miao Yun, serve the tea. Yes, my lady. Miao Yun responded promptly, stepping forward to present a cup of floral tea to Jinyan. Taking the tea, Jinyan took a delicate sip, savoring the flavor. A tea first, her brow furrowed slightly, but soon it unfurled, revealing an expression of delight. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, Sister, this floral tea seems to possess a unique flavor. The fragrance of the flowers is rich, and the freshness of the tea is evident, truly delightful. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare some for you to take home, Su Jingyao replied with a smile, her tone gentle. And Jinyan feigned modesty, thank you, sister. Su Jingyao chose not to pursue the conversation further, and an inexplicable silence enveloped the chamber. Jinyan cleared her throat gently, breaking the stillness. She lowered her head, appearing somewhat bashful. Sister, I came today to inquire about your relationship with the crown princess. Upon finishing her query, she raised her gaze, discreetly observing Su Jingyao's expression. On the day of the crown princess's birthday celebration, Su Jingyao had boldly rescued her. Could it be that their closeness was the reason for the crown prince's favor towards her? Ever since her release, the crown prince had not summoned her at all. Despite her proximity to the crown prince's quarters, she had attempted several chance encounters, only to be met with indifference. Among the 5 newcomers, she now found herself the least favored. The more Jinyan pondered, the more frustration welled within her. She had been too impulsive. Confronting the crown princess head-on was unwise. Yet, without doing so, how might she capture the crown prince's attention? Although the crown princess had faced punishment from the empress, it was clear that the crown prince held a bias in her favor. Now, she must devise a way to win the crown prince's heart. Hearing Jinyan's question, a trace of melancholy crossed Su Jingyao's face as she lowered her head, her long lashes fluttering gently. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. She spoke softly. When I first entered the Eastern Palace, the crown prince did not favor me. Only the crown princess treated me kindly, and I felt a close affinity toward her. But then, what happened afterward? And Jinyan interjected eagerly, leaning forward with an intense expression. Later, the crown prince summoned me for the sake of the royal heir, and the crown princess grew distant from me, Su Jingyao sighed, her eyes reflecting a sense of despondency. And Jinyan's brows furrowed slightly, her lips parted as if to speak, yet hesitated. Does sister know why the crown prince is so fond of the crown princess? I feel that. A flicker of doubt and resentment crossed in Jinyan's eyes as she bit her lip, grappling with her thoughts, and after a moment of hesitation, she continued, I feel that the crown princess's beauty is quite ordinary, her family background is inferior to mine, and certainly not as esteemed as yours. Why then does the crown prince hold her in such regard? Dear sister, the bond between men and women is not solely based on physical allure. The crown princess, having grown up in the frontier, is inherently different from us city ladies. She is free-spirited and kind-hearted. It is entirely natural for the crown prince to be drawn to her, Su Jingyao replied, slightly raising her chin, her expression soft and unhurried as she elucidated. Upon hearing this, Jinyan lowered her gaze, her eyes clouded with contemplation as she mulled over Su Jingyao's words. Could it be that the crown prince preferred simple-minded women? Had her previous behaviors branded her as cunning in the crown prince's eyes? The thought filled her with regret. No wonder the crown prince had recently favored that little vixen, Tang Sushi. That little minx had been the most adept at feigning innocence during the selection process. Had it not been for her dramatic facade, with her meager family background, how could she have been chosen by the empress to become a consort? And Jinyan bit her lip, a surge of unexpressed jealousy and resentment welling within her, her previously lowered gaze now darkened, resembling a stormy sky. It appeared she must alter her approach to ensnaring the crown prince's affections. After a moment, she raised her head, forcing a semblance of a smile that appeared somewhat strained and rigid. Thank you, sister, for sharing these insights with me today. I shall take my leave for now, and we can converse further another day. Very well, sister, do take care, Su Jingyao replied, nodding with a smile, her gaze lingering on Jinyan's departing figure, tinged with a hint of admiration. She found an affinity for those of her ilk, relentlessly striving to ascend, adeptly masquerading, all in pursuit of their ambitions. Once Jinyan exited, Miaoyun furrowed her brow slightly, a look of confusion and uncertainty gracing her features. She turned to Su Jingyao, who lay languidly upon the beauty couch, and inquired softly, My lady, why do you choose to assist in Liangdi? Su Jingyao straightened slightly, propping her head with one hand while idly toying with a strand of hair with the other, methodically analyzing. Among the 5 newcomers, only in Liangdi and Bai Liangyuan possess relatively decent family backgrounds. When Bai Liangyuan came to pay her respects, I discerned her somewhat impatient nature, and her appearance is merely average. Such temperament and looks are unlikely to endear her to the crown prince. Her assertion that Bai Liangyuan's looks were merely average did not imply she was unattractive. She was simply not striking enough to captivate immediate attention. Though Tang Fengyi has received the crown prince's summons several times in the past month and enjoys a degree of favor, her timid disposition, humble lineage, and low rank render her of little use to me at present. Tang Fengyi's current standing could only secure her grip on Jun Zechen's affections. Should Liangdi gain favor, she would then turn her attention to the crown princess, Su Jingyao remarked, a sly smile gracing her lips. After all, Liangdi's ambitions were not simple. Her pride would prevent her from coexisting harmoniously with the crown princess Dai in the original tale, and Liangdi had caused Ling Yue considerable distress. Subsequently, Su Jingyao cast a glance at Miaoyun and instructed, Our people must remain concealed. It is imperative to uncover in Liangdi's every scheme, for I intend to stoke the flames of her endeavors. Reclining lazily on the beauty couch, her figure exuding grace and allure, Su Jingyao supported her head with one hand while the other rested carelessly beside her, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Outside, Ling Yue and Miaoxia stood guard, and she felt fortunate to have brought numerous loyal followers into the eastern palace. Had she allowed outsiders to infiltrate her domain, every word would need to be spoken with utmost caution, an exhausting endeavor. The reason for her candidness with Miaoyun stemmed from the latter's steadiness among the 4 of them. Su Jingyao often involved Miaoyun in her plans. Upon hearing this, Miaoyun's expression shifted from surprise to mild frown, her eyes widening with astonishment as she tentatively asked, Is your true aim to target the crown princess? Do you intend to? As she trailed off, her right hand slowly rose, mimicking a gesture of slitting a throat, tinged with a hint of severity. Su Jingyao chuckled lightly at Miaoyun's words, lifting her chin slightly to meet Miaoyun's gaze, her bright eyes radiating strategic confidence. Miaoyun, I am not so cruel as to engage in such acts. I merely seek to prevent the crown princess from ascending to the empress's throne. Su Jingyao had no desire for what was originally someone else's to be claimed as her own. Men, however, were an exception. Once sullied, their worth diminished in her eyes. As long as she could have what she desired placed before her, she would relish the opulence and prestige of this world during her lifetime, ultimately becoming a renowned and virtuous empress in death. All would regard her as the epitome of a perfect woman. Having lived in the Jun kingdom for 15 years, Su Jingyao had long accepted the rules of this world. She was determined to navigate these rules, step by step, to elevate her status and achieve the best life possible. She sincerely hoped Jinyan would unlock the Pandora's box of the protagonist's desires, unleashing all her greed and ambitions, allowing Jun Zechen to realize that the girl he once cherished had transformed, now indistinguishable from the other women of the capital. Like the court ladies he despised, she would employ every scheme in the pursuit of favor. However, for Su Jingyao, whether Ling Yue schemed or not mattered little. If Ling Yue did play her cards, she risked losing Jun Zechen's heart. Conversely, if she refrained from scheming, she might well lose her life. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across Su Jingyao's lips, a dangerous glint reminiscent of a demon, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 28 Loss of appetite. A gentle drizzle fell like fine silk threads, enveloping the world in a delicate veil. An Liangdi knelt resolutely before His Highness the Crown Prince, her hair slightly dampened by the persistent rain. Strands of hair clung disheveled to her pale cheeks, enhancing her fragile allure, evoking a sense of sympathy. An Shan dutifully held an umbrella for the crown prince, initially intending to order someone else to offer in Liangdi shelter as well. However, her actions today were clearly a meticulously orchestrated ploy for sympathy, thus, he silently observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervention. Jinyan's eyes brimmed with tears, each droplet cascading down like pearls strung from a broken necklace. They traced down her exquisite cheeks, gathering at her chin before falling onto the damp ground, merging with the rain. Her voice was laden with endless sorrow and lament, each word piercingly poignant, as if weeping in despair. Your Highness, I now realize that I should not have been disrespectful towards the crown princess. I truly understand my mistake. Her voice trembled with profound self-reproach and regret. But, I merely admired your highness. Upon entering the Eastern Palace and witnessing the crown princess's exclusive hold over you, my heart was unbearably distressed. I did not intend to flaunt before the crown princess. I genuinely had no idea of the depth of affection between you. Upon hearing her mention deep affection, Jun Zechen's gaze flickered momentarily, his lowered eyes shrouded in an inscrutable depth, leaving one to ponder his current thoughts. I believed the crown princess to be dignified and magnanimous, unconcerned about your highness's favor towards newcomers. And Jinyan continued her weeping lament, reaching out with her slender hand as if to grasp the hem of the crown prince's garment. Her tearful eyes were a sight to behold, radiating a delicate fragility. Jun Zechen looked down at her. In truth, he had no particular fondness for these newcomers. His reluctance to shower affection upon Jinyan stemmed from the unfavorable impression she had previously left. Yet, witnessing her pitiable state now evoked memories of her initial arrival in the Eastern Palace, perhaps feeling equally lost due to his indifference. Rise, Jun Zechen finally spoke, though his tone betrayed no emotion. And Jinyan's face instantly lit up with joy. Thank you, your highness. Her voice brimmed with delight. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously inquired, given the heavy rain today, would your highness like to visit Shiyun Palace for some tea to warm yourself? Jun Zechen's expression remained impassive. It seemed that his destination was of little significance to him. Initially, he had intended to visit Tangfengi, who was quiet, spoke little, and was quite pleasing to the eye. Jun Zechen had grown adept at discerning women. They bore him heirs, and in return, he granted them power and status. There was no need for emotional entanglements. He eventually nodded slightly. And Jinyan's face blossomed with a radiant smile, a mixture of pride and satisfaction, as she followed Jun Zechen to Shiyun Palace. My lord, ever since you admonished in Liangdi, her demeanor has become markedly more docile. On that rainy day when his highness visited Tangfengi at Shiyuxuan, and Liangdi deliberately obstructed his highness's path. Yet she succeeded, for his highness indeed went to her Shiyun Palace. Now, and Liangdi and Tangfengi are like fire and water, wholly incompatible. Miaoyun stood nearby, leisurely fanning Su Jingyao with a handheld fan. Beside her was an ice basin, exuding a refreshing coolness. Su Jingyao, now 4 months pregnant, found the sweltering August heat intolerable, thus, the ice basin was a constant necessity in her chamber. Listening to Miaoyun's gossip, Su Jingyao's lips curled into a faint smile, alleviating her boredom. Jun Zechen's monthly visits were infrequent, roughly 5 or 6 times, with Liangdi and Baifengi receiving the most attention. The frequented locations were Chiyuan Palace and her Shiyuan Palace. With her pregnancy, Jun Zechen had been visiting Shiyuan Palace almost daily. One day, after addressing a mountain of memorials, Jun Zechen stepped into Shiyuan Palace, bathed in the brilliant hues of the setting sun. The beauty lay languidly upon a divan, clad in a loose, ethereal gown. Without careful scrutiny, one might find it difficult to discern her condition. Aside from her slightly rounded abdomen, her limbs remained as slender and graceful as ever. Su Jingyao lay on her side, feigning rest, while the child within her seemed particularly mischievous, causing her frequent discomfort and nausea. Jun Zechen approached silently, settling beside her. Su Jingyao's keen senses detected his presence, and she slowly opened her autumn-like eyes. Upon seeing him, tears welled up in her eyes, and she sat up to envelop his lean, strong waist in a tight embrace. Your highness, her voice laced with a touch of playful reproach and dependence. Jun Zechen tenderly wrapped his arms around her, gently inquiring, what troubles you? Is the child within causing you distress again? Yes, he is quite unruly, constantly stirring, leaving me unable to eat anything lately. Su Jingyao pouted, her lips forming a delicate frown. What did the physician say? Jun Zechen asked, his brow furrowed with concern. I have grown accustomed to medicinal meals for my nourishment, yet the dishes the physician has prepared lately feel too greasy, making me nauseous. Let me summon Physician Li to examine the meals you previously enjoyed. If they are suitable, then eating them would be beneficial, Jun Zechen suggested patiently. Su Jingyao nodded gently. When Physician Li arrived, Su Jingyao was nestled against the crown prince's chest. He stood tall, exuding an aura of majesty, while Su Jingyao possessed an ethereal beauty. For a brief moment, Physician Li was momentarily captivated by the picturesque scene before him, quickly regaining composure to bow respectfully. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you and to Lady Su. Physician Li's voice carried a tone of reverence. Rise, Jun Zechen commanded. I summoned you to evaluate these meals. Currently, the lady has been experiencing nausea from the meals prepared by the physician. I have requested 30 dishes she commonly enjoyed, along with 50 dishes suitable for pregnancy, for your careful consideration regarding what is most appropriate for a 4-month pregnant woman. One by one, eunuchs and palace maids entered, each carrying a tray laden with 10 small bowls of exquisite dishes. Physician Li gazed at the array of food, astonished. He had initially thought something was gravely wrong with the lady, prompting the crown prince's urgent summons. Instead, it was merely to review the meals. Cautiously, Physician Li approached each dish, occasionally leaning in to inhale their aromas, closely examining their appearances. After about 15 minutes, he selected 15 dishes. Lady Su, perhaps you might try these? Physician Li proposed. Accustomed to the rich flavors of medicinal cuisine, Jingyao first sampled the cordyceps soup. She furrowed her brow, struggling to swallow, but soon her body rebelled against her. Unable to contain herself, she covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Take it away, I cannot eat this." Seeing her distress, Jun Zechen's face clouded with worry as he gestured for the maid to remove the dish. Subsequently, Jingyao tried several more dishes, but her discomfort only intensified. "Your Highness, I cannot continue to try." Her voice carried a tone of grievance. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Jun Zechen felt a pang of compassion. However, how could she possibly forego food? "Physician Li, do you have any remedies for her current condition?" the crown prince inquired solemnly. Physician Li wiped the sweat from his brow. He wished to express that nausea and loss of appetite were normal for pregnant women during these months and that most would endure it until it passed. Yet, given the crown prince's evident adoration for the lady, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. A flicker of contemplation crossed Physician Li's eyes. Recently, a young physician had joined the imperial hospital, rumored to possess a fruit from his hometown known as the red rare fruit, which was said to be highly effective for pregnant women experiencing nausea. By mixing the juice of the red rare fruit with honey and some lemon, along with other ingredients, it formed a juice that he had previously sampled. Physician Li believed this juice might be beneficial for Jingyao, as her condition was critical, and any misstep could not be tolerated. "Your Highness, I have another method, though it is a folk remedy from a young physician's hometown. I have reviewed it and found no issues. It may be worth a try for Lady Su," Physician Li respectfully stated. "Very well, present it," Jun Zechen replied. Upon hearing this, Physician Li hurried back to the imperial hospital, his pace brisk and his expression anxious as he quickly engaged in the preparation. The young physician, noticing his urgency, offered to assist him. Fortunately, the process was not overly complex, and soon they completed the concoction before hastening to the eastern palace. At that moment, Jingyao leaned languidly against Jun Zechen, appearing drained of all vitality, as if life itself had fled her form. Miao cautiously presented the juice prepared by Physician Li to Jingyao. Jingyao first inhaled the juice's fragrance, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes, yet her expression remained placid, devoid of any visible reaction. Gently, she took a sip of the juice, followed by a piece of the cake beside her. A spark of joy illuminated her gaze. "Your Highness, this juice is indeed effective. After consuming this cake, I no longer feel nauseous." Jun Zechen's face brightened with delight. "Excellent, excellent. Physician Li shall be rewarded." Though pleased, Physician Li humbly added, "Your Highness, the juice's red rare fruit was provided by the newly appointed physician Jin from the Imperial Hospital, who is quite knowledgeable in gynecology." "Your Highness, I truly enjoy this juice. Could you allow both the new physician and Physician Li to attend to me?" Jingyao gazed at Jun Zechen, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Physician Li is one of the heads of the Imperial Hospital. Aside from caring for your health, he has numerous other affairs to attend to," Jun Zechen replied. "Allowing a newcomer to care for me would ensure they are less occupied and can attend to my needs promptly, freeing Physician Li from trivial matters," Jingyao suggested thoughtfully. Jun Zechen pondered briefly. "Indeed, what you say holds merit." He then turned to Physician Li, stating, "From now on, you both shall attend to the lady." "Yes, Your Highness." However, the red rare fruit is not available in the capital. It is said to be unique to Guanling City, and as it is currently harvest season, should we not send someone to procure some for the capital?" Physician Li inquired respectfully. "Yes, I shall arrange for some to be transported back. You and Physician Jin should estimate how much the lady will require," Jun Zechen commanded. "Once procured, it shall be stored in the ice cellar for her exclusive use. No one else may touch it without my permission," he declared solemnly. "Understood, Your Highness," Physician Li acknowledged. After Physician Li departed, Jingyao's appetite returned somewhat due to the juice. After sharing dinner with her, Jun Zechen accompanied her for a stroll in the courtyard. Her steps were somewhat heavy due to her pregnancy, yet Jun Zechen attentively stayed by her side, softly offering words of comfort. Once Jun Zechen took his leave, Jingyao returned to her chamber, beginning to prune the roses sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs that day. However, her thoughts were far from the flowers, as a shadow of gloom clouded her gaze, resembling dark clouds enveloping her eyes. "Who allowed him to enter the palace?" Her voice carried a chill, seemingly capable of freezing the very air around her. In her moment of distraction, Jingyao inadvertently snipped off an entire rose. The vibrant petals fell to the ground, scattering like discarded dreams. Miao Yun, standing nearby, was at a loss. She could not discern what her mistress was referring to, only sensing her displeasure. "Who is the subject of your words, my lady?" Chapter 29. Dr. Jin. Miao Yun cautiously led Dr. Jin into the Xian Palace. Upon catching her first glimpse of his face, her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. She had not anticipated that Dr. Jin would turn out to be Li Jing. Jingyao sat quietly on the couch, one hand languidly propped on a soft pillow, her autumn-like eyes gazing indifferently at Miao Yun. Sensing her gaze, Miao Yun hurriedly ushered everyone out. Li Jing stepped forward slowly, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Your humble servant pays his respects to the side consort." As soon as the words left his lips, a sharp crack echoed through the stillness of the hall. A chilling glint radiated from Jingyao's eyes as she abruptly raised her hand and struck him forcefully. The motion was swift and infused with fury. Li Jing bore the brunt of her slap, his head remaining perfectly still as though he had anticipated her anger. He knelt there like a statue, unmoving. "Next time the master is angered, I shall take it upon myself to discipline myself, sparing the master's hand from injury." Li Jing's voice was low and calm, as if he were recounting the most mundane of matters. There was no trace of pain or grievance upon his countenance. Observing her slightly reddened hand, he felt a pang of sympathy. She was delicate, and striking him would likely cause her more discomfort. Su Jingyao ignored him entirely. Did he not realize the immense peril his presence in the palace posed to her? If Jun Zechen were to discover their connection, it would spell her doom. I have received news of your pregnancy, and knowing the treacherous nature of the harem, I entered the palace solely to assist you, Li Jing asserted, lifting his gaze to meet hers with unwavering determination, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated resolve that seemed capable of piercing through all barriers to reach her innermost being. Assist me. Your efforts outside to earn money and concoct medicine for me are already assistance, but now, if someone were to uncover our connection, you would become my greatest threat. Su Jingyao's voice was low and oppressive, each word forced through clenched teeth, laden with her fury and chill. Her gaze, as frigid as frost, bore into Li Jing, evoking an instinctual dread that felt as though it could freeze him in place. Rest assured, my identity has been flawlessly fabricated. I shall not bring any trouble to you. Li Jing's tone remained resolute as he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Su Jingyao, his expression imbued with an undeniable certainty. Su Jingyao regarded him coldly. If you are exposed, I will personally end your life. She was not one to show mercy. Her decision to save him had been a mere accident. Now that he had chosen to follow her, he must accept the consequences of her ruthlessness. There is no need for you to dirty your hands. If I were to bring you trouble, I would resolve it myself, Li Jing replied, his tone still firm, his eyes gleaming with determination. Su Jingyao's anger stemmed from Li Jing's decision to enter the palace without prior notice, leaving her completely unguarded and forcing her to acquiesce. Had it not been for the medicinal juice brought by Dr. Li yesterday, which bore the unmistakable scent of the tonic he had often prepared for her, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that the new physician in the Imperial Medical Bureau was, in fact, him. Gradually, Su Jingyao managed to quell her anger. Now that he had entered the palace, there was no turning back. With Li Jing's exceptional medical skills, having a physician she could fully trust within the palace could indeed alleviate some of her burdens. However, as the male lead, Jun Zechen was ruthless and wielded unparalleled power in this realm. Should he harbor any suspicion and choose to investigate Li Jing, it would be challenging to keep it concealed. She would have to rely on her own acting abilities, ensuring that Jun Zechen never held even the slightest doubt about her. Su Jingyao narrowed her eyes slightly, deep in thought, her expression growing increasingly serious. Come here and take my pulse. Let us discern whether it is a prince or a princess. With that, she lightly parted her lips, resting her hand on the table, her fingers gently drumming against the surface. Hearing her request, Li Jing bent down and approached her. He knelt beside her, extending his hand to delicately rest upon her wrist as he began to take her pulse. Your fortune is exceptional. This child will be a prince, he declared. Your yearly health regimens have made it exceedingly easy for you to conceive. After the prince is born, I shall continue to prepare contraceptive pills for you, which will not only prevent further pregnancies but also aid in swiftly restoring your strength after childbirth. Li Jing's voice was deep and gentle, as he spoke while attentively assessing Su Jingyao's pulse, his gaze filled with concern and certainty. Upon hearing his words, Su Jingyao lifted her chin slightly, a hint of satisfaction finally gracing her previously frosty features, akin to a warm spring breeze. Subsequently, she casually instructed Li Jing, her tone laced with nonchalance, if the opportunity arises, procure the medical files of the crown princess and investigate the reasons behind her prolonged inability to conceive. Your servant has already discreetly examined the crown princess's medical files since my arrival at the Imperial Medical Bureau, Li Jing replied. The crown princess appears to possess a constitution that makes conception extremely difficult. Although I have not taken her pulse, the records indicate that there are no significant issues with her health. However, her menstrual cycle is exceedingly irregular and unstable, suggesting an innate bodily condition, he elaborated, raising his gaze to meet Su Jingyao, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes as he relayed his insights. Su Jingyao lowered her gaze, a trace of contemplation crossing her features as she pondered the implications. Could it be that the original narrative had deemed the female lead incapable of pregnancy? Was that the reason for Ling Yue's struggles? After all, her tumultuous romance with the male lead hinged upon her inability to conceive. How tragic. Understood, Su Jingyao acknowledged with a slight nod before issuing further instructions. When the crown prince is in the Xiyan palace, remember to keep your distance. It would be best if you avoid appearing before him. Her voice carried a note of gravity. Li Jing and Jun Zechen were of similar age and both possessed commendable looks, with Li Jing's demeanor exuding a gentle elegance. Should Jun Zechen spot a young physician frequently in her palace, he might develop suspicions regarding their relationship. Moreover, a man like Jun Zechen harbored an alarming possessiveness over women. Just yesterday, her offhand remark had prompted him to summon Li Jing without ever having seen him before. Had he been acquainted with Li Jing, he might have found a way to distance him from her. Thus, it was prudent for Li Jing to avoid an encounter with the crown prince. Understanding Su Jingyao's intentions, he nodded slightly. Yes, my lady. While in the palace, do not address me as my lady anymore, Su Jingyao said softly, her tone casual. Initially, her act of saving him had been a mere accident. Due to his experiences from a young age, Li Jing had always felt inferior. From initially calling her miss, he had gradually begun to address her as my lady after assisting her with various affairs. Su Jingyao was indifferent to these titles and had never imposed restrictions on him, allowing him the freedom to address her as he wished. However, such liberties were inappropriate within the palace. Upon hearing her words, Li Jing's eyes flickered momentarily, and he replied softly, understood, sighed consort Dai in his heart. He referred to her as my lady out of an unspoken yearning, yet he was acutely aware of his humble status and felt unworthy of her. Thus, the title my lady signified his belonging to her. Leave now, Su Jingyao said with a gentle wave of her hand, signaling for him to exit. Li Jing slowly withdrew, and once he had departed, Miaoyun, Miaoxia, Miaodue, and Miaoxua entered in succession. Miaoxia, upon noticing Su Jingyao's reddened hand, hurried to the dressing table to retrieve a jar of ointment. She carefully opened the container, gently dipping her fingers into the salve and tenderly applying it to Su Jingyao's hand. Miao Yue stood beside her, softly inquiring, "My lady, now that Dr. Jin is here, should we be wary of the other women in the East Palace becoming pregnant?" Su Jingyao reclined lazily against the couch, her hand resting casually on the table as she allowed Miaoxia to apply the ointment. With an air of nonchalance, she replied, "There is no need. Should they conceive, it is merely their fortune." Her tone bore a hint of indifference and disdain. Once Jun Zechen ascended to the throne, he would surely have more than one child, and she had no intention of birthing one after another. There was no necessity for preemptive measures. What did it matter if they gave birth? As long as they obstructed her son's path, she would eliminate them all without hesitation. A cold expression flickered across Su Jingyao's face, her eyes revealing a glint of determination and ruthlessness, though it swiftly returned to normal. What is the current situation with the crown princess since her restrictions were lifted? After Miaoxia had evenly applied the ointment, Su Jingyao slowly withdrew her hand, idly toying with a piece of smooth, lustrous jade. This jade had recently been gifted to her by Jun Zechen, its exquisite quality making it a cherished possession she often enjoyed holding. Since the crown princess's restrictions were lifted, she has become much more restrained. The crown prince treats her with the same regard as before, often visiting either our Xian Palace or the Qiuan Palace, Miaoxia reported, keeping a keen eye on Su Jingyao's reaction. However, I have heard that, Miaoyan interjected, a distinct gleam of schadenfreude illuminating her features as she raised her chin slightly, her tone imbued with a hint of pride. Even when His Highness visits other newcomers, he never stays the night, returning to the Yuta Palace instead. Miaoyan had previously worried that her mistress's pregnancy would prevent her from serving His Highness, fearing that he might be swayed by other women, but it seemed that the mistress still held some significance in his heart. The crown prince had never before left immediately after spending the night with her in the Xian Palace. Su Jingyao's brows arched slightly, a flicker of mockery and derision glimmering in her eyes. Did Jun Zechen truly believe that his encounters with other women tarnished him? Did he think he was the one wronged by his own actions? If he indeed held such delusions, Su Jingyao could not help but find it laughable. She was exceedingly curious about what words Emperor Jing Shang had imparted to Jun Zechen, such that they had altered his previously staunch aversion to women from noble families. Since Jun Zechen had first believed himself to be enamored with Ling Yue, he had resisted engaging with other women. Su Jingyao discerned the inner turmoil within Jun Zechen. He detested touching women he did not like. Once he did, it would only leave him feeling sullied, much like when he had assumed that the empress had drugged him, leading him to violate her. His anger had stemmed largely from this reason. Thus, Su Jingyao had been scheming for Jun Zechen to take the initiative. The evolution of their relationship had been a result of Jun Zechen's inability to control his own heart. In this complex dynamic, she alone remained innocent. Chapter 30 Aligning positions. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the crimson glow of twilight enveloped the earth, draping everything in a veil of gentle warmth. Su Jingyao delicately set down her lute. Her noticeably rounded belly, a testament to her 6-month pregnancy, rendered her efforts increasingly wearisome. Her determination to continue playing was fueled by the desire to provide prenatal education for her unborn child, each soothing melody conveying her boundless affection. During this period, she endeavored to quiet her thoughts and maintain a relaxed demeanor. "Your Highness, the sun has set, shall we take a stroll?" Miaoyan inquired softly, her gaze filled with concern. Su Jingyao turned her attention to the darkening sky outside the window and nodded in agreement. "Let us step outside. It is October now, and the heat is not so oppressive." With that, she rose slowly. Miaoyan hurried to assist her, carefully supporting her as she stood. Following closely were Miaoxia, Miao Yue, and Miaoxue, for as a pregnant woman, she was always accompanied by a small entourage. Alongside the 4 palace maids trailed 2 eunuchs, all of whom were cautious, fearing any misstep might befall the favored concubine. Should anything occur, the servants of Xiang Hall could scarcely bear the consequences. Su Jingyao ambled toward the small garden outside the eastern palace, aware that her walk could not be prolonged, thus opting not to venture too far into the imperial garden. The little garden was now in full bloom, with newly transplanted begonias, hibiscus, and periwinkle swaying gently in the breeze, tended by the palace gardeners. As she strolled among the blossoms, inhaling their fragrant aroma and admiring the picturesque scenery, her spirits lifted considerably. Suddenly, the tranquility of the garden was interrupted by a melodious female voice. "I never expected to encounter the crown princess and Tangfigi first while out for a stroll, and now I meet sister concubine. What a fortunate coincidence today." And Jinyan's voice was sweet, tinged with a hint of deliberate intimacy. Su Jingyao turned her head at the sound, spotting the crown princess accompanied by Tangfigi and Liangdi approaching leisurely. The serendipitous gathering of the three was striking. Su Jingyao stepped forward gracefully, raising her chin slightly to regard the crown princess, her face adorned with a subtle smile. Her belly, now quite prominent, precluded her from performing a formal greeting. Instead, she offered a gentle nod. "I pay my respects to my elder sister. My belly has grown considerably. His Highness has excused me from formalities. I hope you understand." Having rarely seen Su Jingyao since her release from confinement, Ling Yue was taken aback by an indescribable feeling upon their reunion. Observing Su Jingyao's noticeably rounded abdomen, she recognized that this child was cherished by all, with Jun Zechen having exempted her from daily salutations since her pregnancy. Su Jingyao seldom ventured from the palace, and when she did, it was only for brief walks accompanied by His Highness. Thus, it had indeed been quite some time since Ling Yue had laid eyes upon her. Despite her condition, Su Jingyao's beauty remained dazzling. From a distance, her silhouette was almost unbelievable for a woman 6 months pregnant. It seemed as though fate had bestowed an extraordinary favor upon her. With every gesture, her elegance radiated, her fair and delicate skin, and her sparkling eyes captivated all who beheld her. Ling Yue made a concerted effort to quell the tumult within her heart, maintaining a tranquil expression as she spoke slowly. "Concubine need not be overly polite, the air is of utmost importance. Have you brought your 2 sisters to the small garden for a stroll?" Su Jingyao inquired with a smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. "This palace in Tangfigi stepped out for a walk." My encounter with An Liangdi was purely coincidental, Ling Yue explained unhurriedly. An Liangdi and Tang Fengyi took a small step forward, respectfully bowing to Su Jingyao and greeting. An Liangdi's lips curled into a radiant smile as she remarked, Sister concubine, it has been quite some time. You remain as resplendent as ever, your words are as sweet as ever, and sister, you too shine brightly, Su Jingyao replied with a warm smile, her gaze softening with affection as it rested on An Liangdi. Afterward, she gradually shifted her attention to Tang Fengyi, who was clad in a delicate light blue dress that fluttered gracefully, rendering her alluring. Tang Fengyi seems to have filled out since our first meeting. Upon hearing Su Jingyao's words, Tang Fengyi was taken aback, quickly striving to maintain her composure. With a calm demeanor, she responded, perhaps I have grown a bit rounder due to feeling fatigue lately and not wishing to move about excessively. A hint of tension laced her voice. Su Jingyao covered her mouth, laughing lightly, her laughter bright and melodic. I was merely jesting with Sister Tang, you remain graceful and charming. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and kindness. An Liangdi, upon hearing Su Jingyao commend Tang Fengyi, turned her head to scrutinize her closely, noting that she indeed appeared less frail than when she first entered the Eastern Palace. A contemplative expression crossed her face. Su Jingyao then added, Sister, I shall wander a bit longer before returning. I bid you farewell. With a slight nod, she turned and continued her stroll. Observing this, An Jinyan promptly took her leave from the crown princess and hastily followed in pursuit. Ling Yue remained rooted in place, watching the retreating figures of Su Jingyao and An Jinyan, her eyes betraying a flicker of conflict. She would not let An Jinyan slip by unnoticed, yet she had not anticipated that An Jinyan would grow so close to Su Jingyao after her release. A tumult of complex emotions surged within her. She did not wish to harm Su Jingyao. The gratitude she owed Su Jingyao from the birthday banquet would be repaid. As An Jinyan trailed closely behind Su Jingyao, she lowered her voice and said, Sister, are you aware that Tang Fengyi has now aligned herself with the crown princess? What concern is that of mine? Su Jingyao halted, extending her slender fingers to gently pluck a hibiscus flower, bringing it to her nose. She inhaled its delicate fragrance, which enveloped her in an ethereal aura. Concubine sister, I speak plainly, I wish to stand united with you. And Jinyan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The crown princess held the favor of his highness, and Tang Fengyi could also win his affection. And Jinyan felt isolated and powerless against them. Should Tang Fengyi become pregnant? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through An Jinyan. A contemplative glimmer passed through Su Jingyao's eyes as she slightly furrowed her brow, her gaze deepening. And Jinyan was indeed astute, recognizing that after Tang Fengyi ingratiated herself with the crown princess, she was swiftly seeking her support. Moreover, Tang Fengyi's demeanor today seemed rather unusual. Due to her pregnancy, Su Jingyao was acutely aware of the subtle reactions women exhibit during this time. She had merely sought to gauge Tang Fengyi's response, and although her expression remained composed, Su Jingyao had discerned the momentary rigidity in her posture. It appeared prudent to have Li Jing subtly assess Tang Fengyi. If it became evident that Tang Fengyi was indeed pregnant, and Jinyan would not have an easy time, her eagerness to ally with Su Jingyao was entirely understandable. However, what advantage would she gain? Su Jingyao narrowed her eyes, as if lost in the fragrance of the flowers. An sister, my sole desire is to give birth to the heir and remain uninvolved in your struggles. Gently caressing her rounded abdomen, a maternal glow emanated from her eyes, her tender gaze seemingly capable of dissolving all barriers. And Jinyan leaned in closer to Su Jingyao, lowering her voice. Sister, do you not wish to usurp the crown princess and ascend as the future empress? You possess beauty and lineage. With a prince in your future, have you truly not contemplated that position? As she spoke, An Jinyan narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing Su Jingyao's expression for any minuscule change. Su Jingyao's gaze flickered, revealing a tinge of complex emotion. An Jinyan's words indeed struck a chord with her aspirations, yet she was not yet prepared to act or unveil her ambitions. She furrowed her brow slightly, her voice flowing softly like a gentle stream. An sister, the crown princess is his highness's lawful wife. I have never aspired to that position, though the crown princess and I have grown distant. I have always regarded her as a sister in my heart. Her tone carried a note of firmness and sincerity, laced with an undercurrent of helplessness and regret. Please refrain from speaking such words in the future. I shall pretend I did not hear this. Su Jingyao's expression turned slightly grave, her eyes conveying a hint of warning. An Jinyan understood that Su Jingyao was not as ambitious as she herself was. Her words today were merely a test. Lowering her lashes, An Jinyan feigned vulnerability as she said, Concubine sister, I am also concerned that the crown princess harbors resentment toward me. Seeing her grow close to Tang Fengyi truly frightens me. As she spoke, a semblance of sorrow and fear crossed An Jinyan's face, her head bowed slightly, obscuring her expression. Su Jingyao sighed, her gaze softening with empathy as she looked at her. And sister, it is not wrong to desire his highness's favor. The crown princess harbors deep feelings for him, and it is natural for you to feel jealousy. Why not reconcile between you two? Su Jingyao's eyes brimmed with concern and hope, as if genuinely worried for An Jinyan. Concubine sister, it is not that simple. The crown princess has already developed enmity toward me. An Jinyan lamented, dabbing at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, her shoulders trembling slightly as if genuinely grieving. A conflicted expression crossed Su Jingyao's face, her brow furrowing slightly, lips pressed together as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. She hesitated, opening her mouth several times but failing to produce any sound. Noticing her silence, An Jinyan quickly inquired, does concubine sister have something to say? Su Jingyao sighed once more, her expression heavy with worry. Since you entered the Eastern Palace, I have felt a kinship with your plight. I do not wish to see you suffer upon encountering Tang Fengyi today. I sensed she might be pregnant. At this revelation, An Jinyan's heart raced, her eyes widening in shock, disbelief flooding her gaze. Tang Fengyi is pregnant, and Jinyan's astonished eyes fixated on Su Jingyao, as if seeking confirmation. Su Jingyao shook her head. This is merely my conjecture. However, if Tang Fengyi has truly aligned herself with the crown princess while harboring a secret pregnancy, dear sister, you must tread carefully. Her anxious gaze rested on Jingyao, as if genuinely concerned for her well-being. Jingyao understood the unspoken implications of Su Jingyao's words. If the crown princess intended to use the child in Tang Fengyi's womb against her, then she must prepare herself. A flicker of resolve crossed in Jingyao's eyes, a fleeting intensity that vanished almost too quickly to be perceived. Observing this, Su Jingyao gently remarked, I have grown weary from today's outing. I shall return now. Jingyao forced a smile, saying, Sister, I bid you farewell. Su Jingyao turned gracefully to depart, her movements light and unhurried, each step imbued with a serene elegance. Her face retained a gentle smile, yet behind that warm facade lay a subtle cunning and triumph. Today's excursion had truly opened her eyes, revealing a spectacle of intrigue. Initially, she had presumed the conflict between Jingyao and Ling Yue would see Jingyao making the first move. However, she had not anticipated Ling Yue's quick maneuvering to court Tang Fengyi following her release. This unexpected strategy compelled her to regard Ling Yue with newfound respect. A glimmer of mischief danced in Su Jingyao's eyes, a clear indication of her delight in the unfolding drama. She lifted her chin slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Should Tang Fengyi indeed be pregnant, and the crown princess choose to conceal it, she likely intended to surprise Jingyao at the upcoming birthday banquet for the crown prince in a fortnight. Yet Su Jingyao's warning had already sown seeds of doubt in Jingyang's mind regarding Tang Fengyi. The outcome remained uncertain. The scenario had grown increasingly captivating, igniting her anticipation for what was yet to unfold. Chapter 31 Capturing the Mouse. Are you certain? Is Tang Fengyi truly pregnant? Su Jingyao reclined languidly on the couch, stretching her arms with a nonchalant air. Her fair skin glimmered softly in the sunlight, and a subtle, enigmatic smile played upon her delicate features, leaving one to ponder the intentions concealed within that smile. Indeed, the crown princess has recently procured a variety of herbs from the imperial hospital to assist Tang Fengyi in her pregnancy. However, upon closer inspection, it appears that some of these herbs are intended for stabilizing the fetus, Li Jing remarked, bowing his head respectfully as he stood by. I suspect the crown princess is providing cover for Tang Fengyi. She must indeed be with child. Su Jingyao nodded, having already surmised this, with Li Jing merely affirming her suspicions. She continued, in half a month, it will be the crown prince's birthday. The emperor's health is deteriorating, and the crown prince is increasingly occupied with state affairs, returning to the eastern palace later and later. This year's celebration for the crown prince's birthday will not be extravagant. The empress has suggested a family banquet in the Taiha Hall. I wonder what surprise the crown princess has prepared for his highness. A sly smile curled at the corners of Su Jingyao's lips. She delicately brushed her long fingers through her hair, the strands intertwining gracefully. The crown princess's concealment of Tang Fengyi's pregnancy surely harbors ulterior motives. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Li Jing's eyes. In my opinion, she may plan to deal with Liangdi during the crown prince's birthday banquet. Su Jingyao concurred with a nod. The crown princess's Chilwan Hall lacked her own people, making it somewhat challenging to ascertain her schemes, which left them reliant on Liangdi. She soon shifted her focus, posing another question. How is the emperor's health? Do you have any specific time frame? Su Jingyao inquired subtly. Li Jing understood her implication. The emperor's medical records are being closely guarded by the head physician, Qin. I am unable to access them, he replied, a hint of regret lacing his voice. However, as a newcomer, I have previously assisted physician Qin in examining the emperor. Although I merely assisted and did not take his pulse, I observed that his complexion is not promising. I cannot ascertain if he will endure until the coming spring. Su Jingyao furrowed her brows in contemplation, her long, pale fingers gently tapping on the armrest of the couch, producing a crisp sound. In half a month, it will be the crown prince's birthday, and I will be 7 months pregnant. In 2 months, the child will likely arrive, coinciding perfectly with the festive season. She contemplated giving birth before Jun Zechen ascended the throne, then completing her confinement while preventing him from visiting Ling Yue on his first night as emperor. Time flew swiftly, and half a month soon arrived. Su Jingyao had donned a flowing palace garment early, its hue as delicate as clouds at dusk, gently draping her figure. She gracefully settled onto the couch, her posture poised and elegant. Picking up a volume of poetry, she turned the pages with a soft rustle, her eyelashes casting faint shadows upon her serene countenance. Xingyun, send someone to summon physician Jin, instruct him to come to the Taiha Hall to take my pulse, Su Jingyao commanded with an air of calm authority. She understood today would not be simple, although the struggle lay between the crown princess and Liangdi, who could guarantee it would not involve her as well. When Li Jing arrived, he found Su Jingyao seated on the couch, engrossed in her poetry, her skin like snow, illuminated by a gentle glow in the sunlight. Even without makeup, her beauty was breathtaking, her hair cascaded like silk over her shoulders, swaying slightly with her movements, adding an enchanting allure. Li Jing dared not gaze further, a wave of unease surging within him, and he quickly bent low, respectfully greeting her. I pay my respects to the side concubine. Rise, Su Jingyao replied, lifting her gaze to meet Li Jing's. She set the book aside and stood up. Today, I shall bring Qin Yun and Miaoxia to the Taiha Hall. You will examine us closely to ensure there are no unsavory elements upon us. Upon hearing their mistress's command, Miaoxia and Qin Yun exchanged knowing glances, realizing why she had taken the time to prepare meticulously over an hour earlier and summon physician Jin. Yes, side concubine, Li Jing affirmed, rising to first inspect Miaoxia and Qin Yun, finding no irregularities. He then turned his attention to Su Jingyao, his demeanor serious and focused. Did the side concubine use any fragrances today? Miaoxia, responsible for Su Jingyao's adornment, answered promptly, Physician Jin, the mistress has never had a habit of using fragrances. She usually only employs floral essential oils for skin care. Li Jing furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought, as faint lines appeared on his forehead. Su Jingyao, noticing his expression, felt a twinge of unease. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there something amiss?" Her gaze bore into Li Jing, intent on deciphering any flicker of emotion on his face. Chuanxiong, safflower, danshan, and motherwort are common herbs for invigorating blood and dispelling stasis, which should never be touched by pregnant women. Chuanxiong has a strong, distinctive aroma, safflower also possesses a unique scent, danshan has a robust medicinal odor, while motherwort has a faint grassy fragrance. The side concubine carries the scent of motherwort. Her use of medicinal ointments and essential oils for skincare naturally leaves a subtle fragrance. The scent of motherwort is masked within it, making it nearly imperceptible unless one is particularly familiar with it. "And how might I have come into contact with motherwort?" she inquired, her voice laced with a chilling undertone. "I advised the side concubine to change her attire," Li Jing suggested, concern evident in his gaze. The palace was rife with schemes, and she would undoubtedly face more in the future. This was merely the Eastern Palace. Miaoxia gasped. She had been responsible for the mistress's garments, her complexion paling as she hurried forward. "Mistress, allow me to assist you into the inner chamber and quickly change your attire." Thankfully, this gown was only just donned. Her tone carried a sense of urgency. Should the mistress attend the crown prince's birthday banquet in this gown, it would surely endanger the heir after several hours. Su Jingyao nodded slightly, wordlessly entering the inner chamber. She changed into a more ordinary dress, having recently received this gown from the Bureau of Internal Affairs, as her previous garments were no longer suitable due to her pregnancy. After emerging in her new attire, Li Jing circled around her once more, inhaling deeply. "Side concubine, there is indeed no trace of motherwort now." "Miaoxia, present the gown to physician Jin for examination," Su Jingyao instructed. Miaoxia brought the gown from the inner chamber, and Li Jing approached to examine it closely, his brow furrowed slightly, a serious expression overtaking his features. "Side concubine, this gown does carry the scent of motherwort. It appears to be from the stitching?" Li Jing spoke slowly, an air of uncertainty in his eyes. Su Jingyao began to pace around the garment, scrutinizing every detail, leaving no suspicious aspect overlooked. On the surface, the gown appeared flawless. If the issue lay with the stitching, it would imply that the silk thread used in its construction had been soaked in motherwort juice before it was presented by the Bureau of Internal Affairs. Su Jingyao pondered silently, her expression contemplative. Miaoxia approached, leaning closer to inspect the intricate embroidery, her gaze fixated on the patterns, her attention unwavering, fearful of missing a single detail. Suddenly, her brows knitted together, revealing an expression of surprise. "Mistress, the stitching on these threads seems inconsistent." Su Jingyao stepped forward, her hand gently tracing the patterns, her countenance growing grave. It appeared as though someone had restitched over the original embroidery with new thread. If that were the case, it indicated a traitor within her Shiyang Hall. A flash of coldness flickered in Su Jingyao's eyes, yet her demeanor remained tranquil. She reclined once more on the couch, resting her back against a soft pillow, her body leaning lazily backward. "Miaoxia, summon the palace maids skilled in embroidery. I wish to ascertain who dares to commit such treachery beneath my very nose." Miaoxia contemplated briefly. The only maids in Shiyang Hall with notable embroidery skills were Ruer and Menger. She brought them into the chamber. "I pay my respects to the side concubine," Ruer and Menger greeted, their voices tinged with respect and nervousness. "Rise. I summoned you because Miaoxia mentioned your embroidery skills are commendable. I wish to create a purse for His Highness, but regrettably, my pregnancy renders it inconvenient. Today, I would like to observe your techniques." Su Jingyao's voice was calm and gentle as she continued, "Whichever of you excels in embroidery shall craft the purse for the crown prince. Miaoxia, fetch 2 embroidery cloths and have them sew clouds. I wish to see their skills." After issuing her command, Su Jingyao's gaze fell upon Ruer and Menger, filled with kind anticipation. Upon hearing this, Ruer and Menger exchanged astonished glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Crafting a purse for the crown prince was a rare opportunity that could bring them significant rewards, even allowing them to shine in front of His Highness. Both maids, secretly delighted at this invaluable chance, took the prepared embroidery cloths, their hands trembling slightly as they began to stitch carefully. They poured their hearts into their work, fingers dancing nimbly as if weaving a beautiful dream. After a quarter of an hour, Miaoxia retrieved their samples, examining their stitches and the final knotting techniques. "Ruer, your work is commendable. You may keep it. Menger, your stitching requires further practice. You may leave," Miaoxia declared with a note of authority. Menger bit her lip, disappointment and reluctance evident in her eyes as she sighed inwardly at losing such a splendid opportunity to Ruer. She bowed slowly before silently exiting the hall. Ruer's lips curled upward in a smile, her heart brimming with pride and joy. She could actually craft a purse for the crown prince. Such an opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This would significantly elevate her status among the palace maids in the Eastern Palace. Seeing that Miaoxia had retained Ruer, Su Jingyao understood everything. This maid, Ruer, must have a knotting technique that aligned with the embroidery on the gown. While the patterns were merely imitations of the original, each individual's knotting style could vary. Coincidentally, Ruer's technique matched that of the gown. As Ruer reveled in her joy, Su Jingyao's indifferent gaze sharpened suddenly, akin to a glinting sword aimed at her. "Did you embroider the additional designs on this gown?" she inquired, gesturing toward the garment. Ruer stiffened, her body freezing as if caught in a spell, yet she quickly suppressed her rising anxiety, kneeling with her head bowed. "Mistress, this servant knows not of what you speak." Her head lowered, concealing her expression from view. Yet, Su Jingyao required only that fleeting reaction to confirm her suspicions. Clearly, this mouse had not escaped her grasp. Chapter 32 Joy of Birth. Speak, who is the mastermind behind you? The cold, indifferent voice of Su Jingyao echoed above Ruore's head, each word seemingly wrapped in frost. Ruor felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold surging up her spine, her body trembled violently, akin to leaves shivering in the autumn wind, her lips quivered, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. "My lady, I truly do not understand what you are saying. I know nothing." As she lamented, she desperately knocked her head against the ground, quickly leaving it bruised and swollen, tears streaming down her pale cheeks like a breached dam, leaving trails of sorrow. A flicker of impatience crossed Su Jingyao's face, her exquisite features shrouded in a layer of frost, her gaze revealing a hint of sternness. She had no time to waste on a mere palace maid. "Dr. Jean, since she is so adept at embroidery, let us rid her of these hands." Her voice was frigid and resolute, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Ruor abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She never imagined that the woman, often praised as the kindest in the Eastern Palace, would utter such heartless words. Was her lady jesting? Yet, looking into her lady's icy gaze, she knew it was all too real. Su Jingyao ignored Ruor's expression, merely casting her a fleeting glance before signaling to Li Jing. Understanding immediately, he retrieved a vial of potion from his medical box and skillfully forced it down Ruor's throat. The potion had analgesic properties, and soon Ruor felt her entire body grow limp, devoid of strength. Li Jing produced a softening ointment and a pair of tweezers, applying the ointment to Ruor's nails. Then, he calmly and effortlessly removed one of her fingernails right before her eyes. Due to the effects of the potion, Ruor felt nothing. She could only watch in horror as her nail detached from her finger, her eyes wide with terror. Her gaze was fixed, mouth agape as if to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. Tears welled in her eyes, filled with fear and helplessness. Su Jingyao slightly raised her hand, signaling Li Jing to pause, then coldly inquired, "Are you willing to speak now?" Ruor bit her lip, terrified to utter a word, for speaking would mean death. Yet, under the chilling gaze of Su Jingyao, despair washed over her. Su Jingyao let out a slight huff. "It seems you have some backbone, then continue." Ruor looked at Dr. Jean as if he were a demon, her body trembling violently, her heart brimming with dread. She felt utterly weak, summoning every ounce of her strength to utter a single phrase. "My lady, you have no right to administer such punishment. If His Royal Highness finds out about your venomous heart, he will surely despise you." Her voice was laced with hatred, as if she sought to pierce through Su Jingyao. "Then why don't you test it? If you still refuse to speak, I shall remove every nail from your fingers and toes, then gouge out your eyes and sever your tongue. Do you wish to try?" Su Jingyao smiled sweetly, her lips curling into an innocent grin. But for Ruor, this smile felt as though it emanated from the depths of hell, sending shivers down her spine. Her voice was soft and slow, yet it resonated with the whispers of a devil, filled with threats and intimidation. Ruor's face was a portrait of terror, her eyes bulging as if they might leap from their sockets, brimming with fear and despair. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her forehead glistening with fine droplets of sweat, her lips trembling, teeth chattering uncontrollably. Li Jing remained unfazed by Ruor's terror. He methodically applied the softening ointment to her remaining nails. Ruor watched helplessly as another nail slowly detached from her finger. In that moment, she could no longer suppress her overwhelming fear. She would rather die than endure such torment. "Speak, I will tell," Ruor strained with all her might, her voice quivering. It is the Crown Princess." Su Jingyao let out a soft snicker, her tone dripping with disdain and mockery. "Li Jing, proceed." Instantly, Ruor widened her eyes in alarm. "No, please no," she screamed internally. It is in Liangdi." Her voice quavered with sobs. At that moment, Miao Yu entered, her face devoid of any panic, exuding calmness as she held a brocade box steady in her hands. "My lady, I found the Crown Princess's golden hairpin in Ruor's chamber." She presented the brocade box nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao slowly raised her right hand, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly, a contemplative expression gracing her face. "Could it be that Jin Yin intends to use her to entrap Ling Yue?" A glint of malice flickered in Su Jingyao's lowered gaze. She was courting death. Then, Su Jingyao gradually lifted her head, directing her gaze towards Li Jing, who immediately understood, swiftly moving to Ruor's side and, with a decisive motion, knocked her unconscious. "Since they have plotted against me, how could I not return the favor?" "Silence, Ruor, Dr. Jean, I must trouble you." Su Jingyao's tone was cold and decisive. For those who betrayed her, she would never show mercy. If Ruor confessed, she would grant her a swift death. If not, she would ensure her demise was fraught with agony. Li Jing, understanding her intent, acted swiftly to silence Ruor, carefully reattaching her nails to avoid raising any suspicion. "Place the handkerchief we obtained from Liangdi on Ruor," Su Jingyao calmly instructed Miao Yun. She planned to orchestrate a grand display at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, aiming for a double-edged result. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced her lips, a beautiful visage that, despite its gentle appearance, carried an unsettling chill. Then, Su Jingyao furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "How can I continue to wear that palace garment?" If she wished to avoid alarming anyone, it would be best to wear it to the banquet. After a moment's contemplation, Li Jing replied, "Palm charcoal and blood charcoal counteract motherwort, they can neutralize its medicinal properties. I will grind these two herbs into powder, mix in some spices to mask the scent, and apply it to the side consort's garments, thereby shielding her from the effects of the motherwort." "Very well, prepare it," Su Jingyao nodded gently. Once everything was ready, the hour was nearly at hand. She sat quietly on the couch, her posture elegant, her demeanor serene, betraying no hint of anxiety or tension. Li Jing bowed and withdrew, just as Jun Zechen, adorned in a black and gold python robe, approached. He stood tall and steady, exuding an air of authority. Li Jing quickly lowered his head, respectfully stating, "I pay my respects to your highness." His tone was calm, devoid of any apprehension. Rise, Jun Zechen replied, his gaze bypassing the kneeling Li Jing as he strode directly into the hall. After Li Jing stood, he turned, casting a complex glance back into the hall upon entering. Jun Zechen immediately gathered Su Jingyao into his embrace. A blush of shyness crept over Su Jingyao's face, while Jun Zechen looked upon her with fondness. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him as he turned to leave. Su Jingyao relaxed against Jun Zechen's broad chest, her body leaning in a manner that suggested utter contentment. Despite lacking any makeup, her translucent skin seemed to radiate light, perfectly complementing her opulent palace attire. Jun Zechen could not help but gently pinch her smooth, delicate cheek, the touch as soft as silk. In the Eastern Palace, the women who encountered him were always heavily made up, which only diminished his desire to draw near them. Yet, the woman in his arms, with her tender skin and pregnancy, felt warm and inviting, stirring an indescribable warmth within him. Upon seeing him, Su Jingyao's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Happy birthday, Your Highness." Her voice was melodious and sweet, imbued with boundless tenderness. "Have you prepared my gift?" Jun Zechen, dissatisfied with her simple greeting, raised an eyebrow with a hint of anticipation. "Of course I have, Miao Yun, please fetch my painting," Su Jingyao replied playfully, her charming demeanor evoking affection. Miao Yun hurried to retrieve the painting Su Jingyao had prepared in advance and presented it to Jun Zechen with respect. After receiving the artwork, Su Jingyao continued, "Your Highness, knowing you will be accompanying your sister this evening, I wish to present this to you now." Upon hearing her acknowledgement of his plans to be with the crown princess that night, Jun Zechen felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Yet, he maintained a calm facade, concealing the turbulence within. As he slowly unfurled the painting, his eyes brightened. It depicted him holding her, with her pregnancy evident, and Jun Zechen was taken aback by the tenderness he displayed while cradling her. In the painting, his usual authority and coldness were softened, his gaze filled with love and care, while the woman in his arms radiated maternal warmth, gently caressing her belly. It was a heartwarming image of a family of three. Seeing him gaze at the painting in silence, Su Jingyao felt a flush of shyness and lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Tentatively, she asked, "Do you like it, Your Highness?" Her voice trembled with nervousness and hope. Jun Zechen's attention returned to her, his deep, dark eyes locking onto hers. "I love it," he replied, his voice low and filled with infinite tenderness. Just as he prepared to carefully set the painting aside, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bottom right corner, where several elegant characters were inscribed. "To my beloved husband, may you embody the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, exude the majesty of the cosmos, embrace the brilliance of the stars, exhibit the grace of a hero, with a heart for the world, all your endeavors lead to prosperity, soaring to great heights, commanding respect from all, shining with brilliance." Upon reading these lines, a tremor coursed through Jun Zechen's heart, an indescribable emotion surging within him. Her blessing was aligned with his own aspirations. He would ultimately become the ruler of the realm, his will commanding all, his authority, unchallengeable, his decrees, obeyed by all, his ambitions, unimpeded. He aimed to expand his territory, subdue the world, achieve immortal accomplishments, and become an emperor for the ages. From the moment he ascended to the position of crown prince, his goal remained unwavering. Having known Jun Zechen for some time, Su Jingyao could see he was a proud, arrogant, confident, and somewhat conceited man. Naturally, she would understand, support, and bless him. Jun Zechen's grip around Su Jingyao tightened involuntarily, as if he wished to embrace her tightly, never to let go. Yet, mindful of her pregnancy, he dared not apply too much force. A radiant blush, reminiscent of the evening glow, spread across Su Jingyao's face as she shyly lowered her head. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Your Highness is my sister's husband, I should not address you in such a manner. I merely have a small thought, so please do not." Before she could finish, Jun Zechen turned her face towards him, leaning down to kiss her lips with precision. The kiss was both gentle and fervent. He wished to silence her unfinished words, for he was undoubtedly her husband. She need not be so cautious. After a moment, Su Jingyao gently pushed him away. "Your Highness, it is getting late." Her eyes sparkled like two clear springs, the corners tinged with a hint of crimson, her bashful demeanor endearing. Had it not been for the time, Jun Zechen would have wished to hold her tightly and kiss her thoroughly. He placed a tender kiss on her palm before lowering her hand. Gazing at her, his eyes brimmed with affection, he explained his intentions. "The Taiha Hall is quite a distance from the Eastern Palace. Now that your belly has grown, I shall accompany you to the Taiha Hall." Su Jingyao furrowed her brows in confusion, resembling a crescent moon. "Will Your Highness not accompany my sister?" This was the suggestion of the crown princess. "She has become more sensible lately. You are already 7 months along, and I cannot bear to leave you." Jun Zechen patiently clarified, his tone reflecting satisfaction with Ling Yue's recent behavior. As Su Jingyao absorbed his words, she nodded gently, her doubts gradually dissipating. Jun Zechen tenderly wrapped his arm around her waist and led her out of the hall. Together, they boarded a sedan chair, carried by 16 men, which slowly made its way towards the Taiha Hall. Su Jingyao leaned against him, smiling softly, though her heart brimmed with anticipation for the night's unfolding drama. "Forgive me, my crown prince, for your birthday shall not be a joyous one, and tonight you shall not be able to accompany your crown princess." Chapter 33 of the Prince's Birthday Banquet. Jun Zechen gently held Su Jingyao's hand, guiding her slowly into the Taiha Hall. At this moment, the hall was already filled with guests, but the current emperor was unable to attend due to illness. The empress sat gracefully in the prominent position on one side, while the crown princess quietly occupied the opposite side, albeit slightly lower in status. "My son pays his respects to Mother Empress," Jun Zechen said respectfully, bowing deeply. Observing this, Su Jingyao intended to follow suit, but the empress, with a smile gracing her features, kindly remarked, "The side consort is heavy with child, there is no need for her to bow." Su Jingyao responded with a gentle smile and a slight nod, "Thank you, your majesty." Immediately, Miao Yun carefully assisted Su Jingyao to take her seat beneath the crown princess. At this banquet, the concubines of the Eastern Palace were seated below the crown princess, while the invited imperial consorts occupied the positions beneath the empress. Apart from the women, many princes also graced the occasion with their presence. Jun Zechen, exuding an air of grandeur, took the highest seat, then raised his wine cup to formally announce the commencement of the birthday banquet. "Today marks the joyous occasion of my birth. It is a family gathering, and I hope everyone shares in this joy." As soon as he finished speaking, all present respectfully lifted their wine cups, echoing in unison, "May His Royal Highness the Crown Prince be blessed with great fortune and joy on his birthday." Following this, the guests took a modest sip of their wine. Soon after, the hall resonated with the melodious songs and dances meticulously arranged by the crown princess, orchestrated with the assistance of Aunt Jinhua, who had been sent by the empress. The tunes were enchanting, and the dances were exquisite, truly a masterpiece, yet, the attendees, accustomed to palace performances, displayed little enthusiasm for these entertainments. The empress occasionally engaged in hushed conversations with the consorts, interspersed with inquiries about Su Jingyao's well-being, but she never once cast a glance towards the crown princess. Ling Yue sat quietly beside the crown prince, her expression revealing a hint of melancholy. She understood all too well that her mother still harbored disdain for her. As the banquet progressed halfway, Xiao Shan, a maidservant beside Tang Sushi, furrowed her brow tightly, betraying her worry as she leaned closer. In a lowered voice, she asked, "My lady, what troubles you?" At that moment, Shangguan Jiaxuan, seated next to Tang Sushi, turned to gaze at her. Upon hearing Xiao Shan's voice, Tang Sushi's brows were knotted together, her previously rosy complexion now as pale as a sheet, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead and rolling down one by one. Before Shangguan Jiaxuan could ponder the situation further, Tang Sushi suddenly closed her eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Xiaoshan swiftly reached out to support her collapsing form. Although Shangguan Jiaxuan wished to avoid any trouble, witnessing Tang Sushi's alarming state, she had no choice but to muster the courage to speak up. "Your Highness, Your Majesty, Tang Fengyi has fainted." Upon hearing Shangguan Jiaxuan's words, the individuals in the upper seats promptly shifted their gazes towards Tang Fengyi. Her rank was indeed low, and the empress had little impression of her, yet Tang Fengyi had been selected by her to enter the Eastern Palace. The empress felt a flicker of impatience. She hoped these women would not create disturbances on her son's birthday banquet. With a subtle gesture, she signaled to the head maid, who promptly understood and, along with the other maids, carefully assisted Tang Fengyi to a side hall within the Taiha Hall. The crown prince's brow furrowed deeply. "Summon the imperial physician." The crown princess's gaze was interwoven with confusion and concern. Why had she fainted? Imperial physician Li hurriedly arrived. As soon as he took Tang Sushi's pulse, he was taken aback. Tang Fengyi was indeed pregnant, however, she exhibited signs of a miscarriage. How could such a bold occurrence transpire during the crown prince's birthday banquet? The head maid of the empress, upon hearing of Tang Fengyi's pregnancy and signs of a miscarriage, was equally astonished and rushed into the main hall to report to the empress. Faced with this unexpected incident, the empress had no choice but to hastily conclude the banquet, announcing its end before ushering everyone into the side hall. Before departing, she specifically instructed Su Jingyao to return to Shiyang Hall in a sedan, given her condition. The crown prince sat quietly by the bedside, his gaze fixed upon Tang Fengyi's pallid face, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, eluding comprehension. "Imperial physician Li, why is Tang Fengyi in this state?" Jun Zechen's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. "Your Highness, Tang Fengyi has been pregnant for 2 months. Ordinarily, the fetus should be stable, however, she may have inadvertently consumed something cold today," Imperial physician Li replied respectfully. "Imperial physician Li, my lady has not consumed anything unusual this evening, only a few pastries," Xiaoshan interjected anxiously, her face etched with worry. "What kind of pastries? Can you present them to me?" Xiaoshan brought forth a plate of pastries to Imperial physician Li, who picked one up and took a cautious bite. As soon as he tasted the first morsel, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning grave. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, these pastries are made of koik seeds, and they contain crab meat and soft-shelled turtle meat, all of which are not advisable for consumption during pregnancy. Crab and soft-shelled turtle are cold in nature and can easily lead to miscarriage. Koik seeds have a slippery property that can cause uterine contractions. Though Tang Fengyi may have eaten little, her condition is now perilous," the physician expressed with evident concern. "I shall immediately prepare miscarriage prevention medicine," he proclaimed, turning to make arrangements. Upon hearing this, the empress's countenance darkened, and she directed her ire towards the crown princess. "Your Highness, the banquet's menu was overseen by you. How could such cold pastries be served? Even if you were unaware of Tang Fengyi's pregnancy, the side consort is with child, and such dishes ought not to grace the table." Upon hearing the empress's reprimand, the crown princess turned pale, hastily kneeling to concede her mistake. "Mother Empress, this was my oversight. However, this dish was suggested to me by An Liangdi." And Jin Yan, upon hearing the crown princess's words, immediately displayed a flustered demeanor. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have been wronged. For the past half-month, I have consumed these pastries daily, and when the crown princess prepared the banquet menu, I merely mentioned it in passing. These pastries are rare and complex to make. When Your Highness visited my palace, you remarked on how delightful they were, and I truly had no knowledge that such pastries were unsuitable for pregnant women." And Jin Yan's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked pleadingly at the crown prince and the empress. And Jin Yan was fully aware that these pastries were detrimental to pregnant women, thus she had deliberately mentioned them after the crown princess had finalized the banquet menu, embellishing her remarks with how exquisite the pastries were and how much the crown prince adored them. Indeed, the crown princess had been attempting to curry favor with the crown prince, which led to the inclusion of this dish in the banquet menu. Since it was a later addition, it had not been reviewed by the imperial physician. After all, crab and soft-shelled turtle were considered precious delicacies among the nobility, and the crown princess was not yet pregnant, her nature not being particularly meticulous. As the empress and the crown prince frowned slightly, lost in contemplation, and Jingyao feigned weakness and continued, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, since entering the Eastern Palace, I have not been particularly close to Tang Fengyi and was entirely unaware of her pregnancy. Yet in the past 2 months, the crown princess has grown quite close to Tang Fengyi." And Jingyao paused, but her insinuation was unmistakably clear. While she claimed ignorance of Tang Fengyi's condition, it was uncertain whether the crown princess had been equally oblivious. The empress clearly detected the subtext in her words, her gaze fixed intently on the crown princess. As the overseer of the Eastern Palace, could the crown princess truly be unaware of Tang Fengyi's pregnancy? "Crown princess, do you genuinely not know if Tang Fengyi is pregnant?" The empress's tone was laced with severity. At this moment, Ling Yue realized that everything was part of Jingyang's scheme. She knew Tang Fengyi was with child, and since Tang Fengyi harbored animosity towards Liangdi, when she sought her protection, she naturally agreed to help conceal her pregnancy. And Liangdi was her adversary. If she could resolve this situation without taking action, why not? Originally, Ling Yue understood that Tang Fengyi intended to confront Liangdi tonight, but as it was the crown prince's birthday, she wished to avoid disrupting the festivities, thus advising Tang Fengyi to wait until after the banquet to execute her plans. Yet unexpectedly, Jingyao seemed to have been privy to Tang Fengyi's condition all along, having meticulously crafted this trap, waiting for the two of them to fall into it. Now, there was no recourse but to deny everything. Ling Yue knelt there, her gaze resolute as granite, gritting her teeth. "Mother, I truly did not know Tang Fengyi was pregnant. Having presided over the harem for many years, the empress could certainly investigate these matters thoroughly." At that moment, a head-maid entered, her head bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, I found these remnants of medicine in Tang Fengyi's shiyuxuan." Upon seeing the remnants, Jingyang's heart surged with delight, knowing her plan had succeeded. With her head bowed, a glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Ever since suspecting Tang Fengyi's pregnancy, she had dispatched someone to monitor her discreetly, and indeed, Tang Fengyi had been consuming miscarriage prevention medicine every few days. She had buried the remnants in the soil, believing herself to be undetected, but Jingyao would never let this opportunity slip away, ensuring to exploit it fully. "Tang Fengyi, you are fully aware of your pregnancy yet chose to conceal it. The suffering you endure today is your own doing, and should you face the crown prince's disdain, you can blame no one but yourself. Imperial physician, examine what these remnants are." The empress's voice was frigid and commanding as she lifted her head slightly, her sharp gaze directed at imperial physician Li, simultaneously gesturing for him to step forward. Imperial physician Li hastily approached, bending down to scrutinize the remnants before leaning in to sniff them, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, he straightened up and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, these are remnants of miscarriage prevention medicine." The empress's gaze turned even more piercing and frigid, her look akin to a sword aimed at the crown princess. "Crown princess, do you have anything to say?" Ling Yue's heart raced with panic as she knelt there, her expression betraying her anxiety. She bit her lip, attempting to argue, "Mother, I had no knowledge that Tang Fengyi was consuming miscarriage prevention medicine. Do you truly believe I am as foolish as you? Tang Fengyi holds a lowly status? How could she conceal her consumption of such medicine without someone bringing it to her? Would you have me immediately inspect the imperial physician's records?" The empress's voice grew increasingly frigid, each word laden with frost. "By aiding Tang Fengyi in concealing her pregnancy, you have jeopardized the royal heir. You are unworthy of being the crown princess." The empress's voice echoed throughout the hall, filled with authority and fury. This was the crown prince's second child, and now there were signs of miscarriage. The crowd fell silent, holding their breath, fearful that the empress's wrath might extend to them. Ling Yue found herself at a loss for words, her eyes gradually reddening, tears brimming as if they might spill at any moment. She lifted her head, her gaze filled with a plea and helplessness as she looked towards Jun Zechen. This incident had erupted suddenly, and Jun Zechen had yet to ascertain the details. However, having known Ling Yue for 3 years, he trusted her implicitly. She would never harm his child, despite the overwhelming evidence pointing towards her. Jun Zechen observed Ling Yue kneeling there, her helpless gaze tugging at his heartstrings. He knew her character was inherently pure and kind, incapable of outmaneuvering the cunning women of the Eastern Palace, regardless of the circumstances. His heart always favored Ling Yue. Furrowing his brows slightly, he prepared to speak in Ling Yue's defense when he was interrupted by the arrival of a young eunuch from Shiyang Hall, who rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. "Your Highness, Suicide Consort is experiencing abdominal pain. You must send Imperial Physician Li to check on her." After bowing, the young eunuch's voice was filled with tension and concern. Chapter 34 Abdominal pain. Jun Zechen's countenance abruptly darkened, his face a stormy shade of iron as fury ignited within his eyes. He raised his voice, laced with an insuppressible anger. "What is happening?" Before his words had fully dissipated, he turned on his heel, striding purposefully outward, his hurried steps creating a gust of wind. The young eunuch had yet to respond, witnessing only the swift disappearance of Jun Zechen's figure at the threshold of the side hall. Seeing this, Physician Li felt a tightness in his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly followed the prince, his steps heavy and laden, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This evening was truly overwhelming, but evidently, the well-being of Consort Su was paramount. At this moment, Ling Yue harbored a flicker of hope, believing that Jun Zechen would plead on her behalf before the empress. However, upon witnessing the drastic change in his expression upon hearing the news of Su Jingyao, a wave of disappointment and bitterness surged within her. Your Highness, she attempted to call out, hoping to halt him. Just moments ago, Tang Fengyi had nearly suffered a miscarriage, yet he had shown no sign of concern. Did Ace truly care for the royal heir, or was his heart set on Su Jingyao? The Empress, upon learning of Su Jingyao's abdominal pain, was equally frantic. This pregnancy must not encounter any complications, yet, since the Crown Prince had already gone to the Shiyan Hall, she felt compelled to remain with Tang Fengyi to ensure matters were properly managed. In the Shiyan Hall, Jun Zechen arrived in a near-frantic state, nearly sprinting, physicianly, trailing behind, struggled to keep pace, breathless and nearly faltering. Jun Zechen burst into the chamber, making a beeline for the bedside. Physicianly hastily followed, kneeling beside the bed to meticulously examine Su Jingyao's pulse. Jun Zechen stood at the bedside, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Jingyao. She was furrowing her brow, her eyes tightly shut, her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, her complexion as pale as paper, devoid of any hint of color. Her body trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain. What is the matter? Jun Zechen's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a repressed fury that seemed on the verge of erupting. A servant girl came to pay respects to His Highness, and shortly after the mistress returned, she began to feel abdominal discomfort. Initially, it was just a sense of unease in her belly, replied Miao Yun, kneeling at the side. But when Tang Fengyi nearly miscarried and physicianly was attending to her, the mistress thought she could endure it, only for the pain to intensify. It was then that I hurriedly sent for physicianly. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed deeply, veins standing out on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice rendered low and hoarse by his anger. If your mistress is unwell, you should have informed me at once. Such negligence. Before he could continue, Su Jingyao slowly opened her eyes, weariness and frailty evident within her gaze. Her voice was weak, imbued with a plea. Your Highness, I merely thought it was nothing serious, just a bit of bloating, and did not want to trouble physicianly unnecessarily. Please do not blame my maidservant. Gazing upon Su Jingyao's ashen visage, Jun Zechen's ire lessened slightly, though his expression remained grave. Physicianly, feeling perplexed as he examined the pulse, maintained a stoic facade. His eyes were fixed on Su Jingyao's wrist, fingers delicately resting on her pulse, occasionally shifting positions as if searching for something elusive. The pulse of the consort seemed devoid of any apparent issues. Consort, how do you feel at present? Physicianly inquired, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Su Jingyao's brow furrowed slightly, pain etched across her features, her lips trembling, her voice laced with distress. My abdomen hurts terribly, in waves, accompanied by a feeling of heaviness and tightness in my lower belly. These symptoms were relayed to her by Li Jing, indicating that prolonged exposure to motherwort could induce uterine contractions in pregnant women, with severe cases even leading to bleeding. Upon hearing the consort's description, Physician Li's heart sank. These sensations were decidedly alarming. His brow furrowed deeper as he pondered, noticing the palace attire hanging on the coat rack near the head of the bed. The garment was close enough to detect a faint herbal scent. Physician Li cautiously approached, nearly pressing his nose against the fabric, his brow knitting in concentration as he inhaled the aroma. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing a visage of horror. He turned to Miao Yun. Was this the palace attire the consort wore tonight? Indeed, Physician Li, this attire was retrieved from the inner ministry just days ago, specifically for the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, Miao Yun promptly replied. Physician Li sprang to his feet in a flurry, hastily preparing to pen a prescription for a stabilizing elixir to counteract the effects of motherwort. His hands trembled slightly, his face a mask of tension and anxiety. If the consort had worn this attire for several hours, it could severely jeopardize the fetus. It would be fortunate if she did not go into premature labor. Once the prescription was composed, he swiftly dispatched someone to prepare the remedy. Jun Zechen remained silent, observing intently as Physician Li issued his commands, his hands clasped behind his back, fingers involuntarily curling slightly, and only after Physician Li concluded did he calmly inquire, "How is the consort?" Your Highness, the consort's attire bears the scent of motherwort, which has effects akin to safflower and is extremely detrimental to pregnant women. Physician Li's expression was grave, his brow knitted tight. The consort's pregnancy has progressed well, and although she has been exposed to motherwort today, there are currently no particularly severe symptoms. However, the harm to the mother is considerable. I have instructed someone to prepare a remedy to neutralize the effects of the motherwort. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's eyes, deep as an abyss, ignited with a chilling intensity that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon the palace attire, his expression brimming with fury and murderous intent. These women truly sought their own demise. Su Jingyao's face contorted with terror and fear upon hearing Physician Li's words, her eyes filled with anxiety. Your Highness, Jun Zechen swiftly seated himself by the bed, enveloping her in his embrace, his touch gentle yet resolute. I will uncover the truth. Whoever dares to harm our child shall not escape my wrath. As the stabilizing elixir was prepared, Miao Yun carefully approached with a bowl of medicine. Jun Zechen accepted it, his brow knitting as he beheld the dark, murky liquid, his heart heavy with concern. Su Jingyao steeled herself against the bitterness, slowly consuming the medicine. Afterward, she followed her usual ritual of masking its taste with honeyed flower tea, her head resting lightly against the man's shoulder, her body quivering faintly. Jun Zechen tenderly embraced her, his eyes reflecting deep concern and compassion as his hand gently caressed her hair. Do not fear, I shall ensure that from now until your delivery, all your needs will be attended to by Physician Li, leaving no detail overlooked. I will not allow any harm to befall you, Yao Yao. Su Jingyao mumbled a soft acknowledgement, falling silent as she nestled into Jun Zechen's warmth, as if only in his embrace could she find solace. At that moment, Miao Xia rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency, her steps somewhat hasty. She knelt. I pay my respects to your Highness. Your Highness, I have been responsible for the mistress's palace attire. Just now, the physician mentioned there was an issue with it. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that someone had tampered with the attire, and that individual is a maid from the Shiyan Hall named Ruer. At this point, Miao Xia paused, a flicker of terror passing through her eyes. However, when I sought to find her, she was nowhere to be seen. I heard that she was spotted near the lotus pond after the mistress attended the banquet, and I hastily went to search, only to find Ruer's lifeless body. Upon hearing the word body, Su Jingyao's form trembled involuntarily, as though she were a leaf caught in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Tears began to pool in her eyes, surging forth like a dam breaking, accompanied by the soft sound of her sobs. "Your Highness, I am so scared. Do not fear, I am here, everything will be all right." Jun Zechen's gaze turned icy, fury boiling within him. Yet faced with her delicate weeping, he struggled to suppress his wrath, striving to soften his tone to comfort her. Then, Jun Zechen's voice deepened, imbued with authority. "Anxuan, investigate this matter." Yes, Anxuan acknowledged the command, promptly turning to begin the search. Jun Zechen sensed the tremor in the woman within his embrace and gestured for everyone to leave. Miao Yun, understanding the signal, hurriedly ushered everyone out, leaving only Jun Zechen and Su Jingyao in the chamber. "Do not fear, sleep for a while. I shall remain by your side." Jun Zechen's voice was as gentle as a melting snowflake, his hand softly stroking Su Jingyao's hair, providing her with immeasurable comfort. Gently, Jun Zechen laid her down on the bed, his movements tender as if cradling a priceless treasure. He rose slowly, preparing to remove his outer robe. Su Jingyao, sensing his movement, instinctively reached out, gripping him tightly. "Your Highness, do not go." Her voice was tinged with urgency and a plea, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him, filled with helplessness and longing. "I am not leaving. I merely intend to remove my robe." Jun Zechen's tone was unusually gentle and patient today. Hearing this, Su Jingyao gradually released her hold, her eyes still reflecting a trace of reluctance. After Jun Zechen shed his outer robe and lifted the covers, he nestled into the bedding, enveloping the fragrant, soft figure of Su Jingyao in his arms. His warm embrace offered her endless reassurance, his large hand tenderly caressing her abdomen. Su Jingyao wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face deeply into the crook of his neck. "Your Highness, I am so sorry." Her voice carried a note of guilt and remorse. "Why do you say sorry?" Jun Zechen furrowed his brow slightly. "Today is your birthday, yet a series of troubles have arisen. You should have been joyous, but instead, you bear many worries. I feel pain for you." Su Jingyao's voice, though muffled, resonated with genuine emotion. It was the first time Jun Zechen had heard someone express concern for him. Even when he had returned victorious from battles, his mother had only praised him, taking pride in him without ever showing empathy. Yet, the woman in his arms, despite her own fear, was distressed by his lack of joy on his birthday. In truth, Jun Zechen did not place much value on his birthday. Every year, due to his esteemed status, it was celebrated grandly, requiring him to appease his father, mother, ministers, and royal siblings, and he had never truly found joy in it. "As long as you and our child are safe, I am content. Do not dwell on it, rest for a while, I will resolve everything." Jun Zechen gently caressed her back, his voice deep and resolute. Su Jingyao softly acknowledged him, gradually succumbing to sleep in his embrace. As Jun Zechen watched her peacefully drift off, his thoughts meandered to Ling Yue, pondering how his mother would punish her for his abrupt departure. He glanced down at the woman in his arms. Perhaps it would be better to seek his mother's clemency on the morrow. Within Jun Zechen's embrace, Su Jingyao felt a lightness of spirit. She surmised that Jingyao would undoubtedly launch a counterattack today. In terms of cunning, Ling Yue was indeed no match for Jingyao. However, Ling Yue had spent 3 years with Jun Zechen, and he had inherently regarded her as innocent, affording her a certain degree of trust. If Jun Zechen were present in the Taiha Hall, even with irrefutable evidence, his protective stance towards Ling Yue might shield her from severe repercussions. Thus, she would surely summon Jun Zechen away. Once he departed, the empress would not easily let the crown princess off the hook. Contemplating this, Su Jingyao felt a flicker of anticipation swell within her. How would the empress punish the crown princess? And Jingyao would also not escape unscathed from this incident. Jun Zechen would certainly seek retribution for Ling Yue's grievances from Jingyao. Su Jingyao could already sense Jun Zechen's growing disdain for Jingyao. On the morrow, let her crown prince thoroughly investigate Ruer, for he might unearth many unexpected revelations. The author mentions a picture. Dear readers, please assist in selecting a cover. I will upload 4 options, so leave your comments on your favorites. Love you all. Due to insufficient levels, I cannot insert images within the article. 1. Majestic in azure. 2. Alluring in crimson. 3. Ethereal in purple. 4. Adorned in jewels. 5. Charming and enchanting. 6. Affectionate and entwined. 7. Feminine dominance. 8. Pure white lotus. Chapter 35. The withdrawal of the golden edict from Cunning Palace. Son pays his respects to Mother Empress. Jun Zechen stepped forward slowly, his stature tall and upright, akin to a proud pine tree standing resolutely. Every movement he made exuded the grace of royalty. The empress sat elegantly upon her phoenix chair, calm and composed as she extended her hand to gracefully lift her teacup. She gently blew on the steam rising from the cup, the delicate vapor swirling before her, and then, with a slight tilt of her head, she sipped the tea slowly, savoring its flavor. Her expression was serene and self-assured, her eyes revealing a calm wisdom that had been refined by the passage of time. Why has the crown prince come to Cunning Palace today? The empress's voice was tranquil yet authoritative, reminiscent of a clear spring flowing through the mountains, crystal clear, yet imbued with an irresistible power. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of anxiety and urgency flickering across his features. Upon leaving Shiyan Hall this morning, he had been startled to hear Shun inform him of the empress's punishment of Ling Yue. Mother, the crown princess was appointed at my behest, having requested Father Emperor's decree. Is it not contradictory for you to withdraw her golden edict, thereby negating her status? Crown Prince. The Empress's tone turned stern, her expression instantly grave. The Crown Princess has not conceived for 2 years. However, I have not made things difficult for her, knowing your affection for her. Her words were crisp and powerful, each one striking Jun Zechen's heart like a hammer. Not only can she not bear you an heir, but she has also endangered your second child. Physicianly has said that this pregnancy of Tangfengyi is precarious. If it reaches 6 or 7 months, it will be a stroke of luck. If Tangfengyi could safely carry the child to July, for the Empress, it would mean sacrificing the mother for the child. The heir was paramount. Mother, I understand the Crown Princess, she would never harm my child. Jun Zechen's voice was resolute and forceful, as he raised his gaze to meet the Empress's eyes. He knew Ling Yue's character. While she might be careless and well-meaning, her heart was never malicious. The Empress's gaze lingered on the Crown Prince, her eyes a tapestry of disappointment and helplessness, akin to a deep pool brimming with unending thoughts. Over the decades of navigating the palace, she had witnessed too many women adept at masquerade, those who appeared gentle and kind yet were ruthless behind the scenes. She had long since grown accustomed to such facades. Now, she found it hard to believe her own son had been so easily bewitched by a woman, just like his father. She lifted her chin slightly, her voice tinged with melancholy. As the Crown Prince, do you think a single expression of trust can persuade me? I am just and fair in my rewards and punishments. The evidence against the Crown Princess is irrefutable. She secretly took miscarriage preventing herbs for Tangfengyi from the Imperial Medical Institute, yet had the audacity to claim ignorance before me. The Empress's words quickened in pace, each one seemingly forced through clenched teeth, the severity undiminished. Her fingers gripped the armrest tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, betraying her inner fury and discontent towards the Crown Princess. Even if the pastry was unintended, she has committed the crime of concealment and negligence. As Crown Princess, her conduct is unbecoming and lacks management capability. What wrong have I committed in reclaiming her golden edict? The Empress's voice grew increasingly severe, like thunder crashing in Jun Zechen's ears. His expression turned somber. He knew that Ling Yue indeed lacked the requisite skills for management. After all, she had never received the formal education typical of noble families, nor had she learned how to handle the affairs of the inner palace. With so many women now in the Eastern Palace, she required time to learn and adapt, not to have her rights stripped away outright. Taking a deep breath, Jun Zechen slowly raised his head, looking directly into the Empress's eyes, his voice laced with a plea. Mother, the Crown Princess does have her shortcomings, but I was fully aware when I married her that she was not adept at managing the inner chambers. His words were slow yet firm, each one imbued with his defense of Ling Yue. Now, you should patiently guide her instead of so resolutely stripping her of her title. The Empress began to speak, each word heavy with gravity. You wish to grant the Crown Princess the opportunity to learn and grow, yet the price is that your second child's safe birth is now uncertain. Is such a price truly acceptable to you? Must the child in Su's womb become a sacrificial offering for the Crown Princess's growth before you are satisfied? The Empress's voice intensified, each word like a sharp knife, piercing Jun Zechen's heart. People often hold on to optimistic thoughts until faced with the harsh realities of life, yet when it truly happens, regret floods in. At this moment, the Crown Prince was blinded by the affection he held for the Crown Princess, unable to see the grim reality ahead. The Empress, as an outsider, remained clear-minded. She could not allow her grandchild to face any misfortune. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Jun Zechen's heart jolted violently. He wanted to respond, yet words caught in his throat, unable to escape. The Empress's reasoning was sound. He could find no counter-arguments. With Yao due to give birth in a little over 2 months, there could be no further mishaps. While the Crown Princess held the Golden Edict, her authority as Crown Princess was substantial. She could not only manage the Eastern Palace but also intervene in certain matters of the internal affairs court. However, her simplicity and forthright nature rendered her susceptible to manipulation by those with ulterior motives. With this thought, Jun Zechen clenched his lips tighter, falling into silence. Last night, after dealing with the Crown Princess's matters, I ordered a thorough investigation into the side consort's palace attire being tainted with motherwort. The Empress spoke slowly, her voice tinged with fatigue and solemnity. I found not only the Crown Princess's golden hairpin with the maid ruler but also a handkerchief belonging to Liangdi. The events of last night are fraught with suspicion. I cannot help but speculate that the target was not merely Tangfengyi. Your side consort may have been the primary objective. The Empress's tone grew increasingly serious, her face etched with concern. Physician Li was summoned to Taiha Hall due to Tangfengyi. Had Su's pregnancy not been well nurtured, she could very well have faced dire consequences last night. At this point, the Empress fell silent, yet her expression conveyed everything. Jun Zechen remained silent, his face betraying no emotion. He could not refute a single word the Empress had said. Deep down, he understood that Ling Yue was indeed unsuited to be the Crown Princess, yet it was he who had married her, and the Empress's harsh punishment of Ling Yue only deepened his sense of guilt. Perhaps the Empress had been right all along. Affection does not necessarily equate to suitability. Marrying her may have indeed brought her harm. A hint of anguish crossed Jun Zechen's face as he lowered his head slightly, his fists clenched tightly, consumed by self-reproach. He sighed inwardly, his expression tinged with helplessness. Since it was his fault, he should not let Ling Yue bear the burden alone. Mother, I will arrange for someone to diligently instruct the Crown Princess. Please keep her golden edict safe for now. Once she has grown, I hope you will graciously bestow it upon her again. Jun Zechen spoke slowly. As for the matter of the side consort's attire being tainted with motherwort, I will have someone investigate thoroughly. I will not overlook any trace. A glint of sharpness flickered in Jun Zechen's eyes. Crown Prince, you are my son. My aversion towards the Crown Princess stems from 2 reasons. The first, her inability to bear you an heir. Second, she causes you mental and physical exhaustion. The Empress's voice carried her dissatisfaction with the Crown Princess and her concern for her son. Jun Zechen frowned slightly, confusion evident on his face. What did mother mean by that? The Empress sighed softly. Your father is gravely ill, all policies require your decision-making, and all memorials must be reviewed by you. You spend more than 6 hours each day attending to state affairs. Do you wish to return to the Eastern Palace only to be burdened by the trivial matters of these women? Your focus should be on the 108 cities of the kingdom, on the people beneath the heavens, and on the governance of the previous dynasty. I have never allowed your father to be troubled by matters of the harem. As the Empress, I pride myself on being magnanimous, decisive, and virtuous. The Empress's eyes were filled with determination. But what of your Crown Princess? Shaking her head, the Empress ceased to discuss the Crown Princess further, turning her attention to Su Jingyao's matter. I will investigate the side consort's situation. There is no need for you to intervene. Your Crown Princess is so ineffectual that as your mother, I must naturally manage the inner palace for you. Her tone was firm and left no room for argument. Jun Zechen understood well his mother's strong-willed nature. Once she made a decision, it was difficult to alter. Moreover, everything she said was for his benefit, leaving him with little room to refuse. Nevertheless, he would continue to have An Shun look into Yao Yao's situation. Mother, I will also look into the side consort's matter. Whoever has harmed her or your son, I will not let them escape justice. Jun Zechen's voice was resolute, his gaze filled with determination. The Empress shook her head in resignation. She truly did not wish for her son to expend excessive energy on palace intrigues, yet she understood that the Crown Prince, like his father in his youth, harbored unrealistic expectations regarding emotions. She had never doubted her son's exceptional abilities in state affairs, but he still viewed the deceptive nature and schemes of women too naively. He only knew that the women in his father's harem were as venomous as snakes. So be it, perhaps when he ascended the throne and experienced more, he would truly comprehend that the hearts of women are neither black nor white, but rather complex and ever-changing. Should you wish to investigate, then go ahead. I will not overlook the instigators behind the scenes. The Empress's voice held a tinge of weariness and resolve. Yes, I take my leave. Jun Zechen inclined his body slightly, performing a respectful bow before slowly turning to depart, his silhouette betraying a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. Once outside Kuan-Ning Palace, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his heart. His brow was furrowed with worry, like dark clouds shrouding him. He was uncertain how to comfort Ling Yue. The thought of her sorrowful expression left him at a loss. He still needed to uncover the truth behind Yao Yao's tainted attire, in addition to the stack of memorials piling up in the imperial study, awaiting his attention. To manage these tedious matters, he was forced to reschedule his afternoon audience with the court officials to the evening. Despite the myriad concerns weighing on him, Jun Zechen had grown accustomed to maintaining a composed facade before others throughout his years as Crown Prince. He would not allow anyone to glimpse his vulnerability in the eyes of others. He would forever be the dignified heir, a presence high above. Beyond reproach, Jun Zechen walked slowly toward the Qilwan Hall. At that moment, Ling Yue sat wearily upon the couch, her gaze dull and lifeless, resembling a stagnant pool devoid of vitality. Her once bright eyes were now dimmed, filled with disappointment and helplessness. She had never anticipated that the Empress would so resolutely withdraw her golden edict, a move that, to her, felt like a thunderclap, directly negating her identity and rights as Crown Princess. Did Ace know about this, or did he also agree with the Empress's actions? These thoughts swirled in her mind, further agitating her heart. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Mei Xiang spoke softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of joy. She hoped that the Crown Prince's arrival might lighten her master's sorrow. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince was present, Ling Yue's heart jolted, and she hastily rose from the couch. Without a thought to arrange her slightly disheveled garments, she rushed forward. As Jun Zechen entered the hall, she threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to his waist, her voice thick with tears and endless grievance. Ace, I truly did not harm Tangfengyi's child. She is carrying your child. I would never do such a thing, please believe me. Her voice trembled, her tears cascading like a flood, soaking the Crown Prince's garments. Jun Zechen's expression was a tumult of struggle and helplessness, a complex mix of emotions simmering beneath the surface. He believed her, yet, I believe you, but mother has withdrawn your golden edict for reasons beyond just the harm to Tangfengyi's heir. The Crown Prince's voice was low, and after a pause, he continued, you need to learn how to manage the inner palace. I will arrange for several wet nurses to instruct you. Once you demonstrate growth, mother will naturally bestow the golden edict upon you again. Initially, upon hearing Ace's trust in her, a surge of indescribable joy filled Ling Yue's heart, a joy born from being believed in. Yet why could Ace not reclaim her golden edict? Without it, was she still the Crown Princess? This thought spiraled endlessly in her mind, leaving her feeling utterly lost and despondent. Suddenly, Ling Yue pushed Jun Zechen away, her eyes brimming with anger and grievance, tears threatening to spill over. Ace, I have done nothing wrong. Why did mother take away my golden edict? Am I still your Crown Princess without it? Her voice was laden with resentment and sorrow. If you trust me, why not have mother return the golden edict? Ling Yue's voice grew increasingly agitated, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Do you still remember your promise to me? She nearly shouted the words, her voice resonating with despair and indignation. Her body trembled with fervor, and her hoarse cries were heart-wrenching. All that she had recently endured left her utterly exhausted. Her husband was distancing himself from her, and she had to suppress her panic to appease him. Just yesterday, he had shown such concern for the side consort, while ignoring her own predicament as she knelt, awaiting punishment from the Empress. He had left without a backward glance. Today, he professed his belief in her yet allowed her to accept the empress's punishment of having her golden edict stripped away. Why was he being so cruel now? Jun Zechen's expression darkened. It was precisely because of his previous promise to her that he felt so conflicted and guilty, yet she could not understand his predicament. Was he merely her husband? Yes, I have failed to fulfill my promise to you, but Yue, we are not an ordinary couple. Matters of the inner palace are your responsibility as crown princess, just as the entire kingdom is my responsibility. Jun Zechen's voice was low and hoarse, his dark, profound gaze fixed intently on Ling Yue, whose despair was palpable. Yet Ling Yue remained in a daze, disregarding the crown prince's words. She seemed to have lost all hope, drowning in an abyss of sorrow from which she could not escape. Jun Zechen took a deep breath. It is I who have confined you, this free bird, within the depths of the palace. If you regret it, I can set you free. Ling Yue's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Jun Zechen. Set her free? Was he going to divorce her? Tears streamed down her face like an uncontrollable torrent, her body trembling slightly. Then, she clung tightly to the man before her once more. Aze, do you not want me anymore? You promised I would be your wife for a lifetime. You cannot go back on your word. Ling Yue's cries were heart-wrenching. Yue, being my wife is a difficult path. More challenging than Jun Zechen had ever imagined. He had once thought he could provide Ling Yue with a world of freedom, yet he now found himself utterly powerless. It was not merely a matter of feeling powerless, he sensed that his own heart was changing. He no longer knew what he truly liked about Ling Yue. Previously, he had felt at ease with her, as if her presence allowed him to forget the burdens of court life. But what about now? Aze, I am not afraid. I will grow. I will learn diligently from the wet nurses and become a qualified crown princess, a daughter-in-law that mother will recognize. Ling Yue spoke urgently, her eyes filled with sincerity and determination. She grasped Jun Zechen's clothing tightly, as if fearing he might abandon her. Jun Zechen sighed inwardly, his large hand gently stroking Ling Yue's back, though his eyes were filled with inscrutable emotions. Chapter 36 The Truth, the Imperial Study of Yuta Palace. Your Highness, progress has been made in the investigation regarding the attire of Su concubine, conducted by the servants of both the Empress and the palace, Anshuan said, bowing slightly while lifting his gaze respectfully towards the Crown Prince, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Jun Zechen's expression was solemn as he held a red brush, diligently scrutinizing the documents before him, his handsome visage betraying no emotion, yet exuding an intangible pressure. The maid Ruer served in Chilwan Palace before Su concubine entered the palace, but was later dismissed to the Ministry of Internal Affairs due to the Crown Princess's displeasure. Anshuan continued cautiously, acutely aware that the two most significant figures in the Eastern Palace were the Crown Princess and Su concubine, now entangled in this affair. Jun Zechen's deep-set eyes flickered slightly, yet he remained focused on his writing. Anshuan went on, after some financial inducements and connections, Ruer was reassigned to Shiyin Palace following the entry of the concubine into the Eastern Palace. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the Crown Prince's reaction. Ruer, after accompanying the concubine to Taiha Palace, was subsequently pushed into the Lotus Pond, where she drowned. The palace coroner confirmed her death by drowning. However, by the time she was discovered, Ruer had been submerged for several hours, her body swollen, rendering it difficult to ascertain the cause of death. Yet, a handkerchief belonging to an Liangdi was found in her grasp. Anshuan paused momentarily as he delivered this information. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. These women were indeed relentless in their schemes. I personally inquired with an Liangdi, and a maid from her entourage claimed that the handkerchief was misplaced by her several days prior, leaving her perplexed as to why it was found on Ruer. Anshuan expressed regret, initially believing this to be a breakthrough, only to witness an Liangdi's swift maneuvering to have a maid take the blame. I brought this maid in for interrogation, but tragically, she met her end yesterday in an unfortunate accident. At this point, Anshuan revealed a hint of anxiety and concern. This was a pivotal figure, and with her demise, the trail had nearly gone cold. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Jun Zechen's eyes as he coldly uttered two words, useless. Upon hearing this, Anshuan's heart tightened, and he immediately knelt, his body trembling slightly. Your Highness, I beg for your forgiveness. It was my oversight. Although the leads regarding an Liangdi have been severed, the Empress has made new discoveries, Anshuan hastily added. Jun Zechen lifted his gaze slightly to regard Anshuan, then lowered his head to continue reviewing the memorials, signaling him to proceed. This maid, Ruer, entered the palace at a tender age and served in Shufei Palace prior to her assignment in Chilwan Palace. However, that was several years ago. Were it not for the Empress's deliberate examination of those ancient records, it would have been challenging to uncover. It is worth noting that such archived documents were not easily accessible. Without the Empress's consent, one could not peruse them freely. Moreover, the palace archives were extensive and intricate, and the Empress had expended considerable effort to find a record of a mere maid. Jun Zechen was naturally aware of the difficulties involved and felt a profound gratitude towards his mother. The Empress stated that if this matter involved Shufei, it would be far from simple. If Shufei initially placed this individual in the Crown Princess's palace and later transferred her to the concubine's quarters after her entry into the Eastern Palace, the Empress suspects that Shufei may have intended to harm Your Highness's heir. Anshuan's voice lowered slightly. Hearing this, Jun Zechen finally ceased his writing. He gazed straight ahead, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes, sharp as a blade, sending chills down the spine. He unconsciously twirled the ring on his finger, his expression impassive, yet an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. Could it be that Xu Fei still harbored hopes for the third prince? Even if he had no heir, could the third prince truly threaten his position as crown prince? His status had been ordained by the emperor. With the emperor's support, the majority of the loyalists stood firmly by his side. Furthermore, he had recently proposed numerous reforms regarding the imperial examination and the appointments of court officials, garnering the allegiance of most officials in the court. Not to mention, ever since his triumphant return from military campaigns, he had maintained control of the military. Only Xu Fei, a mere woman of the harem, short-sighted enough to believe that his lack of an heir could impede his ascension. Or perhaps he had been too merciful, granting the third prince a sliver of hope? Jun Zechen pondered, his expression growing increasingly stern. Qiyun Palace. Jingyao sat solemnly on the couch, her brow furrowed tightly, her heart laden with doubt and unease. She had never anticipated that the matter involving Su concubine and the herb could implicate her. How could her handkerchief be found on maid Ruer? Had she not taken precautions by having maid Tinger confess to the crime directly, she might have been wrongfully accused. Who could be scheming against her? The crown princess, though Jingyao was uncertain of the identity of her adversary, she understood that in this treacherous environment, certain sacrifices were inevitable. Although the loss of Tinger weighed heavily on her, she would write to her mother, ensuring that her mother took good care of Tinger's family. Ever since she learned of her impending entry into the harem, Jingyao had resolutely cast aside her compassion. Within the treacherous intrigues of the harem, she had to tread carefully. After all, a single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin, and she could not afford to falter even slightly. My lady, Tinger has passed away, severing any ties you had with Su concubine. Though the crown prince and the empress will not hold you accountable for this, should the crown prince harbor any suspicions towards you, how will you secure his highness's favor? Bai Shi said anxiously. And Jinyan's gaze darkened, for this was indeed her greatest concern. The matter concerning Tang Fengyi's child had proven to be a resounding victory for her. Although the heir resided within Tang Fengyi's womb, after enduring such hardship, her frail body may not withstand the strain of childbirth. Even if she did give birth, Tang Fengyi would likely face perilous odds. The crown princess had also had her golden tablet confiscated by the empress, rendering her nearly a mere figurehead. Should the crown prince ascend to the throne without the crown princess's golden tablet being restored, she would lack any qualification to be named empress, yet, she could not afford to lose his highness's affection. The matters concerning the concubine are currently under investigation by his highness and the empress. I have committed no wrongdoing and thus have nothing to feel guilty about. The crown prince is a discerning individual, and I am certain he will not misplace his anger upon me. And Jingyao could only find solace in this self-assurance. Moreover, the concubine is kind-hearted. I shall seek her out to explain my situation. If the concubine harbors no suspicions towards me, his highness shall naturally not speak ill of me. Recently, the eastern palace had been shrouded in an oppressive gloom, as if a heavy mist had descended upon it, suffocating all who dwelled within. Yet in Xi'an Palace, a contrasting scene of lightheartedness and joy prevailed. My lady, several days have passed, yet it seems his highness and the empress have not yet implicated in Liangdi. Miaoyun inquired softly, a note of curiosity in her voice. Su Jingyao narrowed her eyes slightly, a contemplative expression crossing her features. If that were indeed the case, then the earlier maid Ruer might not have been in league with Liangdi after all. And Jingyao had entered the eastern palace even later than her, and she had no one of use at her disposal, unless it was someone meticulously cultivated from her family. However, and Jingyao was no fool. Employing family-trained individuals before the crown prince's ascension would be far from wise. Moreover, if the empress pursued a thorough investigation, it would not be impossible to uncover such connections. Furthermore, the empress placed great importance on her current pregnancy. While the crown prince conducted a thorough investigation, the empress had also dispatched individuals to inquire further. The empress's network within the harem surpassed even that of the crown prince. If she could not find any link to Jingyao, it might indeed not be her doing. No matter. As long as my objectives are achieved, that suffices. Su Jingyao gently caressed her abdomen, speaking with an air of indifference. Her expression revealed no discernible emotion, save for the slight curl of her lips that hinted at her satisfaction. But my lady, were you not aiming to kill two birds with one stone? Now that the crown princess has lost her golden tablet, and Liangdi is undoubtedly reveling in her triumph. Miaoyun remarked with some indignation, her brow furrowed and her face displaying discontent. Miaoyun, one must not judge a situation solely by its surface. Su Jingyao wore a knowing smile, laced with cunning and calculation. My intentions have always been clear. To incite the empress's disdain for the crown princess, preventing her from ascending to the higher rank, while simultaneously causing the crown prince to develop a distaste for Liangdi, leading to her fall from grace. Hasn't that all come to fruition? She did not wish for either of them to perish. Firstly, Ling Yue could not die now, her demise would forever leave a scar in Jun Zechen's heart. As for Jingyao, if she had not harmed her child, then she would let her off this time. Jinyao's family background was respectable, her father a marquis with some clout. Without evidence, she could not be punished arbitrarily. Historically, those in power within the royal family have sought to separate the former dynasty from the harem, yet how could they truly achieve such a separation? Possessing a good lineage, even if Jingyao did not garner the crown prince's affection, she would not endure too harsh a fate unless the crown prince's animosity reached a critical point, similar to the original protagonist in the book. Only then would Jingyao find herself in dire straits. Upon hearing her mistress's words, Miaoyun pondered for a moment, finding merit in her reasoning. Subsequently, Su Jingyao continued, currently, there are not many women in the eastern palace. With the crown princess's golden tablet confiscated, if Liangdi were also penalized, I would be the ultimate beneficiary. Intelligent individuals are judged by results, the attention directed towards me would significantly increase. Su Jingyao was determined not to expose her ambitions prematurely, nor did she wish for her carefully constructed facade of innocence to be shattered. At present, Liangdi is unharmed. The onlookers will perceive this as merely a struggle between Liangdi and the crown princess, while I remain the innocent party caught in the crossfire. My lady is astute, I have learned much from your wisdom, Miao Yun replied respectfully. Su Jingyao was quite pleased with the current circumstances. She merely needed to give Ling Yue another push, ensuring the empress's complete disillusionment with the crown princess would make it exceedingly difficult for Jun Zechen to honor Ling Yue with the title of empress once he ascended. Su Jingyao absent-mindedly caressed her rouge, a slight smile gracing her lips. She could hardly wait to witness Ling Yue's demotion from wife to concubine, eagerly anticipating the progression of her darkening character. As for Jingyao, she would remain her convenient shield for the time being. Chapter 37 Utilizing Liangdi outside, a world cloaked in silvery white unfolds, as pristine snowflakes flutter gracefully from the heavens, adorning the earth in a dreamlike fashion. Yet within the Shiyang Hall, the atmosphere is as warm as spring. Throughout the hall, in every nook and cranny, vibrant charcoal fires blaze, emanating a comforting warmth. Everyone in the Eastern Palace is acutely aware of the prince's deep regard for concubine Su. Every detail is meticulously cared for, solely to ensure that concubine Su feels enveloped in thoughtful concern. Su Jingyao sits elegantly upon the couch, donned in a resplendent brocade robe, her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her skin is pale as snow, and her visage strikingly beautiful. On the opposite side of the couch, Li Jing is intently examining her pulse. His fingers, long and strong, gently rest upon Su Jingyao's wrist through a handkerchief. Concubine, the child within you is remarkably healthy. You are now 8 months along, and based on my examination, I estimate that the heir will arrive in approximately 5 weeks, he states. A radiant smile graces Su Jingyao face, enchanting in its beauty. Her hand tenderly caresses her burgeoning belly, feeling the extraordinary connection to the small life within her. This sensation is wondrous, filling her heart with warmth and anticipation. Her gaze reflects a maternal glow, exuding an indescribable tenderness and affection. Li Jing seldom witnesses such a gentle side of Su Jingyao. In his memory, she has always been the proud young lady, aloof and detached, exuding an air of superiority, always strategizing and maintaining control. When they first met, despite being a few years her senior, he found solace in her presence. Her intellect was unparalleled. Whether managing her own affairs or seizing opportunities in the market, she excelled with remarkable prowess, deftly navigating challenges. At that time, Li Jing regarded her as a divine savior, lofty and untouchable, her wisdom and talent often leaving him in awe. A woman of her caliber, were she a man, would undoubtedly achieve greatness and occupy a high position. Su Jingyao relishes the experience of pregnancy, despite enduring the discomfort of morning sickness, overwhelming fatigue, and occasional light cramps that plague her at night. Yet none of these can overshadow the happiness and joy that reside in her heart. In her modern life, she was an orphan, never having felt the warmth of parental love. Arriving in the ancient world, she experienced 15 years of maternal and paternal affection, along with her brother's indulgence, but none compare to the profound feelings this child evokes within her. She longs to shower this child with endless love and care. Lowering her gaze to her rounded belly, a blissful smile adorns her face. Perhaps she has lingered in her reverie for too long, as she suddenly senses Li Jing's gaze upon her. Su Jingyao promptly lifts her head, her smile dimming slightly, replaced by a hint of cool indifference. She leans back slightly and casually inquires, "What is the situation regarding Tang Fengyi's pregnancy?" Li Jing, as if awakened from a dream, regains his focus, a fleeting daze lingering in his eyes. Tang Fengyi's pregnancy has been under the care of physician Hu, though he has only monitored her for a month. These days, physician Hu appears increasingly troubled at the Imperial Medical Bureau, his brow furrowed in deep concern. "Oh, is Tang Fengyi's situation quite dire?" Su Jingyao raises an eyebrow, a trace of mockery dancing in her expression. Indeed, Tang Fengyi's condition is far from optimistic. The empress has already ordered physician Hu to employ any means necessary to preserve the heir. Currently, some of the methods he employs are extremely detrimental to the mother's health. Li Jing nods slightly, continuing, "I suspect the empress wishes for physician Hu to sustain the fetus until the 7th month, at which point the mother could be sacrificed for the child." Li Jing's tone grows somber, his brow furrowing deeper. In the palace, apart from a few power holders, no one possesses control over their own fate. He harbors no sympathy for Tang Fengyi, merely perceiving the whims of destiny and the inevitability of life and death. Su Jingyao lowers her lashes, lost in contemplation. It appears the empress truly values the crown prince's child, and naturally, how could these power wielders care for someone as lowly as Tang Fengyi? In their eyes, the ability to bear an heir is a woman's fortune. How tragic. "Very well, I understand, you may leave," she instructs. After Li Jing respectfully withdraws, Su Jingyao slowly rises and meanders toward the window. She stands quietly by the window, her gaze intently fixed on the snowflakes cascading outside. The pure white snowflakes fall delicately from the sky like feathers, swirling gracefully, resembling countless lively little spirits dancing in the air. The snowflakes are so pristine and translucent, as if they could conceal all the evils and darkness within the palace. They fall silently, bestowing a moment of tranquility and beauty upon the world. However, Ling Yue, you obstruct my path, and I must devise a means to remove you from the road I intend to take. Tang Fengyi is but a weapon being wielded for my purpose. If Tang Fengyi were to realize that only one of them, herself or her child, could survive, what choice would she make? Master, and Liangdi seeks an audience outside, Miao Yun softly reports. As she ponders how to engage with this tool, she finds that Jingyao has conveniently appeared at her doorstep. Surely, she is not here to inquire about how to regain favor again. And Jingyao can be quite clever at times, yet at others, adorably foolish. "Let her in," Su Jingyao replies in a subdued tone, before returning to her seat on the couch. Moments later, and Jingyao enters, shedding her heavy cloak. I pay my respects to concubine sister, she says, offering a slight bow with respect. Please rise, sister. Have a seat, what brings you to my Xi'an hall today? Su Jingyao gestures for her to sit, though her growing belly makes the movement appear somewhat laborious, merely a gentle motion of her hand. And Jinyan settles onto the opposite side of the couch. This place is not only as warm as spring, but it is also filled with the exquisite treasures bestowed upon you by the prince and the empress. I am truly envious, she remarks with a smile, her tone laced with playful teasing. If there is anything you fancy, I would be delighted to gift it to you, Su Jingyao replies, her face radiating a gentle smile, her voice soft. Thank you, sister, but these treasures are a testament to the prince's affection for you. How could I accept them so easily? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jinyan's gaze begins to flicker uncertainly, as if she wishes to convey something unspeakable. Is there something on your mind, sister? Su Jingyao inquires, a slight furrow of concern knitting her brow. Sister, the prince has been excessively distant towards me this past month. He has not set foot in Shiyun Hall even once. Has he placed the blame for the crown princess's misstep upon me? And Jinyan lowers her head, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice tinged with grievance and sorrow. Su Jingyao feigns a gentle sigh, expressing sympathy for her plight, while internally struggling to suppress a smile. She has accurately guessed the situation. The prince shares a profound bond with the crown princess, who insists that it was due to you that she consumed that pastry, nearly causing Tangfengyi to miscarry. It is only natural for the prince to harbor some discontent towards you, she explains. Jinyan, upon hearing this, appears anxious, lifting her head to fixate intently on Su Jingyao. Sister, what should I do? I am enamored with the crown prince, I do not wish for him to despise me, please, assist me. Su Jingyao's brow furrows slightly, her expression revealing her quandary. And sister, I have no viable solutions. The prince disapproves of conflicts among women, and he possesses unwavering trust in the crown princess. If you wish for the prince to recognize your sincerity, it will require time to gradually win his heart. And Jinyan's anxiety intensifies. How can she evoke the prince's affection? Currently, he is consumed with state affairs, alternating between visiting Shiyang Hall and Shilwan Hall, occasionally summoning the other three newcomers. He has entirely forsaken Shiyun Hall. Yet how could he attribute the crown princess's blunder to her? With the current animosity between her, the crown princess, and Tangfengyi, should the latter's child be born, her position would be even more precarious. And Jinyan's eyes brim with worry and unease. Sister, I truly mean no harm to Tangfengyi's child. Her gaze is earnest and sincere, hoping Su Jingyao will believe her. Would you be willing to speak a good word for me before the prince? Su Jingyao's face betrays concern, her eyes reflecting hesitation, as if she finds it difficult to articulate certain thoughts. Seeing her like this only heightens Jinyan's urgency, she leans forward slightly, her voice tinged with eagerness. Whatever you wish to say, sister, please speak freely. Su Jingyao fixates on Jinyan, biting her lip, a flicker of conflict crossing her features as she grapples with her thoughts for a moment. Come closer, sister. And Jinyan, taken aback for a moment, slowly leans in. Su Jingyao lowers her voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. During my last visit, I sensed a faint aroma of mugwort on Tangfengyi, and Jinyan's brow furrows slightly, her eyes filled with confusion as she questions, what do you mean, sister? Mugwort is a method employed by pregnant women to forcibly preserve the fetus, disregarding the health of the mother. I merely speculate that Tangfengyi may be recklessly attempting to deliver despite the risks to her own safety. Su Jingyao sighs softly, continuing, the child Tangfengyi risks her life to bear may ultimately be passed on to the crown princess. And sister, it would be wise for you to prepare for this eventuality. These words are, of course, an invention of Su Jingyao's imagination. Even if a physician who were to consider sacrificing the mother for the child, he would not be so brazen as to use mugwort openly. It serves merely as an excuse, as the end result would be the same. Observing Jinyan's apparent ignorance, she surmises that she knows nothing. Upon hearing this, Jinyan's eyes widen in shock and confusion, her pupils dilating as she stares at Su Jingyao, momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder Tangfengyi has been reclusive of late. Could it be her health is failing? If the empress and the prince indeed intend to sacrifice the mother for the child, and the heir were to be passed to the crown princess, would that not solidify her position even further? All her previous efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, given her current enmity with the crown princess and Tangfengyi, how could she stand idly by and allow the crown princess to regain her standing? And Jinyan snaps out of her stupor, quickly regaining her composure, though the doubts in her heart remain unresolved. Why would the concubine share such information with her? Is she seeking to undermine the crown princess through her? A twinge of fear surges within Jinyan, as if the concubine before her has become somewhat unfamiliar. Why are you telling me this, sister? Her gaze is filled with inquiry and doubt, attempting to discern Su Jingyao's true intentions. And sister, I merely wish to convey that the crown princess enjoys the prince's favor and will soon bear her own legitimate child. When the prince ascends the throne, she will undoubtedly be the rightful empress. Su Jingyao sighs lightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Jinyan, showing no signs of evasion. Even if I intercede on your behalf with the prince, should the crown princess hold disdain for you, he will not take notice. At this juncture, Su Jingyao pauses momentarily, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern for Jinyan's future. What you should focus on now, and sister, is mending your relationship with the crown princess. Otherwise, Su Jingyao's voice gradually lowers, her gaze imbued with deep meaning, leaving her sentence unfinished. Jinyan comprehends the unspoken implication, her heart tightening as an invisible pressure mounts. The concubine is correct. Once Tang Fei's child is born, the crown princess will possess everything. At that point, the empress will surely return the crown princess's golden tablet to her. And Jinyan's heart swells with intense resentment and fury, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms, leaving clear imprints. Yet on the surface, she forces a response. Sister, I understand. I shall do my utmost to reconcile with the crown princess. Thank you for your counsel today. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, and Jinyan takes her leave. Master, do you intend to use Liangdi's words to inform Tang Fei that she is destined to sacrifice herself for the child? Miao Yun inquires, her brows furrowed in concern. Su Jingyao gently nods. Indeed, Tang Fei originally sought the crown princess's support to retaliate against Liangdi, yet what has transpired? She pauses momentarily before continuing, and Liangdi has instead utilized the crown princess to harm her heir. How could she not harbor resentment, not only against Liangdi, but likely also towards the crown princess? Su Jingyao's voice rises slightly, imbued with an enticing power. If, at this juncture, Liangdi were to inform her that she is fated not to survive the birth of her child, and that the child would ultimately be passed to the crown princess, Miao Yun, what do you suppose Tang Fei would do? As she speaks, her eyes narrow slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flickering within, her lips curling into a knowing smile. She hopes Tang Fei's blade will not disappoint her. Leaning forward slightly, she supports her elbows on the table, intertwining her fingers and rhythmically tapping them. However, master, if you are so forthright with Liangdi, might she not become wary of you in the future? Though she acknowledges her master's strategy, she remains concerned that it may tarnish her reputation, complicating future endeavors. That is of little consequence. Whether Tang Fei's child is born or not bears no impact on me. Regardless of Liangdi's suspicions, she will undoubtedly reveal the truth to Tang Fei, ensuring that the heir does not come to fruition merely to serve the crown princess. Su Jingyao's tone is resolute. Moreover, even if Liangdi were to harbor doubts, would her words carry any weight? A disdainful smile graces Su Jingyao's lips. Furthermore, with her child nearing birth and Jun Zechen on the brink of ascension, she will no longer need to feign innocence before all. Others are not fools. When one consistently emerges as the beneficiary, how could suspicions not arise? As long as Jun Zechen believes her to be innocent, that is all that matters. Chapter 38. The birth time passed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow this year. Due to His Majesty's severe illness, the festivities were extraordinarily subdued, as though the entire imperial palace were shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, permeated with endless sorrow. Half a month after the New Year celebrations, the Lantern Festival arrived, coinciding with Su Jingyao's moment of impending labor. The empress had meticulously arranged the birthing chamber well in advance and had specifically appointed 5 experienced midwives, standing ready for the occasion. Upon hearing the report from the maidservants of Shiyan Hall, Physician Li had also arrived early to await outside the chamber, fully concentrated and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As it was Su Jingyao's first childbirth, she felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity and anxiety. Fortunately, she was accompanied by the seasoned Mamali, who tenderly cared for her, along with several skilled midwives assisting at her side. She was carefully lifted into the birthing chamber. Waves of excruciating pain surged over her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, gritting her teeth. Each breath became an arduous endeavor. The agony of childbirth was truly unbearable. Moreover, in this primitive era, any misstep could jeopardize her life. Were it not for Su Jingyao's unwavering confidence in her well-maintained health, she would hardly have dared to conceive. After enduring a series of frequent contractions, Su Jingyao officially commenced the arduous process of labor. Her cries of torment grew louder, echoing within the chamber as if to expel all her suffering. Her hands clutched tightly at the bedding, her fingers turning pale from exertion, knuckles protruding slightly, revealing the immense pain she was enduring. Her body trembled incessantly from the pain. For the sake of her child, she exerted every ounce of strength. When Jun Zechen rushed to the scene, he could hear her anguished moans resonating from within, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of her soul, tugging at his heartstrings. This night was the Lantern Festival, and the palace was hosting a small banquet. Due to Su Jingyao's considerable size and limited mobility, she did not attend when the maidservants from Shiyan Hall reported to the crown prince. The banquet was still ongoing. However, upon receiving the news, Jun Zechen's heart raced with urgency, and he hurriedly made his way over. The empress presided over the gathering. Your Highness, we pay our respects. The maidservants from Shiyan Hall knelt in unison. I pay my respects to your Highness. Physician Li stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Jun Zechen's expression was grave, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with concern and worry. The sound of the woman's agonized moans echoed in his ears, tightening his heart with an invisible grip of anguish. Please rise. What is the current situation? Jun Zechen's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with anxiety and concern. Rest assured, Your Highness, the consort is in good health, and the fetus is positioned correctly. She shall surely deliver the royal heir safely, Physician Li promptly reassured, his tone carrying a hint of comfort. Jun Zechen's brows remained tightly knitted as he nodded slightly, acknowledging the information, yet his inner turmoil showed no signs of abating. He hastened his steps, eager to reach Shiyan Hall. Gradually, the crown princess, and Liangdi, and others arrived, except for Tang Fei, who was currently incapacitated. Miao Yun, Miao Xia, and Mama Li accompanied the consort in the birthing chamber, while Miao Yue and Miao Xue waited outside. Noticing the arrival of so many ladies, Miao Yue stepped forward. Your Highness, it seems the consort's labor may take some time. Would you and the other ladies care to wait in the adjacent room? Ling Yue felt a pang of bitterness swell within her, lowering her gaze. Your Highness, I too wish to stay here with my sister. She then turned to the other maidservants. If any of you feel weary, please rest in the warm hall next door. Seeing that both the crown prince and the crown princess stood vigil outside the birthing chamber, and Liangdi and the others naturally would not seek to excuse themselves. They all wore expressions of determination, expressing their willingness to patiently await the consort's delivery. Time ticked away, and nearly an hour had passed. Su Jingyao was now drenched in sweat, her entire being soaked as if she had just emerged from water. Her pale face flushed crimson from exertion, sweat beads dotting her forehead. One of the midwives excitedly exclaimed, "Consort, the head is emerging, push with all your might." Su Jingyao clutched Mama Li's hand tightly, and upon hearing this, she gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength once more. She could no longer endure childbirth. Finally, a resounding cry pierced the air. The child had arrived. The midwife, upon seeing the baby for the first time, her eyes sparkled with joy. "It is a royal grandson, a little prince." Instantly, everyone in the birthing chamber erupted in cheers, their faces aglow with joy. This was indeed the crown prince's firstborn. Such a momentous occasion would surely be met with generous rewards. Mama Li and the midwives carefully cleaned the infant before carrying the child out of the birthing chamber. In that very instant, as Su Jingyao gave birth, it felt as though all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed, drifting into a deep slumber. Miaoyun and Miaoxiao attended to her, changing her into clean garments and arranging her appearance. The consort had long instructed them that at all times and in all places, they must maintain a flawless image before the crown prince, even immediately after childbirth. After all, Su Jingyao could not ascertain the depth of Jun Zechen's affection for her. She could not afford to make any mistakes in front of her superior. When Jun Zechen heard the baby's cry, the anxiety that had been hanging over him finally settled. His gaze turned to the child cradled in Mama Li's arms, and he was eager to step into the birthing chamber to see her. However, the midwives quickly blocked his path. "Your Highness, you must not enter, the birthing chamber is tainted with blood and filth." Jun Zechen's expression darkened. He had witnessed countless bloody scenes. This chamber contained the blood of his woman and child. How could he not go in? Impudence! I am free to enter wherever I please. He insisted on going in, but at that moment, Mama Li, holding the baby, stepped forward to persuade him earnestly. "Your Highness, should you enter the birthing chamber today, there will surely be much gossip in the palace tomorrow. Please, think of the consort." Having taken a step forward, Jun Zechen hesitated at Mama Li's words, retracting his foot. These antiquated customs would eventually be abolished, yet for the sake of avoiding trouble for the newly delivered consort, he restrained himself from proceeding further. At this juncture, the empress hurried over, her face radiant with satisfaction, clearly informed by the palace attendants that the consort had borne a royal grandson. "Quickly, bring my royal grandson to me, so I may have a good look," she exclaimed eagerly, her voice brimming with anticipation. Mama Li cautiously approached the empress, cradling the child securely. The empress gently removed her armor, caressing the infant's delicate face with the back of her hand, her touch tender and gentle, fearful of hurting this fragile life. "Good, good, good. Truly my dear royal grandson, today, all those who assisted in the consort's delivery shall be generously rewarded, and every maidservant of Xian Hall shall receive their due rewards." The empress's voice was filled with joy and affection. "Crown Prince, come quickly and see how much this child resembles you," she said with a smile, directing her gaze at Jun Zechen. Observing his mother's elation filled Jun Zechen's heart with delight. His gaze fell upon the child, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This was his firstborn. He had finally become a father, a feeling both novel and exhilarating. Yet, at this moment, his heart yearned more to see the woman who had just given birth. Before long, Miaoyun and Miaoxia carefully transferred the tidied Su Jingyao back to the inner chamber. Upon witnessing this, Jun Zechen could no longer contain his anxious heart and rushed inside like an arrow released from its bow. Ling Yue stood aside, watching his hurried figure with a sense of daze. It dawned upon her that Su Jingyao truly held a unique place in his heart. His concern for her was not merely due to her pregnancy, it emanated from a pure and sincere place, devoid of any impurities. Jun Zechen sat quietly at the bedside, while Physician Li attentively checked Su Jingyao's pulse. "Your Highness, the consort is not in grave danger, she merely fainted from exhaustion after childbirth." Physician Li spoke slowly, relief evident in his tone. "I shall prepare a bowl of restorative soup for the consort. She should consume it shortly, and thereafter merely needs to rest and recuperate." "Indeed, you have worked hard for the consort during this labor. A and Shun, reward Physician Li with 100 taels of silver." Jun Zechen's deep voice resonated, carrying an air of authority. And Shun responded respectfully, and Physician Li hurriedly knelt in gratitude, a smile of appreciation gracing his face, his heart filled with emotion. It had not been an easy task. Once Physician Li departed, Jun Zechen waved his hand, signaling for everyone to leave. The inner chamber fell silent, leaving only him and Su Jingyao, who lay upon the bed. His gentle gaze rested upon her pale visage, noting that her delicate beauty had not diminished in the slightest due to her pregnancy. Her fair skin showed no signs of swelling, and even her limbs remained slender and graceful. Now that she had given birth, her fragile yet resilient figure seemed to re-emerge. Heaven truly favored her. Had Su Jingyao known that this man attributed her painstaking efforts to maintain her appearance and figure to divine favor, she might have been roused with indignation. Everything she possessed was the result of her own tireless efforts. Jun Zechen tenderly reached out, gently brushing aside the stray hair from her forehead. The memory of her heartbreaking cries echoing from the birthing chamber flooded his mind. In that moment, rather than anticipating the arrival of the child, his heart was filled with profound tenderness. How could someone so averse to pain endure the agony of childbirth? At this moment, a flicker of unrecognized affection glimmered in Jun Zechen's eyes, a sentiment he himself had yet to perceive. Chapter 39. The Peony. On the following day, as Su Jingyao gradually awoke, the winter sun had already begun to cast its rays directly upon the edge of her bed, signaling that it was nearly time for lunch. Upon noticing that her mistress had finally stirred, Miaoyun's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly approached. My lady, you are awake, is there anywhere that you feel unwell? Su Jingyao slowly opened her still drowsy eyes, her beautiful willow-like brows furrowing tightly, her tone tinged with languor and discomfort. I feel unwell everywhere. Miaoyun assisted her in sitting up gradually, while Su Jingyao gritted her teeth against the heaviness in her lower abdomen and the pain from her uterus, which had been subjected to incessant contractions. She leaned back against the headboard, attempting to sit upright. Where is the child? I have sent Ling Yue to fetch the royal grandson, he is healthy and well, Miaoyun replied with a beaming smile. Just then, Ling Yue entered, cradling the royal grandson in her arms, her face aglow with delight. My lady, the royal grandson was just being nursed by the wet nurse and is now quite spirited. Ling Yue gently presented the child before Su Jingyao, who eagerly took him into her arms. From the moment she first laid eyes on the child in Ling Yue's embrace, her gaze had not wavered, a tender smile of affection remained on her face. As she looked down, the innocent and pure eyes of the child gazed up at her, instantly melting her heart. Though the newborn's features had yet to fully develop, she found him irresistibly endearing, a sight that brought her immense joy. When Jun Zechen stepped into the room, he immediately noticed her playfully making faces at their son, occasionally tilting her head with a gentle smile, her eyes radiating a warmth that seemed ready to overflow. Miaoyun and Ling Yue exchanged knowing smiles as they quietly observed the affectionate interaction between mother and child. Upon realizing that His Highness had arrived, they hurriedly bowed in unison, saying, "We pay our respects to Your Highness." "Rise," Jun Zechen replied coolly. He then took a seat by the bedside and softly inquired, "How do you feel today?" Seeing him approach, Su Jingyao immediately pouted her rosy lips, her voice laced with a hint of playful reproach. "Not well at all, I feel terrible." Hearing this, Jun Zechen's brow furrowed with concern, and he gently enveloped her in his arms. "Take good care of yourself. Once your confinement period is over, I shall take you out of the palace for a delightful outing." Su Jingyao's eyes sparkled with surprise at his words. "Really?" "Indeed, since you were unable to participate in the New Year celebrations due to your pregnancy, and the Lantern Festival coincided with your delivery, I shall ensure we have a splendid time together after a month." "Your Highness is truly wonderful. By the way, Your Highness, have you decided on a name for the child?" Su Jingyao suddenly recalled this important matter. "Yes, I came today to inform you that he is my firstborn son, and His Majesty personally bestowed upon him the name Jingyao. Though he was not the crown prince, the honor of receiving a name from the emperor cannot be understated." Su Jingyao understood the significance of this gesture. Iwan, what a beautiful name, may I give him a nickname?" "Of course," Jun Zechen replied, his gaze filled with affection. "From now on, his nickname shall be Xingxing." Su Jingyao lifted her head from his shoulder, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she met his gaze. "Very well." Satisfied with his response, Su Jingyao lowered her head and resumed her playful antics with the child. Xingxing, you will be your mother's little star." She vowed to nurture him into a shining beacon of brilliance, destined to rise to the pinnacle of this world. Jun Zechen observed the tender bond between mother and child, feeling a warmth and happiness unlike anything he had experienced before. As time swiftly passed, a month had quietly slipped by. During this period, Su Jingyao spent her days either joyfully engaging with the adorable child or focusing on her skincare and recovery. Xingxing had arrived amidst the heartfelt anticipation of the current emperor, the empress, and the crown prince. Although the palace refrained from hosting grand celebrations due to the emperor's illness, he held a particular fondness for his fourth grandson, Jingyao. The name Huan itself carries profound meaning, and bestowing such a precious title upon the royal grandson was indeed a tremendous honor. The purification ceremony for the fourth grandson was personally ordered by the emperor to be conducted with great pomp. Not only was there a grand banquet in the court to entertain the ministers, but the royal harem also hosted many noble ladies and wives of court officials to showcase the emperor's favor towards the fourth grandson. This ceremony was arguably the most magnificent event to grace the palace in nearly a year. However, these lively scenes had little bearing on Su Jingyao. Since giving birth, she had remained in the Xiang Hall for her confinement. Nevertheless, on the day of the purification ceremony, the crown prince petitioned the empress for a favor, allowing her mother to visit. Having not seen her mother for over a year, Su Jingyao felt a wave of bittersweet emotions wash over her upon their reunion, now that she too had become a mother. She vowed to protect her mother and the Su family, ensuring that the Su family would bask in glory because of her. After a month of careful recuperation, she finally felt much lighter. Recently, every time Jun Zechen visited Xiang Hall, his gaze seemed ravenous, as if he wished to consume her whole. Had she not yet completed her confinement, the man would have likely succumbed to his desires long ago. The night was tranquil and silent. Su Jingyao sat upright on the bed, engrossed in her painting. She depicted a peony, its resplendent beauty a perfect complement to the snowy white of the winter palace. As Jun Zechen entered the chamber, he immediately spotted her fervently engrossed in her artwork. Her cascading hair flowed freely, and her long lashes cast delicate, enchanting shadows upon her face in the flickering candlelight. She wore a silk gown that accentuated her figure, exuding an elegance that was simply breathtaking. Noticing his arrival, Su Jingyao intended to rise and greet him, but Jun Zechen swiftly approached and seated himself behind her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Continue your painting," he urged softly. Su Jingyao, feeling no need for formalities, resumed her focused endeavor to complete the peony. Jun Zechen inhaled the faint, alluring fragrance that clung to her, his hands gently caressing her waist. With a playful glint in her eye, Su Jingyao decided to take a different approach with him today. Aware of his restrained nature, she chose to be more assertive, curious to see how he would react. A knowing smile graced her lips, though Jun Zechen remained oblivious to it. After finishing the peony, she inscribed a few words beside her artwork. The golden lotus is slender, the peony pure and exquisite, a sight to mesmerize the soul. As Jun Zechen observed her writing, he initially assumed she was composing poetry for the peony. However, upon reading her words, he suddenly sensed an unusual tension, his expression darkened, and his voice lowered to a husky whisper in her ear. "What has Yao Yao written?" His tone bore a hint of restraint, for since her childbirth, his desires had been simmering beneath the surface, and this playful woman seemed to be intentionally provoking him. Turning to meet his gaze, Su Jingyao's voice was soft and coy, laced with an air of shyness. "Does your highness not understand?" Her words held a teasing challenge. Jun Zechen narrowed his eyes. If that is the case, then Yao Yao should not beg for mercy. Given her assertiveness tonight, he saw no reason to suppress his own urges. He had long intended to savor her thoroughly tonight. Having abstained for such a long while, he had hoped to approach her gently, yet she seemed wholly uncooperative. With a tender yet commanding grip, Jun Zechen lifted Su Jingyao onto his lap. The delicate woman melted against his solid frame like a willow swaying in the breeze. "Your Highness, please." Jun Zechen's lips curled into a teasing smile as he gently picked up the brush and continued her verse beneath her words. Twin lotuses bloom. Was he inquiring whether his writing was good or whether his actions were worthy? "Your Highness should be a connoisseur of flowers," she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. A mischievous smile crept across Jun Zechen's lips, concealing untold meanings. Without answering her, he grasped her slender waist with one hand and picked up the brush with the other. As dew settled upon the peony, the flowers appeared even more radiant. His expression was focused and earnest as he elegantly inscribed, "Peonies bloom in the cold dew, their fragrance permeates the garden." After finishing, he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Su Jingyao, his eyes ablaze with desire and playful mischief. "The peonies are already so resplendent. Do you not think I cherish them enough?" His voice carried a languid charm, imbued with allure. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao glanced at the words on the paper, and her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue, her alluring gaze captivating enough to ensnare a soul. Her body was not entirely under her control, it was simply that this man was too skilled at bending the rules. Jun Zechen was indeed a formidable protagonist, impressively adept at understanding her thoughts and teasing her in return. "Your Highness!" Su Jingyao chided playfully. In a conspiratorial whisper, Jun Zechen leaned closer, sharing something that was far from innocent. Su Jingyao wished to feign ignorance, yet a vague understanding flickered within her. She resolved to comply, huffing in mock defiance. Unable to contain his impulses any longer, Jun Zechen suddenly kissed her petal-soft lips. How obedient she was! Su Jingyao cradled his face in response, while the branches outside swayed with the wind. Half an hour later, the once subtle dominance and assertiveness of Jun Zechen began to dissolve, replaced by an increasingly warm tenderness. His gaze softened, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight in spring, casting warmth upon Su Jingyao. He leaned down slightly, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. "Yao Yao, may I ask you to inscribe a couplet for me? I wish to see your writing." His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an irresistible allure that compelled Su Jingyao to acquiesce. With trembling hands, she grasped the brush, her slender fingers tightening around the handle. She turned her eyes to the peony before her, then added delicate willow branches dancing in the breeze. One stroke at a time, she inscribed, "Willow branches sway gracefully, the peony blooms gently." Once she finished, her face turned a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe cherry, as she shyly burrowed into Jun Zechen's embrace, unable to meet his gaze. Jun Zechen, upon reading her inscription, wore a satisfied smile. The words were fitting, perfectly complementing the painting before him. This artwork was now his. He pulled her closer, the joy of the moment deepening, as they reveled in the blossoming affection that knew no bounds. Chapter 40 At the passing of the emperor at the palace of heavenly purity. Jun Zechen stood silently outside the sleeping chamber of the emperor Jingyao, his stature tall yet imbued with a sense of gravity. Physician Qin stood beside him, his face etched with bitterness and an air of profound sorrow. "Physician Qin, is there truly no hope left for my father?" Jun Zechen's expression was exceedingly solemn, his handsome visage marked by anguish, while his eyes brimmed with sorrow and regret. Physician Qin remained silent, heavily nodding, his movements seemingly burdened by 1,000 weights. At that moment, Eunuch Dihai slowly emerged, speaking softly, "Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence inside." Jun Zechen inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within, before resolutely stepping into the chamber. Emperor Jingyao lay weakly in bed, clad in a bright yellow nightgown, his countenance as pale as parchment, the former majesty now utterly diminished. At this moment, he was merely a life teetering on the brink of extinction. Jun Zechen approached the bedside, kneeling heavily before his father. "Father, I have come," he spoke, his voice deep and hoarse, laden with profound grief. The emperor struggled to open his eyes, the murky gaze laboriously fixating on Jun Zechen. With trembling, emaciated hands, he grasped his son's hand tightly, as though expending the last vestiges of his strength. "Crown Prince, you are my most exceptional son. I entrust the nation to you, and I do so with great confidence. But do you still remember the ancestral teachings I imparted to you?" The emperor's voice was hoarse, each word imbued with a deep sense of helplessness. "I remember, father," Jun Zechen replied, his gaze unwavering as he met the emperor's. Yet, deep within, he harbored a reluctance to follow in his father's footsteps. He wished fervently that his own son would not endure the same brutal struggles he had faced. The emperor, with great difficulty, held Jun Zechen's gaze, his murky eyes seemingly gathering the last flickers of light. Summoning the remnants of his strength, he spoke with deliberate slowness, "I require you to swear an oath." Jun Zechen furrowed his brow tightly, his expression rife with confusion and reluctance, his lips pressed together in silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Why must the princes engage in such ruthless conflict? I am confident that I can nurture an exceptional heir through my own abilities. The emperor coughed violently upon hearing his words, a flush of anger rising to his face. Crown Prince, while you may cultivate a worthy successor, can you guarantee that each subsequent generation will be able to do the same? Though weak, the emperor's voice bore an undeniable authority. Our ancestors took history as a lesson, discerning the most suitable heir through competition and strife among the princes. It is precisely because of this that our Jun nation has endured through 10 generations, growing ever stronger. The emperor paused before continuing, should you break this rule, all your descendants will become unmanageable. Moreover, the cold-bloodedness of emperors cannot be cultivated merely through nurture. Without first-hand experience, how could one attain such profound understanding? All theoretical discussions are but empty words, mere illusions of grandeur. Jun Zechen slowly lowered his gaze, his expression grave. He understood that his father spoke the truth. Ever since he had personally executed his elder and second brothers, he had ceased to harbor expectations of familial affection within the royal family. Should any other brothers obstruct his path, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Only through life and death did he come to realize that personal interests must take precedence, and all emotions can be cast aside in favor of self-preservation. Father, I swear to adhere to the ancestral teachings, ensuring the Jun nation endures for millennia. The emperor's eyes shone with intensity as he regarded him, and after the oath was uttered, he exhaled deeply, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Very well, I trust you. Assist me in rising, the emperor commanded. Jun Zechen hastily stepped forward, carefully helping Emperor Jingyao to his feet. The emperor, though unsteady, walked with determination towards the inner wall of the chamber. Upon reaching the wall, he struggled to turn a concealed switch, and with a click, a recess appeared before them. The emperor slowly approached, trembling hands retrieving an intricately carved jade box, which he held tightly to his chest. Subsequently, with Jun Zechen's support, he made his way to the dragon throne in the Hall of Heavenly Purity, where he sat down, his body quaking slightly, burdened by the weight of a lifetime's trials and tribulations. At this moment, numerous ministers had gathered in the hall, summoned by Eunuch Dihai in accordance with the emperor's command. The Minister of Personnel, Lord Su, bore a solemn expression, while the commander-in-chief stood tall and imposing. The Crown Prince's tutors and various other ministers were present as well. Crown Prince, heed the edict. The emperor's voice still resonated with authority, though frailty was unmistakably present. Jun Zechen stood erect in the hall, and upon hearing these words, he immediately knelt, followed meticulously by the ministers behind him. My son, Crown Prince Jun Zechen, today, I hereby bestow upon you the imperial jade seal. The emperor's gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Jun Zechen, filled with expectation and trust. This is a vital artifact of the nation, bearing the glory of our ancestors and the weight of our realm. Since I ascended to the throne, I have weathered storms and fully comprehend the difficulties of governance, yet, I see in you wisdom, ambition, and the capability to shoulder the weight of the world. Today, I pass this throne to you, hoping you will uphold my aspirations, cherish the populace, prioritize the state, and govern diligently, expanding our territories. May our dynasty remain steadfast, and the people flourish in peace. Do not betray my trust, nor the hopes of the citizens. Accept this jade seal, and with it, bear the immense responsibility. May you become a sage ruler, leaving a name in history. Jun Zechen knelt reverently, his face taut, hands securely raised above his head, filled with devotion and awe. Your Majesty, I am deeply honored by your trust and the weight of this responsibility. I shall abide by your teachings, rooting myself in our ancestral legacy and the welfare of the people. I vow to dedicate myself entirely to governance, ensuring I do not betray your expectations nor the significance of this jade seal. I will exert every effort to see our dynasty prosper and endure, repaying your immense kindness and honoring the spirits of our ancestors. His voice was resolute and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. Upon finishing, Eunuch Dihai took the jade seal from Emperor Jingyao and, under the solemn gaze of the ministers, placed it into the hands of Crown Prince Jun Zechen. The emperor watched his son with affectionate satisfaction, a serene expression gradually gracing his features. He had finally fulfilled the monumental duty of his life. Slowly, he closed his eyes. As Eunuch Dihai returned to the emperor's side, noticing that the emperor's eyes were now shut, he was suddenly struck with alarm, his complexion draining of color. His lips trembled as he softly called out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. There was an unmistakable tremor of fear and unease in his voice, yet, the emperor offered no response, remaining still, as though in slumber. Eunuch Dihai, trembling, cautiously moved his hand to the emperor's nose, only to find no breath. His body collapsed in despair, engulfed by grief. He fell to the ground with a thud, his voice hoarse as he cried, Your Majesty has passed. Your Majesty has passed. Jun Zechen, hearing this call, looked up in shock, staring blankly at his father's serene face, eyes closed in eternal rest. His body felt as if struck by an invisible force, a shudder coursing through him as sorrow and grief surged within his gaze, his expression suddenly heavy as though cloaked in frost. Even with a heart as hard as iron, the news of his father's demise pierced his soul with unbearable pain. After a long moment, he managed to utter through clenched teeth, I bid farewell to my father. The other ministers echoed in mournful unison, We bid farewell to His Majesty. In the Jun nation, following the emperor's passing, the body must remain in the palace for 27 days. During this period, a posthumous ceremony must be held, mourning activities conducted, and a funeral arranged, culminating in the grand coronation of the new emperor after the 27 days. In the evening Blossom Hall, Su Jingyao sat upon the couch, a gentle smile gracing her face as she cradled a child in her arms. Over the past month, the star's delicate features had turned rosy, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. A pair of bright, twinkling eyes sparkled like two black jewels, while a tiny, upturned nose and cherry-like lips occasionally smacked together adorably. The child perfectly inherited the virtues of both parents. Su Jingyao gently teased the child's soft cheeks with her slender fingers, eliciting a series of joyous giggles. Suddenly, the relentless tolling of bells resounded, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Su Jingyao maintained her composure, yet a barely perceptible ripple of unease stirred within her depths. She sighed softly, a hint of melancholy shadowing her countenance. Such a tolling could only signify the emperor's passing. In the wake of an emperor's death, the palace bells would toll 10,000 times, while all temples across the Jun nation would toll 30,000 times. Su Jingyao's gaze drifted outside, where pristine snowflakes cascaded gently, reminiscent of pure thoughts floating through the air. A generation of illustrious rulers quietly drew to a close amidst the swirling snow. Meanwhile, Jun Zechen was poised to ascend as the next supreme sovereign. "My lady, allow me to take the imperial grandson below. We must have Miaoxia hastily prepare your garments, for the empress will soon summon the harem for mourning," Miaoyan said with a serious expression, her voice carrying a somber tone. Su Jingyao nodded slightly, handing the star to Miaoyan before entering the inner chamber with Miaoxia to change her attire. Miaoxia carefully removed the intricate adornments from Su Jingyao's head, gently peeling away the opulent garments and replacing them with mourning attire, which had been prepared in advance by the inner palace under the empress's orders. "My lady, during this mourning period, you must exercise caution. Liangdi and Tangfengyi may take action," Miaoxia remarked softly while meticulously adjusting her appearance. "Any news from the Shiyun palace?" Su Jingyao inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Indeed, but our informants could not ascertain their specific plans," Miaoxia replied quietly, her hands continuing their careful work. "Have the two allied?" Su Jingyao's voice carried a note of contemplation. "Not quite. It seems to be a temporary alliance," Miaoxia affirmed. Su Jingyao nodded gently, acknowledging their audacity. However, high risks often accompany high rewards. Creating turmoil in front of the late emperor's memorial would be perilous. Should they succeed, even the crown prince would find it difficult to protect Ling Yue, and the empress would surely be incensed. With a casual gesture, Su Jingyao removed a gemstone ring from her finger, which Miaoxia swiftly caught and placed into the jewelry box. Tangfengyi, in her desperation to preserve her own life, had indeed grown remarkably bold. Chapter 41 Tangfengyi sees blood. On the day of the late Emperor Jingshang's passing, the heir apparent, Jun Zechen, wore a solemn expression, his eyes brimming with sorrow as he stood tall. Leading a procession of princes, princesses, and high-ranking officials, he made his way slowly to the place where the late emperor's body lay, to pay his respects to the late emperor's visage. A solemn minor burial ceremony was conducted. 5 days later, a major burial would take place, requiring all princes, officials of high rank, and wives of third-class guards to gather at the Palace of Heavenly Purity to pay homage to the late emperor's remains. Jun Zechen's demeanor was grave and dignified as he led the royal members and esteemed ladies of noble families in performing the major burial rites, every movement imbued with deep respect and remembrance for the late emperor. Upon the conclusion of the major burial, Jun Zechen inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and with a steady and resolute voice, formally announced to the world the news of Emperor Jingshang's demise. This news swiftly permeated the court, reaching officials, royal relatives, and common folk alike. Following the mourning period, the members of the royal family wore expressions of profound grief, while the princes and ministers displayed sorrowful countenances. The palace maids and eunuchs donned mourning attire, beginning the rituals of lamentation. Early in the morning, Su Jingyao arrived at the East Palace gate, already dressed in mourning garb. The concubines of the East Palace were supposed to be led by the crown princess to the ancestral hall to offer incense and perform rites for the late emperor. By customary standards, Su Jingyao was also expected to proceed to the Qilwan Hall. However, accompanied by the first prince, she took leave from the crown princess, specifically dispatching a maid to inform her that she would wait at the East Palace gate for them. Su Jingyao's decision to abstain was merely to prevent any entanglement with Liangdi and Tangfengyi's affairs today. She wished only to quietly observe the unfolding events. At Qilwan Hall, Tangfengyi, her abdomen slightly rounded after 4 months, approached gracefully, bowing slightly as she spoke in a soft and respectful tone. "I pay my respects to the crown princess." Since learning that the medicinal concoctions prescribed by physician who were detrimental to her own health yet vital for preserving the heir, she had been exceedingly cautious in their use, only taking small doses when she felt severely unwell. Through considerable difficulty, she had managed to sustain the heir up to this point. Tangfengyi understood well her lowly status and insignificance in the eyes of the empress and the crown prince. Her life held little value. From the moment she entered the East Palace, she had acted with utmost prudence, appearing meek and submissive before the crown prince, although she was the most favored among the 5 newly arrived concubines, and Liangdi continued to be as insufferable as ever during the selection process. Despite her inherently willful nature, Liangdi could feign weakness before the crown prince, audaciously vying for his attention. Although the crown prince intended to visit her residence, Shuyu Pavilion, he was frequently intercepted by Liangdi. Tangfengyi harbored an intense disdain for Liangdi, yet her own position felt too feeble in comparison. With no allies in the capital, she had no choice but to align herself with the crown princess, especially since the crown princess held a grudge against Liangdi. However, Tangfengyi never anticipated that the crown princess was not merely naive but exceedingly foolish. Even if the crown princess did not intend to harm her heir, her foolish actions had rendered the heir's birth uncertain. It was the crown princess's folly that had led to the current predicament where only one of them could survive. Thus, the crown princess could not blame her. She had to prioritize her own safety. A flicker of malice briefly glimmered in Tangfengyi's downcast eyes. Upon noticing her, the crown princess hurriedly beckoned her to rise, her expression tinged with urgency and concern. "You are with child. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take a seat." Each time Ling Yue saw Tangfengyi, a wave of guilt washed over her, knowing it was her fault that Tangfengyi appeared so frail, and the safety of the heir had become uncertain. Tang Fingyi raised her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she complied and sat down. Before long, and Liangdi entered with poise. Upon her arrival, she casually cast her gaze upon Tang Fingyi, then nonchalantly exchanged glances with her. Tang Fingyi's eyes momentarily widened in alarm before she quickly averted her gaze to conceal her inner turmoil. "I pay my respects to my esteemed crown princess," and Liangdi said sweetly, performing a slight curtsy. "Rise," Ling Yue replied flatly, her gaze towards Liangdi devoid of warmth. She harbored deep resentment towards this woman, believing that the misfortune she had recently endured were closely tied to Liangdi, yet she felt utterly powerless to retaliate. Now that her golden tablet had been confiscated, she had lost her authority over the East Palace affairs, making every endeavor exceedingly challenging. Although she had been in the East Palace for 2 years, it was laughable that she had failed to cultivate a loyal confidant. At this point, perhaps even Liangdi had more capable individuals at her disposal than Ling Yue. Just then, the 5 concubines had all gathered, accompanied by several young eunuchs sent by the Internal Affairs Bureau. Leading them was a slightly stooped first-class eunuch, who bowed humbly. This servant pays respects to all esteemed ladies. Straightening up, he wore a fawning smile. Today, this servant has come to deliver scripture boxes and prayer beads to the esteemed ladies of the East Palace. Following the emperor's death, royal family members were required to transcribe the rebirth mantra for the late emperor and place it within the scripture boxes. In recent days, each of them had donned mourning attire while transcribing scriptures in the ancestral hall for the late emperor. The prayer beads had been consecrated by the abbot of Chonghua Temple at the empress's behest. Tang Fingyi was the first to step forward, carefully taking the completed scripture and placing it into the first box. At that moment, the young eunuch holding the box's expression shifted, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Tang Fingyi, this box belongs to the crown princess." The crown princess's box contained a string of 24 prayer beads, while the other concubines' boxes held only a dozen. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, a look of guilt instantly crossed Tang Fingyi's face. Her eyes filled with remorse as she hastily replied, "Crown princess, I was unaware that this ornate box belonged to you. However, I have already placed the scripture within the box. Would it not be better to exchange the prayer beads from your box with my own?" After all, once the scripture was placed in the box, it could only be removed in front of the late emperor's spirit. Before the crown princess could respond, and Liangdi immediately lifted her chin, a mocking expression upon her face, her voice laced with derision. "Tang Fingyi, are you truly so ignorant of etiquette as to place scriptures in the crown princess's box? Even if you exchange them, you have committed a grave act of disrespect." Ling Yue frowned deeply at Liangdi's outright reproach towards Tang Fingyi and spoke up sharply. "And Liangdi, I am still present, and I have made no objections. Why must you be so aggressive? Indeed, the crown princess is magnanimous and does not concern herself with trifles. I have spoken out of turn, I hope for your forgiveness," and Liangdi responded with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Tang Fingyi, please exchange the prayer beads. The boxes are identical," Ling Yue said gently and understandingly. "Thank you, crown princess," Tang Fingyi replied obediently. With that, she slowly removed the string of prayer beads from what was originally the crown princess's box, her own box being the last in line. Due to her pregnancy, her movements were slow and deliberate. And Liangdi observed Tang Fingyi, a brief glimmer of something inscrutable passing through her eyes before she lowered her gaze and picked up her teacup to sip. After exchanging the prayer beads, Tang Fingyi leisurely returned to her seat. Subsequently, the other concubines took turns approaching, gently placing scriptures into their respective boxes. Once everyone had finished, the crown princess, composed and dignified, led the group forward. Since the confiscation of her golden tablet, Jun Zechen had arranged for a wet nurse to instruct her for several months. They followed closely behind her. Upon reaching the East Palace Gate, they reunited with Jingyao, and together, they proceeded towards the Palace of Heavenly Purity in a grand procession. At that moment, before the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Jun Zechen stood with a grave expression, his demeanor solemn as he led the ministers and royal relatives to respectfully stand before the spirit of the late emperor. The empress, accompanied by the concubines and the crown princess, approached the spirit. First, the empress, with a solemn expression, led the concubines in reverently presenting the prayer beads, their gazes filled with sincerity and reverence as they began to pray quietly before the spirit. After their prayers, they carefully placed the scriptures from their boxes into a chest that already contained numerous scriptures, all of which would be burned before the burial. Once the empress completed her prayers, the crown princess stepped forward, with Jingyao and the other concubines standing in an orderly row behind her. Each of them focused intently as they retrieved their prayer beads from their respective boxes, moving slowly and cautiously. Jingyao stood at the forefront, while Liangdi and Tang Fingyi covertly exchanged glances and subtly positioned themselves together, standing side by side behind Ling Yue. Jingyao stole a glance at the two. Surely, they were not about to concoct some scheme at this moment with all the ministers and royal relatives present, such audacity, not fearing the repercussions of their actions. Ling Yue began to pray, but soon, what began as a faint itch in her hand rapidly escalated into a sharp pain. She furrowed her brow tightly, her face betraying a flicker of distress, yet she struggled to maintain her composure, refusing to reveal any sign of her discomfort. What was happening to her hand? Even as anxiety surged within her, she continued to tightly close her eyes, slowly rotating the prayer beads in her hands, reciting prayers under her breath. However, the more she turned the beads, the more unbearable the pain became. Just as she finally completed her prayers, and the last bead rotated into place, she could no longer contain herself and let out a muffled groan. The prayer beads slipped from her grasp. At that moment, Tang Fingyi happened to rise, fully engrossed in her prayers and unaware of the fallen beads before the crown princess. Inadvertently, she stepped on them. "Ah!" Tang Fingyi cried out, twisting her ankle and losing her balance, crashing to the ground. Ling Yue's face contorted in panic, while the empress, the crown prince, and others were equally taken aback. Tang Fengyi has seen blood, someone exclaimed in terror. Chapter 42. The bestowal of titles. The expression on Jun Zechen's face abruptly darkened, chilling like a frigid pool, his brows knitted tightly together. This was, after all, before the spirit of his late father. The empress, too, wore an expression of astonishment, but she soon regained her composure and swiftly spoke. Crown Prince, Tang Fengyi is with child. Quickly take her back to the East Palace. After all, witnessing blood in front of the spirit of the late emperor was an egregious taboo, and utter disrespect to the memory of the former sovereign. Jun Zechen's demeanor was as cold as ice, though he understood the difficulty of ensuring Tang Fengyi's child would safely see the light of day. Departing in such a manner was wholly unacceptable. He hastened forward, lifting her away, and upon exiting the morning hall, he placed Tang Fengyi atop the palanquin. He then turned to instruct a nearby maid, take Tang Fengyi back to the East Palace at once, and send for the imperial physician. Having uttered these words, Jun Zechen resolutely turned back to the morning hall. Tang Fengyi watched Jun Zechen's retreating figure, her face contorted in increasing agony. It was unclear whether her suffering stemmed from the intense pain in her abdomen or the seemingly callous attitude of the man she had borne a child for. Despite carrying his offspring, she found herself bereft of even a shred of his compassion amidst her miscarriage. In front of the morning hall, at the very moment Jun Zechen carried Tang Fengyi away, and Liang Di discreetly concealed herself with her mourning attire, quietly swapping back the Buddhist prayer beads that Tang Fengyi had previously altered. The beads, tainted with nettle powder and aconite powder, were carefully wrapped in a handkerchief before being stealthily hidden within her sleeve. Su Jingyao, who had been keenly observing both in Liang Di and Tang Fengyi, noted her subtle maneuvers with clarity. To ensure nothing went awry, she quietly approached the crown princess, bending down to assist her in rising, while deftly placing the prayer beads at Liang Di's feet, facilitating her actions further. Crown princess, dear sister, what troubles you? She inquired softly, helping her to her feet. The empress's countenance darkened with anger as she strode directly towards Ling Yue. A sharp crack resonated through the air as she unhesitatingly raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap. Ling Yue staggered from the sudden blow, her eyes widening in shock, filled with a profound sense of grievance and fear. The empress barked, summon someone, the crown princess has committed an offense against the late emperor's spirit. Take her to the ancestral hall, let her kneel and pray for the late emperor's blessings, and transcribe the Buddhist scriptures 100 times. As Jun Zechen entered, he coincidentally missed the scene of his mother striking Ling Yue. However, he overheard her merciless and chilling decree of punishment. Upon approaching, he noticed the distinct imprint of a hand on Ling Yue's face. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of all present, Jun Zechen could only furrow his brows, his gaze complex as he regarded Ling Yue. He could not openly contradict his mother at such a moment. The most pressing matter was to fulfill the morning rituals for his father. Thus, he reluctantly chose to ignore Ling Yue's beseeching eyes. A eunuch beside the empress promptly stepped forward to escort Ling Yue away. As the empress struck Ling Yue, Su Jingyao took a cautious step back, accidentally stepping on the prayer beads that Liang Di had altered. After all, Tang Fengyi had previously stepped on them. Should anyone notice the beads were still pristine, it would surely raise suspicion. She decided to lend a hand to them, ensuring the empress discovered no discrepancies. Once Ling Yue was taken away, the palace maid swiftly cleaned up the bloodstains left by Tang Fengyi. In what seemed like an instant, the front of the morning hall regained its tranquility, and all proceedings resumed in an orderly fashion. Minister Su stood quietly at the forefront of the officials, his gaze tenderly fixed upon his daughter, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. As the foremost civil servant, it was impossible for him to claim he harbored no ambitions or desires. His daughter had been cherished and nurtured like a precious gem in his hands. The emperor's decree of marriage had elevated her to the status of a concubine, which he naturally resented. Given her lineage, she was more than qualified to be the crown princess. The current crown princess was utterly unfit for that position. It was time for his daughter to take her rightful place. Initially, when the crown prince had wed a military general's daughter as his consort, there had been some discontent among the ministers. However, they were not entirely fixated on the crown prince's harem. The relationship between monarch and ministers was one of mutual understanding. After all, the crown prince's capabilities were evident. As long as the crown princess did not commit any grave errors, her lesser status would not be a detriment. But what of the current crown princess? She could neither bear an heir nor possess the strength to undertake the responsibilities of a crown princess, let alone a future empress. The events of today were enough to provoke widespread criticism among the officials. A flicker of contemplation passed through Minister Su's eyes. In light of this, he would undoubtedly exert every effort to support his daughter's rise to prominence. In the following days, Jun Zechen was exceedingly busy. He had to adhere to royal customs, conducting various ceremonies in honor of the late emperor. Additionally, he was required to review memorials and manage state affairs. This frenetic pace continued until the 27th day after the late emperor's passing, when the emperor Jingshang was finally interred in the royal mausoleum. Subsequently, Jun Zechen formally ascended the throne and conferred a posthumous title upon his predecessor. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I remember the late emperor Jingshang, whose lifetime was marked by remarkable achievements and virtue that matched the heavens. His governance laid a solid foundation, his prowess instilled awe in all corners, his wisdom and insight led to sagacious decisions, his literary edicts spread far and wide, benefiting the populace, his contributions are unparalleled. His brilliance illuminates through the ages, he honored heaven and revered his ancestors, serving as a model for the world. Therefore, I bestow upon the late emperor the posthumous title of establishing the foundation, Emperor Jingshang, of martial prowess, wisdom, and virtue, whose achievements are unparalleled and whose filial piety is exemplary. May his virtues be extolled and endure through eternity. So it is decreed. Once the enthronement ceremony concluded, the Qianqing Palace presented a transformed visage, with all belongings of the late emperor replaced anew. From this day forth, Jun Zechen became the new master of the Qianqing Palace. After the ceremony, he returned to the Qianqing Palace, where he and the Empress Dowager sat together on the couch. What does the Emperor intend regarding the titles for the consorts of the East Palace and the Crown Princess? The Empress Dowager's gaze was sharp as she inquired softly. Jun Zechen's expression instantly became stern. He furrowed his brows slightly and replied solemnly, "Mother, what do you mean? The Crown Princess is, of course, to be my Empress." As he spoke, his eyes radiated determination. Originally, Jun Zechen had only considered personally bestowing titles upon the Crown Princess and the side consorts, leaving the other consorts to his mother's discretion. However, it seemed his mother did not wish for the Crown Princess to ascend as Empress. At this moment, the Empress Dowager's face betrayed her profound distaste for the Crown Princess, her tone frigid. "Your Majesty, the Crown Princess's actions before the spirit of the late Emperor were such that I contemplated stripping her of her title at that time. It was only to preserve the royal dignity that I remained silent. She is truly unworthy of being the Empress who should embody all virtues." Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's expression grew graver, his gaze unwavering as he defended Ling Yue. "Mother, I will investigate the matter that occurred before the morning hall. The Crown Princess would not act disrespectfully without cause. I understand you have been busy these days, and I have already looked into the Crown Princess's situation." The Empress Dowager's voice remained icy. "I would not wrong your Crown Princess," she emphasized, continuing, "On that day, the Crown Princess claimed that a rash on her hand caused the prayer beads to fall, but I had the fallen beads examined by the imperial physician, and there was nothing amiss. The Crown Princess herself cannot clarify the origin of the rash on her hand." There was a hint of aggression in the Empress Dowager's words. "Then I must investigate further," Jun Zechen replied, furrowing his brows tightly. "The Emperor may investigate, but regardless of the reasons, the fact remains that the Crown Princess disrespected the late Emperor's spirit and offended his soul, which cannot be disputed." The Empress Dowager's gaze grew ever more severe. For her, even if the Crown Princess's hand were to be rendered useless, she should not have allowed the prayer beads to fall to the ground. The Empress Dowager continued, "Due to her negligence, Tang Fengyi has suffered a miscarriage. The imperial physician who was treating Tang Fengyi had reported to me that had she continued to follow his prescribed medicine, your second prince could have been born. Furthermore, a crucial point. Before the late Emperor's funeral, while the palace attendants were burning the Buddhist scriptures, a bloodstain was discovered on one of the texts. I compared the handwriting and confirmed it was transcribed by the Crown Princess. Although it is said that using blood to transcribe scriptures is a display of piety and reverence, the Crown Princess had merely used ordinary ink, yet it was stained with blood. This carried a vastly different implication, even an entirely adverse effect. If the Crown Princess were meticulous, she would have rewritten the scripture upon discovering the bloodstain, yet she had placed the soiled scripture before the spirit of the late Emperor." Jun Zechen listened quietly to his mother's litany of accusations against Ling Yue, unable to refute any of them. Even though he knew in his heart that Ling Yue might be innocent, perhaps even a victim of scheme, he currently possessed no evidence to defend her. "Mother, what if the Crown Princess is a victim of malice? Regardless of whether she is the target of scheming, after all that has transpired, she is unfit to be Empress. Do you understand, Your Majesty?" The Empress Dowager's expression was grave, her gaze fixed firmly on Jun Zechen. Jun Zechen slowly lowered his head. He recognized the truth in his mother's words, yet he raised his gaze, resolutely meeting the Empress Dowager's eyes. "Mother, I have always believed in the Crown Princess. She is the legitimate wife I personally sought, and I have made her a promise. Should she not ascend as Empress, I would feel profound remorse." A flicker of pain crossed Jun Zechen's face. Though his heart was hardened as iron, this was only true for those who had not entered his heart. How could he not care for those who had long since taken root within? The Empress Dowager sighed softly, her voice resolute and undeniable. "You are the Emperor, you may wrong anyone, but you must never wrong yourself." She paused before continuing, "If the Crown Princess becomes Empress, how will the ministers regard you as their sovereign? Her mistakes are not trivial. They are numerous. Even if you insist on making her Empress, I shall never agree, and I will not bestow the Empress's decree upon her." The Empress Dowager scrutinized the conflicted expression on her son's face, understanding his character. "It was essential to offer a reward after delivering punishment," she continued. "For this occasion, demoting the Crown Princess from wife to concubine is indeed a severe penalty. I can grant her the title of noble consort and allow her some authority within the palace. If she performs well, it is not impossible for her to bear another prince and ascend to a higher position." Jun Zechen's gaze flickered momentarily. This seemed to be the best outcome. However, he had initially intended to grant Yao Yao the title of noble consort. Now that Ling Yue was to be conferred as such, she was his legitimate wife and should not be subordinate to anyone. To be demoted from wife to concubine was an immense humiliation. With a resigned sigh, Jun Zechen said, "Let it be as you decide, mother. What of the other concubines? Do you wish to bestow titles upon them, or shall that be left to me?" The Empress Dowager inquired next. "What titles do you wish to confer upon the side consorts, mother?" Jun Zechen countered. "The side consort has given birth to the first prince, contributing greatly to the state. She is indeed deserving of the title of noble consort. However, if the Crown Princess is made noble consort, there is no precedent for having two noble consorts in the palace. I propose bestowing the title of Shushi consort upon the side consort," the Empress Dowager suggested gently. Jun Zechen nodded in agreement. This aligned with his thoughts. "Your considerations are thorough, but given that Shushi consort has borne the first prince and endured much hardship in raising him, I wish to grant her the title Chun and elevate her to Chun Shushi consort. Jade flourishes upon the mountains, nurturing the trees. Pearls arise from the depths, bringing life to the cliffs. Yao's innate kindness and purity should shine like precious gems, like pearls, influencing the entire harem. The title Chun is well deserved. The Empress Dowager was somewhat surprised to hear the Emperor's intention to bestow a title upon the Shushi consort, having assumed that he only had eyes for the crown princess. After all, the Emperor had previously been reluctant to consummate the marriage with the Shushi consort. Could this mean a change of heart? What arrangements do you have for the palaces of the noble consort and Chun Shushi consort? The Empress Dowager inquired calmly, slightly tilting her head. Jun Zechen deliberated briefly. As he currently had no empress, the Koan Ning palace was indeed vacant. He pursed his lips gently. The noble consort shall reside in the Ikoan palace, while Chun Shushi consort will occupy the Yongshou palace. However, the name Yongshou palace is somewhat unappealing. I shall rename it to Zhao Chun palace, which will complement Chun Shushi consort splendidly. Ling Yue, as the noble consort, was most fitting to reside in Ikoan palace. Yongshou palace, previously the residence of the late Empress Dowager, was indeed a magnificent palace, even grander than Ikoan palace. It was suitable for Yao, who had just given birth, to occupy a larger palace. The previous name of her palace in the East Palace was quite unflattering, while the new name Zhao Chun was exceedingly appropriate. After the decree was proclaimed today, Ling Yue would undoubtedly find it difficult to accept that he would still need to go to Ikoan Palace tonight to offer her some comfort. He owed her that much: title listing Empress, a special rank noble consort, or first rank Shushi consort, Xian consort, de consort, second rank Xiaoyi, Zhao Yuan, Zhao Rong, Shui, Shu Yuan, Shu Rong, Shoui, Xiu Yuan, Xiu Rong. Third rank noble concubine, third rank Jiayu, fourth rank Rong Hua, fifth rank beauty, sixth rank talent, seventh rank Bo Lin, eighth rank imperial maiden, ninth rank Kai maiden, 10th rank. Chapter 43. Does Ling Yue regret? With the imperial decree of the Empress Dowager, today His Majesty ascends the throne. The crown princess, originally the rightful wife, has unfortunately failed in her virtues. At the time of the late emperor's passing, she dared to defy the hierarchy, offending the late emperor, and causing Tang Fengyi to suffer a miscarriage, which is truly unworthy of the responsibilities of a queen. However, out of consideration for past affections, His Majesty has specially conferred her the title of noble consort and granted her residence in Ikoan Palace. From this point onward, the noble consort must deeply reflect on her transgressions, sincerely repent, strictly adhere to palace regulations, and must not engage in any rebellious actions again. All within the palaces should take this as a lesson, serving with respect and strictly upholding palace discipline, leaving no room for defiance. Should there be any further transgressions, severe punishments will surely ensue. Thus decreed. The eunuch in the Empress Dowager's palace stood upright, his expression grave, as he clearly recited the imperial edict before Ling Yue. Upon finishing, the eunuch, holding the decree, slowly approached Ling Yue. He slightly bowed and said, "Noble consort, please receive the decree. Ikoan Palace has already been prepared, and you may move in today." At that moment, Ling Yue trembled uncontrollably, her face a mask of disbelief, her features contorted. She was the emperor's legitimate wife. With His Majesty's ascension, she should rightfully become the empress, yet the emperor had merely conferred upon her the title of noble consort. To be demoted from wife to concubine, what a humiliation. The head maid, Mei Xiang, witnessing Ling Yue's despondent state, felt a pang of sympathy. She quietly shifted her kneeling position and gently tugged at Ling Yue's sleeve to remind her. Ling Yue inhaled deeply. In order for her to become a qualified crown princess, Jun Zechen had previously dispatched several wet nurses to meticulously instruct her. She understood in her heart that she could not defy this edict. She could only accept it, steeling herself against the inner turmoil. Ling Yue trembled as she slowly accepted the decree of the eunuch. Seeing this, immediately beamed and said, "Congratulations, noble consort, you are now the highest-ranking lady in the palace." Afterward, the eunuch waved his hand and continued, "Your consort's seal is here." Mei Xiang hurried forward to take the seal from the young eunuch, respectfully saying, "Thank you, eunuch." Subsequently, she took out a prepared reward of silver and handed it to the eunuch. After the eunuch delivering the edict departed, Mei Xiang tenderly supported Ling Yue as she slowly rose. Ling Yue's body still slightly trembled, lost in the immense blow that had befallen her. She sat dazedly on the couch, as if her soul had departed. Muttering to herself, she said, "Mei Xiang, he clearly promised this palace that I was his only wife in this lifetime, yet now, what am I?" Her eyes were hollow, her complexion as pale as paper. She had become his concubine. Even if she held the lofty title of noble consort, what difference did it make? "My lady, your elevation to noble consort must surely be the Empress Dowager's intention. You committed such a grave error before the late emperor's spirit, and before His Majesty's ascension. The officials were already petitioning to dismiss your title as crown princess," Mei Xiang gently consoled, her face laden with worry. "Today, as His Majesty ascends, he surely cannot withstand the dual pressure from the court officials and the Empress Dowager. That you have been conferred the title of noble consort reflects His Majesty's consideration for your past marital bond." Ling Yue remained silent, not uttering a word, her eyes filled not only with profound despair but also a hint of darkness. That string of prayer beads must have been tampered with. Her hands could not have broken out in a rash for no reason. Yet the Empress Dowager had investigated that day. The Internal Affairs Office was firmly under her control, and no one had interfered with the prayer boxes and beads sent from the Internal Affairs Office to her Chilwan Palace. And once they arrived, her prayer beads had remained under her watchful gaze. The only one who had touched them was Tang Fengyi. But why would Tang Fengyi want to harm her? She had even lost her child because of this incident. Was she not also a victim? Could it be in Liangdi? Yet in Liangdi had never touched her prayer beads. If in Liangdi had bribed the eunuchs of the Internal Affairs Office, given the Empress Dowager's tight grasp over the harem, it would have been impossible for her not to discover it. Ling Yue refused to believe that Liangdi could reach into the internal affairs office. Ling Yue bit her lip, determined to uncover the truth behind this baffling situation, no matter how elusive it seemed. A fierce glint flickered in her eyes as she resolutely declared, "Mei Xiang, this palace will no longer wallow in self-pity. I was certainly framed before the late emperor's spirit, and I shall find out who conspired against me." Seeing her mistress finally regain her composure, Mei Xiang's face broke into a relieved smile. "My lady, it is wonderful that you think this way. Your primary goal now must be to seize power. The struggles within the harem are far more ruthless than those in the Eastern Palace," Mei Xiang said earnestly. Ling Yue slowly nodded, her gaze imbued with newfound determination. Indeed, she had initially underestimated the complexities of her circumstances. In the Eastern Palace, there were only 5 concubines, and aside from Liangdi, with whom she had a clear enmity, she could not read the others. Could women truly be this intricate? Hadn't she realized this sooner? Her husband had once been the crown prince, and now he wielded great power as the emperor. In the depths of her heart, where no one could see, Ling Yue would occasionally question herself. Did she regret marrying the crown prince and stepping into this treacherous palace? Yet even in her current predicament, she firmly answered within herself that she had never felt a shred of regret. She could have lived a peaceful life in the Ling family of the capital. Her father had long served on the frontier, and she had lived with her mother in the Ling family, relying on each other. Yet her father was merely a secondary son of the Ling family, with a lowly status. Often away, she had witnessed her mother being mistreated, and the matriarch of the Ling family had never treated her kindly. At 5 years old, when her mother passed away suddenly, she was too young to comprehend how her resilient mother could leave this world so abruptly. The fragile girl could only survive in the Ling household. However, after her mother's death, life in the Ling family became increasingly arduous. The legitimate daughters of the Ling family treated her with disdain. For 2 whole years, no one offered her shelter, and she gradually became timid and insecure. At the age of 7, when her father finally returned home for a visit, she pleaded with him to take her away. She did not wish to remain in the capital, in a place devoid of love. Upon reaching the frontier, her father was a minor general with some authority. Although their lifestyle could not compare to the lavishness of the capital's daughters, the love her father bestowed upon her, along with the liberating air of the frontier, made her feel an unparalleled joy. She blossomed, becoming open and confident, her eyes always sparkling with vitality. When she turned 15, the 17-year-old crown prince, gallantly leading his troops, arrived at the frontier. His suave demeanor left an indelible impression. She often heard her father praising the crown prince, extolling his courage and wisdom, declaring him a rare talent. Once, when her father accompanied the crown prince on another campaign against the enemies, a subordinate hurriedly informed her that her father had been injured. Anxious to see her wounded father, she hastily disguised herself as a boy and entered the camp with the soldiers. Having watched her grow up, did not hinder her. It was during this encounter that she met the young crown prince. At first glance, it was a love that would last a lifetime. Perhaps the saying was most fitting for her. The crown prince had appeared cold and distant, and their first meeting involved merely a few brief exchanges. After that, every time the crown prince returned victorious from battle, Ling Yue eagerly sought to coincidentally cross paths with him. Time and again, as he galloped across the vast grasslands or rode camels in the desert, she would be filled with joy at their shared experiences. As they grew closer, she often delighted in accompanying him. She recalled once curiously asking Jun Zechen why he would ride horses during his leisure time after already riding in battle. The crown prince had tilted his head slightly, gazing into the distance, and replied, "The act of riding itself is not what matters, it is the place where one rides. The grasslands and deserts are unique to the frontier." Jun Zechen simply adored the freedom and unrestrained nature of the land, and of course, he cherished the company of Ling Yue during their races. Under the vast expanse of freedom, a unique bond blossomed between them. Ling Yue actively pursued her connection with the crown prince. She was well aware that he could not have only her as his woman. Yet when the crown prince solemnly promised her a lifetime of companionship, she was overwhelmed with joy. She had never imagined that the esteemed crown prince would forsake all other beauties for her. This profound affection moved her deeply, igniting a passion within her heart. Jun Zechen had always believed that she cherished the frontier and its boundless freedom. Indeed, she did. However, what she cherished even more was him, including his status. Upon returning to court, he unhesitatingly sought to marry her. Thus, she gracefully returned from the frontier to the opulent capital she had long imagined. The Ling family in the capital, as she had anticipated, shamelessly approached her. The head of the Ling family feigned sincerity, claiming that they would now be her steadfast support, that they were a loving family. How could that be true? Ling Yue had never considered the Ling family as her kin. Since her father had resolutely taken her away, they had already severed ties. All these years, the Ling family had turned a blind eye to them, and now that she had transformed into the crown princess, they eagerly sought to align themselves with her. A sense of endless pride surged within her. At that moment, she stood high above them, decisively rejecting their advances. She had once firmly stated to the Ling family that Ling Yue did not require their support, nor did she need any assistance from them. For the crown prince was her strongest backing. As the Ling family gradually fell from grace in the capital, seeing Ling Yue unwilling to advocate for them before the crown prince, they could only leave in disgrace. Ling Yue now had to admit that she had overestimated Jun Zechen's affections for her. During her 2 years of marriage to Jun Zechen, she had become lost in his meticulous care, indulging in the unique favor he had bestowed upon her. Without family support, a woman in the harem was akin to a drifting reed. Once deprived of his favor, she would have nothing left. Therefore, she needed not only to cling tightly to the remnants of Jun Zechen's love but also to seize power. Every individual in the harem was to be feared. However, she would never easily relinquish her ambitions. The position of empress would be hers. Even if in the end, Jun Zechen no longer favored or loved her, she would still strive to be his wife, to be his empress. This was the promise he had once given her. Since he could not fulfill his vow, she would rely on herself to achieve it. Ling Yue's eyes glimmered with determination and resolve. Chapter 44 of the relocation of the palace. After the eunuch in the service of the Empress Dowager emerged from the quarters of the crown princess, he hastened towards the side consort's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the side consort's palace, he composed himself before stepping inside. Standing within the opulent chamber, he cleared his throat, unfurled the imperial edict, and proclaimed in a high-pitched voice. By the grace of the Empress Dowager, it is declared that the side consort of the crown prince, possessing both gentleness and virtue, is of remarkable character. Today, she has given birth to the first imperial prince, thereby augmenting the royal lineage, a deed of great merit. Henceforth, she is to be conferred the title of Shufu, and granted residence in the Zhaochun Palace. The title Chun is bestowed upon her in recognition of her distinguished contributions. It is expected that Shufu will uphold a heart of purity and virtue, and conduct herself with reverence and diligence. In the future, she must adhere to her duties, displaying industriousness and obedience, to further the royal line and enhance the glory of the imperial house. So decreed. Upon completing the proclamation, the eunuch promptly placed the edict respectfully in Shufu's hands, his face instantly adorned with a sycophantic smile, as if the very creases of his face were about to coalesce. He slightly bowed and said, "Congratulations, Shufu, congratulations, you are the sole recipient of His Majesty's bestowed title within the palace." After receiving the edict, Jingyao rose gracefully, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for your efforts today, eunuch Ling Yue. Please offer him a token of appreciation." With that, Ling Yue quickly stepped forward, presenting a handful of gold coins with steady hands to the eunuch. His eyes gleamed as he eagerly accepted the offering with both hands, nodding and bowing profusely. "Your servant thanks the esteemed Shufu. I have further imperial edicts to announce, so I shall take my leave." With that, he retreated backwards, slowly exiting the palace. After the conferral, Jingyao elegantly glided towards the dressing table. She adorned herself in a more splendid palace garb, the intricate threads shimmering brilliantly in the candlelight, each stitch and seam narrating tales of royal magnificence. Her hair was meticulously styled, every strand in place, with several exquisite golden hairpins adorned with jewels perfectly accentuating her elegance. She radiated nobility and grandeur, akin to a blooming peony, resplendent and outshining all others. Subsequently, Jingyao straightened her posture and, accompanied by the maidens of Xiang Palace, grandly proceeded to Zhaochun Palace. She sat regally in a sedan chair carried by 12 attendants, her eyes gently closed, exuding an air of calm authority. The route from the Eastern Palace to Zhaochun Palace traversed a long avenue, and as she opened her eyes, her gaze drifted towards the horizon, where the street seemed to stretch infinitely. Yet, within her eyes lay a resolute determination, as if she envisioned her arduous journey towards the highest echelons of power, a spark illuminating her gaze. Before long, the sedan chair came to a steady halt before Zhaochun Palace. As Jingyao alighted from the chair and stepped into the palace, a flicker of astonishment welled within her heart. Upon entry, she found herself in a vast courtyard, adorned with artificial hills and waters, the pavilions and towers uniquely designed. Despite it being merely February, a time when blossoms had yet to bloom, the courtyard was alive with vibrant flowers nurtured in greenhouses, competing to display their beauty and fragrance. Venturing further into the palace revealed a scene of opulent grandeur. All belongings of the previous Shufu had been cleared away, and the interior had been reimagined by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Jingyao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze falling upon the precious artifacts and paintings. She recognized these treasures were retrieved from the storerooms under the orders of Jun Zechen. A satisfied smile graced her lips. She pondered how long she would reside in Zhaochun Palace before making her own alterations according to her preferences. Approaching the grand throne, each step she took radiated an innate regal grace. Once seated, she slightly lifted her chin, her eyes emanating authority. In unison, all the palace maids and eunuchs knelt before her, their movements synchronized. They chorused, "Your servant pays respects to Shufu, may you enjoy boundless blessings and peace." Their voices echoed through the hall, imbued with reverence and respect. With a gentle wave of her hand, her ruby lips parted as she calmly instructed, "Rise." Her voice, though soft, carried a weight of authority. She then turned her gaze towards Li Mama, nodding slightly. "Li Mama, on this day of my conferral, all attendants of Zhaochun Palace shall receive rewards." Li Mama promptly responded with utmost respect, "Yes, my lady." Jingyao continued, "From this day forth, Li Mama shall oversee the affairs of Zhaochun Palace, with the head eunuch being Zil, who has accompanied me from the Eastern Palace. My personal maids will be Miaoyun, Miaoxia, Miaoyue, and Miaoxue." Her gaze swept over them, filled with trust. She then regarded the assembly before her seriously, stating, "In addition to them, Zhaochun Palace currently has 45 maids and 25 eunuchs. Here, everyone shall have the opportunity for advancement, provided they demonstrate commendable performance. When you were assigned here, the Ministry of Internal Affairs determined your ranks. However, in my palace, if one does not perform well, one's rank may be reassigned at any time. Those who excel may take their place." Her eyes glinted with sharpness. In the imperial harem, the head matron of a palace and the personal maids of the consort bear ranks, while other maids are classified into first, second, and third tiers. After Jingyao's declaration, the faces of those present turned solemn, responding in unison, "Yes, my lady." She proceeded to issue further instructions, eventually feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her as she rubbed her temples. "I am weary today, you may all withdraw and attend to your own matters." Once the attendants departed, the palace felt considerably emptier, leaving only Li Mama, Zil, and the maids. Jingyao leaned back in her chair, her gaze slowly sweeping over them, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. "Li Mama, you shall oversee all matters of Zhaochun Palace from now on. With so many people in the palace, I am uncertain if there are any spies among us. We must be vigilant in our dealings within Zhaochun Palace and gradually cultivate more of our own." Rest assured, my lady, I will manage Jiachun Palace meticulously, ensuring a comfortable environment for you. Li Mama's eyes shone with determination. Su Jingyao nodded gently. Managing such a vast palace is akin to overseeing a small enterprise, a task not to be taken lightly. She would later discuss the arrangements and promotion plans for the maids with Li Mama, as well as the daily attendance system and mutual surveillance among the servants. She aimed to ensure that even if a maid were a spy for another faction, she could not easily convey information. The entire management scheme for the palace required careful consideration. Subsequently, Su Jingyao turned her gaze to Zil, having served me for over a year, I trust my judgment in people. Jiachun Palace must not allow any spies to infiltrate, yet we must also cultivate our own spies capable of infiltrating other palaces. Her eyes bore a fierce intensity as she regarded Zil. In the imperial palace, lacking spies is akin to navigating in darkness, fraught with challenges. Moreover, one can never be certain if a hidden serpent lies in wait to strike. Yes, my lady. Having spent many years in the palace, I possess some connections and a discerning eye. I will certainly dedicate myself to your service. His expression was serious, and his tone resolute. Su Jingyao nodded slightly, acknowledging Zil's capability. He was reliable and possessed a touch of cleverness. Li Mama, Zil, you may now proceed to arrange your respective individuals. Su Jingyao waved her hand, her tone calm. Yes, we take our leave, my lady. They responded in unison, bowing respectfully before exiting. After their departure, Miao Yun cautiously approached, supporting Su Jingyao's arm with her assistance. Su Jingyao rose and entered the sleeping quarters. Meanwhile, Miao Xia, Miao Yue, and Miao Xue busily organized various items outside, their movements gentle and meticulous. Upon entering the chambers, Miao Yun could no longer contain her anticipation. She bit her lip and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up. My lady, I believe since you have given birth to the first imperial prince, and the crown princess is not the empress, you shall surely be conferred the title of empress. Su Jingyao smiled lightly at this remark. I have never thought that I would become empress upon His Majesty's ascension. My true objective has always been to prevent the crown princess from attaining that title. As she spoke, a glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes, and her expression grew serious. Preventing the crown princess from becoming empress was partly due to her aversion to being labeled the so-called successor consort, a most unappealing title. Furthermore, it was vital to sow discord between Jun Zechen and Ling Yue. Currently, Ling Yue held a certain standing in Jun Zechen's heart, owing to their years of companionship and the guilt he felt from past promises. Once he ascended, it would be impossible for him to demote Ling Yue and still crown her as empress. The incident involving Ling Yue's disrespect towards the late emperor had been exploited so successfully by Liangdi and Tang Fengyi for two reasons. Tang Fengyi was a victim, and during the late emperor's mourning period, both the empress dowager and Jun Zechen had far too many matters to attend to. Investigations would only yield concrete evidence that would favor Liangdi and Tang Fengyi, as their actions left little traceable fault. If Jun Zechen were to investigate personally, his inherent trust in Ling Yue would influence his judgment, leading him to consider evidence with more nuance. He would approach the truth from the perspective of Ling Yue as a victim, making it less likely for Tang Fengyi and Liangdi to evade blame. However, now that more than half a month had passed since Ling Yue's transgression, the Empress Dowager had already rendered her verdict. Even if Jun Zechen wished to investigate now, it would be nearly impossible to find any evidence. Additionally, the Empress Dowager genuinely cared for Jun Zechen, who, in turn, held her in high regard. He could not possibly insist on crowning Ling Yue as empress in light of the conclusive evidence presented by the Empress Dowager. Thus, Ling Yue's conferral as a noble consort was not surprising, yet, Su Jingyao pondered how Jun Zechen truly felt. Perhaps he still contemplated leaving the position of empress open for Ling Yue? Su Jingyao narrowed her eyes. Perhaps the dog of a man is still fantasizing about having both a beloved wife and a beautiful concubine. Miao Yun, absorbing her lady's words, nodded thoughtfully before furrowing her brow in concern. My lady, tonight marks the first night of His Majesty's ascension. Will you take the initiative? Logically, if His Majesty were to confer an empress, he should naturally visit the empress on his first night. However, with the position currently vacant, do you intend to contend for it? Su Jingyao gazed at her reflection in the mirror. She had indeed long desired for Jun Zechen to visit her palace on his first night. This would surely exacerbate Ling Yue's already wounded heart. After all, among all the women in the harem, she did not believe anyone else could truly enter Jun Zechen's heart. Whether it be Ling Yue or herself, it was mere fortune that allowed either to breach the walls of his heart at that particular moment. Since Jun Zechen conversed with the late emperor, Su Jingyao had distinctly felt his emotional restraint during their interactions. Now, she needed to ascertain the extent of his feelings for her. Therefore, tonight, she must ensure that Jun Zechen goes to the noble consort's palace. Chapter 45 Gratitude. Su Jingyao extended her delicate, fair fingers, gently picking up the exquisite jar placed upon the vanity, which contained a lip balm specially concocted by Li Jing for her. She possessed two variations of this balm, one infused with the essence of black jade, boasting an exceptionally potent hallucinogenic effect, while the other was laced with mandrake flower juice, offering a slightly milder effect. Should she wish to persuade Jun Zechen to remain with her tonight, she was inclined to apply the black jade balm. The necessity of such a potion stemmed from her near certainty that Jun Zechen, burdened by guilt, would seek solace in the palace of the favored consort. It was unthinkable for her to overtly vie for his affections. Her carefully crafted persona must remain intact. A hint of hallucinogenic balm would surely render Jun Zechen unable to resist her, compelling him to keep her close, an ideal strategy. Moreover, she held unwavering confidence in her acting prowess, ensuring that he would harbor no suspicions. Yet, at this moment, a different thought crossed her mind. She intended for Jun Zechen to seek out Ling Yue. Su Jingyao took up the mandrake lip balm, applying it delicately to her lips. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, finding herself utterly resplendent. Miao Yun, instruct Miao Yue to prepare a bowl of nourishing black chicken ginseng soup. We shall proceed to Qianqing Palace to express our gratitude. Yes, my lady, came the reply. At the entrance of Qianqing Palace, a servant bowed low, addressing her with utmost reverence, his voice laced with a hint of flattery. I respectfully greet your highness, the pure and virtuous consort. Su Jingyao raised her gaze slightly, a graceful smile gracing her lips. Please rise. This day, I have specially prepared ginseng soup for His Majesty, and I come to express my gratitude. Might His Majesty have a moment to spare? With a delicate arch of her brows and a gentle demeanor, she awaited his response. Your highness, please wait. I shall promptly inform His Majesty, the servant replied hastily, bowing as he hurried into the hall. After a brief interval, the young eunuch returned, his expression eager. Your highness, His Majesty bids you enter. Upon entering, Su Jingyao found Gongang Fuchuan standing at the door. He was the adopted son of Grand Eunuch Dihai, who had served the late emperor and retired to a life of leisure after the funeral. Currently, the two grand eunuchs by the emperor's side were Anchuan and Fuchuan. Seeing Su Jingyao, Fuchuan hurriedly bowed. I pay my respects to your highness, His Majesty awaits you. Su Jingyao nodded gently, her countenance still adorned with that soft smile, as warm as a spring breeze. Fuchuan opened the door for her, and she glided gracefully into the grand hall of Qianqing Palace, with Miaoyun following closely behind. At that moment, Jun Zechen was seated upon the dragon throne. I bow before your majesty, Su Jingyao declared. Observing her from his elevated position, he noted her exquisite attire. Today, she donned an exceptionally splendid palace gown, vibrant in hue and strikingly unique in design. Such a captivating appearance was one he had not previously witnessed. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of intrigue dancing within them. Rise, what brings you here? Su Jingyao approached with elegance, gracefully accepting the bowl of ginseng soup from Miaoyun's fair hands. Today, I have come to express my gratitude, for I am quite fond of the Zhaochun Palace bestowed upon me by your majesty. Moreover, I am aware of your majesty's recent exertions. I do hope you have been managing well. Ling Yue has prepared a bowl of ginseng soup for you, might you indulge? She slowly presented the bowl before Jun Zechen, her glass-like eyes shimmering with anticipation, unwavering in their gaze. Jun Zechen set aside his brush and accepted the bowl, taking a gentle sip. A mere taste caused his brows to arch in surprise. The culinary skills of Ling Yue were indeed commendable. Ginseng soup had long since lost its allure for him, as Anchuan had been serving it daily. Had it not been for her personally offering it, he would have had no inclination to drink. After a few more sips, he set the bowl down. Observing this, Su Jingyao placed the bowl onto Miaoyun's tray and waved her hand, signaling for her to withdraw. Anchuan, perceptibly, led the palace attendants out of the hall. Jun Zechen extended his arms, drawing her onto his lap. Due to his preoccupation with state affairs, it had indeed been a considerable time since they had last seen each other. Previously, I promised you that once my confinement was over, I would take you out of the palace. However, I did not anticipate the passing of my father, which has left me exceedingly occupied. His voice was low and tinged with remorse, his brow slightly furrowed, eyes filled with an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Now that I have just ascended the throne, the affairs of state are indeed overwhelming, and I may not have time in the immediate future. Nevertheless, I recall that your birthday falls on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. How about I take you out of the palace then? As he spoke, he gently caressed Su Jingyao's back, his gaze filled with affection. Your Majesty, I am but a trivial matter. Your state affairs are of far greater significance. Should my presence hinder your arrangements, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Su Jingyao nestled closer to Jun Zechen, her words imbued with understanding and concern, her voice soft and melodic. Yet, I am truly delighted that your majesty remembers your promise to me and my birthday. Having said this, Su Jingyao affectionately nuzzled against his neck. After a moment of tender embrace, a flicker of conflict appeared on her face. She bit her lower lip, seemingly torn about whether to speak her mind. Noticing her unease, Jun Zechen inquired softly, "What troubles you?" Su Jingyao furrowed her brows, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your majesty, will you be visiting the favored consort's palace tonight?" Upon hearing this, a complex wave of emotions surged within him. Was she hoping to remain with him tonight? His gaze narrowed slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his voice bore an undercurrent of subtle coldness. What if Su Jingyao were to stay in Qianqing Palace tonight? Jun Zechen's large hand continued to tenderly caress her waist, his eyes fixed ahead, their depths inscrutable. Su Jingyao frowned, her head bowed in silence. His expression darkened further. Eventually, she raised her gaze, her eyes clear and sincere. Your Majesty, while I wish to accompany you, I understand. She paused before continuing. I know that the favored consort made mistakes before the late emperor, which is why she was not crowned empress. I dare not question your Majesty's and the Empress Dowager's decisions. However, your Majesty and the favored consort were childhood sweethearts. In this situation, she must surely be heartbroken. I believe you should. Su Jingyao's eyes glimmered with empathy. Go and check on her in Ikuan Palace. This man was merely testing her. That if she expressed a desire to stay, would he not be inclined to cast her aside? Jun Zechen, upon hearing her words, felt a fleeting pang of paranoia at his newfound role as emperor. Yet, the nature of rulers often breeds suspicion, a trait he found difficult to suppress. She remained so kind-hearted and considerate of others' feelings. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, and this day, I will visit the favored consort in Ikuan Palace, he affirmed. Su Jingyao pouted slightly, responding with a dismal hum. She leaned her head gently against Jun Zechen's broad shoulder, her slender arms wrapping tightly around his waist, as if fearing he might slip away at any moment. What's this? Do you wish for me to stay? Jun Zechen's tone carried a hint of playful teasing as he lowered his head, his gaze softening as it rested upon Su Jingyao. Indeed, I am reluctant to part with you, but the favored consort is proud. Now that she is merely a consort, she must surely feel disheartened. You ought to comfort her properly. Her voice was tender, lightly brushing against Jun Zechen's neck, tinged with a teasing allure that sent shivers through him. Jun Zechen's expression grew intense, and he slowly lifted Su Jingyao's chin, yearning to kiss her. With her, he found himself unable to exercise restraint. As Su Jingyao met his gaze, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Today, I donned this resplendent palace gown, thus I applied a slightly vibrant lip balm as an embellishment. While speaking, she delicately placed her slender finger against Jun Zechen's lips, halting his advance. Yet, he dismissed her gesture with a playful flick of her hand, a smile gracing his lips. No matter, today I wish to discover if your lip balm is as sweet as you. With that, he eagerly leaned in to kiss her. Su Jingyao closed her eyes, responding shyly yet with a touch of initiative. Whether it was sweet, she could not tell. It was, after all, laced with poison. Since ascending to the throne, Jun Zechen had become increasingly domineering. His fervent kiss left her feeling utterly helpless, her body growing weak under his embrace. Su Jingyao gently pushed against him, and he slowly released her. She then gracefully slid off his lap. Your Majesty, you have nearly ruined my makeup with your kisses. How shall I return now? Su Jingyao pouted playfully, her demeanor utterly charming. At this moment, some of the lip balm had smudged, turning the once vibrant hue into a softer pink. The remnants of the balm around her lips only served to heighten her allure, and her eyes, glistening with the remnants of being playfully teased, made her all the more tempting. However, tonight he truly needed to visit Ikuan Palace to comfort Ling Yue. Should she linger, he would find himself unable to resist her any longer, having abstained for over half a month. Let Miao Yun come in to tidy you up. I shall visit you tomorrow, Jun Zechen remarked, his voice tinged with suppressed desire, artfully concealed beneath his calm exterior. After exiting Qinqing Palace, Su Jingyao wore a triumphant smile. The reason she had sent Jun Zechen to Ikuan Palace today was merely to test his affections. With the mandrake's subtle hallucinogenic effect, should he call her name while in the favored consort's bed tonight? Her smile deepened with meaning. Since the day of the flower festival, when she had opened her heart to Jun Zechen and taken the initiative, she had insisted he call her by her given name during their intimate moments. Sometimes, habits can be rather formidable. Would the hazy Jun Zechen, under the influence, call out her name in Ling Yue's embrace? Su Jingyao gazed up at the dimming sky, filled with anticipation for the morrow. The next day, the palace concubines would pay their respects to the empress dowager, and she intended to coincidentally encounter Ling Yue to gauge her reaction. She had little faith that should Jun Zechen indeed call her name before Ling Yue, the favored consort would maintain her composure while speaking to her. As for whether Jun Zechen would discover any anomalies in his body thereafter, she had considered that as well. After all, she had delivered him a bowl of ginseng soup. Regardless of how he scrutinized it, it would appear perfectly untainted. Could he possibly suspect it was her lip balm? Chapter 46. Paying respects to the empress dowager today, Su Jingyao awakened around the end of the hour of the rabbit, rising to sit before her dressing table. Miaoxia stood beside her, gently grooming her cascading hair. Su Jingyao slightly squinted her eyes, a look of contentment gracing her features. Observing her mistress's exquisite beauty in the mirror, Miaoxia picked up a delicate hairpin and carefully inserted it into her hairdo. Your Highness, the rumors in the harem spread much faster than those in the Eastern Palace, Miaoxia remarked, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone laced with indignation. What do you mean by that? Su Jingyao lazily lifted her eyelids, inquiring softly, did you not visit the Qinqing Palace yesterday to seek the emperor? The palace gossip claims you were vying for his favor, yet he still went to Ikuan Palace, asserting that even if you bore the crown prince, you could not rival the favored consort, Miaoxia said, her face revealing her ire. She had been infuriated upon hearing such slander this morning. If the emperor truly favored the consort so, why would he reduce her status from wife to concubine? Last night was merely a visit to console the consort. Quite well, Su Jingyao merely smiled faintly, then extended her slender fingers to select an ornament from the dressing table. She ultimately chose a white magnolia hairpin gifted by Jun Zechen the previous day, smiling as she said, please pin this in my hair. Of course, Your Highness, Miaoxia replied, carefully taking the pin and adorning her hair. Miaoxia, should the emperor become aware of these rumors, he would only feel more pity for me, while the other concubines would only grow more envious of the consort, Su Jingyao said, tilting her head slightly, a trace of an elusive smile gracing her lips. Miaoxia pondered this seriously, realizing the truth in her words, yet felt a sense of injustice for her mistress upon hearing the palace's gossip. In her heart, her mistress was the best. What did it matter if the consort was favored? At that moment, Miao Yun hurriedly entered, offering a respectful greeting. Your Highness, the consort has exited Ikuan Palace. Very well, then I shall prepare to depart, Su Jingyao said as she rose, ready to head to Sinaying Palace. The Qinqing Palace was centrally located within the imperial compound, while Ikuan Palace and Jiachun Palace were situated to the east, being part of the eastern six palaces. Ikuan Palace and Jiachun Palace lay along the same palace path, with Jiachun Palace positioned below Ikuan Palace. Sinaying Palace, located to the south of the eastern six palaces, meant that the consort would need to pass Jiachun Palace on her way there. Su Jingyao strolled leisurely out of the palace, fortuitously encountering Ling Yue, who was also on her way to Sinaying Palace. A perfectly measured smile adorned Su Jingyao's lips, her gaze calm and composed as she slightly bent forward, executing an elegant and proper curtsy. This humble servant pays her respects to the consort. May you enjoy boundless blessings. At that moment, upon seeing Su Jingyao, Ling Yue's eyes sharpened instantly, her gaze like a knife piercing directly at Su Jingyao's head, revealing an unmistakable disdain in her depths. Yet, Su Jingyao maintained her demeanor, seemingly oblivious. Ling Yue's gaze inadvertently fell upon the exquisite white jade pin adorning Su Jingyao's hair, and her expression darkened further, her long nails digging painfully into her palm, though she appeared entirely unaware of the pain. Was there anything more tormenting than the events of last night? Ling Yue's thoughts briefly drifted back to the previous evening when Jun Zechen stepped into Ikuan Palace. She raised her gaze, forcing a strained smile tinged with bitterness. Jun Zechen regarded her quietly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He then began to offer explanations, providing comfort, even recounting the Empress Dowager's words in detail, assuring her that he would arrange for her to adopt a royal son, thereby legitimizing her status as empress. However, for Ling Yue, no matter how eloquently he spoke, the truth remained that his heart had gradually changed. She refrained from throwing a fit, instead choosing to emulate Shu Fei's demeanor, her eyes reddening and brimming with unshed tears as she gazed at Jun Zechen, appearing as though she would break at any moment. Her display suggested she was silently accepting his arrangements, yet her expression was filled with grievance. Indeed, upon witnessing her plight, guilt began to surface on Jun Zechen's face, his demeanor softening. She feigned magnanimity, saying to him, "I have heard that today Shu Fei visited the Qianqing Palace. Your Majesty should be accompanying Sister Shu Fei, for she has borne the crown prince. I acknowledge my faults, and I am willing to accept any punishment imposed by you and the Empress Dowager." Your kind heart is commendable. It is good that you think this way today. I have come, and Shu Fei does not mind. I commanded Anchuan to send a white jade hairpin to Shu Fei for her comfort, as she previously expressed her fondness for it. Thus, you need not worry about Shu Fei's feelings. Ling Yue obediently replied, "Yes, I have been overly concerned. Sister Shu Fei has always been broad-minded, kind, and pure." She echoed, "Indeed, kind and pure." After all, how else could she have earned the title of pure? Only Shu Fei bore a title among the concubines, and with her having the crown prince, pure Shu Fei and Ling Yue stood almost on equal footing. Not long after Jun Zechen arrived at Ikuan Palace, fatigue began to envelop him. Ling Yue gently helped him out of his outer robe, and as he settled onto the bed in the chamber, he gazed dreamily at Ling Yue, who was changing her attire and removing her hairpins. That silhouette appeared somewhat indistinct in his eyes. Before he could wait for Ling Yue to finish dressing, he leaned against the headboard, closing his eyes to rest. When Ling Yue had completed her change and approached slowly, she softly called out, "Your Majesty?" Upon hearing her voice, Jun Zechen opened his eyes, suddenly ignited by a wave of desire. He abruptly pulled the woman before him into his embrace, flipping her beneath him in one swift motion. Ling Yue, taken aback by his sudden action, initially felt surprise, but it was soon replaced by a flicker of delight. He had not treated her with such urgency and passion since Shu Fei entered the Eastern Palace. Fiery kisses rained down upon her neck, gradually trailing to her earlobe. A deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Ling Yue felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt, freezing in place. The arms that had tightly embraced his waist fell limply to her sides. All those years of love and time had been misplaced. He no longer loved her. After the ensuing events, Ling Yue found her mind in a haze, as if the entire world had lost its sense of reality. Gradually regaining her senses, her gaze fixated on the white jade hairpin atop Shu Fei's head. Thus, it became clear that on the first night of his ascension, Jun Zechen's heart had yearned for Zhaochun Palace and longed for pure Shu Fei. His guilt had compelled him to visit Ikuan Palace, and this hairpin was a deliberate token of compensation to please Shu Fei. Jun Zechen had come to Ikuan Palace solely to explain, to console her how absurd, that a man's heart could change so swiftly. At that moment, Jingyao had already been bowing for quite some time, before slowly lifting her gaze, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she softly called out, "Sister? Pure Shu Fei, please rise." "I was momentarily entranced by your unparalleled beauty," Ling Yue said with an expressionless countenance, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Thank you for your praise, sister. It is merely a coincidence today." "May I accompany you?" Jingyao replied with a smile. "There is but one path to Sinaying Palace. It would be impossible to avoid companionship." Ling Yue's tone seemed to carry an undercurrent of irritation, her suppressed vexation almost palpable. Jingyao maintained her smile, appearing entirely unaware of the tension. She had yet to probe Ling Yue, yet the palpable hostility was already bearing down upon her. It seemed Jun Zechen had not brought her any joy last night. Thus, the two walked together along the palace path in silence, neither speaking. As they were to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, they did not take a palanquin, and given that these palaces were central within the imperial grounds, the journey was not far. Upon arriving at Sinaying Palace, the other concubines were already present. This humble servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. "May you enjoy boundless blessings and peace." Ling Yue and Jingyao both made graceful bows, their tones respectful. As Ling Yue had yet to ascend as Empress, she could only address the Empress Dowager like everyone else. The Empress Dowager sat firmly in the foremost position, slightly raising her hand, her expression both dignified and benevolent. "Rise." After Ling Yue stood, she took her seat to the left of the Empress Dowager, while Jingyao took her place to the right, her expression adorned with a perfectly measured smile. In this recent elevation, the other concubines had all been conferred titles by the Empress Dowager. Jingyao's gaze fell upon the other women. Today, and Jin Yan appeared poised and graceful, having been bestowed the title of second-rank Zhaorong due to her respectable family background. Bai Mengli had also been elevated to third-rank Jieyu thanks to her father's position as a minister. Shen Baiwen and Shang Guanyi, who had previously held little presence in the Eastern Palace, were of noble birth from other cities, yet held lowly statuses within the harem. Shen Baiwen was granted the title of 4th-rank Ronghua, while Shang Guanyi was titled 5th-rank Maron. Tang Sushi, however, was absent today, recovering from a miscarriage. Yet, due to the consort's loss, the Empress Dowager had granted her a commendable position, 4th-rank Ronghua. Thus, in this conferment, Shang Guanyi found herself at the lowest rank among the newcomers, merely a mere Maron. The Empress Dowager surveyed the Emperor's concubines with a discerning eye. The number was still insufficient. It seemed that only the consort and Shu Fei captured the Emperor's affections, yet the consort was unable to bear children. An Zhaorong, harboring a grudge against the consort, naturally could not win the Emperor's favor. Although Tang Ronghua had once garnered his affection, she had just suffered a miscarriage and would likely be unable to conceive for some time. As for Bai Jieyu, Shen Ronghua, and Shangguan Maran, they had been inconsequential during their time in the Eastern Palace. Alas, the Empress Dowager silently sighed, the Emperor's offspring remain too few. Today marks your first visit to Xinaying Palace since the Emperor's ascension. The Empress Dowager spoke with a steady voice, her gaze sternly sweeping over the assembly. I have two matters to announce. The first matter is that I intend to grant the authority to assist in managing the harem to the consort and pure Shufei. The Empress Dowager paused briefly before continuing. The harem consists of 6 divisions and 1 office, overseeing a total of 25 departments, with the Gongjing department operating independently of the 6 divisions. I plan to have the consort assist in the management of the Shangyi Bureau, Shangfu Bureau, Shangshi Bureau, and the Jingshi Room, while Shufei will assist in the management of the Shangang Bureau, Shangqin Bureau, Shangang Bureau, and the Gongjing department. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's arrangement, Su Jingyao and Ling Yue both rose. Ling Yue slightly curtsied, saying, "This humble servant thanks the Empress Dowager. I shall do my utmost to manage the affairs of the 3 palaces and the Jingshi Room." Following suit, Su Jingyao also inclined her body in respect, her expression earnest and resolute. "I am grateful for the Empress Dowager's trust. I shall strive diligently, upholding a fair heart, harmoniously coexisting with my sisters from the various palaces, and managing the affairs of the 3 palaces and the Gongjing department." Rise, the Empress Dowager nodded slightly. Afterwards, Su Jingyao and Ling Yue resumed their seats. So the Empress Dowager continued, "Given the Emperor's limited offspring, I plan to organize a selection of candidates for the Emperor, with the date set for 3 months hence. Consort and pure Shufei, you are responsible for arranging this matter." "Yes, Empress Dowager," they replied in unison, though Ling Yue's face remained devoid of expression, her heart unable to contain its pain. She must seize the power tightly, utilizing the Emperor's guilt. If he could change his heart for Shufei, he could just as easily be swayed by the newly arrived blossoms. She would no longer cling to this. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao slightly nodded, a flicker of contemplation passing through her eyes. Chapter 47 And Xiaorong's overtures. On her way back to the Zhaochun Palace, Su Jingyao was beset by a torrent of thoughts. The distribution of power by the Empress Dowager today was indeed rather intriguing. The 6 departments were divided between her and the imperial concubine, each overseeing 3, with the imperial concubine also gaining control over the respectful affairs room, while she herself was entrusted with the palace justice office. It is worth noting that overseeing the respectful affairs room entails scrutinizing the emperor's nightly consort records. Could it be that the Empress Dowager, suspecting the imperial concubine of jealousy, deliberately assigned the respectful affairs room to her? Was this not akin to delivering a grievous stab to the heart of the imperial concubine, to witness daily whom her husband favors? In contrast, the authority vested in the palace justice office was evidently far more substantial, as it was primarily responsible for maintaining discipline and oversight within the harem, possessing the power to punish those who transgressed palace regulations. In other words, she now possessed the authority to impose penalties. Only the Empress had previously held such prerogative over all members of the harem, including the concubines. Today, the Empress Dowager effectively entrusted the bulk of harem power to both her and the imperial concubine. At present, only the Internal Affairs Office remained firmly under the Empress Dowager's control, managing all revenues, expenditures, and procurement matters of the harem, where the personnel were exceedingly complex. It was only natural for the Empress Dowager to refrain from relinquishing power over the Internal Affairs Office, as many clandestine affairs of the palace required its assistance, thereby ensuring a measure of fairness in the harem. The Empress Dowager likely intended to fully release her authority only after the Empress had been established. Nevertheless, she was grateful to have acquired power within the palace, as it would undoubtedly facilitate her future endeavors. As Su Jingyao furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation, and Xiaorong approached gracefully from behind, her steps light, with a pleasing smile adorning her face, she hastened to Su Jingyao's side and performed a slight bow. In a soft voice, she said, "I pay my respects to my elder sister and congratulate her on obtaining the authority to assist in the management of the 6 palaces." Throughout her words, a smile remained affixed to her visage. Su Jingyao regarded her with a calm expression and replied, "Sister, please rise. Thanks to the Empress Dowager's generous favor, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling my responsibilities." Once Xiaorong stood up, her tone took on a hint of humility. "Sister, during our time in the Eastern Palace, I wished to align myself with you, yet you turned me away. May I now boldly recommend myself?" Her eyes brimmed with earnestness. Upon entering the Eastern Palace, she had indeed acted impulsively, driven by a desire to secure her position in the Crown Prince's heart, which had led to enmity with the then Crown Princess, compelling her to plot against her step by step. Yet, she had never anticipated that the Crown Princess would commit such grave errors and still be conferred the title of imperial concubine, even gaining authority over the 6 palaces. The emperor, deeply enamored with the imperial concubine, had grown indifferent and disdainful towards her. In the harem, she now found herself treading on thin ice, desperately needing to secure a solid backing. She had always believed that Chen Shufei was a kind and uncalculating individual. However, Chen Shufei had implied that Tang Fengyi's child might be adopted by the imperial concubine, and even inadvertently kicked a prayer bead bracelet before the late emperor. Each incident, seemingly unintentional, had ultimately benefited Chen Shufei. If she remained oblivious to these machinations, she would indeed be foolish beyond measure. Presently, her relationship with Chen Shufei appeared relatively amicable. In this harem, only Chen Shufei could stand toe-to-toe with the imperial concubine. She needed to clarify her allegiances. Moreover, with the selection of new candidates commencing in 3 months, she had to establish her foothold in the harem before they arrived. Otherwise, any newcomer could effortlessly overshadow her. Why does sister insist on allying with me? I simply wish to conduct my duties within the harem quietly, nurturing the first prince, without engaging in the palace intrigues, Su Jingyao said, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze steady upon Jingyao, laced with a hint of puzzlement. She had no intention of forming any overt alliances in the harem, for such ties would be easily discerned by Jun Zechen once bound. Any foolish actions by Jingyao could potentially drag her down as well. Although she had once again rebuffed Jingyao, Su Jingyao still offered gentle reassurance. Sisterin, I understand your concerns that if you genuinely fear that the imperial concubine may retaliate against you, you may certainly confide in me, and I shall speak the truth before His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. To Jingyao astonishment, Chen Shufei was so impervious to her threats. Currently, with so few people in the harem, Chen Shufei could manage alone, but would she not require assistance once new candidates entered? Without Chen Shufei's protection, the imperial concubine could retaliate against her at any moment, and with the emperor favoring the imperial concubine, how difficult would her situation become in the harem? And Jingyao bit her lip tightly, her eyes glinting with a semblance of menace. Sister, do you not fear that I might reveal to His Majesty and the imperial concubine that you hinted to me about Tang Fengyi being sheltered by a foster mother, and her child being adopted by the imperial concubine? A flicker of sharpness crossed Su Jingyao's gaze. How dare Jingyao threaten her? Ha, would she be intimidated? Su Jingyao gasped and covered her mouth, her voice lowered. What on earth are you saying, Jingyao? Her expression turned to one of shock as she whispered, Tang Fengyi is being sheltered by a foster mother? Even her child is to be adopted by the imperial concubine? These are royal secrets, Jingyao. It would be prudent for you to tread carefully. Do you possess evidence? If you are merely spreading rumors, and the Empress Dowager or His Majesty learns of this, it is a grave crime that could cost you your entire clan. Worry etched across Su Jingyao's face as she regarded Jingyao innocently. Jingyao lowered her lashes, a heavy sensation settling in her heart. Chen Shufei was clearly retaliating against her. Chen Shufei was not afraid of her revealing this matter to the emperor, for he would not believe her. After all, even she had been deceived by Chen Shufei's apparent kindness and innocence. How could a man see through it? Moreover, Chen Shufei was the mother of the first prince. However, if the emperor and the empress dowager learned that she had disclosed Tang Fengyi's situation, she would be utterly finished. Chen Shufei, such deep schemes. A glint of sharpness flashed in Jinyao's eyes, yet she could not afford to offend Chen Shufei. She had already crossed the imperial concubine, given Chen Shufei's cunning. Each time she had fallen from grace, Chen Shufei had assisted her in regaining favor. It seemed that Chen Shufei believed she could be used against the imperial concubine. If that were the case, even if Chen Shufei publicly refrained from allying with her, she would undoubtedly lend her support behind the scenes. Jingyao lifted her head, forcing a smile. Sister, I was merely feeling lightheaded earlier and did not recall my words. Please forgive me. It is of no consequence. Sisterin must have risen early today. Your mind is yet to clear. Do return to the palace and rest, Su Jingyao said, a slight smile gracing her lips, exuding concern. Yes, I take my leave. And Jingyao performed a bow and then turned to depart. Su Jingyao moved with grace, her steps light as she continued toward the Zhaochun Palace. Each stride seemed imbued with a unique charm, her mood buoyant, her demeanor captivating. She relished conversing with intelligent individuals, for they comprehended everything without the need for excessive words. Upon returning to the Zhaochun Palace, Su Jingyao reclined languidly upon the couch, her posture resembling that of a noble and leisurely cat. A soft pillow lay at her waist, while another was firmly pressed beneath her elbow, her entire being exuding utmost comfort, her eyes half closed. After a moment, she parted her ruby lips and spoke dreamily, Miaoyun, find a way to let the imperial concubine know that His Majesty will take me out of the palace for my birthday in half a month. As she uttered these words, a subtle smile graced her features, concealing some deeper intent. Her interest in leaving the palace was minimal, rather, she was keen on seeing the imperial concubine create obstacles to prevent her from doing so. It was time to torment that dog of a man, to make him feel pain. Moreover, if one feigns kindness for too long, a man will not regard you as his first priority. Your magnanimity allows him to disregard your feelings. Su Jingyao would not permit such a situation to unfold. A woman must act when necessary, and she intended to give that dog of a man a headache. Though Miaoyun felt somewhat perplexed, she dutifully replied, yes, my lady. In Qianqing Palace, Jun Zechen emerged from Yikeng Palace early that morning, his brow furrowed, an air of suspicion lingering on his countenance. He felt as though the memories of last night were somewhat hazy. Indeed, he had even entertained the notion that he had spent the night with Yao. Thus, at dawn, while Ling Yue remained in slumber, Jun Zechen hastily returned to Qianqing Palace. Upon his arrival, he promptly summoned the imperial physician, who meticulously examined him, finding no issues with his health. Unconvinced, Jun Zechen insisted that the physician inspect all the meals he had consumed the previous night, including the bowl of soup sent by the concubine. As emperor, he was required to keep backups of all meals consumed for 2 days, a tradition established by his ancestors to ensure his safety. However, after review, the physician shook his head, asserting no problems were found. Could it be that he was simply overthinking? Indeed, she possessed an overwhelming allure, and last evening, she had gone out of her way to entice him. It was not impossible for him to think of her at night. Yet he wondered if he had inadvertently uttered any inappropriate remarks while asleep. This dilemma gnawed at him, but he soon dismissed it, relieved that nothing had transpired. After attending court, Jun Zechen returned to Qianqing Palace to address the mountain of memorials awaiting his attention. Time flowed quietly, and as dusk approached, Shun cautiously stepped forward, whispering, Your Majesty, someone from the respectful affairs room has arrived. Will you be selecting tonight? Jun Zechen paused momentarily before decisively stating, Dismiss them. I shall be going to the Zhaochun Palace tonight. Understood, Your Majesty, and Shun replied promptly within Shun's reminder. Jun Zechen instinctively glanced at the darkening sky. Indeed, it was getting late. He narrowed his eyes slightly before striding purposefully toward the Zhaochun Palace. Where is your mistress? Upon entering the Zhaochun Palace, he encountered only her 2 personal maids and saw no sign of her. Ordinarily, as emperor, he was to announce his arrival in the concubine's palace. However, having grown accustomed to directly visiting her chamber in the eastern palace, he now preferred not to have her waiting anxiously outside. Replying to Your Majesty, the mistress is in the study, Miao Yun answered, while Miao Xue and Miao Xia accompanied their mistress in the study. Jun Zechen made his way swiftly to the study. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the woman seated upright in the chair. She appeared focused and serious, holding a pen and engrossed in writing something. The soft candlelight illuminated her unadorned features, enhancing her beauty, resembling a delicate painting. He approached quietly and asked in a low voice, "What are you writing?" His voice seemed to carry a certain charm, echoing softly in the stillness of the room. Upon hearing his voice, Jingyao momentarily froze, then quickly realized his presence and hastened to rise from her seat. However, Jun Zechen was swift, gently pressing his hand on her shoulder, murmuring, "No need for formality. Please continue your writing." His Majesty has arrived, yet did not inform anyone, Jingyao replied with a hint of playful reproach. Today, I paid my respects to the Empress Dowager, who granted me the authority to manage 3 departments and 1 office. Given the Empress Dowager's generous favor, I shall naturally dedicate myself to fulfilling my responsibilities diligently. Your Majesty, look, this is the management plan I have prepared, she said, gently lifting the paper she had been writing on, which detailed the management plan for the Palace Justice Office. Jun Zechen took the document from her and began to peruse it intently. The regulations and oversight mechanisms outlined were indeed common management strategies. However, when he encountered the sections on data analysis, caregiver support, and training education, he realized he had never encountered such content before. As he scrutinized the detailed operational methods of each category, he recognized that the data analysis involved creating detailed records of those who violated palace regulations, including the time, place, individuals involved, and the sequence of events. These data would then inform reasonable adjustments to the regulations and oversight mechanisms. Jun Zechen's understanding dawned. This data analysis was merely thorough record-keeping, yet no one had ever summarized it so meticulously and presented it clearly. Furthermore, the supervisory team and reporting channels were reminiscent of the system he had established at the censorate. A flicker of admiration for her shone in his eyes. Having meticulously reviewed all her plans and finding them quite commendable, Jun Zechen nodded in satisfaction. He then gently set the papers aside and extended his arms, tenderly pulling her onto his lap. Yao Yao always surprises me, he said, his voice laced with affection and admiration. Chapter 48 Intimacy. Jun Zechen enveloped her tightly in his embrace, leaving her nearly breathless, overwhelmed by an intense desire to draw closer to him. His fervent breath cascaded like a scorching wave against Su Jingyao's neck. She felt an unbearable sensation at her nape and could not help but let out a soft whimper. Your Majesty, it tickles. Instinctively, her body shrank back, her right shoulder lifting slightly. As she attempted to step away, the man swiftly encircled her waist, exerting strength to lift her onto the desk before him. In that moment, Su Jingyao found herself looking down at him, her eyes glistening with shyness, too timid to meet his blazing gaze. She turned her head slightly aside. The man, tall and imposing, sat in his chair, his gaze fixated shamelessly upon her bosom, his eyes growing ever more audacious. Su Jingyao clutched the edge of the desk tightly, her heart racing with anxiety and confusion. Jun Zechen leaned in closer, his passionate kisses falling upon her like raindrops. He began by caressing her long, fair neck, then gradually traced down her exquisite curves. His kisses were both fervent and possessive, causing Su Jingyao to bite her lip, her delicate frame trembling, one hand instinctively finding its way around his neck. Your Majesty, it hurts. You cannot kiss there. I am taking the herbal medicine prescribed by the physician to prevent pregnancy, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency and panic, her brow furrowing, her eyes filled with trepidation. Su Jingyao began to gently push him away, trying to halt his advance. The medicine she mentioned was commonly used in the palace by concubines to suppress lactation, and his vigorous kisses could. Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen slowly lifted his head, biting down on his molars, ultimately releasing her with a hint of restraint and forbearance in his gaze. Suddenly, a continuous wailing filled the air. Miao Xue had unexpectedly entered, cradling the first prince. At that moment, Su Jingyao had her back turned to the entrance, and Miao Xue remained oblivious to her current predicament. The sound of the cries startled Su Jingyao. How could she face anyone in her current state? She shot a reproachful glare at the oblivious man. Jun Zechen, taken aback by the sound of his son's cries, was equally astonished. However, upon seeing the woman's face, flushed with embarrassment, he found the situation rather amusing, a playful glint dancing in his eyes. In haste, Su Jingyao adjusted her clothing and leapt down from the desk, retreating into the man's embrace like a startled rabbit. This servant greets your Majesty and the esteemed mistress, came Miao Xue's voice. Rise. What troubles the first prince? Jun Zechen asked, tightening his hold around her. Throughout, Miao Yue had not once shifted her gaze towards the two of them. Respectfully, she replied, Your Majesty, the first prince has just been fed by the wet nurse and is likely yearning for the mistress, hence his incessant cries. Usually, at this hour, the mistress would be playing with him. Once Su Jingyao had straightened her attire within Jun Zechen's arms, she gradually stepped away and approached Miao Xue. Please hand me the first prince, she said softly. Upon receiving him, the little star seemed to recognize a familiar scent, and his cries abruptly ceased. Be good, Xingxing, mother is here. Su Jingyao cooed gently. The nearly 2-month-old Jun Yihuan gazed up at his mother with glistening eyes, still shimmering from his earlier tears. His long lashes fluttered as he looked up at her, a pitiful expression on his face, as if to ask why she had not been with him today. Jun Zechen observed the tender interaction between mother and child from his seated position, a wave of indescribable warmth swelling within him. Yet, as he watched his son nuzzle against the woman, his tiny hands wandering restlessly, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within him that he rose and stepped forward, declaring, "I shall hold him." Su Jingyao regarded him skeptically. Could this man truly manage a child? Seeing her doubt, Jun Zechen couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of exasperation in his smile. "Am I to drop him? If your majesty were to drop Xingxing, I would never speak to you again." Su Jingyao pouted slightly, playfully scolding him. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously handed the child over. Jun Zechen's movements were indeed clumsy as he cradled the infant, his inexperience evident. Since the birth of the first prince, he had hardly held him, with the passing of the late emperor and the ensuing political duties keeping him preoccupied. Before he could fully relish the warmth of fatherhood, Xingxing, upon being placed in his arms, erupted into wails. The sturdy muscles of Jun Zechen paled in comparison to the soft, fragrant embrace of his mother, and the sudden irritated, Jun Zechen admonished, "Do not cry, you are a man. If you continue, I shall toss you out." His expression turned stern, his deep-set eyes fixated on the child, momentarily rendering Xingxing speechless, his mouth agape, as he ceased crying. The study fell into a brief silence, but it was short-lived, as the little prince soon erupted into another fit of cries. "Your Majesty!" Su Jingyao exclaimed, swiftly reclaiming her son from the man's grasp, soothing him gently, "Be good, Xingxing, you are the best. Your father is just teasing you, do not cry." Jun Zechen, momentarily taken aback by the abrupt cessation of cries, was slow to react until she had taken the child back into her arms. Observing her tenderly comfort the infant, a twinge of jealousy inexplicably surged within him. "Yao, do not indulge the child too much," he said, his tone serious and earnest. Su Jingyao shot him an incredulous glance. It was merely a one-month-old child, how could she be indulging him? With a look of feigned hurt, she gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Does your majesty not like Xingxing?" Her expression suggested that should he utter a negative, she would immediately dissolve into tears. Seeing her distress, Jun Zechen could only relent, drawing both her and the child into a tight embrace for comfort. "How could I not like him? I simply favor Yao more." Su Jingyao, taken aback by his sudden declaration of affection, found herself momentarily speechless. This man had never before expressed such feelings towards her. Noticing her dazed expression, Jun Zechen seized the opportunity to lift the child from her arms. "Ling Yue, take the first prince away. No one is to enter without my permission." Su Jingyao bristled at his words, pouting, "Xingxing will cry." Despite the first prince's renewed wails, Ling Yue dared not defy the emperor's orders and carried the child away from the study. Without further ado, Jun Zechen swept Su Jingyao into his arms. His voice, low and resonant, rumbled softly, "I would rather see Yao cry." Once again, Su Jingyao was taken aback by his increasingly charming words. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, bashfully burying her face into the crook of his neck. Jun Zechen carried her steadily to a chair, then placed her back on the desk. The unfinished business from before must be completed. As Su Jingyao endured his advances, a sense of discomfort washed over her, particularly due to the unforgiving hardness of the desk. Just as Jun Zechen leaned down to continue, she instinctively curled her legs, her dainty foot resting upon his shoulder, applying a gentle kick. "Your Majesty, to the bed, it's too hard, it hurts." Taken aback by her kick, Jun Zechen paused momentarily, then a smirk spread across his lips, revealing a hint of indulgence. "You are too delicate." With that, he gently lifted her and strode toward the chambers. Su Jingyao leaned languidly against him, her cheeks tinged with pink, her eyes still reflecting a hint of lingering warmth. Chapter 49. The Empress Dowager's poisoning today marked yet another occasion for Su Jingyao to indulge in her medicinal bath. She languidly reclined in the tub, her body gently leaning against the wall. Li Mama stood beside her, softly extending her hands to massage her. "My lady, there are spies from Yikeng Palace lurking in Zhaochun Palace," Li Mama remarked in a nonchalant tone, clearly dismissive of these informants. "Oh? How did the Empress Dowager manage to infiltrate?" Su Jingyao's lips curled into a subtle smile, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her eyes. The Empress Dowager had not seemed to cultivate any connections in the Eastern Palace, as the kind-hearted and naive heroine had always looked down upon such scheming. "Our Pinger, who once served in the Eastern Palace, was initially someone I had little reason to suspect as the Empress Dowager's confidant. Thus, I did not impose strict control over her movements," Li Mama continued, her hands skillfully kneading Su Jingyao's shoulders. "Pinger believed she could enter and exit Zhaochun Palace unnoticed, while in truth, I had been discreetly sending someone to follow her. She meets with the first-rank palace maid, Shiner, every 5 days, and they are quite cautious, varying the manner of their encounters." Li Mama lowered her voice, speaking slowly. "Pinger is merely a second-rank maid in Zhaochun Palace, hardly someone privy to any significant news." Su Jingyao's eyes reflected her disdain, her tone languid. She harbored deep mistrust towards everyone in Zhaochun Palace, with only her closest confidants privy to her schemes and calculations. "Naturally, Pinger would know nothing of your affairs. My lady, however, I allowed her to hear some half-truths, which is why she dutifully visits Shiner every 5 days, Li Mama continued her gentle ministrations. "The last time you instructed Miaoyun to relay to the Empress Dowager your birthdate and the matter of leaving the palace, it was through Pinger." "Indeed, that has nothing to do with me," Su Jingyao murmured, closing her eyes, her face radiating contentment, a smile gracing her lips. "My lady, what if the Empress Dowager does nothing?" Li Mama's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. The Empress Dowager had no schemes while in the Eastern Palace. I doubt she would know how to act even if she wished to, Jingyao replied, her silence punctuated by a knowing smile. If the Empress Dowager were truly inactive, why then would Qiner be so eager to probe into the affairs of Zhaochun Palace? Furthermore, on the very night of Jun Zechen's ascension, she had deliberately pushed him towards Yikun Palace to make it abundantly clear to Ling Yue that his affections had not merely been divided but had shifted entirely. The Empress Dowager's feelings for Jun Zechen could not be easily cast aside. She would only seek to gauge his favoritism through certain actions. A woman consumed by jealousy can be a formidable foe, and such feelings are not easily controlled by Ling Yue herself. The following day, sunlight poured down warmly, illuminating the courtyard of Zhaochun Palace, where numerous magnolia trees were in full bloom, their flowers ranging from pure white to delicate pink, creating a breathtaking spectacle. My lady, His Majesty sent you 3 sets of garments in the style of common folk yesterday. Please choose which one you would like to wear today, Miaoxia softly suggested, sliding a rack with the 3 outfits before Jingyao for her careful selection. Jingyao lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes gliding over the 3 garments. The fiery red, the pristine white, and the soft blue that exuded a fresh elegance. After a moment's contemplation, she gently declared, I shall wear the white one. Today, she intended to play the part of the Ronde. The white would facilitate her immersion into the role. Of course, my lady, Miaoxia replied obediently, then began to meticulously prepare Jingyao for the day ahead. After a seemingly casual yet exquisitely refined transformation, Jingyao set forth. As Jun Zechen's intention to escort her out of the palace remained unannounced, especially with the Empress Dowager still present, such a blatant breach of palace protocol would surely tarnish Jingyao's reputation if she were discovered. Jun Zechen had clearly considered this, hence his discretion. Seated in the carriage, Jingyao had brought along a variety of delicacies and even a book to pass the time. In Xianqing Palace, Anquan rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. At that moment, Jun Zechen had donned common attire, his appearance all the more striking and handsome, standing tall like a pine tree. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Anquan's voice trembled with urgency. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. What is it? The Empress Dowager is now unconscious. Anquan's voice quivered. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen was momentarily taken aback, then strode swiftly towards Yikun Palace, his expression darkening, eyes radiating an icy fury. Anquan trailed closely behind, his own face mirroring the urgency of the situation. Today, His Majesty was meant to accompany the pure and virtuous consort out of the palace. How could the Empress Dowager fall ill at such a critical moment? Upon arrival at Yikun Palace, Jun Zechen's gaze fell upon Ling Yue, lying pale and lifeless on the bed, and he bellowed, what happened? After ascending the throne, he had long harbored guilt for not having enshrined Ling Yue as empress for various reasons. Now, barely a month into his reign, she lay in a state of unconsciousness due to the palace's underhanded intrigues. Where is the imperial physician? Jun Zechen pressed on. Your Majesty, the physician is on his way, came the reply. Jun Zechen stood resolutely by the bed, his intense gaze locked onto Ling Yue, his demeanor grave. His deep-set eyes seemed to hold a multitude of thoughts, swirling with worry, anger, and self-reproach. Before long, imperial physicians huanly hurried in, breathless. Your humble servants pay their respects to Your Majesty, they intoned in unison, their tone respectful. Do attend to the Empress Dowager at once, Jun Zechen commanded, his voice laced with urgency. Li hurried forward, kneeling beside the bed, diligently examining the Empress Dowager, his brow furrowed deeply, the gravity of the situation evident on his face. He then turned to Mei Xiang, who was filled with concern. Was there anything unusual before the Empress Dowager fainted? My lady experienced nausea and vomiting prior to collapsing, Mei Xiang replied anxiously. Li, piecing together the pulse and symptoms, grimly concluded, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has been poisoned. In an instant, Jun Zechen's eyes flashed with a chilling intensity, his voice low and icy. Is there an antidote? Based on the Empress Dowager's symptoms and pulse, it appears she has inadvertently ingested aconite. Fortunately, the quantity was minimal, and the poison is mild. I shall prepare an antidote immediately, Li responded promptly. Go on, Jun Zechen waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to imperial physician who, instructing, you too, attend to the Empress Dowager. For individuals of high rank, typically only one physician was required for routine examinations every few days. Otherwise, at least 2 would be consulted to avoid misdiagnosis and prevent any potential bribery. Hu stepped forward, cautiously taking the Empress Dowager's pulse. After a moment, he reported, Your Majesty, my findings align with those of physician Li. The Empress Dowager indeed consumed aconite. How could this happen? Jun Zechen frowned. Anquan, investigate this matter thoroughly, he ordered coldly. He then slowly sat at the bedside, quietly observing the unconscious Ling Yue, letting out a long sigh within. She had suffered greatly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yaya was waiting for him, yet, with Ling Yue poisoned and unconscious, how could he possibly accompany her out of the palace? Jun Zechen exited the chamber, his expression somber, and in a lowered voice commanded Fu Quan, inform the pure and virtuous consort that the Empress Dowager has been poisoned, and I cannot accompany her out of the palace today. Ask her to return to Zhaochun Palace for now, I shall visit her later. He paused, then added, from my private treasury, send the set of purple jeweled adornments gifted from foreign lands, along with the full-body glass mirror to Zhaochun Palace. Fu Quan's heart raced. The set of adornments could be overlooked, but the glass mirror was a rarity only the Empress Dowager possessed during the previous reign. Even the then consort had beseeched the late emperor to no avail. Now, the emperor was bestowing the palace's sole glass mirror upon the pure and virtuous consort. Yes, your majesty, I shall make the arrangements immediately, Fu Quan replied with urgency. Once Fu Quan departed, Jun Zechen felt a slight alleviation of tension in his heart, though concern for her lingered. He wished for her birthday to be joyful. However, Yao cared for the Empress Dowager. If she learned of the poisoning, she would surely understand his predicament. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao, who had been leisurely waiting in the carriage, enjoyed flower cakes and tea while engrossed in her book. My lady, Fu Quan has arrived, Miao Yun announced quietly. Su Jingyao raised an eyebrow slightly, reluctantly gathering her belongings. Her expression shifted to one of melancholy. Your servant pays respects to the lady, Fu Quan greeted with utmost respect. Rise, where is his majesty? Su Jingyao inquired, a hint of urgency in her voice. My lady, the Empress Dowager has been poisoned. His Majesty has gone to Yikang Palace and will not be able to accompany you out today. He has asked you to return to Jiaochun Palace for now, and he will visit you later, Fu Quan explained cautiously. Su Jingyao's expression momentarily froze, followed by a look of desolation, yet, concern compelled her to ask, is the Empress Dowager in any danger? The imperial physician is currently preparing an antidote for her. She should be fine, Fu Quan reassured her quickly. That's good to hear. I shall return to Jiaochun Palace now, Su Jingyao replied, forcing a smile that held a bitter edge. Upon returning to Jiaochun Palace, her stunning visage bore a calm demeanor. She parted her lips and instructed Miao Yun, close the doors to the chamber and keep them shut. Let the palace staff believe His Majesty has gone to Yikang Palace, while I remain here, brooding. Yes, my lady, Miao Yun replied obediently, then stepped forward to close the doors. When she returned, she found her mistress elegantly seated on the couch, delicately holding a brush, intently drafting her plans. Su Jingyao lifted her gaze slightly, issuing further commands. In 2 days, summon the 6 female officials from the palace, including those overseeing the inner quarters and the various departments, as well as the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I wish to have a thorough discussion with them. Yes, my lady, came the prompt reply. At that moment, Su Jingyao's eyes narrowed contemplatively as she inquired, what poison did the Empress Dowager ingest? I have heard it was aconite, was the response. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao's hand froze mid-motion, her beautiful brows knitting together. Aconite, its toxicity was severe, but how could it have been aconite? If her memory served her correctly, contact with aconite would cause a stinging sensation on the skin. Wasn't Tangrongwa the one who had once applied it to the prayer beads? Su Jingyao's knowledge stemmed from the fact that aconite had been given to Tangrongwa by Zhaorong, and her spies had previously discovered aconite in Zhaorong's possession. The Empress Dowager's poisoning today, was it the result of Zhaorong's scheme or a ploy of her own? However, Su Jingyao leaned towards the notion that this was indeed a ruse devised by the Empress Dowager. If Zhaorong truly wished to eliminate the Empress Dowager without consequence, she would likely have succeeded by now. The Empress Dowager had shown her cunning. Not only did she seek to ensnare His Majesty, preventing him from escorting her out of the palace, but she also aimed to bring Zhaorong down with her. Su Jingyao's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing the dual purpose of this strategy. Yet, Zhaorong was no fool. She must have taken precautions against aconite long ago. What, then, was the Empress Dowager's plan to deal with Zhaorong? Was she contemplating a scheme to frame her? Su Jingyao turned her gaze to the window, her expression distant. Zhaorong had indeed been correct. Should the Empress Dowager attain power, the first person she would seek to eliminate would undoubtedly be her. After all, during their time in the Eastern Palace, Zhaorong had orchestrated numerous schemes against the Empress Dowager, and it seemed the latter could no longer tolerate such treachery. Chapter 50 Investigation at Ikuan Palace. An hour later, Ling Yue gradually awakened, her eyelashes fluttering gently before she slowly opened her eyes. Upon noticing her consciousness returning, Jun Zechen hurriedly approached her bedside and took a seat. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? His gaze was laced with concern. Ling Yue looked at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. After a brief moment, she sat up as if emerging from a dream, extending her arms to tenderly embrace his waist, as if he were her sole anchor. Your Majesty, what has happened to me? Her voice was tinged with uncertainty and anxiety. You have been poisoned. Jun Zechen's expression turned particularly complex as he gazed straight ahead, his eyes filled with gravity. Ling Yue's body trembled slightly, her face a canvas of terror. Your Majesty, I am frightened. Is someone trying to harm me? Jun Zechen gently soothed her back, patting it repeatedly. Do not fear. I shall get to the bottom of this. Dinner will be served shortly, so you should rest up. I will return to Qianqing Palace to attend to some matters. As he spoke, he lightly placed his hands on her shoulders, gradually easing her from his embrace. Ling Yue looked at him with reluctance, her gaze revealing a tenderness that was heart-wrenching. Yet, as a future empress, she understood the necessity of composure, maturity, and restraint. I humbly bid you farewell, Your Majesty, she whispered, bowing her head. Upon returning to Qianqing Palace, Anshuan had already prepared the gathered information with utmost respect. Standing in the grand hall awaiting his report, Jun Zechen strode confidently to the dragon throne and sat down, his demeanor serious, his brows furrowed with authority. Speak, what have you discovered? His voice was deep and commanding. Your Majesty, today during lunch, the noble consort consumed a soup that the imperial physician identified as having been contaminated with aconite powder. Anshuan lowered his head and continued, I interrogated all the palace servants who handled the soup from the kitchen to Ikuan Palace, and they showed no issues. I suspect the problem arose after the soup entered Ikuan Palace. Then, a look of hesitation crossed Anshuan's face as he hesitated to continue. Noticing this, Jun Zechen furrowed his brow in impatience. Speak your mind. Your Majesty, I later checked the palace records regarding the use of aconite. It is known to alleviate symptoms of wind-cold dampness. After your majesty ascended the throne, the noble consort procured medicinal materials for treating such ailments from the imperial hospital, which included aconite. As Anquan spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Jun Zechen's eyes darkened, his expression turning more somber. Could it be that the noble consort poisoned herself? Upon hearing this, Anquan immediately knelt, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. Your majesty, I do not dare to entertain such suspicions. The noble consort is kind-hearted and merely considers the health of the palace servants. However, I surmise that someone within her palace might have been bribed to procure the medicinal materials meant for her, thus administering poison to her. To ascertain who the perpetrator is, I may need to interrogate those within the noble consort's palace. Anquan's voice was tinged with urgency and trepidation. After all, he had spent the most time by the prince's side and was well aware of the prince's past affection for the noble consort during his time in the Eastern Palace. Even now, with the presence of the pure and virtuous consort, Anquan could not guarantee that the emperor no longer cared for the noble consort. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Jun Zechen spoke slowly, "Be discreet. The noble consort is already distressed from the poisoning, do not disturb her rest." "Yes, your majesty," Anquan replied promptly, inwardly relieved. At that moment, Fuchuan entered with a somewhat hurried gait. Upon entering, he immediately bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Rise," Jun Zechen replied, his expression impassive, his voice calm yet devoid of any warmth. "Your majesty, there are visitors from the empress dowager's quarters, requesting your presence." Fuchuan raised his head slightly to report. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's brows knitted together, and he nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Striding purposefully towards Sinang Palace. In Sinang Palace, the empress dowager and Jun Zechen sat side by side on a couch. She exuded an air of grace and dignity, while Jun Zechen appeared somewhat grave. Granny Jingyao approached, pouring this year's tribute tea for both of them. The tea flowed gracefully from the spout, tracing an elegant arc in the air before landing perfectly in the teacups. "Your majesty, what has transpired with the noble consort? I have heard she has been poisoned, yet you have not permitted anyone to enter Ikuan Palace to visit her. I am compelled to come to you for information." After taking a sip of tea, the empress dowager inquired softly. "Mother, the noble consort has been poisoned with aconite, and I suspect foul play. I do not wish for more people to crowd Ikuan Palace, complicating my investigations. Once too many people are involved, it becomes easier for misdeeds to be concealed. What have you discovered, your majesty?" The empress dowager's expression remained calm, her gaze fixed intently on Jun Zechen as she inquired softly. "After my ascension, the noble consort displayed concern for the palace, procuring medicinal materials for the elderly servants from the imperial hospital, which included aconite. This is indeed a commendable act." Jun Zechen paused, his brow furrowing even deeper before continuing. "However, it complicates the matter of tracing the source of the aconite to uncover the mastermind." He fell into thought, gently tapping his fingers on the small table beside the couch. Determining the cause of the noble consort's poisoning seemed indeed challenging, yet not without means. Regardless of the perpetrator, there will always be a flaw in their actions. The empress dowager did not immediately respond to Jun Zechen's words. Instead, she seemed to recall something suddenly and asked, "I remember today is the birthday of the pure and virtuous consort?" Indeed, I had intended to accompany her for her birthday celebration, considering the recent passing of the late emperor, which necessitated a reduction in celebratory events. However, with the noble consort's poisoning today, I have failed in my promise to her. A flicker of guilt crossed Jun Zechen's face, his eyes dimming slightly. The empress dowager, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of intrigue in her gaze, her eyelashes lowering slightly, obscuring her thoughts. "Is the noble consort's health improving?" she inquired softly once more. "She is in stable condition after receiving the antidote," Jun Zechen responded. "Then will your majesty be attending to the pure and virtuous consort tonight?" The empress dowager asked casually, her expression remaining placid, though her eyes hinted at deeper significance. "Naturally, I have already instructed Fuchuan to inform the pure and virtuous consort that I will visit her later," Jun Zechen replied without hesitation. Observing his resolute demeanor, the empress dowager felt a tinge of helplessness. Her son was admirable in many aspects but seemed unable to comprehend women. No, it was not that he failed to understand women. Rather, he had placed unwavering trust in the women he had chosen, while remaining acutely perceptive towards others. The empress dowager shook her head slightly, feeling a sense of resignation. They exchanged light conversation for a while. Before long, Anquan entered, immediately bowing respectfully upon his arrival. "I pay my respects to your majesty and the empress dowager." "Rise, have you uncovered the truth?" Jun Zechen's gaze was fixed intently on Anquan, his expression still calm, though his voice carried a note of urgency. "Your majesty, a palace maid named Shiner, who was responsible for the noble consort's meals, mentioned that the noble consort's food today was touched by another maid named Guer. At the time, Shiner thought it was merely inadvertent and did not pay it any mind. It was only upon further questioning that she recalled this detail. Subsequently, I searched Guer's quarters and discovered a pearl earring belonging to Jingyao Rong. This earring was part of her dowry." Anquan paused briefly as he spoke. It was inconceivable for a maid to possess such a valuable dowry item. He continued, "I also examined Jingyao Rong's records from the past few months at the imperial hospital and found that she had also procured aconite while in the Eastern Palace, supposedly for a maid suffering from rheumatism. I have not yet approached Jingyao Rong's palace regarding this matter. I came to report to your majesty first. Should I proceed to interrogate those within Jingyao Rong's palace?" Jun Zechen's eyes flared with fury and disdain. It is her again. Ever since she entered the Eastern Palace, she has repeatedly conspired against the noble consort, and now she has resorted to direct poisoning. A woman with such deep scheming and malicious intent is unworthy of being a consort. His tone was icy, as if infused with the chill of midwinter. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows sharply. Your Majesty, one must emphasize the importance of evidence. Previous incidents lack any proof to substantiate that Jingyao Rong is responsible for the noble consort's plight. Are you implying that I manage matters unjustly and malign the noble consort? Although the evidence currently points towards Jingyao Rong in this poisoning incident, Your Majesty cannot hastily pass judgment. The Empress Dowager's expression turned serious, her gaze fixed intently on Jun Zechen as she spoke earnestly. Jun Zechen understood that his mother had managed the harem for many years, handling matters among the consorts with fairness and impartiality. However, to him, time was of the essence. In his heart, he believed that the noble consort and Jingyao Rong had long been at odds. Since the evidence now pointed to Jingyao Rong, condemning her would not only provide the noble consort with satisfaction but also save him from further wasting his time and resources. Why not seize the opportunity? Among the entire palace, the only ones worth his effort to uncover the truth were Ling Yue and Yao Yao. As for the others, let them be scrutinized as they would. Mother, matters within the harem are inherently shrouded in ambiguity. Even as emperor, I cannot unravel every detail, but the harem is mine. How to administer punishment is at my discretion. Jun Zechen's gaze was resolute, his tone imbued with an unyielding authority. It would not be difficult to condemn Jingyao Rong. It was merely a matter of his word, and no one would raise any objections. If he were to continue the investigation, it would also be at his command, yet what necessity was there for him to do so? The Empress Dowager's eyes revealed a complexity of emotions, tinged with a touch of nostalgia. Her son was increasingly resembling the late emperor, exhibiting an autocratic demeanor and an unquestionable attitude. Was this the mindset of an emperor? No wonder the consorts in the harem were willing to vie so fiercely for favor. Without favor, even the chance to seek redress was a rarity. As for this matter involving Jingyao Rong, I intend for the pure and virtuous consort to investigate. Your Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs and should refrain from meddling in harem matters. The Empress Dowager's demeanor was particularly grave as she fixed her gaze on the emperor, continuing, if the pure and virtuous consort cannot prove Jingyao Rong's innocence within 3 days, Jingyao Rong shall be subjected to your judgment. Ever since the emperor conferred a unique title upon the pure and virtuous consort, the Empress Dowager had harbored a subtle suspicion that the pure and virtuous consort had already captured the emperor's heart. Hearing today that he intended to celebrate her birthday only solidified her belief. Assigning the investigation to the pure and virtuous consort was undoubtedly the best choice, effectively silencing the emperor while also testing the pure and virtuous consort's mettle. The Empress Dowager was curious to see how she would handle the matter. Jun Zechen's expression soured. Mother, before he could finish, the Empress Dowager interrupted him. Does your Majesty not trust the pure and virtuous consort? She countered sharply, her eyes glinting with scrutiny. Jun Zechen pressed his lips together, falling into silence. Yao Yao was kind and just, and the Su family had trained her exceptionally well. She was exceedingly clever, and he naturally had faith in her abilities. After a moment, seeing his mother's resolute stance and unwavering insistence, he reluctantly acquiesced. It was merely a matter of waiting a few days. As Jun Zechen exited Sinaying Palace, night had fully descended. Your Majesty, where are you headed now? Fu Chuan inquired softly, having accompanied him after Anshuan reported the situation and departed to attend to other matters. To Zhao Chun Palace, Jun Zechen replied, stepping directly into the imperial sedan chair. Fu Chuan then raised his voice, calling out, Your Majesty departs for Zhao Chun Palace. Chapter 51. Do not cry, my heart aches. Jun Zechen sat majestically in the imperial palanquin, his expression betraying a hint of urgency. Today had indeed consumed far too much time. At that moment, a sudden voice of a palace maid pierced the air. She rushed to the front of the palanquin, her tone clearly laced with tears. This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty. A shadow of gloom instantly crossed Jun Zechen's face before he could utter a word. Beside him, Fu Chuan had already reprimanded her sharply. You audacious little maid, how dare you obstruct the royal carriage? Do you wish to court death? Fu Chuan Gonggong, this servant is Mei Xiong, the personal maid of the imperial concubine. The maid hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's brow furrowed tightly. In a low and grave tone, he inquired, what has happened to the imperial concubine? Why are you not by her side, and what brings you here? Your Majesty, after taking her medicine today, the imperial concubine fell into a deep nightmare. Upon awakening and not seeing your Majesty, she was thrown into a state of panic, and has yet to partake in her evening meal. Mei Xiong's voice was imbued with a sense of pleading. Her Highness is already poisoned and has yet to fully recover. How can she forego her meal? Yet, with your Majesty absent, no matter how we persuaded her, the imperial concubine refused to eat. I implore your Majesty to visit Ikuan Palace and check on her. As she spoke, Mei Xiong's face was etched with urgency, her body trembling slightly. Jun Zechen's fingers absently twirled the ring on his hand, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he commanded, let us go to Ikuan Palace. First, he must see Ling Yue, her frail body cannot endure such torment. After ensuring she has finished her meal, he would then proceed to Zhao Chun Palace. Upon entering Ikuan Palace, Jun Zechen immediately caught sight of Ling Yue, who was leaning against the head of the bed with a gloomy demeanor, as though enveloped in a shroud of despair. He approached her and softly asked, why have you not dined? You are still unwell, do not throw a tantrum. The moment Ling Yue saw him, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and she promptly knelt up from the bed, extending her arms to embrace him tightly. Your Majesty, I am frightened. I was trapped in nightmares, where someone poisoned me, sob. Her voice was filled with terror and grievance, her body trembling slightly. Fear not, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. I will ensure that those who conspired against you are severely punished. Jun Zechen gently patted her back, his gaze fierce. You have lain here for too long without eating, rise and dine, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue lifted her head to gaze at him. Your Majesty, have you dined? Jun Zechen shook his head. He had intended to dine at Jiaochun Palace. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue's face blossomed into a smile. Then may your Majesty dine with me? There was a hint of complexity in Jun Zechen's eyes, but seeing Ling Yue's hopeful expression, he ultimately nodded. The palace maid swiftly arranged the meal on the table. Jun Zechen ate sparingly, occasionally picking up a morsel. During the meal, he casually asked, Do you know what day it is today? Ling Yue, with her head bowed while eating, briefly flashed an expression of surprise before looking up in confusion. Today is the 3rd day of the 3rd month, is there something special about it? She then turned to Mei Xiang, who gently shook her head in response. It is nothing, please continue your meal, Jun Zechen said. After finishing their meal, several times Jun Zechen attempted to rise and leave, only to be skillfully diverted by Ling Yue's conversation. Your Majesty, would you stay with me in Ikuan Palace today? I cannot sleep without you by my side, Ling Yue implored with a sense of grievance. Jun Zechen did not immediately acquiesce, but slowly replied, Sleep, I will stay with you until you do. He sat beside the bed while Ling Yue lay down, lifting her eyes to look at him. Will your Majesty not lie down? I have matters to attend to later. You should sleep first, I will wait until you do, Jun Zechen replied softly. Ling Yue forced a smile. Your Majesty, do not neglect your health in your busyness. One of her hands, clenched into a fist beneath the quilt, seemed to dig into her flesh, and her tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. Did he truly harbor such affection for the pure and virtuous concubine? Must he go to Jiaochun Palace tonight? Time passed slowly, and Jun Zechen's brow furrowed deeper. It was nearly the hour of high. Had Yao already fallen asleep, he glanced down at Ling Yue, noting her serene and tranquil expression, before cautiously extricating his hand from her tight grasp. He then strode out of Ikuan Palace. As soon as he emerged, he hastily boarded the imperial palanquin and ordered, quickly, to Jiaochun Palace. Upon entering Jiaochun Palace, Jun Zechen observed the personal maids Miao Yue and Miao Xue, who typically attended Su Jingyao, conversing quietly outside the palace gates. Miao Xue, since our master returned today, she has not changed her attire, nor has she dined, and the palace doors have been closed all afternoon. Should we not go in and persuade her? Miao Yue asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Senior sister Miao Yun and senior sister Miao Xia are inside, our master simply wishes for solitude, Miao Xue replied softly, her eyes filled with anxiety. Yet, when Fuchuan Gonggang informed our master, he mentioned that his majesty would come to accompany her later. But it is already the hour of high, and his majesty remains in Ikuan Palace, it seems he might not come. Miao Yue's voice revealed a hint of disappointment. It is precisely because our master has been drinking and has not dined that I fear for her health. Miao Xue's gaze was heavy with worry. Indeed, even though our master has given birth to the crown prince, she does not hold the same weight in his majesty's heart as the imperial concubine. Yet today is our master's birthday, his majesty is unwilling to come, how disheartened she must be. Miao Yue lamented. Jun Zechen, overhearing their conversation, instantly turned grim. Not only had she not dined, but she was also drinking on an empty stomach? Moreover, he had never believed that Yao held less significance in his heart than Ling Yue. Is your master so willful that you, her maids, do not know how to advise her? If anything were to happen to her, I will hold you accountable. Jun Zechen's voice boomed, heavy with authority. Miao Yue and Miao Xue were initially startled, their faces paling with fear, before they hurriedly bowed, trembling as they greeted, this humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Jun Zechen, seemingly unfazed, coldly brushed past them and entered the hall. Su Jingyao was seated on a couch, one delicate, fair hand propping up her rosy cheek, while the other languidly swirled a wine cup, her gaze hazy and unfocused, the corners of her eyes bore a faint blush reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, vibrant and alluring. Miao Yun, beside her, anxiously urged, Master, your tolerance for alcohol is poor, you have already consumed several pots today, this is detrimental to your health. As she spoke urgently, Miao Yun reached out to take the cup from her hand. Su Jingyao immediately pouted her rosy lips, slightly intoxicated, and retorted, As your master, I shall do as I please in Jiaochun Palace, none shall obstruct me. With that, she petulantly pushed the cup aside. Miao Yun and Miao Xue stood by helplessly, their faces etched with worry and frustration, unsure of how to proceed. Upon entering, Jun Zechen beheld her in such a state. Miao Yun and Miao Xue, upon seeing his majesty, were momentarily astonished, before hastily bowing, this humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. You may withdraw, Jun Zechen said, his expression impassive. Miao Yun and Miao Xue, relieved, quickly exited the chamber. Once outside, they exchanged glances with Miao Yue and Miao Xue, their eyes brimming with delight, and shared a knowing smile, as if everything was proceeding according to plan. Inside the hall, Jun Zechen sat on the opposite side of the couch, his gaze deep and focused upon her. Subsequently, he took the wine cup from her soft hand. Su Jingyao's once dazed eyes slowly began to sharpen, as if she could hardly believe who stood before her. She blinked her large, doe-like eyes in disbelief. Your Majesty? As her mind registered his presence, she swayed her delicate body, attempting to rise and bow. Just as she was about to stumble, Jun Zechen swiftly caught her in his embrace. Let go, Su Jingyao protested, squirming in his arms. Why have you consumed so much wine? Jun Zechen's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with concern and reproach. Suddenly, Su Jingyao broke into a silly grin, her innocence reminiscent of a child. It is delicious. Your Majesty, give me back the wine cup. At that moment, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Su Jingyao's audacity surged. Without hesitation, she reached out and forcibly snatched the cup from his grasp. Her slender hand trembled slightly as she filled it anew. Just as she was about to bring the cup to her lips, Jun Zechen's voice, deep and commanding, resonated firmly. Wine is harmful. Do not drink. Su Jingyao paused for a moment at his words, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, drifting aimlessly. Slowly, she raised the cup before her, her eyes fixated upon it. Under the moonlight, in the gentle breeze, I revel in freedom, singing when I am merry and resting when weary. But tonight, I cannot sleep, no matter what. She was cradled in his arms, and her gaze shifted to him. They locked eyes, her expression imbued with profound sorrow and longing. Your Majesty says wine is bad, yet though it may be so, it allows me to drift into peaceful slumber. As she spoke, her other delicate hand gently caressed his chiseled face, her eyes filled with overwhelming grievance. Your Majesty is wonderful, yet you leave me restless throughout the night. As her words fell, a tear slipped unnoticed down her cheek. Seizing the moment when Jun Zechen was momentarily stunned, she tilted her head back and drained the cup in one swift motion. Jun Zechen found himself at a loss for words, his heart swelling with tumultuous emotion. Today, he had failed to uphold his promise to her. He had thought her magnanimous enough not to mind, yet he had never anticipated she would feel so distressed. Her words pierced his heart, sending a sharp pang of pain through him. Even his deep, abyss-like eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Since he could remember, he had hardly ever cried, but at this moment, the ache within him was so profound that he could no longer contain it, utterly powerless to control his emotions. Jun Zechen embraced her tightly, his voice low and filled with tenderness. Do not cry, your tears pierce my heart. Chapter 52 How to soothe her. Su Jingyao exerted herself to break free from the man's embrace, fluttering away like a delicate butterfly. Her figure appeared somewhat unsteady as she wobbled step by step toward the sleeping chamber. Jun Zechen's profound gaze fixated on her silhouette. He swiftly advanced, extending his broad arms and effortlessly lifted her into a horizontal embrace. Let go. I want to come down, I don't want you to carry me. Su Jingyao protested vehemently, her small hands pushing against him, while her slender legs kicked about in a futile attempt to express her discontent. Yet, Jun Zechen's strong grip held her firmly as if made of iron. Be good, Yao Yao, today it was my fault, I have made you sad, he murmured softly. At once inside the chamber, he gently set her down on the bed and ordered someone to bring in a hangover remedy. Seething with indignation, Su Jingyao sat on the bed, her arms tightly wrapped around her knees, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with fierce intensity. Observing her demeanor, Jun Zechen sighed softly, his heart swelling not with annoyance, but with a deeper affection. He gathered her into his lap, persistently coaxing her with his low, soothing voice that echoed in her ear. Yet, she remained stubbornly silent. Although she was merely acting, she had indeed consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and her mind felt somewhat hazy. As she immersed herself in her role for too long, it seemed she genuinely felt angered. Miaoyun brought in the hangover remedy, and upon receiving it, Jun Zechen leaned closer, whispering gently for her to drink. I want tea, drink it. Su Jingyao squirmed against him, resisting the foul-smelling concoction he insisted upon her. She had no intention of consuming it. Jun Zechen recognized her inebriation and felt helpless against her current turmoil. Be good and drink the remedy. Do you want to wake up with a headache tomorrow? He coaxed. Su Jingyao, increasingly agitated, knew that the palace's hangover remedy was concocted from ginger, licorice, and sandalwood powder, and the taste was quite dreadful. It's disgusting, I refuse to drink it. With a sudden motion, she swatted the bowl from his hands, sending it tumbling to the floor, where it rolled off the foot of the bed and spilled its contents onto the soft carpet. Both Su Jingyao and Jun Zechen momentarily froze, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Su Jingyao appeared a bit dazed, while Jun Zechen's inky black eyes bore into her, for no one had ever dared to be so audacious before him. A wave of panic surged within Su Jingyao. This ruckus had sobered her up considerably. At that moment, Miaoyun, upon witnessing the bowl's fall, trembled violently and quickly knelt down, lowering her head as if wishing to shrink away entirely, hoping to minimize her presence. The emperor would surely show no mercy towards her. Su Jingyao blinked her long, thick eyelashes, feeling the painful grip of the man on her waist. Her expression shifted to one of deep grievance, resembling an injured fawn. Jun Zechen gazed at her for a long moment, feeling little anger within him. After all, he was the sovereign, and how could he truly hold a grudge against a drunken young woman? After a pause, he said softly, Miaoyun, bring another bowl of hangover remedy. Yes, your majesty, Miaoyun replied promptly, retreating swiftly. When she returned with the remedy, Jun Zechen accepted it and, with a hint of insistence in his voice, asked, will you drink it yourself, or shall I feed you? Once Su Jingyao had regained some clarity, she silently accepted the bowl from his hands. Frowning, she drank the bitter concoction in one go, as if facing her demise. After finishing, she handed the bowl back to Miaoyun. Seeing her obediently consume the remedy, Jun Zechen finally let out a sigh of relief. Are you hungry? Would you like to have something to eat? You usually enjoy flour cakes, I shall have someone prepare them. Su Jingyao gently shook her head. I am tired. With that, she slowly slid off his lap, burrowing herself under the blankets, turning her back to him, covering herself completely. After summoning Fuguan to assist him with his ablutions, Jun Zechen gently lifted the corner of the blanket and lay down beside her. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her close. Are you asleep? He inquired, his voice low and tender. Although he asked softly, he knew she was still awake. Su Jingyao indeed had not fallen asleep, her bright eyes remained open. Upon hearing his question, she shook her head gently but did not speak. It is my fault for making you sad today, Yao Yao. He had repeated those words countless times that night, yet he could think of no other way to comfort her. Jingyao remained unmoved by his words, choosing instead to close her eyes. Jun Zechen found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to proceed. He had indeed wronged her, but it was all due to Ling Yue. Though he had promised Ling Yue not to touch other women, his mindset at that time stemmed from a deep aversion to the affected women of the capital. That he had never cared to engage with those he disliked. Over time, he came to view women merely as vessels for continuing the royal lineage, and he saw no harm in indulging them. To him, it mattered little how many women he possessed. Their jealousy or bitterness meant nothing, yet, witnessing her despondent expression just moments ago made him reluctant to mention any other woman before her, including Ling Yue, for he knew it would only cause her further unhappiness. As he inhaled the scent of her hair, he fell into a contemplative silence. This was the first time he felt so lost, unsure of how to explain himself or how to comfort her. Time passed slowly, the candlelight in the chamber flickering down to half its height. Jun Zechen continued to hold her tightly, feeling the closeness of their bodies, yet he sensed an insurmountable distance between them, as if separated by a barrier of cold indifference. He knew she was still awake, the shadows on the wall clearly revealed her eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly. As the hour approached midnight, the stillness of the chamber enveloped them, and Jun Zechen's deep voice broke the silence. Yao, are you still unable to sleep? Is it almost midnight? Jingyao's voice was calm and distant. Yes, Jun Zechen replied softly, surprised that she had chosen to speak. Was she no longer angry? Jingyao turned to face him, her tranquil eyes locking onto his. My birthday is past, Your Majesty, you may return to Yikeng Palace, there is no need for you to force yourself to stay with me. Her face remained expressionless as she spoke, her tone unusually serene. Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen's countenance instantly turned frosty, as if covered by a layer of ice. Do you know what you are saying? His voice was frigid, imbued with a chilling sharpness that could freeze anyone in their tracks. I have always known that Your Majesty and the Empress are harmonious. Yesterday was my birthday, and I had hoped to have Your Majesty with me, but it was merely a foolish wish. I acknowledge my error. There is no need for Your Majesty to feel obligated to come to Jiaochun Palace. Jingyao's voice remained calm, as though recounting events unrelated to herself. Since you have come, I do not wish for you to become a man of empty promises. Now that my birthday has passed, please return to Yikeng Palace. I do not want Your Majesty to feel compelled to act against your own heart. She paused, then continued, I will no longer harbor any expectations. Yesterday was my overreach, and I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. With that, Jingyao gracefully rose from the bed. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow, her words struck him like sharp daggers, piercing his heart with unbearable pain and fury. Was this truly how she perceived him? He had been thinking of her even while in Yikeng Palace, eager to rush to Jiaochun Palace to keep her company, not out of any obligation. And what did she mean by no longer harboring expectations? Jun Zechen's thoughts swirled chaotically, his chest heaving in agitation, his expression darkened like a stormy sky, and the atmosphere around him grew palpably tense. Jingyao retrieved an outer garment from the rack and draped it over her shoulders, then she slightly bowed, performing a proper curtsy. Your Majesty, if you feel it is too late to disturb the Empress in Yikeng Palace, then please leave the sleeping chamber to me. My mood is indeed quite poor today, and I fear I may inadvertently offend you, so I shall sleep in the side chamber. I take my leave. Without waiting for Jun Zechen's response, she turned and walked away, disregarding the deepening darkness of his expression. Jun Zechen's gaze hardened, transforming into a sharp, frigid glare as he commanded, come back. Did I give you permission to leave? At his words, Jingyao halted, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, who would dare defy the Emperor's command? Her hands, clasped tightly in front of her, betrayed her tension, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Yet, she did not turn around. They stood there, locked in a standoff, the air thick with tension. Jun Zechen, his face a mask of anger, strode toward her, each step exuding an overwhelming authority. He swiftly approached, scooping her into his arms without a moment's hesitation, his movements somewhat brusque. Let go of me, she protested. Jun Zechen's strength was beyond her capability to resist. He unceremoniously tossed her back onto the plush bed. Standing at the edge of the bed, he regarded her from a lofty position, his eyes filled with both authority and indifference. Yes, today it is my fault, but the Empress has been poisoned, and I am genuinely concerned for her safety. I fear someone in the palace may be plotting against her. I am anxious to uncover the truth today, lest the Empress be harmed as she was before, rendered powerless to defend herself, which is why I was delayed in accompanying you outside the palace. Tonight, my tardiness was indeed due to the Empress. He paused before continuing, she is my first wife, and you are the one I cherish. I have never wished for either of you to be hurt. These words, as an emperor, he had never intended to voice, yet if he remained silent, did this woman truly think so little of him? Cherish? Your Majesty does not truly care for me. Jingyao's voice suddenly trembled with unshed tears, conveying a profound sense of grievance. Jun Zechen experienced a whirlwind of emotions, feeling a myriad of heartaches that day. Upon entering Jiaochun Palace and witnessing her drink alone, listening to her silent accusations, he realized she had suffered sleepless nights because of him. His heart ached as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants, an unbearable sensation. When she treated him with indifference, he could only suppress his sorrow, patiently attempting to appease her. Yet now, her blatant denial of his affections pierced his heart, leaving him breathless with anguish. Have I not treated you well enough? After ascending the throne, I bestowed upon you the title of Shufei, placing you nearly on par with the Empress. The Jiaochun Palace was meticulously prepared at my behest, adorned with the finest silks, jewels, and treasures, everything I could think of for you. This woman had a greater impact on him than Ling Yue. He had devoted more thought to her than anyone else. She had been raised in luxury, accustomed to a refined lifestyle, and everything he presented her with was either a tribute or a precious gift from various provinces. Yet she dared to claim he did not care for her. On your birthday yesterday, I carefully selected a gift from the treasury, hoping it would please you. But I do not like it. The gifts you send are mere trifles to you, your majesty. You, like me, have grown accustomed to treasures since childhood. And no matter how exquisite or splendid your gifts may be, they bring me neither surprise nor joy. Jun Zechen's face tightened. It was the first time someone had so brazenly rejected his offerings. His deep-set eyes mirrored a cold, dark pool as they locked onto her. Su Jingyao, undeterred, met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Then she lowered her head, choosing not to continue the discussion about gifts, instead softly asking, "Do you know why I have been unable to sleep?" Jun Zechen pressed his lips together, remaining silent. "I have been waiting for your birthday wishes." At her words, Jun Zechen's pupils contracted in shock. In his fervent desire to comfort her, he had completely forgotten to wish her joy on her birthday. Tears glistened in Su Jingyao's eyes, falling like pearls onto the blanket below. Upon seeing her cry, his heart clenched painfully, and he hurriedly leaned down, his long fingers gently brushing away the tears that clung to her face like precious jewels. His eyes brimmed with tenderness as he softly murmured, "It is my fault. Yao Yao, tell me what you desire, and I shall fulfill it for you." Su Jingyao's long lashes, still adorned with tears, trembled slightly. Did she dare wish to become the empress? Yet, she would never voice such a desire. She wanted him to willingly offer it to her. Hesitating, she asked softly, "Anything?" Jun Zechen felt a weight lift from his heart at her words. As long as she wished for something, he would provide it. He simply wanted her to cease her sulking and be happy once more. He nodded. "Yes, whatever you desire, I shall grant it to you." Su Jingyao fixed her steadfast gaze upon him. "If you do not seek me out, you shall not be permitted to share the bed in Zhaochun Palace." Jun Zechen, though exasperated, found her gaze compelling. He could not refuse her request. Reluctantly, he agreed, "Very well." Su Jingyao took a moment to compose herself. "I wish for a butterfly koi. I have heard that this fish is entirely white, with fins that flutter gracefully like a butterfly in flight, adorned with shimmering scales that reflect a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. It is truly beautiful. I once saw a description of the butterfly koi in my father's study in the records of rare beasts and oddities, and I wish to raise one in the palace. Would your majesty be able to procure one for me?" When she first stumbled upon the description of the butterfly koi, her heart had been filled with curiosity. She had even spent considerable sums attempting to find one, yet to no avail. Her fascination lay in the fact that butterfly koi are artificially bred in modern times and do not exist in the wild. The exquisite butterfly koi is a stunning ornamental fish, and she genuinely adored it. Moreover, the butterfly koi has high ecological requirements, making it a challenge to not only locate one but also to transport it alive back to the capital. Given that Jun Zechen had left her disappointed on her birthday, she felt compelled to tease him a bit. Did he think a woman could be easily placated? Jun Zechen furrowed his brow slightly, for he had never heard of butterfly koi. However, that was of little concern. As long as it existed, he was confident he could find it. With determination in his eyes, he declared, "Very well, whatever Yao Yao desires, I shall present it to you." "In that case, your majesty, you may return to Qianqing Palace," Su Jingyao replied indifferently. With the butterfly koi still nowhere to be found, she had no intention of allowing him to share her bed. The art of seduction lay in the delicate dance of desire and distance, for that which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. Jun Zechen was momentarily taken aback. Had she truly moved past her anger? Chapter 53. The scapegoat. On the following day, Su Jingyao awoke languidly, her countenance radiating a refreshing vitality, and her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. How delightful! At least she had several days to herself, free from the obligation of attending to a man. However, last night, Jun Zechen had not departed from the Zhaochun Palace. Instead, he had retreated to the side hall. As the emperor, he was mindful that leaving the Zhaochun Palace in the dead of night would surely incite various speculations about her within the palace the following day. To avert such gossip, Jun Zechen chose to sleep in the side hall. Su Jingyao agreed, knowing that if he returned to the Qianqing Palace at such an hour, the rumors would inevitably revolve around her. Last night, while lying on the bed in the side hall, Jun Zechen stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling somewhat dazed. How had he ended up here? Why had he consented to sleep in the side hall? After all, he was the emperor. A wave of frustration washed over him. Nevertheless, considering how heartbroken she had been on her birthday, it was perhaps for the best to allow her some respite. As Su Jingyao recalled Jun Zechen's departure from her chamber the previous night, a smile crept upon her lips. From her probing, she had gleaned some understanding of Jun Zechen's feelings. At the very least, his attitude towards Ling Yue was developing as she had anticipated. Merely referring to Ling Yue as his first wife was sufficient to indicate her current standing in his heart. If Ling Yue were to relinquish her claim now, perhaps Jun Zechen's lingering guilt would ensure her a lifetime of honor and wealth. Yet, alas, human nature is often insatiable. At that moment, Miaoyan entered with a hint of concern etched on her face. "Your Highness," this morning when His Majesty left, his expression was so dark. "Is everything truly all right?" Su Jingyao raised an eyebrow slightly and responded with calm assurance, "There is nothing to worry about. I am well aware of the situation." Before long, Miao Xia hurried in, reporting, "Your Highness, Aunt Jinhua has arrived." Su Jingyao paused, her brow arching in surprise. Could there be any good tidings from the Empress Dowager? She then proceeded to the Grand Hall, where Aunt Jinhua was already respectfully awaiting her arrival. Aunt Jinhua bowed. "I pay my respects to the pure and virtuous consort." Su Jingyao gestured for her to rise. "Aunt Jinhua, what are the Empress Dowager's instructions?" Aunt Jinghao straightened up. Your Highness, regarding the poisoning incident of the imperial concubine yesterday, the Empress Dowager has commanded you to investigate this matter. Here is the evidence that His Majesty's envoy uncovered yesterday, you may examine it. With that, she presented the evidence to Su Jingyao. Su Jingyao extended her hand and slowly accepted the stack of papers from Aunt Jinghao. Her gaze fell upon the documents as she began to scrutinize them closely. As she read, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of perplexity in her eyes. It seems all this evidence points towards Jingyao. Indeed, Your Highness, Aunt Jinghao replied respectfully. These findings were uncovered by His Majesty yesterday. Initially, he intended to convict Jingyao outright, but the Empress Dowager felt that the current evidence was insufficient to condemn Jingyao, who was one of the 9 consorts. To proceed with such a hasty judgment would be overly rash. Thus, the Empress Dowager hopes that within 3 days, Your Highness can uncover the truth. Should it be proven that this matter does not involve Jingyao, His Majesty will, based on this evidence, proceed with a direct conviction. A faint smile graced Su Jingyao's lips, though it appeared somewhat forced. She looked at Aunt Jinghao and softly said, Aunt Jinghao, this case does not seem easy to resolve. Aunt Jinghao hastily responded, Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has always believed in your capabilities. Both His Majesty and the Empress Dowager hold your kindness and fairness in high regard. Given your amicable relations with both Jingyao and the imperial concubine, the Empress Dowager deems you the most suitable person to handle this case. Su Jingyao nodded slightly and replied, I am grateful for the Empress Dowager's trust and will do my utmost to identify the perpetrator behind the poisoning of the imperial concubine. Then I shall take my leave, Aunt Jinghao said, bowing before departing. Once Aunt Jinghao had exited, Su Jingyao held the stack of evidence, her footsteps gracefully gliding to the bedside where she seated herself. She placed the documents on the table, her gaze fixed upon them, lost in contemplation. What were the intentions of the Empress Dowager and Jun Zechen? Were they attempting to place her in the middle? Clearly, Jun Zechen had no desire to continue his investigation into Jingyao. As the emperor, he was too astute to be oblivious to the intricacies at play. Since he had signaled such intent, Su Jingyao could not help but speculate. Given Ling Yue's significance in his heart, this matter was critical for Jun Zechen, whether Ling Yue had orchestrated a scheme against Jingyao or the latter had indeed poisoned the former. Jun Zechen was determined to bring Jingyao to justice. The petty tricks employed by Jingyao had already incited his profound disdain, and even if Ling Yue retaliated and framed Jingyao, Jun Zechen would undoubtedly side with Ling Yue. Yet now, the Empress Dowager had entrusted this thorny issue to her, evidently wishing for her to clarify matters rather than allowing Jun Zechen to act on a whim. That man. While the Empress Dowager may test her, this man had consented to her involvement, so she would not hesitate to tarnish his perception of his first wife. Su Jingyao narrowed her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, a thoughtful glint flickering within. Her slender fingers gently twirled the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist. Her previous declaration of disinterest in the jewelry gifted by Jun Zechen had indeed been intentional. Such a stance was meant to showcase her integrity, impervious to material temptations. She wished to avoid the impression that Jun Zechen's gifts were precious solely because of their giver's status. However, the items he had sent were undoubtedly remarkable. The palace's jewelry was renowned for its exquisite opulence. Moreover, these tributes resembled modern-day limited editions, not only exceedingly valuable but also exceptionally rare. The bracelet on her wrist was a recent gift from Jun Zechen, who, admiring her delicate hands, had thought of a jade bracelet sent by a vassal state and had presented it to her. Regardless of the jade's quality, its color alone was exquisite, and the intricate craftsmanship of the embellishments was nothing short of extraordinary. It required meticulous selection of vibrant, supple feathers, which were then delicately set upon gold and silver, tightly encircling the bracelet. Now, as she wore it, it was a sight to behold, pleasing to the eye. What are your plans for investigating this case, Your Highness? If it turns out that the imperial concubine plotted against Jingyao, will you report it truthfully? Miao Yun inquired softly. Su Jingyao's expression remained composed. In the imperial harem, every step must be taken with utmost caution. The imperial concubine's outburst yesterday, combined with my own irritation over His Majesty's broken promise, makes it unwise to directly inform him that the imperial concubine meticulously orchestrated this scheme. Even if I present evidence before him, he may still harbor doubts, suspecting that I acted out of jealousy. But if it is indeed the imperial concubine's conspiracy, Your Highness is merely uncovering the truth. Miao Yun's face bore an expression of confusion. Ah, Miao Yun, we are all entangled in this web. Even His Majesty is a piece on this chessboard. Does the truth truly matter? Su Jingyao's lips curled slightly into a smile, though it held a hint of irony. What is paramount is how our emperor perceives this situation. It is his conviction of who the true culprit is that matters. The resolution of this case must satisfy both the Empress Dowager and His Majesty, for that is of utmost importance. Thus, regardless of whether the imperial concubine is the true villain, I shall not allow her to face overt punishment this time. Su Jingyao's immediate objective was not to ensure the imperial concubine's downfall, but rather to diminish Jun Zechen's regard for her, even to instill a sense of guilt. Were she to reveal to Jun Zechen and the Empress Dowager that the entire affair was a meticulously crafted scheme by the imperial concubine, the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly uphold justice and impose strict punishment upon her. However, should the imperial concubine be penalized, Jun Zechen would likely feel compassion. He might perceive her as isolated and victimized within the harem, conspired against and bullied by all. After all, men's thoughts can often be perplexing. Given that the imperial concubine had already taken action, her previously innocent and pure image had been irrevocably tarnished. Su Jingyao would only deepen Jun Zechen's disdain for the imperial concubine throughout this process, while striving to prevent him from feeling even a modicum of guilt or pity towards her. In her investigation of this case, whether the truth emerged was inconsequential. What mattered was ensuring that Jun Zechen was fully cognizant of the fact that the imperial concubine had orchestrated this scheme against others. Su Jingyao would firmly position herself alongside Jun Zechen, doing her utmost to preserve the imperial concubine's dignity. Your Highness, and Zhaorong is requesting an audience outside. Miao Xia entered gracefully, reporting with respect. Do not let her in. Send her back, Su Jingyao said with a slight frown, her gaze momentarily darkening, her tone tinged with indifference, having just accepted the heavy responsibility from the Empress Dowager and His Majesty, and Zhaorong's visit at this juncture could only be interpreted as a blatant attempt to bribe her. Foolishness. As Miao Xia turned to exit, Su Jingyao suddenly called out, Come back, inform Zhaorong that I shall handle this matter with impartiality. As she spoke, Su Jingyao deliberately emphasized the words impartiality. Miao Xia understood the underlying meaning of her words and nodded before quietly withdrawing. Su Jingyao had chosen to convey this message out of concern that Zhaorong might become impatient. After all, Jun Zechen indeed harbored intentions of using her as a scapegoat, and Zhaorong's urgency was, in a sense, understandable. By telling Miao Xia to assure Zhaorong of her impartial handling of the case, she hoped to provide the latter with some reassurance. Once again, Su Jingyao unconsciously rotated the bracelet on her wrist, her delicate brows knitting together as a contemplative expression graced her features. Yet, this matter required a scapegoat, and Zhaorong still held some utility, and she had no intention of allowing her to be disposed of so readily. But who, then, would assume the role of the scapegoat? Chapter 54. She did not believe in the Qianxing Palace last night. As Jun Zechen made his way to the Zhaochun Palace, the hushed whispers of the palace maids wafted into his ears. Upon hearing those rumors, his brows furrowed, and he coldly instructed Fuquan to report any discussions regarding the pure and virtuous consort immediately. As the blood-red sun slowly sank in the west, he estimated that the emperor's memorials had likely been nearly concluded by this time. Fuquan entered the imperial study with great care, his demeanor slightly apprehensive, and his steps almost inaudible, prepared to relay some recent information he had gathered. This servant greets your majesty. Fuquan bowed deeply, his voice barely above a whisper. Your majesty, there have been some rumors about the pure and virtuous consort lately. His tone was cautious, and he cautiously raised his eyes to gauge the emperor's expression, fearing that his words might provoke the wrath of the exalted sovereign. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's ink-black eyes flickered with a fleeting, inscrutable emotion. What rumors? His voice was calm, yet it carried an unspoken weight. Since the very first night of your majesty's ascension, there have been whispers in the palace claiming that your majesty favors the noble consort above all. It is said that for the sake of the noble consort, even when the pure and virtuous consort personally came to the Qianxing Palace to seek favor, your majesty still chose to abandon her and went to Ikuan Palace instead. As Fuquan spoke, his voice trembled slightly, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The audacity of the palace servants was astonishing. They dared to speak such words aloud, yet, the palace had always been rife with gossip, just as it had been under the previous emperor. Who was favored, who was not, who received rewards from the emperor, these were merely idle chatter among the maids. Typically, those in power did not concern themselves with such matters. The more one punished, the more insistent the gossip became. With so many people in the palace, it was impossible to punish every servant for their idle talk. After apprehending the gossiping maid today, a light reprimand would suffice to serve as a warning. However, upon hearing Fuquan's report, Jun Zechen's expression darkened, his countenance shrouded in an icy demeanor. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Fuquan, between the noble consort and the pure and virtuous consort, whom do you believe I favor more? His voice remained calm, yet it bore a depth that left Fuquan utterly perplexed as to the emperor's true thoughts. His heart raced. Was this not a question of life and death? What about Anquan, having served by the emperor's side for so many years? Was it not his duty to answer? Fuquan hastily wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously raised his gaze, his eyes filled with tentative apprehension. Replying to your majesty, it is the noble consort? Fuquan was, in truth, unaware of the entanglements between the noble consort and the pure and virtuous consort within the Eastern Palace. He could only observe that after the emperor's ascension, the noble consort had clashed with the late emperor and had been without children for 3 years, prompting ministers to recommend her removal. Yet the emperor still bestowed the title of noble consort upon her, allowing her to maintain her lofty position in the harem. Conversely, the pure and virtuous consort, of noble birth, had borne the first prince, and by rights, she was even deserving of the title of empress. However, after the emperor's ascension, he left the position of empress vacant, placing the pure and virtuous consort beneath the noble consort. Was this not an indication to the harem that the position of empress was reserved for the noble consort? Furthermore, on the very first night of his ascension, he had forsaken the pure and virtuous consort to visit Ikuan Palace. From this perspective, it seemed that the emperor indeed held the noble consort in higher regard. Jun Zechen's gaze turned as frigid as steel, piercing through Fuquan like a cold blade. Fuquan felt a chill surge from his feet, his body trembling violently, and he fell to his knees instantly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This servant was merely attempting to fathom your Majesty's intentions. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Jun Zechen pressed his lips tightly together, his thin line of a mouth resembling a sculpted figure, remaining silent and expressionless. The entire palace believed that he favored the noble consort, which explained why she had felt the same way last night, leading to her profound sorrow in those heart-wrenching words. Jun Zechen's long fingers drummed lightly on the table, producing a soft rhythm as his gaze drifted into deep contemplation. He had violated his promise to Ling Yue, and thus he harbored a lingering guilt towards her, always striving to make amends. Last night, he had realized that Ling Yue had intentionally kept him close. His choice to indulge her stemmed from his understanding of her predicament. He had once elevated her so high that she could not bear the fall from grace. Yet, his indulgence towards Ling Yue had left Jingyao deeply hurt. Jun Zechen had always navigated political affairs with ease, never once displaying such indecisiveness, yet faced with these two women, he found himself unwilling to harm either. As the emperor, he should not be entangled in such romantic predicaments. Granting favor to Yao and elevating Ling Yue's status should not be mutually exclusive. His profound gaze fell upon Fuchuan. Summon the pure and virtuous consort to accompany me. Yes, your majesty. Fuchuan promptly responded, bowing respectfully. He then turned to summon a young eunuch, instructing him to hasten to Jiachun Palace. When Su Jingyao arrived at the Qianqing Palace, Fuchuan's previously serious demeanor transformed into a radiant smile, guiding her into the warm chamber of the Qianqing Palace. At that moment, Jun Zechen reclined on the couch, one hand lazily propping up his head while the other was engrossed in the pages of an ancient, yellowed tome. This servant greets your majesty. Su Jingyao glided gracefully, bowing with a voice as melodious as a nightingale's song. Upon hearing her, Jun Zechen set down his book, extending an arm to pull Su Jingyao into his embrace. A fleeting look of resistance crossed her face. She had been diligently investigating a case in Jiachun Palace and felt that this summons to Qianqing Palace was a frivolous waste of her precious time. Moreover, her mood had yet to recover from her earlier displeasure. With her rosy lips pressed together, Su Jingyao reluctantly settled herself before Jun Zechen. Despite the man's firm grip around her waist, she stubbornly refused to recline into his embrace. To her, maintaining a certain distance was paramount at this moment. Jun Zechen propped himself up slightly, resting his chin on her shoulder as he gently inquired, "Are you still angry? Has your majesty done anything to soothe this servant's anger?" Su Jingyao replied, her exquisite face maintaining a stern expression, her tone icy. Jun Zechen had never encountered such a petulant side of her. Her cold demeanor was akin to a solitary plum blossom in winter, both proud and frosty. Yesterday, I failed to convey my birthday wishes to Yao, which was my fault. I have already dispatched someone to find the butterfly koi you adore, and in addition to that, I have another gift I wish to present to you. His magnetic voice flowed softly into her ears, deliberately lowered as if to entice her. Su Jingyao furrowed her delicate brows, her slender fingers gently pushing against him. Your majesty may send gifts, but there is no need to be this close to me. Hearing her words, Jun Zechen's lips curled into a smile, and he chose not to contest her. Suddenly, he playfully nibbled on her dainty earlobe, asserting, "You shall not push me away." Without allowing her a chance to protest, he enveloped her in his arms, his right hand steadily grasped a brush, and he began to write upon a small table beside the couch. As he wrote, his wrist flowed with grace, the strokes of his brush powerful and magnificent, yet, Su Jingyao stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to glance at his work. When Jun Zechen completed his writing, Su Jingyao still did not cast a single glance. Yao, do you truly not wish to see? There was a hint of helplessness and affection in his voice. He understood that she was being willful, so he reached around from behind, gently tilting her fair chin, applying just enough pressure to direct her gaze to the paper on the small table. May you, my dear, gather the blessings of the palace, displaying your graceful charm. May you, esteemed in the inner court, exhibit your alluring figure with wisdom in your heart. May your journey be free of turmoil, your beauty like a flower, and your life as splendid as brocade. May abundant fortune surround you, soaring like a phoenix, as if a celestial being graced the earth. Each time Jun Zechen recalled the birthday blessing she had written for him, waves of emotion surged within him, warm and profound. Thus, he meticulously endeavored to craft a similar blessing for her. He had expected her to beam with joy, but when he lowered his gaze to her, rather than the anticipated smile, he was met with the sight of her eyes gradually reddening, tears brimming in her gaze, slowly moistening her cheeks. Seeing this, Jun Zechen's heart clenched tightly, and he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Does Yao not like it? Is the blessing penned by your majesty meant for me? Su Jingyao's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, her tone so pitiful that it stirred deep sympathy. Is there anyone here besides you, Yao? Jun Zechen's tone was exceedingly gentle, his soft words almost dripping with tenderness. Then does your majesty understand the meaning behind dear? Su Jingyao's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, resembling two dust-covered gems, as she glared at him, her expression a mixture of grievance and reproach. To cherish you is to call you dear. If I do not call you dear, then who should? Jun Zechen leaned slightly forward, his voice low and earnest as he spoke. Su Jingyao, of course, understood the connotation of dear, and it was precisely this understanding that made her feel even more wronged. The emperor's love seemed too easily pledged, yet women always cherished such sweet nothings. When a ruler, elevated above all, sought to woo you, it was all too easy to become ensnared, unable to extricate oneself. When Jun Zechen spoke sweetly, there was likely no woman who could resist. To love you and cherish you is why I call you dear. If I do not call you dear, who else could? Upon hearing this, could it be that Su Jingyao would naively take it to heart like Ling Yue? A fleeting infatuation counted for not. Su Jingyao rose from the couch, gracefully performing a bow. This servant thanks your majesty for your kindness. Your majesty's blessing has deeply moved me. However, today the Empress Dowager specifically instructed me to investigate the noble consort's poisoning case, and I must return to Jiachun Palace to address this matter. If your majesty has no further commands, I shall take my leave. Her tone was calm and cool, and though she did not see Jun Zechen's expression, she knew it must not be favorable. She understood that she should not continue to provoke him today, she merely wished to test his limits. As Jingyao slightly bent her leg, maintaining her bowing posture, but Jun Zechen said nothing, leaving them in a stalemate. Gradually, her body began to tremble slightly, and she slowly raised her gaze to meet his. Jun Zechen's face was as still as water, his gaze icy and penetrating, fixed intently upon her. How long would she continue this charade? As Su Jingyao met his gaze, her heart sank. This was the emperor. The tenderness and affection he had shown the night before were merely the echoes of guilt and pity stirred within him by her heartfelt performance. Upon returning to the Qianqing palace, Jun Zechen remained the exalted emperor. Su Jingyao observed his tranquil demeanor, realizing she had no leverage to continue this confrontation. After all, her father, the Grand Minister of the state, was merely a servant to Jun Zechen. How could she expect to engage with him as an equal? All the women in the harem were like lambs, while he was the master who ruled over all. Of the nature of their relationship could never resemble that of ordinary men and women. Thus, she could not be blamed for calculating his affections. Jun Zechen spoke lightly. Will Yao Yao come closer, or return to Jiaochun Palace? He gestured for her to approach, patting the couch. Su Jingyao bit her lip, stepping closer to him. As she approached, Jun Zechen once again pulled her tightly into his embrace, whispering in her ear, Yao Yao may express any desires, and I shall fulfill them. Su Jingyao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, trembling gently. She did not believe him. Chapter 55 of Favoritism. Su Jingyao accompanied Jun Zechen for dinner, and afterward, they engaged in a game of chess. As the hour for retiring drew near, she gracefully rose, softly speaking, Your Majesty, it is already quite late. I must return to Jiaochun Palace, I bid you farewell. With that, Su Jingyao suddenly turned, feigning to leave. Jun Zechen immediately grasped her delicate hand and said gently, Will you stay in Qianqing Palace tonight? A flicker of confusion and grievance crossed Su Jingyao's eyes, her gaze shimmering like the surface of water. Your Majesty promised to find me the butterfly koi, yet it remains unfound. Her meaning was unmistakable. Without the butterfly koi, she had no intention of sharing his bed. Jun Zechen tightened his grip slightly, effortlessly drawing her closer to him, causing Su Jingyao to stumble and find herself nestled between his legs. Seated firmly, Jun Zechen tilted his head slightly upward, while Su Jingyao looked down at him from her elevated position. I promised you, Yao Yao, that I would not set foot in Jiaochun Palace's bed until the butterfly koi is found, but I did not promise that you could not share my bed in Qianqing Palace. A hint of mischief danced in Jun Zechen's gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. A look of astonishment washed over Su Jingyao's features, her pearly teeth biting her lip. Your Majesty, are you not being a tad too mischievous? You well know that is not what I meant. Jun Zechen disregarded her protests, rising and firmly holding her hand as he led her towards the sleeping quarters of Qianqing Palace. Su Jingyao struggled slightly, attempting to free her hand from his grasp, urgently calling out, Your Majesty. Yet, her feeble resistance was inconsequential to Jun Zechen. She glared at his towering figure in frustration. Indeed, a man capable of ruling as emperor could hardly be expected to indulge a woman for long. His gentleness was fleeting, his nature was one of autocracy and dominance. As Su Jingyao followed him into the sleeping chamber, it marked her first entrance into the inner sanctum of Qianqing Palace. The imperial dragon bed was particularly striking, astonishingly large, with a cover not of the usual bright yellow, but a mysterious black golden threads intricately embroidered vivid five-clawed dragons that shimmered softly in the candlelight. Come up, Jun Zechen said impassively, his tone flat. Su Jingyao found herself momentarily irked by his abrupt command. Unable to suppress her sarcasm, she retorted, I do not fancy sleeping in a bed previously occupied by another woman. Perhaps your Majesty should consider switching to another bed? Jun Zechen remained unfazed by her words. No woman has ever slept in my chamber. You are the first, and even if I summon concubines in the future, they shall only visit the side chambers. Su Jingyao raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident, yet reluctantly shuffled towards the bed. Once atop it, she curled up like a startled kitten, retreating to the furthest corner, her posture radiating defensiveness. Jun Zechen found her demeanor amusing. While other women in the harem yearned for his summons, this one seemed to be bracing herself against him. He removed his dragon robe, clad only in a fitted undergarment, and gently lifted the covers to lie down. Will you wear your gown to sleep, Yao Yao? Su Jingyao, of course, wished to remove her gown for comfort, but she feared the unpredictable nature of this man. Noticing her silence, Jun Zechen reached out, drawing her into his embrace, his hand beginning to untie her waist sash. I can manage myself. Su Jingyao exclaimed hastily. Observing her resistance, Jun Zechen said nothing more, reluctantly releasing her to undress at her own pace. Once her gown was shed, Su Jingyao was left in her undergarment, her beautiful face marred by wariness. Her lovely eyes remained fixed on him, her form huddled in one corner of the bed. Jun Zechen's dark gaze locked onto her, and he spoke slowly, If I desired it, do you think you could truly evade me? His tone softened, Come here, I only wish to hold you. Su Jingyao regarded him with suspicion. Could such words from a man be trusted? Doubt was etched across her features. Jun Zechen, noting her hesitation, was both amused and exasperated. In an instant, he rose and pinned her beneath him. His hands firmly placed on either side of her body, his deep eyes locked onto hers. Do you believe my temper has improved? He asked, a hint of irritation lacing his voice. Su Jingyao, hearing his words, lowered her lashes, their long fringes trembling gradually. She began to remove her undergarment. What are you doing? Jun Zechen quickly halted her movements, his brow furrowing. Are you not the one who desires this? Su Jingyao's voice bore a hint of defiance. Must you speak to me in such a manner? Jun Zechen's brow furrowed even deeper. If you claim to cherish me, what is it that you truly adore? Is it my kindness, my willingness to play the docile and charming maiden before you? Su Jingyao's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. I merely envy the favored consort. What do you envy about her? Jun Zechen's expression turned serious, his brows knitted tightly as he sought to understand her thoughts. I have seen the evidence you uncovered. While there is suspicion surrounding Zhaorong, it cannot conclusively prove her guilt. And Zhaorong had sought her out in the Eastern Palace, she was merely a pitiable soul yearning for the Emperor's affections. Perhaps at one time I felt jealousy towards the favored consort, but could she truly commit such a heinous act, one that implicates her entire family? Jun Zechen gently stroked her hair. Yao, you have not witnessed the intrigues of the inner court. In the Eastern Palace, it is only you and the favored consort, both of you possess pure hearts and thus remain oblivious to the darker machinations of the harem. He recalled the past intrigues of his father's harem with distaste, his expression darkening. And Zhaorong harbors ill intent. It would be wise for you to avoid her. Yes, I shall heed your advice, your majesty. However, the Empress Dowager trusts me, and I shall conduct this investigation thoroughly to uncover the perpetrator behind the harm done to the favored consort, Su Jingyao declared resolutely. There is no need for you to overexert yourself, Jun Zechen replied calmly. Su Jingyao frowned slightly at his words, his apparent indifference towards the favored consort's poisoning seemed out of character. Did he suspect her orchestrating her own plight, hence his reluctance to delve deeper? The longer the investigation dragged on, the more likely the true culprit would obliterate evidence or frame an innocent to take the blame. If Jun Zechen sensed something amiss, he might prefer to swiftly deal with Zhaorong, deeming the favored consort's suffering is not in vain. Su Jingyao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Although the favored consort's tactics were crude, they were nonetheless clever. Even if she employed self-harm as a strategy, would Jun Zechen's feelings be ones of disdain or guilt upon learning the truth? Based on her understanding of him, guilt would likely prevail. Then let it be that she tarnishes the favored consort's reputation. While the favored consort may not harm others, what if she ensnares innocents to bear the consequences of her actions? Chapter 56 Interrogating Qiner. Upon entering the Zhaochun Palace, Qiner lifted her gaze slightly as she crossed the threshold, her eyes meeting those of the esteemed Chen Shufei, seated in the foremost position. A flicker of apprehension crossed her features, prompting her to step forward and perform a respectful curtsy, her voice tinged with nervousness as she declared, "This servant, Qiner of Yikuan Palace, pays her respects to your highness, the Chen Shufei." Su Jingyao sat calmly in her chair, a gentle smile gracing her countenance. Beside her stood female officials from the Xinjiang and Gongjiang, their expressions solemn, armed with paper and ink, ready to meticulously document the outcomes of the interrogation. Qiner, you are likely aware that I have been entrusted by His Majesty and the Empress Dowager to investigate the matter of the Empress's poisoning. I have summoned you from Yikuan Palace to inquire about certain matters, Su Jingyao began, her smile unwavering. Qiner hastily responded with subservience, Your Highness, please ask, and I shall divulge all that I know without reservation. Su Jingyao tilted her head slightly, an inquisitive glint in her eyes. In a soft tone, she inquired, It has come to my attention that the meals served on the day of the Empress's poisoning were prepared by you? Indeed, Your Highness, Qiner replied promptly. Then, as if recalling something, she quickly added, however, the Empress's meal was tampered with by Guire. On that day, eunuch and Shan also inquired of me, and subsequently, he searched Guire's quarters, discovering items from Zhaorong's dowry therein. I have seen the records from Shun that corroborate your statements, Su Jingyao acknowledged. However, I have already questioned Zhaorong, who reported that her pearl earrings went missing during her time in the East Palace, and she duly reported the loss. At that time, Guire was still under the jurisdiction of the Naiwafu and had not yet been assigned to the Empress's palace, Su Jingyao continued, her gaze fixed steadily on Qiner. In order to ascertain the connection between Guire and Zhaorong, I reviewed the records of palace maids assigned after His Majesty's ascension, she elaborated. Guire was initially slated for assignment to Bai Jieyu, but it appears that due to your close relationship with Guire, the Naiwafu arranged for both of you to be placed in Yikuan Palace. Upon hearing this, Qiner's complexion paled, a wave of panic washing over her, causing her to tremble involuntarily. With a sudden thud, she knelt, her voice laced with fear and urgency. Your Highness, at that time, I was unaware that Guire was in league with Zhaorong. I regarded Guire as a dear sister, and considering the Empress's high status, I only wished for Guire to— Qiner's visage grew increasingly frantic, her lips quivering as she stammered, I know nothing, Guire. Terror and confusion clouded her eyes, rendering her speechless, her body shaking uncontrollably. A fleeting, imperceptible flicker of something unusual crossed Su Jingyao's gaze, which was quickly replaced by a gentle smile. Rise, there is no need to be anxious, I merely wish to clarify my thoughts today. Upon hearing these words, Qiner paused in surprise, then exhaled as if a great weight had been lifted from her chest, her body relaxing as she slowly stood up. Su Jingyao immediately followed up with another query, At the hour of Su yesterday, where were you? Qiner's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The hour of Su, she had arranged to meet Pinger at that time in the small grove outside Yikuan Palace in Zhaochun Palace to inquire about the progress of the investigation into the Empress's poisoning. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of anxiety. Su Jingyao, not permitting her much time to ponder, stated directly, Last night, one of my palace attendants witnessed you and Pinger together, and later, they unearthed powdered wood from beneath the roots of the tree where you met. Before summoning you today, I had already inquired of Pinger. She claimed that you buried it, that you approached her to bribe her for information regarding Zhaochun Palace and to cover your own tracks. Su Jingyao's voice intensified with the last phrase, her expression growing serious as her keen eyes bore into Qiner. Though Su Jingyao had questioned Pinger beforehand, Pinger had naturally refrained from mentioning the powdered wood. She had merely served as the Empress's informant regarding Zhao Chun Palace, with little direct connection to the poisoning incident. Yet, this did not hinder Su Jingyao from using Pinger to extract information from Qiner. At this, Qiner's heart raced, her forehead quickly beaded with sweat. She had indeed met with Pinger last night, but she had never buried powdered wood. She had disposed of it long ago. Her complexion turned ashen, her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell to the ground with a thud, her voice breaking into a wail. Your Highness, I am wronged. Pinger is one of your palace attendants, how can you trust her word alone? Oh, His Majesty and the Empress Dowager have entrusted this matter to me, indicating their faith in my integrity. Every inquiry I make is duly recorded by the female officials, and should you find any doubts in the testimonies of others, I shall certainly afford you the opportunity to defend yourself, Su Jingyao replied, her expression impassive, a hint of authority evident in her gaze. Qiner was utterly distraught at this moment, for neither she nor Pinger had buried the powdered wood. Was it that Chun Shufei had discovered Pinger's treachery, and in a bid for self-preservation, Pinger had framed her? Or was Pinger truly in league with Chun Shufei, conspiring against her? Yet, previous claims made by the Empress and certain elders from the East Palace had suggested that Chun Shufei was kind-hearted, never engaging in deceitful schemes. Thus, she had no need to conspire with Pinger against her, and now, with Pinger shifting all blame onto her, if this were substantiated, her fate would be sealed. Her lips trembled as she cried, Your Highness, Pinger must be deliberately framing me. She is the one who buried the powdered wood. Qiner, I grant you one more chance. Pinger is one of my attendants, and you were responsible for the Empress's meals. Even if Pinger possessed the powdered wood, she could not have poisoned the Empress with impunity. If you continue to speak nonsense without producing evidence to exonerate yourself, I shall have no choice but to declare your guilt, Su Jingyao asserted. In that moment, Qiner was thoroughly distraught, her mind clouded. Your Highness, I must see the Empress. She will surely believe in my innocence. I understand now that Pinger is from Zhao Chun Palace, and it was she who buried the powdered wood. Yet, Your Highness, in your pursuit to absolve Pinger and clear Zhao Chun Palace of suspicion, you are framing me. Qiner wailed, tears streaming down her face as she knelt, appearing utterly disheveled. Chun Shufei, everyone in the palace speaks of your kindness and fairness, yet little do they know that you are the very culprit behind the Empress's poisoning. In her desperate attempt to absolve herself, Qiner sought to intertwine Chun Shufei with Pinger. Although the Empress had originally intended to ensnare in Zhao Rong, given that Pinger from Chun Shufei's palace had acknowledged the powdered wood, it would be of little consequence to implicate Chun Shufei as well. His Majesty held the Empress in such high regard. Should he discover that Chun Shufei had maliciously poisoned the Empress, he would undoubtedly turn against her, leaving only the Empress favored in the palace. Perhaps she could even be promoted to a close attendant of the Empress. Having uttered these words, Qiner lowered her head, seeking comfort in her own thoughts. A fleeting glimmer of cunning crossed Su Jingyao's beautiful eyes, akin to the sly glint of a fox, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. She then parted her crimson lips, softly instructing, Yilan, ensure that every word spoken by Qiner today is meticulously recorded. I have always conducted investigations with transparency and integrity. I shall not indulge in favoritism. Take Qiner to the Xinxing Sea at once. No, I am a maid of the Empress, Your Highness, you cannot punish me so casually. Qiner protested, terror etched across her features, her eyes wide with disbelief. After all, who among those summoned to the Xinxing Sea returned unscathed? They either met with a tragic end or were left irreparably damaged. I preside over the Gongjiang Sea and possess the authority to enact punishment. Take her away at once, Su Jingyao stated, her expression devoid of emotion. Yes, I understand, Yilan replied respectfully, a female official of the Xinxing Sea, called to assist Chun Shufei in her investigation. Once Qiner was taken away, Su Jingyao maintained her placid demeanor as she addressed Chu Shi, send someone to search Qiner's quarters. Understood, Your Highness, Chu Shi acknowledged, a female official of the Gongjiang Sea tasked with recording the merits and faults of palace attendants. After everyone had exited, Su Jingyao gracefully stepped into the warm chamber and reclined on the beauty couch. The past few days had been mentally taxing due to the investigation. She gently closed her eyes to rest, and when she awoke again, Chu Shi was already waiting within the palace. Your Highness, I found in Zhao Rong's pearl earrings in Qiner's room. It seems that after Guire was taken to the Xinxing Sea, Qiner claimed Guire's belongings as her own, Chu Shi reported respectfully, inclining slightly as she spoke. In addition to the earrings, there were also various gold and silver ornaments gifted by the Empress. I retrieved the garments Qiner wore on the day of the Empress's poisoning and sent them to the Imperial Medical Department for examination. It turned out that some powdered wood was indeed found in her sleeve, Chu Shi continued, her expression grave and earnest. She did not wash the garments she wore that day? Su Jingyao inquired, frowning. Such blatant evidence had not been uncovered by Inshun on that day? The powdered wood in Qiner's sleeve likely went unnoticed. Each maid's clothing is washed collectively every day, so Qiner probably did not pay attention to it, Chu Shi explained. Have you checked Qiner's records and history with the Naiwafu? Su Jingyao raised an eyebrow, her tone calm. The records of palace maids were managed by the Naiwafu, but the Empress Dowager had granted her access to review them for the investigation. I have reviewed them. Both Qiner and Guire were originally second-class maids in Yikuan Palace. However, the Empress's close maid, Zhu Xiang, is from the same hometown as Qiner and recommended her to the Empress, leading to Qiner's promotion to first-class maid in Yikuan Palace in less than a month, Chu Shi elaborated. Does the Empress know that Qiner has been taken to the Xinxing Sea? She should be aware. Good, you have worked hard today. You may retire now. Su Jingyao gestured for Chu Shi to leave, a smile gracing her lips. Ling Yue, are you prepared to save Qiner or abandon her? Chapter 57 Ling Yue jumps into the pit. Miao Xia, come and apply a light makeup for me, Su Jingyao said softly, tilting her head slightly and blinking her eyes. She then added, also, please find the pale blue feathered gown with wide sleeves that His Majesty sent me previously. Upon hearing this, Miao Xia displayed a hint of surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. She couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, are you going to see His Majesty in the Qianqing Palace? Indeed. Su Jingyao replied with a gentle hum, soon furrowing her brows and adopting an expression of utmost grievance, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears, presenting an utterly pitiful demeanor. I have spent the entire day investigating a case, which has truly exhausted my mind and spirit. In the end, I find myself covered in dirt, and in such a miserable state, I naturally must seek comfort from His Majesty. Miao Xia observed her mistress's act and couldn't help but chuckle internally, well aware that her master was once again playing a role. Nevertheless, she cooperatively responded, Indeed, Your Highness, it is truly not easy for you. I feel so sorry for you. I shall ensure that you have a transparent, innocent makeup that evokes pity in those who behold it, especially the eyes. I will meticulously apply it as you previously instructed me, Miao Xia assured. A sly smile crept onto Su Jingyao's lips. Miao Xia was becoming increasingly adorable. Subsequently, she settled before the dressing table, extending her delicate hand to rest gently upon it while tilting her head slightly, signaling Miao Xia to begin her adornment. After a careful application, Su Jingyao sat gracefully in the palanquin, heading towards the Qianqing Palace. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, the eunuch's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing the pure and virtuous concubine, and he hurriedly approached, bowing deeply. Your servant pays his respects to the pure and virtuous concubine. His Majesty has instructed that if you arrive, you may enter directly. With a smile gracing her lips, Su Jingyao nodded slightly before lifting her gown and slowly stepping inside the hall. At that moment, Jun Zechen was seated at the desk, his expression focused and serious, his red brush occasionally annotating the memorials before him. Standing not far away, Su Jingyao took a deep breath, striving to cultivate tears within her eyes, and gradually withdrew her previous smile. A hint of sorrow that invoked pity began to emerge on her exquisite features. She glided forward, moving gently towards Jun Zechen, and upon reaching him, she slightly curtsied. Her voice was soft, as if it could disperse with the wind, imbued with a vague sense of grievance. This humble servant wishes to pay her respects to your Majesty. Your eyes. Why is it that you have taken the initiative to come to the Qianqing Palace today? Jun Zechen, unaware of the peculiarity in her tone, paused his brush and smiled faintly, teasingly inquiring. Su Jingyao lowered her head slightly, remaining silent, her demeanor exuding an exceptionally lovable charm. Only then did Jun Zechen notice that her emotion seemed somewhat off, prompting him to set aside the memorial and scrutinize her carefully. Today, she donned a water-blue gown that appeared ethereal and graceful, akin to a celestial maiden descended to earth. Her hair was simply half up, with the cascading strands bound with a matching ribbon, adding to her allure. Her lashes fluttered gently, as if she had suffered some grievance. Come here, what troubles you? Jun Zechen asked softly, his tone laced with concern. Su Jingyao slowly approached him, her lips pressed tightly together, seemingly suppressing tears she wished to keep from falling. Jun Zechen turned slightly to look at her, his brows knitting together, and then he extended his arms to embrace her waist, pulling her gently into his embrace. As Su Jingyao settled onto his lap, she rested her head against his neck, uttering not a word, simply holding onto him tightly as if he were her sole refuge. Since you have come to seek me, why not speak? Who in the harem could possibly make my Yao feel wronged? Jun Zechen held the delicate and soft woman in his arms, her helpless reliance stirring within him a surge of affection and protectiveness. I no longer wish to investigate the case. Su Jingyao's voice was barely audible, tinged with a clear sob, soft and tender, evoking a sense of heartache. Then do not investigate. I shall speak to mother about it. How could a case investigation lead to tears? Jun Zechen's hand gently caressed her waist, his voice soothing. Did you uncover anything today? Your Majesty, I cannot even manage the people in my own palace. It was my maid Pinger who caused the empress to be poisoned. It is my fault, and I am now a suspect myself, lacking the qualification to investigate. Su Jingyao's voice was laden with grievance and self-reproach, her slightly trembling tone eliciting profound sympathy. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed tightly. How could this possibly relate to Yao? And Shun, bring me today's records of the pure and virtuous concubine's investigation. I wish to see them. His gaze deepened, his expression turning particularly solemn as he turned to instruct and Shun beside him. But he then lowered his head slightly, his tone gentle. What is there to fear? Do you think I do not know you? The one who selflessly saved the empress while pregnant would not resort to poisoning her. As he spoke, his gaze was intensely focused on Su Jingyao, a hint of indulgence evident within. Moreover, the day the empress was poisoned was also Yao's birthday. I believe she would not do such a thing. The affection in Jun Zechen's eyes grew ever more apparent, as if Su Jingyao were a precious jewel cradled within his palm. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered across Su Jingyao's previously aggrieved countenance. Your Majesty's trust brings me great happiness. Yesterday, I carefully examined the timeline of the items lost from Zhaorong's dowry. And Zhaorong can now be completely exonerated. Furrowing her brow slightly, a hint of distress crossed her features as she continued. However, now that I am involved, I do not know how to proceed with the investigation. She bit her lower lip lightly. Even if I were to press on, I fear the empress may perceive my actions as lacking impartiality. Upon hearing that Zhaorong had been completely exonerated, Jun Zechen's brow instantly furrowed. He initially had no intention of suspecting Ling Yue, but if Ling Yue were to frame Zhaorong, he could turn a blind eye. But would she truly want to drag Yao down with her? With this thought, Jun Zechen's dark eyes deepened, resembling an unfathomable abyss, as he gazed straight ahead, leaving others unable to discern his current thoughts. Before long, and Shun returned with the records from the Palace Justice Department. Jun Zechen extended his hand to receive the documents, scrutinizing them closely. Qin Er was likely the maid who had served the empress's meal that day, having arranged to meet with Ping Er from Zhaochun Palace in the evening, and was found burying ebony powder. How could it be said that Yao Yao and Ping Er conspired to frame a maid? Jun Zechen's expression darkened in an instant, his face taking on a slightly sullen hue. Noticing that he was nearly done reading, Su Jingyao pursed her lips slightly and softly said, "Your Majesty, I have already detained both Ping Er and Qin Er for questioning in the Justice Department. My intervention at this moment may compromise fairness. It is best to let the female officials of the Justice Department conduct the examination." Upon speaking, a trace of worry and unease danced in her eyes. However, entering the Justice Department, these two maids may suffer some hardships. It matters not, these two maids harbor ill intentions, regardless of what they have done in secret, they must face strict punishment. Yao Yao has handled this admirably. Jun Zechen's tone was calm, yet his words conveyed affirmation of her handling of the situation. Just then, Fu Quan entered, with a respectful demeanor, he bowed and announced, "Your Majesty, the Empress seeks an audience." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao immediately said, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave for now." Having spoken, she rose from Jun Zechen's lap, feigning an intention to depart. "Where do you think you are going? Since you have come, you must stay in the Qianqing Palace tonight and preparing for me." Jun Zechen's tone brooked no dissent. Hearing this, Su Jingyao shot him a playful glare, her eyes filled with mock reproach. "Indeed, your Majesty knows how to command me." She walked to the side of the desk, extending her delicate hand to begin grinding the ink. Her lashes fluttered slightly, and a smile curved her lips. She surmised that Ling Yue would be anxious about Qin Er's detention in the Justice Department, yet she did not expect her to arrive at the Qianqing Palace so swiftly. However, it was understandable. After all, Ling Yue had administered the poison herself, and Qin Er was an accomplice. Naturally, she feared that Qin Er might divulge something during the interrogation. It seemed likely that Shun had refrained from investigating Qin Er that day, likely due to the Empress's interference. When the Empress entered, her gaze immediately fell upon Jun Zechen seated upon the dragon throne and Su Jingyao grinding ink beside him. The atmosphere between the two appeared to be one of mutual affection and tenderness. The Empress's hands, clasped in front of her, tightly pressed her palms, the veins on the back of her hands slightly prominent. A flicker of pain and unwillingness crossed her face. She could not accept that her husband had turned his affections towards another. "Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty," Ling Yue said, inclining her body in greeting. "Your servant pays her respects to the Empress." Su Jingyao also performed a graceful courtesy to Ling Yue, her movements elegant and poised. "Rise, what brings the Empress here today?" Jun Zechen's expression remained placid, his gaze calmly fixed on Ling Yue as he inquired coolly. "Your servant has come today to request that your Majesty release my maid Qin Er from the Justice Department." Ling Yue raised her head, locking eyes with Jun Zechen, her gaze filled with a hint of pleading, her eyes slightly reddened, as if she might weep at any moment. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's brow furrowed sharply, his peripheral vision sweeping over the silent figure beside him, her head bowed even lower, her long lashes fluttering like a small fan, trembling lightly as if forming a barrier that shielded all her emotions from view. However, just with that one glance, he discerned that Yao Yao was certainly feeling hurt. "Empress, it was I who ordered Qin Er to be detained in the Justice Department for questioning." Jun Zechen's face remained calm, his tone steady as he spoke. Ling Yue's expression shifted to one of shock, disbelief flooding her eyes as she looked at him. She then turned her gaze to Su Jingyao, who stood quietly by. Did he truly disregard everything to protect the pure and virtuous concubine? It was clear that the pure and virtuous concubine had acted out of self-interest, unjustly imprisoning her maid without cause. She was the one poisoned and the true victim. Why then was her maid confined? What reasoning was behind this? Even with her head bowed, Su Jingyao could feel Ling Yue's fury radiating from her. Since she aimed to provoke Ling Yue, she would not disclose the reason for Qin Er's detention, nor would she mention that Ping Er had also been imprisoned in the Justice Department. Ling Yue struggled to suppress the anger and uncontainable jealousy bubbling within her. With red-rimmed eyes, tears swirling in her gaze, she plaintively exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I was poisoned. I do not seek punishment for anyone, but why must you imprison my maid in the Justice Department? I suspect that this maid is indeed the true culprit behind your poisoning, which is why she was taken to the Justice Department for questioning. It is for your own good." Jun Zechen's calm gaze remained fixed upon her, and in that instant, a flicker of panic surged in Ling Yue's eyes, though it vanished as quickly as a shooting star. Jun Zechen continued, unhurriedly, "Perhaps this Qin Er is an informant placed in your palace by another. If she remains there, would you not be in constant danger?" Upon hearing that Jun Zechen did not suspect her, Ling Yue finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She then eagerly inquired, "Your Majesty, may I know what evidence you possess to confirm Qin Er's involvement in my poisoning?" Her gaze was filled with urgency, her eyes fixed intently on Jun Zechen. Chapter 58 Punishment. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow slightly, his expression grave as he explained, "Qin Er and the maid Ping Er from Chunchu Palace clandestinely arranged a meeting last night and engaged in some unspeakable acts. I have already confined both of them in the Department of Punishments, prepared for rigorous interrogation." Upon hearing this, Ling Yue was immediately engulfed by a wave of panic. Ping Er, the maid in Zhaochun Palace, was her informant, the one who conveyed the news that His Majesty intended to take Chunchu Fei out of the palace on her birthday. She had initially considered poisoning herself, believing that it would prevent Jun Zechen and Chunchu Fei from leaving the palace, causing Chunchu Fei to harbor resentment towards him for his absence, while simultaneously framing in Zhaorong. After all, and Zhaorong had harmed her multiple times, must she continue to endure in silence? She was merely retaliating, merely safeguarding herself. Yet, His Majesty had apprehended both Ping Er and Qin Er. If they revealed anything during the interrogation, then she absolutely could not allow that. Ling Yue forced a smile, though it was evidently strained. "Since Ping Er is a maid from Chunchu Palace and this matter of my poisoning is under investigation by Chunchu Fei, does this not seem rather unjust?" Jun Zechen was taken aback by Ling Yue's suspicion of Yao Yao. Had she forgotten that Yao Yao had once saved her? His gaze deepened, tinged with disappointment. Today, Chen Shufei has come to address this matter. Subsequently, I will instruct Shun to continue the investigation. There is no need for the imperial consort to worry. Yes, I understand. Ling Yue sighed in relief. Originally, His Majesty had taken it upon himself to investigate this case, and everyone in the palace was aware of his care and concern for her. He had intended to punish Xiaorong to vent his frustration on her behalf, yet the Empress Dowager insisted that Chen Shufei handle the investigation. Why should a mere consort's case be investigated by someone of lower rank? Moreover, Chen Shufei had spent 2 days helping to clear Xiaorong's suspicions, and now her people had been detained in the Department of Punishments. Ling Yue felt a sense of ease knowing that thereafter Shun would take over the case. She intended to withdraw, but her gaze caught Su Jingyao quietly remaining by His Majesty's side, and a surge of intense jealousy welled within her. Your Majesty, I see that dinner time is approaching, and the attendants from the Palace of Reverence will soon arrive. As I manage the Palace of Reverence, I have noticed that you have not summoned anyone recently? Ling Yue clenched her teeth, suppressing her displeasure, using her management of the Palace of Reverence as an excuse to prompt Jun Zechen to summon others, wishing for equality and favor. She did not want Jun Zechen to spend all his time with Chen Shufei. Ever since Jun Zechen ascended to the throne, she had known that his heart was filled with Chen Shufei, and Ling Yue could never view Chen Shufei with equanimity. She would rather Jun Zechen dote on those concubines he did not favor than to witness him with Chen Shufei. A flicker of complex emotion flashed in Jun Zechen's eyes. He was surprised that Ling Yue would even suggest summoning others. I shall rest in Xianqing Palace tonight. And Shun, inform the Palace of Reverence not to send anyone this evening. And Shun promptly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you are resting in Xianqing Palace due to the pressing state affairs, I presume? If that is the case, perhaps Chen Shufei could accompany me back to the palace. It would make for good company. Su Jingyao, upon hearing Ling Yue mention her name, was slightly taken aback, looking up at the imperial consort. She then turned to Jun Zechen, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Without waiting for Su Jingyao to speak, Jun Zechen frowned in response. Imperial consort, please return to the palace. I will keep Chen Shufei here to assist me with my ink. Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. Ling Yue concealed her jealousy behind her lashes. After performing her bow, she walked slowly toward the palace door with a heavy heart. Upon stepping outside, she glanced back reluctantly. That single glance caused her to freeze in her tracks. Jun Zechen was affectionately holding Su Jingyao in his embrace, both of them smiling and playfully teasing one another. The scene was one of sheer delight. Ling Yue bit her lip until it nearly bled, glaring fiercely at the two before quickly turning away, departing with stiff steps. Once again, Su Jingyao remained in Xianqing Palace for the night, and as expected, nothing substantial occurred, much like the previous night. Su Jingyao did not quite comprehend what love truly was. She had never loved a man, however, whether in modern times or ancient. Her capacity for learning had always been exceptional. She was not a mind reader capable of discerning the depths of Jun Zechen's feelings for her. Yet, during her time in the modern world, she had witnessed various descriptions of affection and love. Affection is a fleeting heartbeat, while love is a piercing heartache. Affection is unrestrained indulgence, while love is careful restraint. Affection can be easily relinquished, while love is bound by countless attachments. Affection is a match between equals, while love is submission. Affection appreciates strengths, while love embraces flaws. Though she did not understand love, she knew how to make Jun Zechen recognize her situation. At the very least, he had felt heartache for her, exercised restraint, and increasingly became reluctant to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. However, as the emperor, convincing him to submit was indeed a challenge, except in certain circumstances. It was even more difficult for him to tolerate her flaws. If he were to discover her malicious nature, her propensity for murder, he would be the one handing her the knife, a daunting task indeed. After all, Jun Zechen had always favored pure, innocent women. If she were to suddenly transform into a black-hearted lotus, could he withstand the shock? Would he not be driven to his demise by such anger? Today marked the third day of the investigation into the imperial consort's poisoning case, a deadline set by the Empress Dowager. Yet, Su Jingyao felt remarkably at ease. She had already achieved the purpose for which the Empress Dowager assigned her the task. She had cleared Xiaorong's name and curtailed Jun Zechen's reckless behavior. As for whether Jun Zechen was satisfied, it was ultimately his case to handle. Regardless of the outcome, he would bear the consequences. In Xianqing Palace, Shun stood respectfully in the center, his head slightly bowed, his demeanor serious and cautious as he began to report to Jun Zechen, who sat regally upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, I have ascertained that the poison was administered by Qiner, and Guer was falsely accused by her. Qiner's clothing bore traces of aconite powder, a fact confirmed by the imperial physician. The reason I did not investigate Qiner earlier was due to the imperial consort's interference. And Shun spoke with a steady tone, his eyes fixed ahead. However, Qiner has adamantly insisted that all of this was orchestrated by Pinger, claiming that Pinger buried the aconite powder at the base of a tree yesterday. Yet, after thorough investigation, I found no evidence of anyone burying aconite powder at the tree's roots last night. From this, I boldly speculate that Qiner is attempting to shift the blame for poisoning the imperial consort onto Chen Shufei. As Shun relayed this, he cautiously glanced upward, discreetly gauging His Majesty's reaction. Jun Zechen's ink-black eyes were fixed ahead, his expression inscrutable. One hand rested on the armrest, while the other subtly rotated the ring on his finger. He coolly uttered 2 words, continue. And Shun hastily proceeded. I then employed some special methods to interrogate Pinger, who claimed she merely relayed messages from Jiaochun Palace. She insisted she had never come into contact with aconite powder and was unaware of what it even was. And Shun paused momentarily, as if organizing his thoughts, before continuing. Pinger also mentioned that she had conveyed to Qina the news of your intention to take Chen Shufei out of the palace on her birthday. Your Majesty is aware of my methods of interrogation. Pinger spoke the truth. At this revelation, a piercing cold light suddenly shot from Jun Zechen's eyes, and a chilling aura enveloped the room. Smash! The sharp sound echoed through the hall as Jun Zechen forcefully swept a teacup from the table, sending shards scattering across the floor. And Shun's heart jolted, and he hurriedly knelt, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Qina belongs to the imperial consort? Jun Zechen's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt, deep and authoritative. Qina claims to be in service to Zhaorong, and Shun replied, his expression tinged with reluctance and uncertainty. After all, even he found it hard to believe that Qina was truly aligned with Zhaorong, as the information she had gathered from Zhaochun Palace was well known to the imperial consort, who had been actively concealing her actions. It was clear that the imperial consort not only had spies in Zhaochun Palace but also sought to achieve multiple objectives with this poisoning incident: to prevent His Majesty from taking Chen Shufei out of the palace, to frame Zhaorong and Chen Shufei, and to regain His Majesty's affection. Naturally, Jun Zechen did not believe that Qina was in Zhaorong's person. In fact, he had suspected from the beginning that this might have been a scheme orchestrated by Ling Yue herself. If her sole intention was to retaliate against Zhaorong, that would be one thing. Zhaorong had always been cunning, she had been restless since entering the Eastern Palace, and this opportunity to punish her was justifiable. However, he had not anticipated that Ling Yue would be so audacious. Had Yao Yao ever wronged her? From the onset, after Yao Yao entered the Eastern Palace, she had deliberately distanced herself from him for Ling Yue's sake, even going so far as to risk her life to save her. Was Ling Yue willing to resort to such underhanded tactics merely for the sake of favoritism, driven by an uncontrollable jealousy? Execute Qina and Pinger, both to be put to death, with the death penalty. The maid Zhu Xiang, serving the imperial consort, is to be punished with 30 slaps for recommending treacherous servants. Tomorrow, all executions will take place outside Ikuan Palace, for the imperial consort to witness the punishment. Jun Zechen's cold voice resonated slowly, devoid of any tremor, yet it sent waves of chill through the air. Yes, Your Majesty, and Shun quickly responded, though he was profoundly shocked by the decree. While Qina and Pinger deserved their fates, His Majesty's orders to execute them publicly outside Ikuan Palace would send a clear message to the harem that the imperial consort's poisoning was, in fact, a self-staged act. In doing so, what face would the imperial consort have left? Jun Zechen sighed internally, realizing that his repeated indulgence of Ling Yue, allowing her to act without consequence, even intervening when the Empress Dowager sought to punish her, had emboldened her current recklessness. Jun Zechen did not resent the idea of women in the harem possessing self-preservation skills, nor did he mind if they plotted against one another, for he held no regard for them. Yet, the innocence of Yao Yao and Ling Yue was invaluable, and he yearned to protect it. But now, Chapter 59 of The Search for Fish. Your Majesty, today the Empress, Ling Yue, fainted during the execution, but she has since awakened and sent someone to say she wishes to see you, reported in Shun with utmost respect. A fleeting, indescribable complexity flickered in Jun Zechen's eyes before he replied softly, let us go to Ikuan Palace. Some matters indeed require clarification. Upon arriving at Ikuan Palace, Jun Zechen noticed that the bloodstains from the punishment had yet to be cleared. He could not help but furrow his brow slightly, and then he stepped decisively into Ikuan Palace. In a deep voice, he inquired, where is your master? Reporting to Your Majesty, the master is unwell and resting in her chambers, a palace servant answered cautiously, head bowed. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Zechen made his way toward the sleeping quarters. Upon seeing him enter, the Empress hurriedly rose from the bed, her voice tinged with weakness as she said, this humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. Rise. You are unwell, sit down. Jun Zechen's voice remained indifferent. After performing her greeting, the Empress settled back onto the bed, while Jun Zechen took a seat on the chair across from her. Her complexion was exceedingly pale, she had never witnessed anyone die before her eyes, let alone such a brutal and bloody scene. Even now, the mere recollection of that moment churned her stomach, bringing waves of nausea. Your Majesty, do you know everything? The Empress asked anxiously, her pallor deepening. What does the Empress believe I know? Jun Zechen's tone remained flat. Must Your Majesty treat me with such coldness? Do you now harbor disdain for me? The Empress lowered her head, her voice laced with an endless sense of desolation and despair. I can accept your scheming against those who have wronged you, but why target Chenju? Jun Zechen's voice turned icy and detached. Is that so? Is Your Majesty truly angry because I schemed against Chenju? The Empress murmured. Jun Zechen furrowed his brow tightly, then pressed, do you harbor such hatred for Chenju, even after she once saved you, even after you shared such a close bond? When I was in the Eastern Palace, I asked you. Being my crown princess is no easy feat, yet you chose to remain, which means you should understand that I will have more women in the future. The Empress's emotions suddenly wavered, her eyes reddening. Her voice trembled as she replied, but the subsequent women are nothing like Chenju. Your Majesty, do you not realize how differently you treat her? It is she who has stolen you from my side. Jun Zechen's expression darkened instantly. He knew his heart had indeed begun to stray toward another, yet this was no justification for her to scheme against the innocent. My heart has changed, it is I whom the Empress should despise, not others. Take heed. With that, Jun Zechen rose, preparing to leave. The Empress's heart raced, she could not allow him to depart so easily. She hurriedly descended from the bed, trotting to his side and tightly embracing his waist. With a voice choked with tears, she pleaded, "Your Majesty, I was wronged. I shall never act thus again, nor will I harm Chunju. I will be magnanimous. Please do not leave. Grant me another chance, will you?" Jun Zechen closed his eyes momentarily and then opened them again, his gaze still cold. Yet, he could not bring himself to be harsh with her. His tone softened slightly. "Return to rest. I have matters to attend to and shall visit you again this evening." With that, he gently extricated her arms from around his waist, his gaze fixed straight ahead as he walked out of Ikuan Palace without a trace of longing. In Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager, when devoid of other affairs, immersed herself in tending to the flowers and plants. She had procured numerous books on flower arrangement, meticulously perusing them. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was focused on arranging the newly delivered flowers, carefully selecting and pairing them into harmonious bouquets before placing them into exquisite blue-on-white porcelain vases. The finished arrangements were genuinely pleasing to the eye. Gugong Jinghua stood quietly beside the Empress Dowager, softly reporting the recent details regarding the poisoning of the Empress. "Your Majesty, the maidens Qiner and Pinger who poisoned the Empress have been executed by the Emperor, punished with the staff in Ikuan Palace." The Empress Dowager chuckled lightly upon hearing this, and then spoke in a measured tone. "Jinghua, what do you think of Chunju? Is she not quite clever? When I first laid eyes upon her, I thought her weak and timid, yet now it seems her softness is directed towards the Emperor, while her timidity is reserved for her enemies." When the Empress conspired against her, Chunju voluntarily proposed to cease the investigation in the interest of fairness. This indeed sets a precedent for the entire harem. Her intentions are transparent, clever yet uncalculating. Having served the Empress Dowager for decades, Jinghua possessed her own criteria for assessing individuals. Indeed, the women in the harem wear masks merely to survive better. As long as they do not obstruct the royal interests or harm the Emperor, I am indifferent to their scheming. The Empress Dowager had only come to understand in the past decade that in the harem, the true scheming should be directed at the Emperor's heart, not at the other concubines. She was uncertain whether Chunju was genuinely pure or feigned simplicity, but she recognized that Chunju was an astute individual, and all her actions were taken after the Emperor's heart had already begun to lean toward her. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager seemed to recall something and inquired, "Did the Emperor punish anyone in front of the Empress? Did she not make a scene?" Jinghua furrowed her brow slightly, replying slowly, "I have heard that the Empress could not withstand such a shock and fainted, prompting someone to summon the Emperor to Ikuan Palace. The Emperor has already gone to visit the Empress," the Empress Dowager mused, her expression darkening. The Empress's tactics were still too shallow. This was part of the reason the Empress Dowager harbored her disfavor toward her. The upbringing and cunning of noble daughters from prominent families were not lessons that could be learned overnight. Should the Empress ever ascend to the position of Empress, disregarding whether her methods could govern the harem, her jealousy would certainly preclude her from being a qualified Empress. Upon returning to Qianqing Palace, Jun Zechen sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixed with intensity upon Ling Yue, the leader of his shadow guards, his eyes flickering with rage. "Is it truly so difficult to find a fish?" Jun Zechen's shadow guards comprised both his personal guards and those inherited by the royal lineage. The personal guards were trained by him during his time as crown prince, while the royal shadow guards were passed down through generations. This time, he had dispatched his personal guards to search. In Jun country, he had already established numerous enterprises across various cities, each equipped with corresponding shadow guards. 4 days had passed since Yaoyao's birthday, yet there was still not a whisper of news. Ling Yue stood silently, his icy mask obscuring his expression entirely, but his voice was notably stern. "Your Majesty, I have instructed the shadow guards in each city to search diligently. Jun country boasts a thriving fishery across many cities, but with only a vague description of the butterfly carp, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It is indeed fraught with difficulties. Yet I wonder, what specific environmental requirements does the butterfly carp have?" Jun Zechen mused for a moment. How could such a rare fish exist? Typically, the shadow guards would seek out the areas with the most diverse fish species. If they could not find it there, the vastness of the world would present them with countless places to explore. After contemplating for a while, Jun Zechen recalled that Yaoyao had mentioned reading a certain book. He then turned slightly to Shun and instructed, "Shun, send someone to summon Minister Su. I am quite curious about his collection, records of strange beasts and oddities. Have him bring the book." "Yes, Your Majesty," Shun responded respectfully before departing to send for Minister Su. Minister Su, who was in his residence attending to state affairs with several officials, felt a wave of confusion wash over him upon hearing the Emperor's request. What was this records of strange beasts and oddities? He had no recollection of it. Could it have been mentioned by Yaoyao to the Emperor? Despite his many questions, Minister Su instructed his colleagues to return home first, then hurried to his study to locate the book the Emperor desired. His study contained thousands of volumes, all neatly arranged on the shelves. Minister Su typically read books related to politics, history, and strategy. A book like Records of Strange Beasts and Oddities would only pique the interest of his daughter, who read everything. After much effort, he finally found the book, drenched in sweat. While the young eunuch waiting outside appeared somewhat anxious, he then hurried toward the palace. This was his first visit to Qianqing Palace for reasons other than state affairs. Upon entering, he saw the Emperor sitting upright on the imposing dragon throne, calmly processing memorials. "This humble minister pays his respects to Your Majesty." Minister Su stepped into the hall, bowing respectfully. "Minister Su, please rise." Jun Zechen's voice was calm and steady. When Jun Zechen first ascended to the position of crown prince, he had sparred with Minister Su in court. However, differing political opinions were a common occurrence. Minister Su's capability in handling state affairs was well recognized. He was a cunning old fox, deeply strategic, yet, due to his connection to Jingyao, Jun Zechen found him more agreeable. Minister Su presented the book, and Shun stepped forward to respectfully receive it, presenting it before Jun Zechen. As Jun Zechen casually flipped through the pages, he asked, "Minister Su, are you familiar with the butterfly carp?" Minister Su furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed. A smirk crept onto his lips, tinged with a hint of teasing. It seems Minister Su is not well acquainted with the books in his own study. He continued, "The butterfly carp described in this book is remarkably beautiful, thriving in warm waters with a preference for pure and fresh water. Based on this description, it is likely to be found in Yulong City." A thoughtful glimmer appeared in Jun Zechen's eyes as he slightly furrowed his brow. The butterfly carp's high environmental requirements would make it challenging to transport to the capital. Minister Su remained perplexed about the emperor's true intentions for summoning him. Despite his confusion, he promptly responded, "If your majesty desires the butterfly carp, I shall inform the lord of Yulong City to search the various lakes and procure one for you." "Yes, I trust Minister Su. Please issue orders for the cities where the butterfly carp may thrive according to the book's descriptions. I wish to acquire this butterfly carp, and I shall bestow generous rewards." A faint air of authority graced regarding the emperor's request. He had no additional thoughts or feelings of extravagance despite the effort it entailed. After all, each year, various cities fretted over what to present to the emperor. Since this year the emperor expressed a desire for something specific, he would simply instruct the cities to procure it. If Minister Su were to discover that the emperor summoned him to the palace to seek the butterfly carp solely to please his daughter, he would undoubtedly be left in a state of contemplation. Chapter 60. No more endurance. In recent days, Jun Zechen found himself increasingly irritable while residing in the Qianqing palace. Surely, Su Jingyao was doing this on purpose. After he had instructed Minister Su to search every city that might harbor the butterfly koi, it took 5 long days before traces of the fish were finally discovered in Yulong City. Subsequently, during the transportation of the koi, numerous complications arose. Initially, 5 were to be presented, yet 3 perished en route due to the stringent environmental conditions required for their survival. The transporters, upon witnessing such losses, frantically sought out water sources akin to that of Yulong City, employing every means possible to preserve the remaining 2.4 days. He refrained from summoning her to the Qianqing palace, watching helplessly as his desire grew unbearable. Throughout his time in the imperial study, attending to state affairs, a cloud of melancholy lingered over him. At that moment, and Shun rushed in, his face alight with excitement. "Your Majesty, the butterfly koi is on its way to the imperial city." And Shun had discerned that the pure and virtuous consort was currently the apple of the emperor's eye, well aware of the lengths the emperor had gone to procure the koi for her. Having spent several days transporting the koi from Yulong, the emperor's growing agitation had made the palace attendants increasingly cautious. Now that the koi was finally arriving, surely the emperor's mood would improve. Upon hearing the news, Jun Zechen lifted his head, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed, Your Majesty, the butterfly koi should arrive in about an hour," and Shun replied, his face beaming with joy. Jun Zechen tempered his smile. Today, he was determined to properly punish the audacious consort who dared to ensnare him. Had it not been for the gentleman's agreement he had made with her, he would not have endured such hardship for nearly half a month. As the hour trickled by, Jun Zechen found himself utterly disinterested in reviewing memorials. When the koi was finally delivered, he strode toward the palace entrance, where attendants surrounded a massive water tank containing the butterfly koi. It was no wonder she was fond of them. These koi were indeed exquisite. "Why use such an enormous tank?" he inquired, noticing that only 2 fish occupied a vessel that required nearly a dozen people to encircle. "Your Majesty, if the butterfly koi are housed in a space that is too confined, they are likely to perish," came the response. Jun Zechen nodded slightly in agreement. He then made his way towards Jiaochun Palace, with Shun instructing the attendants to carefully transport the koi, following closely behind the emperor. Upon entering Jiaochun Palace, Jun Zechen's gaze immediately fell upon Su Jingyao, who reclined languidly upon a couch, cradling a child in her arms while leafing through a book. The little one, Xingxing, gazed intently at the pages with wide, sparkling eyes, exuding an adorable charm. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. How could a mere 3-month-old child possibly exhibit interest in books? Yet, Xingxing remained quiet and focused, seemingly captivated by the illustrations. Su Jingyao, sensing a sudden dimming of light, raised her head, blinking in bewilderment. Why had he appeared so abruptly? Had he found the butterfly koi? "Your Majesty, I pay my respects," she began, intending to rise and bow, but Jun Zechen gently stopped her with a gesture. "What are you reading?" he asked, settling beside the mother and child, instinctively wrapping an arm around her waist. "Would you like to see, Your Majesty?" Su Jingyao smiled softly, presenting the book to him. It was an illustrated volume she had created for Xingxing, filled with vibrant, high-contrast images. Though the child could not yet comprehend the content, she was thoroughly absorbed in the colorful pictures, her large eyes reflecting pure concentration. Jun Zechen cast a hasty glance at the book, then inquired softly, "Did you draw these, Yao Yao?" With a playful pout, Su Jingyao retorted, "I did not, nor would it be Your Majesty who drew them, would it?" "I was merely asking out of curiosity," he replied casually, before carefully lifting Xingxing from her arms. Gently cradling the child, Jun Zechen leaned in closer to meet Xingxing's bright, glimmering eyes, remarking, "Xingxing's eyes shine as brilliantly as yours, Yao Yao. Of course my son resembles me, but what brings you here today, Your Majesty?" Su Jingyao asked, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. She was well aware of Jun Zechen's recent discontent, stemming from their previous agreement. After all, he had arrogantly believed that the fish was merely a trivial matter, something he could easily acquire. Yet, after such an extended search, it was only natural for him to feel a tinge of frustration. However, witnessing him humbled was a rare delight, and she suppressed a smile, masking her amusement. Jun Zechen, catching the undertone in her words, furrowed his brow slightly and asked gravely, "If I had never found the butterfly koi, would you have ignored me, Yao Yao?" Su Jingyao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned into him, resting her head gently on his broad shoulder. "Of course not, Your Majesty. I missed you as well," she whispered sweetly. Since he had come to Jiachun Palace, it was likely he had succeeded in his quest. He had always appreciated flattery, so it was best to avoid provoking him today. Jun Zechen's lips curved into a satisfied smile. It seemed she had a good heart after all. "Miaoyun, take the crown prince away," he commanded. Miaoyun received the child from the emperor, while Jun Zechen took Su Jingyao's hand, leading her outside. "Where are you taking me, Your Majesty?" Su Jingyao asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Simply out with me," he replied, pulling her along. As they stepped outside, Su Jingyao's curiosity was piqued when she noticed a group of attendants gathered around a large water tank. Her eyes lit up with surprise. Standing on a slight elevation, she could clearly see the butterfly koi swimming within. "Indeed, it is the butterfly koi," she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement and joy. "I have only seen them in books before. I never imagined they would be even more beautiful in reality." As she spoke, she gazed intently at the koi, the sunlight glistening upon the water's surface, illuminating their long, flowing fins as they swam gracefully, creating a mesmerizing and ethereal sight. Observing her delight, Jun Zechen felt that all the time and effort spent searching for the koi had been worthwhile. He then spoke softly, "However, the butterfly koi have specific environmental needs. These were found in a lake nestled deep within the mountains of Yulong City. I have arranged for someone from Yulong to care for them specifically for you." "Thank you, Your Majesty. You are truly kind," Su Jingyao replied, her starry eyes gazing affectionately at Jun Zechen, filled with adoration. Her fervent gaze seemed capable of melting hearts. Emotional value must be reciprocated, otherwise, how could he be persuaded to continue bestowing gifts upon her? Jun Zechen returned her gaze, his eyes deep and intense, feeling as though her fiery look could sear his very soul. No matter how beautiful the koi might be, they paled in comparison to her present beauty. As Su Jingyao turned her attention back to the tank, she inquired, "Where will the koi be kept, Your Majesty?" "They will initially reside in a pond, but the water must be changed regularly. The water quality suitable for the koi is similar to that of Wangyue Lake in the capital. Eventually, I will have the water from Wangyue Lake transported to the pond in Jiachun Palace for their accommodation," Jun Zechen replied thoughtfully. "However, the fish currently in your pond will need to be relocated. I will order a new pond to be constructed for you. Fortunately, Jiachun Palace is spacious enough," he continued. "Yes, Your Majesty, your meticulous planning moves me greatly," Su Jingyao responded, touched. After observing the koi, Jun Zechen narrowed his eyes slightly, a deep meaning flickering within. What he sought was not mere gratitude. With a wave of his hand, he instructed for the koi to be taken away. He then grasped Su Jingyao's delicately soft hand, leading her into the inner chamber. Once inside the quarters, the attendants, possessing keen insight, tactfully refrained from following them. Jun Zechen swiftly lifted Su Jingyao into his arms, a palpable fire of desire igniting in his gaze, akin to a blazing flame. "Do you know how difficult it has been for me to endure, Yao Yao?" he murmured, his voice lowered and laden with temptation. Startled by his sudden embrace, Su Jingyao's eyes widened in surprise. To prevent herself from falling, she instinctively wrapped her legs around his slender waist while her arms encircled his neck. His words, laden with implication, brought a flush of shyness to her cheeks, akin to the enchanting glow of twilight. I did not know," she stammered softly. Jun Zechen carried her step by step to the bedside, where she knelt upon the bed, her legs bent gracefully. With their faces nearly touching, he beheld her rosy cheeks, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, and the subtle tremor of her curled lashes, rendering her both alluring and innocent. His previously dark and profound gaze deepened, as if it could absorb all light. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Jun Zechen reached out, gripping her head firmly, and eagerly pressed his lips against hers. With his other hand, he deftly untied the ribbon binding her flowing hair, allowing it to cascade like a waterfall. Such a scene was undeniably beautiful. Chapter 61 of the Selection of the Talented Maidens. The responsibility of organizing the selection of talented maidens lies with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Although the Empress Dowager has entrusted both the pure and virtuous consort and the noble consort to jointly oversee this matter, in truth, she has set them against each other to prevent any undue influence over the maidens. After all, the concubines in the imperial harem are apprehensive about the possibility of exceptional maidens capturing the emperor's favor. The selection process in the Kingdom of Jun is divided into preliminary rounds, secondary rounds, and the final palace selection. This time, all eligible young women from various cities within the kingdom are permitted to participate, and with Jun Zechen's youth, the number of aspiring maidens is indeed substantial. During the preliminary selection, a total of 15,000 suitable young women from across the nation participated. However, the preliminary round will filter the candidates based on their appearance, figure, and demeanor, while also requiring the maidens to showcase their talents and assess their character. Ultimately, only 500 maidens will be admitted to the palace. Once inside, they will partake in the secondary selection, facing even more stringent evaluations, including further assessments of their talents and adaptability. Today, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has finalized the list of maidens eligible for tomorrow's palace selection, totaling 150 maidens, from which only 35 will remain after the selection. In the Shushou Palace, the maidservant Jingxian was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling with pride as she spoke cheerfully. "Miss, you are certain to be selected in tomorrow's competition. During your time in the palace for the secondary selection, I have carefully observed all the maidens, and truly, none can compare to your beauty. Jingyao had grown up alongside her mistress and had attended numerous banquets among noble families, never encountering a woman more captivating than her mistress. Even among the finest young women from various cities in the kingdom of Jun, none could rival her lady's allure. Jun Zechen's face bore an air of haughtiness, with the corners of her eyes slightly lifted as if they were hooked. Her alluring crimson lips and radiant features combined to create an enchanting visage that was utterly captivating. I initially thought that participating in the selection might lead me to encounter someone who could rival my beauty, but alas, it seems I am surrounded by mere commonplace women. Jun Zechen elegantly seated herself before the vanity, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. She was determined to succeed in tomorrow's palace examination. Indeed, my lady's beauty is truly unparalleled. His Majesty is equally handsome and in the prime of his youth. Once you enter the palace, you are bound to gain his favor, Jingyao chimed in supportively. If her mistress were to be favored, she, as her personal maidservant, would naturally rise in status as well. Should the time come for her to leave the palace, she could escape her servitude and seek a worthy husband. A smile graced Jun Zechen's lips, as if she were envisioning the glorious future that awaited her in the palace. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and her smile faded. I have heard that the most favored in the harem at present are the noble consort and the pure and virtuous consort. I have heard whispers of the pure and virtuous consort even during my time in the boudoir. It is said that her talent and beauty are the epitome of the women in the capital. The mere thought of the pure and virtuous consort darkened Jun Zechen's countenance, for her father was considered to be of lower rank than the pure and virtuous consort. However, if she could outshine the pure and virtuous consort in the palace, it would not be impossible for her father to replace Minister Su. My lady, the pure and virtuous consort was exceptionally low-key during her time in the boudoir and did not participate in the gatherings of noble young ladies. Her reputation for talent and beauty is merely the result of public gossip, Jingyao reassured her. Moreover, the pure and virtuous consort has already borne the crown prince. Surely, even if she was once beautiful, after childbirth, her figure and appearance must have changed significantly, and she cannot possibly compare to your radiant beauty. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's mood improved considerably, her brows arching slightly. Indeed, how could a woman who was born a child ever compare to me? My lady, the weather today is delightful, and the flowers in the small garden of the Shusho Palace are blooming splendidly. Would you care to take a stroll? Jingyao suggested, noticing her mistress's uplifted spirits. Jun Zechen gracefully rose to her feet, lightly flicking her sleeves. Let us go for a walk. The small garden of the Shusho Palace was bustling with activity, vibrant with life. As maidens, they were not permitted to leave the Shusho Palace unaccompanied. However, the palace itself was vast and spacious. Groups of maidens gathered in threes and fives, standing or strolling, admiring the flowers while engaging in soft conversation. Yi Yakin, esteemed as the most privileged maiden among the selection, was naturally surrounded by admirers. Her family hailed from a lineage of military generals, having produced many illustrious commanders. In her generation, her father had risen to the rank of the foremost general, becoming the Grand Commander. In the kingdom of Jun, there was no pronounced bias favoring civil officials over military ones, yet civil servants typically held a slightly higher status. The Yi family was keen to ensure that their daughter did not bear any stigma associated with being descended from military lineage, thus they dedicated themselves to cultivating Yi Yakin's poise and elegance. Her temperament was as gentle as a babbling brook. Sister Yi, tomorrow marks the palace selection, and I must admit I am quite anxious, said Yan Xiaofei, her father serving as a high-ranking official. However, Yan Xiaofei was a concubine's daughter, and had it not been for the fact that the legitimate daughter was only 13 and not of age for selection, she would not have been allowed to participate. Among this year's maidens, most were legitimate daughters. Even the daughters of minor officials were of legitimate birth. Often, when faced with maidens of lesser backgrounds, Yan Xiaofei could not help but exhibit a sense of superiority. Yet, when standing before true noble women such as Yi Yakin, a deep sense of inferiority would wash over her. Yi Yakin slightly turned her head, her gaze soft as she admired the blooming begonia flowers, her face adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. Miss Yan, you jest. The outcome lies in His Majesty's hands. How could I possibly predict tomorrow's results? At that moment, Jun Zechen sauntered into the small garden, her haughty gaze sweeping past the other maidens without a glance. With a single look, she accurately spotted Yi Yakin, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Among the maidens this year, only Yi Yakin posed a slight threat to her. Yet, she found Yi Yakin's pretentious demeanor utterly intolerable. However, she recognized the reality that one often associates with those of similar status among this group of maidens. If she were to choose someone to befriend, Jun Zechen would never lower herself to associate with those beneath her. Thus, she confidently strode toward Yi Yakin's gathering, yet, she was oblivious to the fact that she would inadvertently collide with someone. The sudden impact caused Jun Zechen to stagger backward a few steps, her brows instantly knitting together in anger. Standing tall and slender, she snapped, "Have you no eyes? How dare you bump into me?" The girl who had been struck was momentarily taken aback. She had been solely focused on finding her close friends across the way and had not noticed anyone approaching from the side. "I apologize, Miss Chu." "I did not see you," Ling Yue replied, her voice filled with remorse as her brows slightly furrowed, genuinely not intending to cause offense. Jun Zechen looked down, casting a sideways glance at her. The girl was indeed quite striking. Then, Jun Zechen lifted Ling Yue's chin with her hand. "Which family do you hail from, and have I wronged you in any way? Why the pitiful demeanor?" "I am the daughter of the governor of Jingyao. My name is Ling Yue. I hope Miss Chu can find it in her heart to forgive me," Lin Yue said, her eyes misting with unshed tears at the insult-laden tone of Jun Zechen. Although Jun Zechen was rather ostentatious in her demeanor, her brashness was not without intelligence. Jingyao, that was one of the wealthiest cities in the kingdom of Jun, so Lin Miaoyin would certainly not lack for riches upon entering the palace. It could be advantageous to befriend her. However, Ling Yue was not particularly fond of Lin Miaoyin's appearance, which struck her as overly demure and lacking in sophistication. Today, it seems we have made each other's acquaintance by chance. I do not mind your clumsiness, Miss Lin. Thank you, elder sister, Lin Miaoyin said gratefully. Having been raised in a nurturing environment, she was accustomed to treating others with kindness and had never harbored any ill will toward anyone. If she were to be selected for the harem, her only wish was to live peacefully within its confines, avoiding any troubles for her family and ensuring her own safety. With a gentle smile, Ling Yue took Lin Miaoyin's hand affectionately and led her to stand beside Yi Yakin. Sister Yi, the small garden today is truly lively. I merely bumped into this exquisite young beauty. Ling Yue had intentionally brought Lin Miaoyin before Yi Yakin, solely to provoke her. After all, Lin Miaoyin bore a striking resemblance to Yi Yakin, yet, Yi Yakin's demeanor exuded a more dignified elegance, while Lin Miaoyin appeared more delicate and charming. Ling Yue had previously encountered Yi Yakin at various gatherings, and their family backgrounds were indeed comparable. Their interactions had been frequent enough for her to understand what mattered most to Yi Yaqin. It was none other than beauty. While Yi Yakin was indeed lovely, amidst the throngs of stunning maidens, it was her unique grace that allowed her to stand out. Upon hearing Ling Yue refer to her as Little Beauty, Lin Miaoyin's cheeks flushed crimson. Miss Chu's words were rather bold. She then shyly introduced herself. Greetings, Sister Yi. I am Lin Miaoyin, the daughter of the governor of Jingyao. Yi Yakin carefully appraised Lin Miaoyin from head to toe, her eyes briefly flickering with intrigue. Then, she smiled warmly and replied, You are indeed a charming beauty, Miss Lin. Lin Miaoyin's appearance was indeed remarkable. Among the numerous maidens, she and Ling Yue represented two distinctly different types of beauty, each captivating in their own right. Although Yi Yakin was also concerned about her appearance, she understood that the primary objective of entering the palace was to vie for a position that could stand shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty. If not for that ambition, why would she seek to enter the palace? Currently, His Majesty had yet to crown an empress, and as they were among the first group of maidens selected since His Majesty's ascension, she was determined to contend for that esteemed position. Ling Yue, with her extraordinary beauty and somewhat brash personality, was undoubtedly not a suitable candidate for empress. Yi Yakin had never regarded her with any genuine concern. No, she had not truly considered any of the maidens this year. Her real adversaries were the noble consort and the pure and virtuous consort. Beside them, Yan Xiaofei's gaze fell upon Lin Miaoyin, her eyes widening in surprise. With so many candidates for the secondary selection, the maidens had been divided into several groups, each overseen by different matrons for evaluation and guidance. Consequently, not everyone had met each other, and seeing Lin Miaoyin today stirred a pang of envy within her. Lin Miaoyin's appearance was certainly the kind that would evoke a protective instinct in any man who laid eyes upon her. Suppressing her jealousy, Yan Xiaofei smiled and remarked, I must say, I still prefer Miss Chu's beauty. It is radiant and vibrant, like the dazzling sun in the sky. Upon receiving such praise, Ling Yue felt a surge of delight. Although Yan Xiaofei was merely a concubine's daughter, she found the status beneath her to be somewhat beneath notice. Miss Yan, your flattery is truly sweet, but do you not fear that Sister Yi might feel displeased by your words? With that, Ling Yue deliberately glanced at Yi Yakin. However, Yi Yakin did not react significantly. Boredom enveloped her. Ling Yue had never intended to foster any camaraderie with Yi Yakin. In her view, her greatest rival was indeed Yi Yakin. Any opportunity to vex her rival was one Ling Yue would seize. Yan Xiaofei was taken aback by Ling Yue's audacity in openly sowing discord between her and Yi Yakin, causing her smile to stiffen. Sister Chu, Sister Yi is as gentle as water, elegant like a fairy. Both of you are exceedingly beautiful. Ling Yue shot her a disdainful glance before leading Lin Miaoyin away toward the area where Lin Miaoyin had intended to find her close friends. Since they would inevitably cross paths with Yi Yakin after entering the palace, it was prudent to solidify her alliances during the selection. Chapter 62, devoted to Ling Yue's interests. Su Jingyao languidly reclined on the couch, one hand gently propping her head while the other casually held the list of talented maidens. With a soft sigh, she mused how fortunate it was to be an emperor. While beauty may eventually wither, the emperor's women remain forever radiant. Miaoyin stood obediently beside her. My lady, I have heard that among this year's maidens, there are several exceptional ones. Su Jingyao's gaze slowly descended upon the roster in her hand. There was no shortage of outstanding women, yet the true challenge lay in managing the men. However, these women were her rivals for the title of empress. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in 100 battles. Yi Yakin, the daughter of the Grand Commander, holds the highest status among this selection. How does she appear, and what is her temperament? Su Jingyao inquired, her finger pointing to Yi Yakin's name. The Grand Commander in Jun Kingdom was akin to the highest military general, wielding significant power. After all, lineage was crucial in the harem. Those of lower birth could only ascend through the emperor's favor or by bearing a prince, while those of noble lineage were typically elevated during festivals or grand ceremonies due to their status. Upon hearing her mistress's question, Miaoyin contemplated for a moment. Among this year's maidens, there are indeed a few with flamboyant personalities. However, although Miss Yi is the daughter of the Grand Commander and of noble birth, she is quite gentle and composed. Her performance in this selection has also been commendable, as she excels in the guqin. As for her appearance, I have not seen her in person, but it is said that she ranks among the best. The most beautiful among this year's maidens is rumored to be Ling Yue, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, who is 17 and exceedingly striking and tall, with a vibrant personality. Miaoyin continued. Su Jingyao nodded slightly, lost in thought. The Minister of Personnel is indeed my father's subordinate. Should Ling Yue enter the palace, I shall have to send a letter home to inquire about the relationship between the minister and my father. As she spoke, her fingers lightly tapped the edge of the couch, her eyes revealing a hint of caution. The name Yi Yakin seemed somewhat familiar. Could she be the supporting character from the original text? Jingyao struggled to recall, and never mind, she would not be intimidated by the newcomers. Tomorrow would be the palace selection, and Jun Zechen, the empress dowager, the noble consort, and she herself would all be present. However, she and the noble consort would merely observe, as the true power of choice lay with Jun Zechen and the empress dowager. Reflecting on this, Jingyao's eyes narrowed slightly. After the selection, the number of women in the harem would increase, inadvertently enhancing her own chances of becoming empress. After all, when the number of women swells without an empress to manage them, chaos and mistakes are likely to ensue. The empress dowager would certainly not allow Jun Zechen's position to remain vacant for long. To ascend as empress, the empress dowager's support was paramount, yet, a suitable opportunity was essential. At this moment, birthing a child seemed implausible, and setting aside the fact that the maidens had just entered the palace, she could not naively believe that Jun Zechen would remain entirely unperturbed by the influx of beauty. Furthermore, for both the empress dowager and Jun Zechen, anyone could bear a child, but the position of empress could not simply be secured through childbirth alone. Otherwise, Jun Zechen would not have contemplated having Ling Yue adopt a child. The empress dowager valued the capabilities necessary to become the empress. After the palace selection concludes, the maidens would return home 4 or 5 days before re-entering the palace. Subsequently, in half a month's time, the empress dowager's birthday banquet would arrive. The court banquets were managed by the Bureau of Ceremonies, which was overseen by the noble consort. As such, she would not allow the empress dowager's birthday to pass without incident. Based on her calculations, Jun Zechen's position would remain vacant for at most a year, or perhaps even less, before the empress dowager and the ministers began urging him to establish an empress. During this interval, she must ensure that the noble consort makes enough errors to completely lose her authority over the 6 palaces, thereby rendering her unfit for the empress position. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Jingyao's eyes. These sisters soon to enter the palace must not behave too obediently. It would be best if they created a ruckus. As Jun Zechen stepped into Jiachun Palace, he immediately noticed her sitting there in a daze. Even as he approached her, she showed little reaction. Jun Zechen's lips curled into a slight smile as he reached out to gently pinch her delicate face, teasingly asking, "What are you thinking about?" Jingyao frowned slightly, a hint of reproach in her expression. "Your Majesty, please do not pinch my face." After speaking, she did not forget the proper etiquette, rising gracefully from the couch to bow and greet him. "This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty." After Jun Zechen helped her up with a smile, he casually reclined on the couch, and Jingyao prepared to sit beside him. Jun Zechen glanced at her and said, "Step aside. Today, Yao seems somewhat different. I must take a good look." Jingyao appeared surprised, raising an eyebrow slightly before obediently stepping back a few paces to allow Jun Zechen a clearer view. She was astonished that this straightforward man could discern any changes in her. Then, she deliberately turned around and playfully asked, "Your Majesty, what is different about me today? This dress is quite unique, and your hairstyle today is lovely." The gown Jingyao wore was specially crafted by the Bureau of Attire at her request. Today, she wore it to subtly remind Jun Zechen of certain matters. The neckline of her palace attire was embroidered with exquisite ruby cloud patterns, adorned with lustrous pearls. The sleeves were wide and flowing, with intricate embroidery at the cuffs and embellished with long golden tassels that swayed gracefully with her movements. The skirt cascaded in layers, with delicate silver threads outlining its edges. A golden belt inlaid with gem tassels accentuated her slender waist and graceful figure. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled high, adorned with a dazzling hollow-carved golden hairpin, with a few delicate pearl flowers accentuating the side of her bun, adding an air of femininity. A tassel crown graced her head, with beautiful tassels at her forehead enhancing her allure. Today, she had also meticulously applied her makeup, particularly her eyes, which Jun Zechen gazed at intently for a considerable time. "Come here," Jun Zechen said softly. Jingyao obediently approached him, leaning in closer, playfully winking at him. To compliment her dress, she had accentuated her eyes with makeup, enveloping them in eyeliner, with the outer corners delicately extended, giving her an exceptionally distinctive appearance. When she smiled, there was a captivating charm. When she did not, she exuded an air of cold elegance. "Why are you dressed like this today?" Jun Zechen inquired curiously. "Your Majesty, with the palace selection tomorrow and so many sisters to meet, should I not dress up nicely? Today was merely a trial. Do I look good?" Jingyao pouted slightly, playfully chiding him. "Which woman in the world can compare to Yao?" Jun Zechen smiled, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, and with a slight exertion, pulled her into his embrace. "Your Majesty only knows how to say sweet words to flatter me." After teasing him, Jingyao continued, "The palace attire I am wearing is something I specially commissioned from the Bureau of Attire. They have done an excellent job under the noble consort's management, and I quite like it. Soon, with the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet approaching, I will need to have the Bureau create another gown for me." Jingyao nestled against him, her small hand leisurely playing with the jade pendant at his waist. Hearing her mention the Bureau of Attire, Jun Zechen's thoughts seemed to be stirred. In 20 days, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday. The palace attire for that day will also be made by the Bureau of Attire. The noble consort should start selecting styles and preparing in advance. Jun Zechen frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of worry. Ling Yue had never handled such matters before, and he feared mistakes might occur. Although the female officials of the Bureau of Attire would arrange everything meticulously, they operated according to palace regulations and ancestral precedents. If Ling Yue did not consult the Empress Dowager in advance and allowed the officials to proceed according to the rules, Jun Zechen was genuinely concerned that the Empress Dowager would be dissatisfied. Reflecting on this, Jun Zechen sighed inwardly. He would need to send someone to inform the noble consort. Upon hearing Jun Zechen mention the Empress Dowager's birthday attire, a glimmer of intention flashed in Su Jingyao's eyes. Your Majesty, both the Bureau of Attire and the Bureau of Ceremonies are managed by my sister. The Bureau of Ceremonies is responsible for planning and organizing court banquets. If my sister can not only present a gown that pleases the Empress Dowager but also successfully manage the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, it would surely win her favor and alter her view of my sister. Jun Zechen held her, his large hand caressing her waist. Listening to her devoted thoughts for Ling Yue, a sense of unreality welled up within him. On the day of Yao Yao's last birthday, did I not fail to accompany you due to the noble consort? Are you not upset with her? Su Jingyao leaned against him, unable to see his expression, but Jun Zechen's voice was calm, laced with a hint of probing. Su Jingyao lowered her eyelashes, a flicker of coldness passing through her. She then playfully raised her small hand to gently tap Jun Zechen's chest. Why would I be upset with the noble consort? If I'm to be angry, it would be directed at you, Your Majesty. As she spoke, she slightly twisted her body. Your Majesty, it was just that one day you broke your promise. I was heartbroken, therefore, I also feel for my sister. I selfishly want to take the love that belongs to my sister from you, so I wish to compensate her in other ways. Though I may not be very clever, I am aware that the Empress Dowager harbors discontent towards my sister. If she performs exceptionally at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the Empress Dowager will surely change her opinion. Jun Zechen's gaze deepened, harboring. He did not disclose to Yao Yao that Pinger was a spy placed by the noble consort in her palace, nor did he reveal that the noble consort had intentionally poisoned him to prevent him from accompanying her outside the palace. If she were to learn of these matters, would she still wholeheartedly consider Ling Yue's interests? He wished to protect her innocent heart from the fickleness and ugliness of human nature. Yao Yao, do you know that if the Empress Dowager alters her view of the noble consort, she may well be conferred the title of Empress? Jun Zechen's expression remained impassive, his tone neutral. I understand, Your Majesty. Have you not always reserved the Empress position for my sister? You once told me that my sister is your first wife, so the title of Empress naturally belongs to her. Su Jingyao turned to him, her expression filled with confusion. Due to her makeup, her dark and bright eyes appeared particularly striking, resembling a clear spring, transparent and profound. Jun Zechen maintained a composed facade, yet uncertainty stirred within him. Indeed, when he ascended the throne, he had always intended to reserve the Empress position for Ling Yue. Yet now, he no longer felt so certain. As Jun Zechen's gaze met hers, he even considered asking her if she did not wish to be his Empress. Noticing his silence, Su Jingyao continued, therefore, I earnestly request Your Majesty to appoint someone experienced to assist the noble consort. Her expression conveyed her concern. After the palace selection tomorrow, in 5 days, the maidens will enter the palace. With more people in the palace, incidents are more likely to occur. Moreover, the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet will be the first grand event held in the palace since Your Majesty's ascension. It must be executed flawlessly. My sister lacks experience. If mistakes occur, what shall we do? Jun Zechen observed her earnest concern for Ling Yue, his thoughts becoming intricate. Should he reveal to her that the noble consort she had always regarded as an elder sister had changed? Very well, I shall send someone to assist the noble consort. Upon receiving a satisfactory answer, Su Jingyao leaned against him once more. In a place where Jun Zechen could not see, a smile slowly crept onto her lips. She would ensure that the person sent by Jun Zechen witnessed Ling Yue's incompetence firsthand. Chapter 63. The newcomers enter the palace. Qianqing Palace. Anquan stood respectfully beside Jun Zechen, holding a booklet with both hands. Your Majesty, the imperial concubine has already assigned the palaces and ranks for the ladies. Would you like to review them? Jun Zechen, engrossed in handling memorials, paused at Anquan's words, impatiently waving his hand. It suffices that the imperial concubine has made the decision. There is no need for me to review it. He found little interest in these women. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's insistence, he would not have attended the selection at all. Moreover, the selection of women was largely at his mother's discretion, primarily valuing their family backgrounds and appearances. For Jun Zechen, a woman's lineage held little significance. He could elevate whomever he wished with a mere word. As for beauty, while he did not deny his appreciation for attractive women, he placed greater importance on their character and the feelings they evoked in him. On the day of selection, none of the women left a lasting impression on him. Upon hearing that His Majesty did not wish to see the roster, Anquan's face immediately displayed a look of conflict, his lips moving hesitantly as he spoke. Your Majesty, Jun Zechen, noticing his faltering, turned to him with a hint of impatience in his gaze. Is there something else? Anquan lowered his head, speaking in a hushed tone. Your Majesty, the imperial concubine has sent 2 talented individuals to Jiaochun Palace. After speaking, he lowered his head further, feeling somewhat anxious. Based on his recent observations of the Emperor's sentiments, it seemed that His Majesty had taken a particular interest in the Chunchu concubine. If he failed to report this matter, once the new masters entered the palace and newcomers resided in Jiaochun Palace, he genuinely feared for his own skin. Thus, Anquan mustered the courage to report it. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen's expression instantly hardened, his tone turning somber. Show it to me. Anquan hurriedly presented the booklet, and Jun Zechen took it, scrutinizing it intently. The imperial concubine had indeed assigned 2 talented individuals to Jiachun Palace, and this group of ladies held relatively low ranks overall. Jun Zechen frowned, his countenance darkening as he pondered for a moment. The Chunchu concubine must look after the first prince. In the future, when the first prince grows older, Jiachun Palace may not even suffice. Inform the imperial concubine not to arrange for other concubines to enter Jiachun Palace, she may arrange everything else as she pleases. Jun Zechen found himself perplexed by the imperial concubine's actions. He and the Empress Dowager had bestowed her with authority, hoping she would consider matters comprehensively and thoughtfully. They wanted her to uphold the responsibilities that came with her esteemed position as the imperial concubine overseeing the 6 palaces. However, after briefly scanning the ranks in the booklet, it was clear that the Empress Dowager would likely not be pleased with the imperial concubine's arrangements. After all, the connections between the previous dynasty and the imperial harem were intricate. Daughters of second-rank ministers were merely conferred the title of beauty, which would likely lead to increasing dissatisfaction among the court officials regarding the imperial concubine. Jun Zechen shook his head helplessly. He was uncertain whether Ling Yue was acting thoughtlessly due to her lower status or out of jealousy towards other women, resulting in such low ranks. Nonetheless, he was evidently dissatisfied with these titles, a flicker of disappointment stirring within him. Could the imperial concubine truly bear the weight of becoming his empress? Ling Yue awaited Anshuan's report in Ikuan Palace. Upon hearing his account, her expression darkened instantly, an overwhelming surge of anger swelling within her, her eyes ablaze with fury. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Why is it once again the Chunchu concubine?" She abruptly turned to Mei Xiang beside her, her emotions slightly heightened. "Mei Xiang, why is it the Chunchu concubine again? I merely placed 2 individuals in Jiachun Palace. Moreover, I have not only sent people to Jiachun Palace. I have even placed individuals in Ikuan Palace. Is His Majesty so unwilling to let the Chunchu concubine suffer even a little?" Her tone brimmed with resentment and dissatisfaction, her chest heaving violently. Jiachun Palace was already the largest palace in the harem apart from Cunning Palace. Even though the number of servants had increased by a dozen due to the birth of the first prince, Jiachun Palace still had ample space for additional chambers. Why could they not accommodate newcomers? Mei Xiang hurriedly offered gentle reassurances. "My lady, did not His Majesty say that the Chunchu concubine has the first prince? In the future, as the first prince grows, he will occupy even more space. It is only natural for His Majesty to consider this." She understood that her mistress, due to their past bond, always felt it was only natural for His Majesty to treat her well. However, as an observer, Mei Xiang saw more clearly than the imperial concubine, realizing that the emperor's affections were no longer solely hers. Then, Mei Xiang cautiously continued, "My lady, the last time the appointed officials wished for you to elevate the ranks of the What is wrong with that?" She saw no fault in her actions, believing she was not the first to do so. During the previous emperor's reign, had not the Empress Dowager assigned ranks in a similar manner? However, my lady, that was during the 4th selection of the previous emperor. It is normal for the ranks to be lower. Now, during His Majesty's first selection, such low ranks may lead to dissatisfaction. Mei Xiang's tone carried a hint of concern. Ling Yue scoffed lightly. His Majesty merely instructed Anshuan to convey that no one was to enter Jiachun Palace. Do you believe His Majesty cares about the ranks of other newcomers? The reason she sought to assign newcomers lower ranks was chiefly because there were several women of noble status among the selected ladies. If those with high ranks were admitted, would it not threaten her future position as empress? With only the Chunchu concubine as her competitor, she was already wary. Nonetheless, she understood the Chunchu concubine was not one to be easily contested. Although Jun Zechen did not favor the Chunchu concubine, she had indeed saved her on several occasions, aiding her significantly. If the other newcomers held lower ranks, even if His Majesty wished to promote them, it would be a gradual process, thus reducing the threat to her position. Mei Xiang frowned, her face clouded with worry. She felt that such low ranks were inappropriate but struggled to articulate a specific rationale. Nevertheless, she believed her mistress still held a youthful bond with His Majesty, and thus, there should not be significant issues. Time passed swiftly, and soon, the day for the newcomers to enter the palace arrived at Jiachun Palace. "My lady, today 35 new concubines have entered the palace," Mianyan said softly. Subsequently, she added, "Among them are 5 beauties, 10 talented individuals, 10 Bolin, and 10 palace maidens." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao's exquisitely arched eyebrows furrowed slightly. Were not these newcomers' ranks too low? Yi Yakin and Xu Yingxue are both beauties? Su Jingyao inquired, turning her head slightly to look at Mianyan. After all, these two held high statuses, undoubtedly among the highest-ranking newcomers. "Indeed, my lady. Beauty Yi has been assigned to Zhongsui Palace, sharing a palace within Zhaorong, while Beauty Chu resides in Yanhui Palace alongside Bai Jieyu," Mianyan replied with a calm demeanor. "What about Lin Miaoyin?" Su Jingyao asked about Lin Miaoyin, having formed a slight impression of her during the selection. At the very least, upon first seeing her, she felt Lin Miaoyin bore a resemblance to Tang Ronghua, possessing a delicate and gentle appearance. However, coming from a respectable family, Lin Miaoyin did not exhibit the same inferiority as Tang Ronghua. Overall, despite her gentle demeanor, one could sense her confidence. Beauty Lin has been assigned to Liushuang Pavilion, which is conveniently located near the Imperial Garden. It is indeed a fine place. Moreover, there is no need for her to share a palace with other concubines. As there is currently no empress, Beauty Lin need not pay daily respects to the main consort as the lower-ranked ladies in other palaces do, Miaoyun elaborated. Su Jingyao fell into contemplation, her hand unconsciously caressing her hair, her slender fingers gliding through the strands. This time, in both the promotions and palace assignments, the Empress Dowager had entrusted matters to the imperial concubine. Su Jingyao did not perceive this as a sign of the Empress Dowager's trust in the imperial concubine. Rather, she viewed it as a test. The Empress Dowager was indeed the reigning champion of palace intrigue. In front of Jun Zechen, she showcased her regard for the imperial concubine by entrusting her with various responsibilities. Should the imperial concubine perform well, she would gain favor in the eyes of both the emperor and the Empress Dowager. However, Su Jingyao felt that the title assignments were amiss. The imperial concubine was so petty, lacking any grace, she was unsure of Jun Zechen's stance, as he seemed disinterested in the newcomers during the selection. Yet, the Empress Dowager would likely grow increasingly disappointed in the imperial concubine. Has His Majesty's token been flipped tonight? Su Jingyao suddenly asked, curiosity flickering in her expression as she returned from her thoughts. Yes, it has. The imperial concubine personally commanded the head eunuch of the Jing Shifeng to go to Qianqing Palace, where His Majesty flipped the token for beauty. Lin Yue replied. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao's brows furrowed once more, revealing a hint of confusion. Did the imperial concubine no longer mind Jun Zechen favoring other concubines? As night fell, Lin Yue, attended with utmost care and respect by the maidservants, donned the delicate, diaphanous garments reserved for the evening service. Lin Yue had not anticipated being the first to serve. Could it be that Jun Zechen had indeed taken notice of her during the selection? Heart pounding with trepidation, she ascended the ornate Fingluan Chun'an carriage, making her way to Qianqing Palace. Upon arriving at Qianqing Palace, she seated herself in the west side chamber of the main palace, her delicate form trembling involuntarily. The chamber felt particularly spacious, and at this moment, His Majesty was still in the study attending to state affairs. Draped in her gossamer garments, she sat quietly upon the dragon bed. Though she had seen His Majesty from a distance on the day of selection, it was ultimately a vague impression. She could only sense a formidable aura of majesty emanating from him. Thus, Lin Yue was consumed with a blend of nervousness and fear, yet more so, a sense of anticipation. When Jun Zechen entered the chamber, his gaze immediately fell upon the lady whose hands were nervously intertwined in her lap, tugging at each other as if to crush the delicate fingers. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Yue quickly raised her head and was met with the sight of His Majesty, hastily rising to pay her respects. This humble concubine pays her respects to your Majesty. Jun Zechen's expression remained composed, and he merely said, "Rise." He then stood upright beside her, extending his arms. Lin Yue, having undergone rigorous training from the attending maidservants, knew precisely that at this moment, she was to assist His Majesty in changing attire. Consequently, she carefully approached His Majesty from behind, delicately unfastening the buttons of his dragon robe. Each movement was executed with utmost gentleness, fearful of disturbing the esteemed emperor before her. Following this, Jun Zechen lazily reclined upon the bed, slightly lifting his head to observe the bashful woman who kept her gaze lowered. Had it not been for the imperial concubine sending someone to prompt him to flip the token tonight, he would genuinely have preferred not to summon newcomers. He simply did not wish to repeatedly deny the imperial concubine's wishes. As Lin Yue sensed His Majesty's gaze upon her, she inched closer to the bed, her shy eyes glancing up at Jun Zechen. Your Majesty. Jun Zechen's deep, profound eyes cast a fleeting glance at her, causing Lin Yue's heart to race like a startled deer, pounding fiercely. His Majesty was indeed handsome and possessed an extraordinary presence. Jun Zechen maintained his indifferent tone. Make arrangements. Lin Yue felt increasingly bashful, her cheeks flushed crimson as she knelt on the bed, trembling hands slowly shedding her garments. In a swift motion, Jun Zechen turned and pressed her beneath him. Half an hour later, he rose, donned his attire, and exited the chamber with an expression devoid of emotion. Lin Yue stared blankly at the retreating figure of Jun Zechen, momentarily dazed. Her first experience of serving him was marked solely by an indelible memory of pain, yet she dared not utter a sound. The attending maidservants had taught her that while serving His Majesty, she must not harm the dragon's body, nor could she raise her voice, lest she lose her composure. Gazing at the emperor's formidable silhouette, a chill surged within her. Was His Majesty inherently this cold-hearted? No, she was the first newcomer to serve, surely His Majesty would treat her differently. Perhaps it was merely his nature to be aloof. Lin Yue took a moment to compose herself before returning to her palace in the same palanquin. Chapter 64. Encountering new faces. Anquan was taken aback when he saw His Majesty emerge from the west side hall, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Before he could react, a calm command wafted through the air, "Prepare water." "Yes, Your Majesty," Anquan responded promptly and respectfully. By the time Jun Zechen completed his bath, it was already the hour of the pig. He lay upon the dragon bed in the Qianqing Palace, his eyes wide open, sleep eluding him. Ultimately, he had become a reflection of his father's demeanor. In the darkness, Jun Zechen's gaze deepened, his thoughts swirling from the moment he first met Ling Yue and felt an infatuation, to the unique sensations Yao later evoked in him. He found himself filled with tenderness for her, unable to bear the thought of her experiencing even a moment of sorrow. His patience for Ling Yue had grown increasingly scarce, leading him to realize how fickle his affections truly were. He was uncertain whether his feelings for Yao would evolve in time. He could no longer confidently make any promises. Tonight, indulging another, he seemed intent solely on fulfilling his duties, unwilling to squander even a fraction of his emotions on another woman. When Ling Yue was beset by sorrow due to his attentions toward others, would Yao also feel the sting of heartache? Jun Zechen sighed softly. Even if she were to suffer, he felt powerless to effect any change. At that moment, Anquan, nearly dozing off at the door, was jolted awake as the palace door swung open unexpectedly. He immediately regained his composure. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty, it is quite late, where do you intend to go?" Anquan inquired, lowering his voice cautiously. Conceal my whereabouts, Jun Zechen replied, his expression calm and his tone steady. Yes, your majesty, Anquan acknowledged, knowing that even without the command, he would have kept the secret. The emperor had just summoned Lady Lin, and now he was heading elsewhere. If word got out, how would Lady Lin face the court tomorrow? Jun Zechen swiftly traversed the inky night, Anquan trailing closely behind, leading them directly into Jiaochun Palace. They entered the inner chambers without obstruction. Miao Yun, who had been waiting outside, was startled to see the emperor in his black dragon-patterned robe. Before she could pay her respects, she watched as he strode into the inner chamber. Anquan quickly signaled her with a glance, and the two resumed their vigil outside in silence. Inside the chamber, Jun Zechen's gaze fell upon the woman asleep with her back to him, her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall upon the pillow. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then carefully removed his outer robe, climbed into bed, and gently brushed her hair aside before tenderly pulling her into his embrace. Jingyao furrowed her brows slightly, her mind still hazy and unfocused. Instinctively, she reached for the hand at her waist, a wave of shock coursing through her as clarity dawned. Jun Zechen, wasn't he attending to Lady Lin tonight in the Qinqing Palace? What madness compelled him to come to Jiaochun Palace at such an hour? Was he not inviting unnecessary ire upon himself? Furrowing her brow tightly, Jingyao inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her displeasure. She didn't want it to disturb her rest. Gradually, she turned to face him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her voice was soft, tinged with the rasp of someone just awakened, carrying a hint of vulnerability. What brings you here, your majesty? Did I wake you, Yao Yao? Jun Zechen replied softly. Yes, I had just fallen asleep, Jingyao pouted playfully. Then, she nestled closer to his chest, like a kitten seeking warmth, inhaling softly. Thankfully, there was no scent of another woman, otherwise, even if this man were angry, she would have kicked him out of bed. She could not bear the thought. What was it that prompted Jun Zechen to seek her out tonight? Was Lady Lin not pleasing him? Did he feel wrong for favoring another woman, thus seeking solace in her arms? And once comforted, would he continue to indulge others as before, this man? What are you sniffing for? Jun Zechen asked, feeling a ticklish sensation from her kitten-like investigation. Just checking if you carry the scent of any other ladies, Jingyao teased. A flicker of delight passed through Jun Zechen's eyes, though his voice remained steady, betraying no emotion. Are you concerned that I favor other women, Yao Yao? I am not concerned at all. Your majesty has plenty of women, and with so many new ladies arriving, if I were to worry, wouldn't I be unhappy every day? Jingyao retorted, pouting slightly. Jun Zechen chuckled softly, stubborn. He knew she cared, and it filled him with a sense of joy. He tightened his embrace around her and whispered in her ear, no other woman compares to you, Yao Yao. Nestled against his chest, Jinyao's lips curled into a slight smirk. Did he truly believe his own words? Your majesty must not forget what you have said. However, if you were to develop feelings for another, I would quietly wish you well. You are the sovereign of the realm, your happiness is paramount. I only wish for your heart to be at ease, Jingyao murmured dully. Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen could not resist planting a kiss in her hair. He found himself increasingly disinclined to share tender moments with other women, even in bed, it felt strictly business. Yet, with her, he was irresistibly drawn to intimacy. Feeling his warmth, Jingyao rubbed her face against his chest before an inkling of worry surfaced in her tone. If the new lady, Ling Yue, was summoned to your side last night, the other women in the harem might speculate if they learn you visited me in Jiaochun Palace. Lady Lin might face undue criticism. You needn't worry, no one will know of my presence in Jiaochun Palace tonight, Jun Zechen reassured her. Only then did Jingyao breathe a sigh of relief. She did not wish for the newcomers to draw too much attention to her at this time of the following day. In the morning, Jingyao stirred awake, only to find Jun Zechen had already vanished. Apart from paying her respects to the Empress Dowager every 5 days, she preferred to rise leisurely close to the hour of the snake. Upon seeing her awaken, Miaoxia hurried over to attend to her needs. Mistress, the new arrivals have already paid their respects to the Guifei and will soon come to Jiaochun Palace. I shall assist you in dressing right away. Jingyao raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. Why the rush? Let them wait if they arrive. Her purpose in entering the palace was to relish a life of luxury and enjoy the highest of statuses. Whether for vanity or ambition, her own comfort and happiness were paramount. Noticing her lack of concern, Miaoxia felt she had overreacted. After all, they were merely women of the highest rank, so why should her mistress rush to prepare for them? Miaoxia began to leisurely assist Jingyao in her grooming, occasionally allowing her to select the jewelry she would wear that day. By the time Jingyao was fully adorned, the newcomers had already exited Ikuan Palace and were waiting in Jiaochun Palace. As Jingyao entered the grand hall, the new arrivals rose in unison. Your servant pays respects to the pure and virtuous consort. May you enjoy boundless fortune and peace. Rise, Jingyao responded, a gentle smile gracing her face as she glided toward the highest seat before gracefully taking her place. Miao Yun, serve the tea, Jingyao instructed softly. Lady Yi, Lady Chu, and Lady Lin, due to their elevated ranks, occupied the front row. They were all in awe of the opulence and beauty of Jiaochun Palace, each ornament a rare treasure. Surely, the pure and virtuous consort was the emperor's favored consort. Why then, when outside the palace, did everyone claim the Guifei held the emperor's deepest affections? From the moment Lady Chu laid eyes on the pure and virtuous consort, she appeared absent-minded. She had always believed her beauty placed her at the pinnacle of the harem, particularly after encountering the renowned Guifei. Yet, when the pure and virtuous consort entered the hall, Lady Chu found herself momentarily entranced. The pure and virtuous consort's features were exquisitely refined, resembling a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens. Her graceful figure and flawless complexion left no room for imperfection. Lady Chu was taken aback, realizing the rumors about the Su family's eldest daughter had proven true. Lady Yi, upon seeing the pure and virtuous consort, felt a wave of alarm. With such breathtaking beauty, immense favor, and a powerful lineage, bolstered by the emperor's firstborn son, how could she possibly compete with the pure and virtuous consort? Lowering her lashes, Lady Yi attempted to mask the jealousy and trepidation she could not hide in her eyes. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Jingyao broke the stillness. Who was the first to serve the emperor last night? Lady Lin felt a rush of shyness, lowering her head as she softly replied, "Your servant, it was I." "Lift your head." "Let me see," Jingyao said with a warm smile, looking kindly at Lady Lin. Lady Lin gradually raised her head, offering a shy smile to Jingyao. "Indeed, a beauty, no wonder you have captured the emperor's favor," Jingyao remarked. "Your praise is undeserved." "The favor I have received pales in comparison to your majesty's," Lady Lin replied timidly. Jingyao chose not to respond further, turning her attention to Lady Chu. "And who might this sister be?" "She is remarkably striking." Lady Chu, upon being observed by the pure and virtuous consort, stood and bowed, saying, "Your servant is Ling Yue, daughter of the Minister of Revenue." Upon entering the palace, I was honored with the title of beauty. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Very well, but," Jingyao began, her hand resting casually on the arm of her chair, exuding a languid elegance. Lady Chu, sensing some uncertainty, pressed, "But what?" "Lady Chu, your beauty is indeed captivating, and I must admit, I find it quite appealing. Yet I wonder if the emperor shares my sentiments," Jingyao mused. "I believe a delicate flower like Lady Lin is more likely to elicit the emperor's compassion," she added with a gentle laugh. At Jingyao's words, Lady Lin felt a twinge of unease. "Your majesty, I am but a simple blossom, how could I compare to Lady Chu's radiant allure? If the emperor were to see her, he would surely favor her," Lady Lin said, attempting to console. Lady Chu's expression stiffened slightly. The comforting words did little to assuage her discomfort. Could it be that the emperor truly preferred delicate, fragile women as the pure and virtuous consort suggested? Lady Chu had once taken pride in her unique beauty, believing herself a standout in the court. Did the emperor truly not favor her appearance? Seeing Lady Chu lost in thought, Jingyao continued, "Lady Chu, I was merely jesting. I have simply never seen a woman as striking as you in the emperor's court before. Perhaps upon seeing Lady Chu, the emperor's preferences will shift. Rest assured, Lady Chu," she concluded. Lady Chu felt a deeper sinking sensation within her heart. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Yes, your majesty." Then, Jingyao's gaze drifted to the quiet Lady Yi. Indeed, she presented herself with grace and dignity, yet her overly gentle facade bore a striking resemblance to her own. Chapter 65 Stroll. As Jingyao watched the group of new concubines withdraw, she leisurely reclined on the beauty couch. One hand gently propping her head, the other flipping through the pages of a book, her gaze was intently fixed on the words inscribed upon the pages. When the hour approached for the little star to awaken, she summoned someone to bring the child to her. A tender smile played at the corners of Jingyao's lips as she cradled the little star in her arms, her slender fingers playfully teasing the child's cherubic face. At this stage of life, children are undeniably the most adorable. The little star, unable to articulate words, would widen his eyes in exasperation and emit some innocent sounds of oh and ah whenever she teased him, which was exceedingly amusing, drawing forth a soft laugh from Jingyao. After a moment of relaxation, Jingyao prepared to attend to the myriad affairs of the 6 palaces. Although the 3 palaces and 1 department under her jurisdiction were each staffed with corresponding female officials, Jingyao was acutely aware that interests could breed all manner of murkiness. While it is said that the clearer the water, the fewer the fish, she did not require the 3 palaces and 1 department. She managed to be entirely pristine. Nevertheless, all filth must remain within her grasp. Already, several female officials within the 3 palaces and 1 department had been subtly promoted to be her confidants, though outsiders remained oblivious to the identities of her chosen few. Moreover, within the 6 palaces, many served under the emperor and the empress dowager, individuals she could not easily move against. Jingyao had expended considerable thought to ensure that her promotions remained undetected by the empress dowager's people. Thus, a day passed quietly amidst various duties, and after enjoying her evening meal, Jingyao contemplated a stroll to aid digestion. Upon stepping outside the palace doors, she was met by Jun Zechen, who approached her directly. Jingyao raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering if he had chosen not to summon any new concubines today. She then gracefully bowed, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Jun Zechen swiftly approached her, gently assisting her to her feet, and inquired softly, "Have you dined?" "Yes, I have just finished. I was preparing to take a walk in the imperial garden to help with digestion," Jingyao replied with a gentle smile. "I have yet to dine. Would you do me the honor of dining with me, after which I shall accompany you to the imperial garden for a stroll?" Jun Zechen suggested. Jingyao's eyes flickered downwards, her thick lashes obscuring the hint of displeasure that flitted across her gaze. She was reluctant, having indulged a bit more than usual today. She simply wished to expedite the digestion of her meal. This man was affecting her beauty regimen. However, she then lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. Why not dine at the peony pavilion in the imperial garden? Surrounded by the evening glow, welcoming the moon, enjoying the gentle breeze, inhaling the fragrance of flowers, and as she spoke, Jingyao extended her hands, delicately grasping one of his large hands, her slender fingers swaying slightly. In a tone reminiscent of playful coaxing, she added, "And I shall accompany you, your majesty, what do you think?" Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen's mind conjured a captivating image, and he could not help but nod in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed to the imperial garden." With his affirmative response, Jingyao smile blossomed even brighter, and she turned to instruct Anshuan, "Please arrange for His Majesty's meal to be set at the peony pavilion." "Yes, your highness," Anshuan replied respectfully. With that, Jun Zechen took her hand, and the pair made their way towards the imperial garden, where the evening meal hour meant the surroundings were relatively devoid of people. Behind them trailed a bustling entourage of palace attendants. As spring graced the land, the imperial garden was awash with blooming flowers, each vying for attention in a splendid display of beauty. As they walked, Jingyao suddenly halted, her gaze fixated on a particularly vibrant flower. Noticing her distraction, Jun Zechen smiled knowingly and gently asked, "Do you fancy the amaryllis, Yao?" Jingyao shook her head lightly, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. "Your Majesty, the amaryllis is the most resplendent flower I have ever encountered, its petals layered and vivid, capable of captivating anyone at first glance." She paused momentarily before continuing. "This morning, the new sisters entering the palace came to pay their respects at Jiaochen Palace, and upon meeting the beauty, Ling Yue, I realized there exist such dazzling women in this world." Jun Zechen furrowed his brow slightly, fully aware of how much this woman valued her appearance. Yet, he could not believe that anyone could rival her beauty. Sensing her somber mood, he quickly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness. Yao's beauty is unparalleled, never seen since ancient times, exquisite in form and grace, beyond praise. Jun Zechen wished to lift her spirits, wanting her to be joyful. With that, he leaned down, his lips near her ear, whispering softly, "I do not favor women of ostentation." Upon hearing this, Jingyao's expression transformed, her eyes sparkling with life. She playfully glared at him, her gaze brimming with myriad emotions. "Your Majesty, you must retract that statement. How heartbroken would the beauty, be to hear it." "I only wish for Yao to be happy," Jun Zechen declared earnestly, his gaze fixed on her with unwavering tenderness. Instantly, Jingyao's smile radiated like blooming spring flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. She then slightly bent at the waist, leaning closer to the amaryllis, bringing her face near the flower, gently closing her eyes to inhale its fragrant aroma. Turning her head slowly, her eyes, as clear and vibrant as water, met Jun Zechen's, filled with unspoken affection. "Though the amaryllis is stunning, its fragrance is quite subtle. Thus, I find it akin to you, Yao," Jun Zechen replied, a doting smile gracing his lips. At his words, Jingyao's smile widened, and a glimmer of inspiration sparked in her eyes. "Your Majesty, in my wardrobe, I have embroidered designs of chrysanthemums, peonies, plums, begonia, and rhododendrons, but I have yet to have any designs of the amaryllis. For the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, I wish to don a gown adorned with the amaryllis motif." As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "If Yao desires it, then command someone to create it." "The amaryllis, with its vibrant and festive color, is indeed fitting," Jun Zechen replied with a smile, showing little concern for the embroidery on her garments. However, he noted how much she cherished these details. Each time he saw her, not only were the embroidery patterns different, but the styles were also uniquely inspired. Each piece bore a distinctive thoughtfulness, always managing to captivate and surprise. With his approval, Jingyao felt pleased, and with a knowing smile, she continued walking alongside Jun Zechen. Unbeknownst to him, she recalled a line from a poem: "The amaryllis stands proud and delicate, gracefully poised, yet despite its captivating hue, it harbors a subtle poison. The sap of the amaryllis is indeed toxic." How bold was the beauty, in her prideful demeanor. Today, she had shown her colors before Jun Zechen. What would Jun Zechen's attitude be when he summoned the beauty, A hint of curiosity flickered within her. As Jingyao and Jun Zechen strolled towards the peony pavilion, they ambled leisurely, pausing occasionally to admire the scenery, engaging in light-hearted banter. Nearly a quarter of an hour passed before they finally arrived at the peony pavilion. Jingyao felt that her meal had been sufficiently digested. Anchuan, ever diligent, had arranged the meal meticulously. The peony pavilion was brilliantly illuminated, almost resembling daylight, and to ward off mosquitoes, Anchuan had thoughtfully prepared incense, its gentle fragrance wafting through the air. Hand in hand, Jun Zechen and Jingyao entered the peony pavilion together. Jingyao, having little interest in the meal prepared by Jun Zechen, especially since she had already dined, sat gracefully beside him, extending her delicate hand to serve him dishes. In the company of a beautiful woman, with a gentle breeze and the bright moon overhead, Jun Zechen felt an immense sense of contentment. Before long, the sound of a pipa began to drift in the air. Jun Zechen's brow furrowed suddenly, his expression darkening as he spoke with displeasure. "Anchuan, send away that pipa player." Just as Anchuan was about to respond, Jingyao interjected with a smile, "Your Majesty, I initially thought the surroundings were too quiet, but the sound of the pipa is rather fitting, adding to the ambience." Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen turned to her and softly asked, "Do you enjoy it, Yao?" Jingyao nodded slightly in agreement. "In that case, Anchuan, bring the player over to perform for the pure and virtuous consort," Jun Zechen commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty," Anchuan promptly replied. As Anchuan brought in the pipa player, Jingyao looked up to see a woman following closely behind, cradling a pipa and keeping her head bowed. Dressed in a light-colored gown with few adornments, she exuded an ethereal aura. "Servant Yin Kairan, Yin Xiaofei, pays her respects to Your Majesty and to the pure and virtuous consort." The pipa player bowed gracefully, offering her greetings. "Rise," Jun Zechen said in a calm tone. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yin Kairan stood, her voice tinged with barely concealed delight, surprised that her pipa had indeed captured the emperor's attention. "The music of Yin Siren's pipa is quite pleasing, but why is there no maidservant attending you?" Jingyao inquired softly, her expression reflecting mild curiosity. "In response to the consort, I found the scenery of the imperial garden so beautiful that after dinner, I wished to come here to play the pipa for leisure." However, I accidentally lost my handkerchief on the way, so I sent my personal maid to search for it, Yin Kairen explained slowly, her eyes occasionally darting towards the emperor, who was engaged in his meal. The emperor truly was handsome and refined, and Yin Kairen's smile widened uncontrollably. Anshuan, provide her a seat. Since the pure and virtuous consort enjoys your pipa music, you may continue playing, Jun Zechen instructed in a measured tone, his demeanor calm and composed. Yin Kairen's previously jubilant smile froze suddenly. It was not the emperor who favored her music, but rather the pure and virtuous consort. Her expression turned complex as she quickly glanced at the pure and virtuous consort, who wore a gentle smile. Yes, it is my great honor to perform for the pure and virtuous consort, she murmured, settling down as she gently placed her hands on the pipa and began to play. As the melodious notes floated through the air, they harmonized beautifully with the surrounding scenery, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Su Jingyao observed Yin Kairen, recalling that she had left no particular impression during the selection process. Yet, this evening, it seemed she harbored quite a few schemes. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Jun Zechen, anyone well informed in the palace would know that he was strolling in the imperial garden with her. The other newcomers, being wise, refrained from interrupting, yet Yin Kairen displayed considerable audacity. But then again, what lengths would one not go to for advancement, especially with someone as desirable as Jun Zechen visibly present in the garden? Should she capture his attention, it would be akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. Su Jingyao felt no wrongdoing in Yin Kairen's actions. However, to openly vie for attention in her presence required the ability to withstand failure. She was not a pliable soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Noticing that Jun Zechen had nearly finished his meal, Su Jingyao softly suggested, "Your Majesty, the night is still young, would you allow me to accompany you for a game of chess?" Jun Zechen nodded slightly, replying, "Indeed, it has been some time since I last played chess with Yao Yao. This atmosphere is quite suitable." With his agreement, Su Jingyao instructed Miaoyun, "Please fetch my chessboard." Once Miaoyun brought the chessboard, Su Jingyao and Jun Zechen began their leisurely game, both deeply focused, as though the world around them had faded away. Beside them, Yin Kairen struggled to maintain a smile, though it appeared exceedingly strained, her lips twitching slightly. She felt as though she had been forgotten by the two nobles, reduced to a mere inconsequential musician, her feelings disregarded. Clenching her teeth, she observed the playful banter exchanged between the pure and virtuous consort and the emperor, as well as the tenderness in his gaze directed at the consort. Waves of envy surged within her, revealing an unmistakable longing and jealousy in her eyes. During the selection process, the emperor had been so dignified and aloof, instilling fear in all. Yet now, in the presence of the pure and virtuous consort, his gaze softened, brimming with affection. The pure and virtuous consort was indeed deeply favored by the emperor. Having played 2 pieces without pause, Yin Kairen began to feel a dull ache in her fingertips and wrists. She had come to perform the pipa to attract the emperor's attention, not to enhance the atmosphere for him and the pure and virtuous consort. Her mounting anger and dissatisfaction flared like a fire, intensifying with each passing moment. The music seemed to resonate with her emotions, carrying an undercurrent of suppressed fury. Su Jingyao paused mid-move, casting a worried glance at Yin Kairen before subtly signaling to Jun Zechen, as if to suggest, should they send Yin Kairen away? Jun Zechen understood her intent but frowned slightly, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the pipa player. If she could not even play well, what right did she have to show off? A glacial glare pierced through the air, directed straight at Yin Kairen, suddenly jolted back to reality by the emperor's fierce gaze. Yin Kairen faltered, her fingers slipping, inadvertently snapping a string on the pipa. Panic surged within her as she quickly knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I recognize my mistake. Yin Kairen, your pipa requires further practice. Anshuan, send her back. Since your skills are lacking, henceforth, Yin Kairen shall play the pipa for 2 hours daily," Jun Zechen instructed with an expressionless demeanor. Yin Kairen's face paled instantly, her lips trembling as she stammered, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 66 Conspiracy. Yi Yakin glided gracefully along a narrow path in the imperial garden, her steps light and delicate, accompanied by Yin Kairen. At this moment, the garden was resplendent with blooms, akin to brocade and clouds, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, attracting numerous concubines who recently found solace in its beauty, perhaps still harboring hopes of encountering the emperor. It had been half a month since this group of newcomers entered the palace, yet the emperor's favor had not been lavishly bestowed upon them. Thus far, only Yi Ronghua, Lin Miaoyun, and Chu Maran, Chu Inxue, had been fortunate enough to receive his summons. The newcomers had discerned a pattern. Only those of more distinguished lineage seemed to leave an impression on the emperor. However, while both Yi Ronghua and Lin Ronghua had ascended a rank due to their knightly service, Chu Maran remained conspicuously stagnant. Yin Kairen, Yin Xiaofei, since her unfortunate incident a fortnight ago when her lute string snapped before the emperor and the pure and virtuous consort, had been diligently practicing in her Jiansa hall, much to the annoyance of the other concubines sharing her quarters. Thus, she clung tightly to Yi Ronghua, recognizing her advantageous background. After all, Yi Ronghua was the second to serve the emperor. Following her service, she had been elevated to the rank of Ronghua, and if she could secure a few kind words on Yin Kairen's behalf before the emperor, it might alleviate the emperor's displeasure. After all, it was exceedingly difficult for Yin Kairen to even catch a glimpse of the emperor now, and she was unlikely to leave any impression on him. Sister Yi, among the newcomers, only you, Lin Ronghua, and Chu Maran have received the emperor's attention, yet you and Lin Ronghua have been promoted, while Chu Maran remains unacknowledged. Could it be true, as the pure and virtuous consort suggests, that the emperor does not favor flamboyant women? Yin Kairen followed closely behind Yi Ronghua, her voice soft, laced with a hint of curiosity and flattery. Yi Rongwa furrowed her brows slightly, sensing the peculiarity. Before entering the palace, she had believed that Chu Maren's beauty would undoubtedly win favor, yet now, with the three of them having served, only Chu Maren had not progressed, despite her noble lineage surpassing that of Lin Rongwa. Yi Rongwa recognized that her advantage lay not in beauty, but in her esteemed family background. As long as she committed no grave errors, the emperor would inevitably favor her. If the emperor indeed found Chu Maren's beauty lacking, she would lose a formidable rival. It was, in fact, an unexpected boon. The emperor's preferences are not for us to speculate upon. Yin Kalin, perhaps you should exercise restraint, Yi Rongwa replied with an indifferent expression and a calm tone. Sister, I was merely whispering a few words in your presence. However, when you next receive the emperor's summons, could you perhaps intercede on my behalf? I have nearly worn my fingers to the bone practicing the lute. Yin Kalin gazed at Yi Rongwa with trepidation, her hands instinctively twisting her handkerchief. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Rongwa's eyes. She held no regard for Yin Kalin, a mere concubine of lower birth, yet recognized that such a status meant Yin Kalin posed no threat to her. Furthermore, having entered the inner palace, she could not fight her battles alone. As Yin Kalin sought to curry favor, she would naturally have to serve her purpose. Sister, if the emperor believes your lute skills are lacking, then you must practice diligently. Upon hearing Yi Rongwa's refusal, Yin Kalin's heart sank. She knew Yi Rongwa would not easily assist her. Sister Yi, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I would willingly traverse fire and water for you. Yin Kalin urgently whispered, her eyes filled with longing. Yi Rongwa slightly turned, a meaningful smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to Yin Kalin's ear. In 5 days, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. The departments of ceremonial attire and the court dress are currently overseen by the imperial noble consort. The emperor visits Jiachun Palace nearly every day and stops by Ikuan Palace from time to time. If we newcomers wish to gain favor, surely you understand what must be done. Yi Rongwa's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Yin Kalin furrowed her brow, forcing a smile towards Yi Rongwa. She understood Yi Rongwa's intention. It was clear that Yi Rongwa wanted her to act as the spearhead in her schemes, yet, with the imperial noble consort and the pure and virtuous consort enjoying the emperor's affections and wielding significant power in the palace, how could she maneuver to harm them while ensuring her own safety? Could you perhaps clarify the course of action I should take? Yin Kalin's eyes betrayed her unease. Yin Kalin, it is said that the design for the pure and virtuous consort's palace attire has already been sent to the court dress department, and it features the amaryllis. Yi Rongwa wore an enigmatic smile. Yin Kalin's eyes widened in confusion. Amaryllis was a rare and precious flower, one she had never encountered before entering the palace. Sister, I understand that the amaryllis is a strikingly beautiful flower, and the pure and virtuous consort's choice is indeed innovative, yet I still do not comprehend your meaning. Sister, the sap of the amaryllis is toxic. Yi Rongwa chuckled lightly before turning with a smile, leaving Yin Kalin standing in a daze. As Yin Kalin gazed at Yi Rongwa's retreating figure, deep in thought, she pondered whether Yi Rongwa intended for her to tamper with the pure and virtuous consort's attire, causing her to disgrace herself at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and then lay the blame on the imperial noble consort. A flicker of hatred ignited in Yin Kalin's eyes. Yi Rongwa was clearly pushing her to take the fall. If she were to carry out such deeds, given the emperor's affection for the pure and virtuous consort and the imperial noble consort, an investigation would surely ensue, and how could she possibly evade capture? Such a perilous task, which Yi Rongwa herself dared not undertake, was thrust upon her. In Jiachun Palace, study room Mudesu Jingyao sat calmly at her desk, her expression serene and focused. With a brush in her right hand, she meticulously transcribed the Buddhist scripture Heart Sutra, a gift she prepared for the Empress Dowager's birthday, a token of her sincerity. In addition to the handwritten scripture, she also planned to present a double fish auspiciousness. This exquisite piece, crafted from rare red and white agate, had been painstakingly carved by master artisans into the shape of 2 fish, symbolizing good fortune and prosperity. The Empress Dowager was a key supporter of her ascension, so Su Jingyao was determined to go to great lengths to win her favor. The Empress Dowager's birthday gift could not be as casual as that of Jun Zechen, who merely offered a painting and some insipid flattery. It required thoughtful consideration and effort, showcasing both her handwritten scripture and the precious agate vase, a gesture that did not come across as insincere. Your Highness, I have discreetly conveyed the details of the palace attire style and the toxicity of the amaryllis to Yi Rongwa and Chu Maren, Miaoyan reported, standing beside Su Jingyao, her brow slightly furrowed in concern. However, although Chu Maren is somewhat flamboyant, she has not been in the palace long enough to muster the courage to act against you, Your Highness. Yi Rongwa appears shrewd and composed, yet they have all been in the palace for too brief a period to dare such actions, Miaoyan continued, her face etched with uncertainty. Su Jingyao let out a soft chuckle. I am uncertain whether Yi Rongwa possesses the patience, but I am certain that Chu Maren lacks it. While Lin Rongwa may be of a lower status, she has already surpassed Chu Maren's rank. Can Chu Maren truly suppress her grievances? Does Your Highness believe that Chu Maren will target Lin Rongwa? Miaoyan inquired, tilting her head. Su Jingyao shook her head slightly. Miaoyan, while these young ladies may be ostentatious, they are certainly not foolish. I have relayed the information to Yi Rongwa and Chu Maren, but does that guarantee that they will be the ones to act? Currently, there are 35 newcomers in the palace. Even I cannot discern the plans of each individual, nor can I predict who will ultimately execute any actions. She paused, a glint of shrewdness in her eyes. What I do know is that as long as they possess ambition, they will inevitably take action. It merely depends on the skill of their methods. The amaryllis, a precious flower species introduced to the Jun kingdom just the previous year, had only recently begun cultivation in the royal greenhouses, and few were aware of its toxic sap. Even Jun Zechen likely remained oblivious. After all, during her previous lamentation before the amaryllis, he had displayed no particular reaction. Her intention in disclosing this to Yirongwo and Chu Maran was merely to allow her people to accidentally come into contact with the amaryllis sap, accidentally witnessing the resulting redness on their skin. What they chose to think or do as a result was of no concern to her. "Your Highness, there has been an incident." Niaoxia rushed into the study, her face marked by urgency. Su Jingyao, who had been gripping her brush, set it down upon hearing the exclamation, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. "What has happened?" Niaoxia hurried closer, speaking rapidly. "Your Highness, Yichuan Palace's attendant to Marin, Yanhua, has come to Jiachun Palace seeking an audience, claiming that Chu Maran has been bullying Marin." Her face was flushed with indignation. For several days, Chu Maran has taken Marin's meals, and today, the begonia flowers sent for Marin were also seized by Chu Maran. Marin has a particular fondness for begonia flowers, and when she confronted Chu Maran, the latter dismissed her, relying on her noble lineage. Yanhua said that originally, both Maran and Chu Maran were of equal rank, and Chu Maran would not dare to act so brazenly. However, with Lin Rongwa's arrival in Yichuan Palace, Marin, Su Jingyao listened, her crescent-shaped brows knitting together in mild annoyance. As more women entered the palace, the incessant bickering became tiresome, each seeking to assert their presence. Now that she managed the department of ceremonies, she could not avoid addressing such matters. She had yet to assume the role of empress, yet here she was, already managing the affairs of one. With a resigned sigh, she rose, smoothing her skirt. Her expression remained tranquil as she stated, "Let us proceed to Yichuan Palace and observe what commotion ensues." She then turned to Miaoyun, issuing her commands with composure. "Send someone to Qianqing Palace to invite the emperor to dine at Jiachun Palace tonight." Chapter 67. The disputed Yichuan Palace. Lady Chu Yingxue, raised her chin defiantly, an air of arrogance enveloping her demeanor. Her exquisitely crafted brows and eyes radiated a sense of superiority, as if the entire world revolved around her. In contrast, Lady Shangguan, an elder of the Eastern Palace, despite the emperor's ascension to the throne, held nothing more than a mere position as a beauty, her lineage mediocre, devoid of favor or distinction. What right did she have to quarrel with her? "Lady Chu, the flower room has delivered several pots of flowers today, and you have already taken the majority. I just summoned a maid to bring in the begonia flowers, yet you immediately ordered them to be taken to Yutong Hall. What is the meaning of this?" Lady Shangguan frowned deeply, her eyes filled with indignation. She had long been out of favor with the emperor and had merely hoped to live a quiet life in her corner. However, since Lady Chu entered Yichuan Palace, she had unceremoniously seized every good thing sent to the palace. Today, Lady Chu's behavior had finally pushed her to the brink, prompting her to confront her. Yet, with Lady Chu's noble background and her camaraderie with Lin Rongwa, she found herself at a loss. In the end, recalling the virtuous reputation of consort Chunshu in the Eastern Palace, she discreetly dispatched her personal maid, Yanhua, to summon someone from Jiachun Palace. Meanwhile, Lin Rongwa, Lin Miaoyun, had come to visit Lady Chu, as they had arranged to enjoy tea in the imperial garden. Although Lin Rongwa was aware of Lady Chu's jealousy over her rise, she knew that the emperor could only have one favorite, and which woman in the harem was not envious? Lady Chu, as consort Chunshu had remarked, was not the emperor's preferred type, allowing Lin Rongwa to maintain a cordial relationship with her. At least, Lady Chu would not encroach upon the emperor's affections. "Lady Shangguan, the flower room also sent some begonia flowers to my Liuoshuang pavilion today. Shall I have the maids bring them over to you?" Lin Rongwa suggested gently, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Lady Chu's face contorted in disdain, her brows knitting together as her lips curled in contempt. Lady Lin's offerings are best weighed against whether Lady Shangguan can truly afford them. Lady Shangguan's face flushed with humiliation at these words, her grip on her handkerchief tightening until her knuckles turned pale. Even if this gift came from Lin Rongwa, she would never accept it. The condescending tone felt insincere. "Lady Lin may keep her flowers. I am unworthy of such charity. Though I am merely a beauty, I have only ever received favors from the empress and consort Chunshu. As for Lady Lin," Lady Shangguan retorted, her anger flaring as the barbs exchanged between them intensified. Lin Rongwa initially stared, taken aback, her expression shifting to one of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a rebuttal. Lady Chu's brows knitted further, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes as she forcefully shoved Lady Shangguan. "What is your station to speak so boldly?" Lady Shangguan stumbled backward from the sudden shove, nearly losing her balance. Regaining her composure, her face was alight with outrage as she glared, You are going too far. Now that consort Chunshu oversees the palace affairs, I shall appeal to her for justice." At that moment, Su Jingyao entered Yichuan Palace, fortuitously catching Lady Shangguan's outcry. "What matter requires my intervention?" Her voice floated through the air, a melody of authority preceding her presence. Both Lin Rongwa and Lady Chu felt their hearts leap. They had not anticipated consort Chunshu's sudden appearance in Yichuan Palace. Lady Shangguan exhaled in relief, confident that consort Chunshu would not tolerate Lady Chu's brazen behavior. "Your servant pays her respects to consort Chunshu. May the consort enjoy longevity and peace." The three women fell silent, hastily bowing as Su Jingyao entered, flanked by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. "Rise," Su Jingyao commanded, her expression composed. A chair was swiftly arranged behind her, and as she settled, her demeanor was as tranquil as still water, her gaze betraying a hint of indifference. "What is the cause of your commotion?" Her tone bore an undeniable authority, one that could instill trepidation. Before Lady Shangguan could respond, Lady Chu interjected, "Your Highness, please uphold justice for your servant." Lady Shangguan, relying on her status as an elder of the Eastern Palace, has been disrespectful to Lin Rongwa. Lady Chu feigned innocence, her face a portrait of grievance. Although Lin Ronghua is new to the palace, her rank surpasses that of Lady Shangguan. How can Lady Shangguan so blatantly disregard palace decorum? Lady Shangguan's eyes widened in shock at Lady Chu's eloquent manipulation of words. Could this be the adaptability of a noble woman? She bit her lip, torn between words, her face betraying her fury. Su Jingyao's gaze shifted to Lin Ronghua. Lin Ronghua, is what Lady Chu claims true? Lin Ronghua furrowed her brows, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features as she found herself aligned with Lady Chu. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded gently. Your Highness, it was indeed Lady Chu and I who first exchanged barbs. I did not disrespect them. Moreover, Lady Chu has continuously contested my meals, which are limited to 3 meat dishes, yet she insists on taking the majority. Today, the flowers delivered. As Lady Shangguan spoke, her grievances deepened, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Lady Chu, is this not the truth? Su Jingyao inquired, her gaze steady. Lady Chu, is it true that the imperial kitchen delivered meals to your Yutong Hall, and this has nothing to do with you? If Lady Shangguan felt slighted, why did she not voice her concerns sooner? Lady Chu maintained an air of innocence. This flower delivery was not specified for anyone in particular. She remained unfazed, asserting her equal status with Lady Shangguan and deeming the latter's complaints trivial. However, Lady Shangguan's perceived disrespect towards Lin Ronghua was undeniable. Though Lady Chu envied Lin Ronghua's favor, she understood the necessity of alliances within the harem. With the emperor's lack of attraction to her looks, if Lin Ronghua gained favor, she could maintain her connections without fear of being forgotten. Su Jingyao remained calm, observing the three with an unhurried demeanor. Have you finished? The trio was taken aback by consort Chuanchu's demeanor, momentarily lost in confusion. What did her question imply? Su Jingyao continued. Do any of you wish to amend your statements? Her fingers lightly tapped the armrest of her chair, an unhurried rhythm that carried an air of nonchalance. One by one, they shook their heads in bewilderment, Lin Ronghua feeling a twinge of unease. Noticing their lack of response, Su Jingyao began issuing commands. Miaoyan, bring every maid in Ichuan Palace to the side hall for questioning. During this time, Zil, ensure that no one speaks to one another or colludes. Any discrepancies found in Miaoyan's inquiries shall be dealt with severely, and those found guilty will be taken to the Ministry of Justice. Yes, Your Highness. Zil and Miaoyan replied in unison. Lady Chu and Lin Ronghua were left aghast, completely unprepared for consort Chuanchu's drastic measures, which left them no room for rebuttal. Panic surged within Lady Chu. Aside from her loyal attendants, how would the other palace maids respond? With such sudden inquiries from consort Chunchu and no prior collusion, any falsehoods could lead to severe consequences, potentially landing them in the Ministry of Justice. Even her closest maid might hesitate to lie, as the majority had been assigned to the harem by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Realizing this, it seemed the only path for self-preservation would be to speak the truth. Yet, she had indeed bullied Lady Shangguan. Lady Chu clenched her teeth, having expected consort Chunchu to be gentle and amiable, but instead found her to be so stern and unyielding in her governance. In this moment, Lady Shangguan reveled in her fortune. How fortunate that she had summoned consort Chunchu. Had it been the empress, she would have likely only conducted a cursory inquiry. Most maids, being opportunistic, had already been bribed by Lady Chu. But with consort Chuanchu's approach, would those who had accepted bribes risk their lives for a gamble? Su Jingyao sat comfortably, a maid dutifully pouring her tea, while Lady Chu and Lin Ronghua stood anxiously to the side, and Lady Shangguan appeared composed. After a quarter of an hour, Miaoyan concluded her questioning. Your Highness, the standard for beauties is 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, yet Lady Chu has received 5 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes over the past few days, while Lady Shangguan has only received 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. The Ministry of Internal Affairs allocated each beauty 5 taels of yellow and black tea, yet Lady Shangguan received even less. Miaoyan continued detailing more trivial matters. With each revelation, Lady Chu's heart sank further. How could a maid inquire with such meticulous detail? Your Highness, while some maids may not know the answers to specific questions, overall, the inquiries have yielded results. Miaoyan reported. Lady Shangguan has shown no disrespect towards Lin Ronghua or Lady Chu. Rather, it was Lady Chu who pushed Lady Shangguan. After Miaoyan spoke, Su Jingyao's gaze shifted to Lady Chu and Lin Ronghua. Lady Chu shall henceforth forfeit half of her monthly allowance to Lady Shangguan and will transcribe the palace regulations 20 times, to be delivered to Jiachun Palace in 5 days. Lin Ronghua, for your slanderous remarks, you shall transcribe the palace regulations 10 times, to be delivered to Jiachun Palace in 3 days. Yes, Your Highness. Lin Ronghua's eyes brimmed with tears as she silently accepted her punishment, feeling immensely wronged. Lady Chu gritted her teeth, helpless to protest, and begrudgingly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Only Lady Shangguan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Your servant thanks the consort for her fair judgment. As Su Jingyao prepared to depart, she paused, turning back to add, Any maids whose testimonies do not align with the final verdict shall be sent to the Ministry of Justice for 1 hour, then returned. Lady Chu's personal maid, Jingyao, turned pale with fear, her face a mask of terror as she looked to Lady Chu for help. Your Highness, I beg your mercy, Jingyao is my personal maid. She only. Lady Chu faltered, unsure how to defend herself, for the eloquence she had displayed earlier had completely vanished, leaving her in a state of panic. Lady Chu, I have no tolerance for filthy matters. Everything shall be conducted according to the rules. Prior to the questioning, I confirmed with all 3 of you and communicated the consequences to the maids. The final outcome rests in your own hands. I shall not intervene. Since I oversee the palace affairs, I must ensure justice is served, and rules are upheld. With that, Su Jingyao turned and elegantly left. Chapter 68. A chance encounter in the peach orchard. After leaving the Ichuan Palace, Su Jingyao was approached by Miaoyan, who said, Your Highness, the person I sent has just returned with news that they did not see His Majesty at the Qianqing Palace. Su Jingyao furrowed her brows slightly. She had lingered in the Ichuan Palace for nearly half an hour, and now that it was just past the hour review, if Jun Zechen was not attending to affairs of state in the Qianqing Palace, where could he possibly be? Then let us proceed to the Qianqing Palace via the West Gate. I recall there is a peach orchard to the east of Yichuan Palace. If we traverse through it, we shall arrive at the west gate of Qianqing Palace, Su Jingyao said, a hint of uncertainty and curiosity evident in her tone. Indeed, your highness. We can reach the Qianqing Palace by passing through the peach orchard. Perhaps His Majesty has already returned, Miao replied respectfully. Very well, let us walk. There is no need for a sedan chair, and we can enjoy the scenery of the peach orchard along the way. Su Jingyao nodded gently and stepped into the orchard. At that moment, the peach blossoms were in full, splendid bloom, radiant as the clouds at dusk. As evening descended, a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, causing delicate pink petals to flutter down, landing softly on Su Jingyao's shoulders, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Suddenly, Su Jingyao halted in her tracks. Her exquisite features lost all expression as her gaze fixed intensely on a point slightly to her left. Noticing her stillness, Miao followed her gaze and was taken aback to see His Majesty there, accompanied by a woman. Judging by her attire, she must be a newly entered consort. A chill flickered in Su Jingyao's eyes. While she dealt with the petty disputes among women in the inner palace, he was here, engaging in covert rendezvous with another woman, clearly taking great delight in it. With a cold scoff in her heart, Su Jingyao feigned ignorance, donning a gentle smile once more, and resumed her forward stride. This afternoon, after dealing with some troublesome matters regarding the southern floods in the court, Jun Zechen found himself in an exceptionally foul mood, as if shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Thus, he decided to take a stroll to clear his mind, opting to bring only Anquan along to avoid drawing too much attention. In the past, when the number of consorts was fewer, he often enjoyed wandering through the imperial garden. However, recently, the garden had become overly crowded with chirping birds and fluttering butterflies, which only served to irritate him. So, he left the Qianqing Palace through the west gate and wandered into this neglected peach orchard. As he strolled, inhaling the fragrant scent of the blooming peach flowers, he found a moment of solace, yet, unexpectedly, he encountered others along the way. Your humble servant, Xiaolin, pays her respects to your majesty, the woman in a pink dress curtsied gracefully. Jun Zechen frowned slightly, revealing a hint of impatience as he said curtly, rise. Thank you, your majesty, she replied in a soft, delicate voice. What brings you here? His voice was deep and authoritative, and if she could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to dismiss her. Replying to your majesty, my residence, the Ling Yue pavilion, lies just beyond the orchard. The beauty of the peach blossoms at dusk is unparalleled, and I have come here to stroll in the orchard for the next few days, Xiaolin answered cautiously. Very well, Jun Zechen replied tersely, his demeanor still somewhat frosty. Your majesty, I have a deep fondness for peach blossoms and possess considerable knowledge about them. If it pleases your majesty, may I share some insights? Xiaolin raised her head, her eyes filled with anticipation, and asked timidly. Jun Zechen felt indifferent. What more could be said about peach blossoms? Listening would be harmless enough. Speak, he replied succinctly. Thus began Xiaolin's discourse on the growing habits of peach blossoms, her voice animated as she recited poetry related to them. She then spoke of peach blossom wine and fans, even weaving in tales of peach blossoms and human faces. As Jun Zechen listened quietly, the soothing tone of her voice gradually eased the tension he had been carrying. Xiaolin continued to follow him obediently, her soft voice never ceasing as she shared various anecdotes about peach blossoms. Anquan, feeling bored, casually glanced back and was struck with a shock. The pure and noble consort, at a considerable distance, he wondered if she had noticed His Majesty. Anquan's brow furrowed tightly as he wrestled with whether to inform His Majesty now or let him discover it himself. What was His Majesty's stance on this? Xiaolin, would mentioning her disrupt His Majesty's flirtation? Anquan's face contorted in a frown, as if he could squeeze water from it. After a brief internal struggle, he decided to interrupt Xiaolin, softly calling out, Your Majesty. Hearing the voice, Jun Zechen turned to the left to look at him. Anquan cautiously met his gaze and said, Your Majesty, it appears that the pure and noble consort is over there. Upon hearing this, Jun Zechen immediately turned to the right. Indeed, Su Jingyao was approaching, accompanied by several palace attendants. His gaze remained fixed on her, and it seemed she had not noticed him. Jun Zechen prepared to step forward but suddenly remembered Xiaolin. He turned and ordered, You may leave now. Xiaolin obediently bowed her head in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Majesty. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, as she had thought that this chance encounter would lead to an invitation from His Majesty tonight. As the dinner hour approached, she had even planned to invite him to dine at the Ling Yue pavilion, yet, who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of the pure and noble consort at this moment? Xiaolin's hands clenched tightly together, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Do not worry, she still had opportunities. If not today, then tomorrow, or the day after, she would wait patiently. At the very least, she had made some impression on His Majesty today. Jun Zechen strode swiftly, nearly reaching Su Jingyao, yet she continued to gaze straight ahead, not diverting her eyes even slightly to the left, resolutely walking on. Ahem. Jun Zechen pretended to cough a few times. Upon hearing his cough, Su Jingyao could no longer feign ignorance and reluctantly said, I pay my respects to your majesty, I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing her words, Jun Zechen's brow furrowed instantly. What was the matter with her? As she turned to leave, he quickly stepped forward and grasped her wrist firmly. Having seen me, are you leaving? He said with a hint of dissatisfaction. He then cast a glance at Anquan, who immediately understood the cue. He gestured for the palace attendants following the pure and noble consort to wait at the Qianqing Palace while he and Miao retreated a short distance away. Jun Zechen observed her face, noting the absence of any smile, which only deepened his confusion. How did you come to be here, Yao Yao? Su Jingyao's expression remained indifferent as she calmly replied, the beauty Shangguan in the Yichuan Palace was wronged and sent someone to summon me. I went to handle the matter, and now I am somewhat fatigued, wishing to return to the Zhaochun Palace to rest. If you wish to return to the Zhaochun Palace, why take this route? Jun Zechen pressed, then added thoughtfully, I recall that Chu Maran is also in the Yichuan Palace. Did she provoke your ire? I am not angry. I have already punished both Chu Maran and Lin Rongawat. I hope your majesty will not take offense, Su Jingyao replied, her tone remaining calm and composed. Jun Zechen felt unsettled by her detached demeanor, sensing an underlying anger, yet it was not overt. Why should he be angry? If punishing them would lift her coldness, he would prefer that she enact the punishment. Yao Yao oversees the palace's affairs. If the consorts make mistakes, punishment is due. Jun Zechen paused before continuing, alright, since you are not angry, accompany me back to the Qianqing Palace. Upon returning to the Qianqing Palace, Jun Zechen held her close, reclining on the couch, while Su Jingyao's slender fingers toyed with the ring on his hand. Her expression was as placid as water, devoid of any ripples, and Jun Zechen, from his angle, could see none of it. He held her silently, as he had always been able to maintain an unwavering calm in the presence of the women of the inner palace, his emotions entirely unaffected. No one could elicit a rise in his spirits, yet, this woman in his embrace could cause a wave of unease to surge within him with just a slight shift in her demeanor. This peculiar emotion seemed beyond his control, spreading freely in the depths of his heart. In times past, when they had embraced, they would share endless sweet nothings, she could articulate those sugary words that reached the core of his being. But today, this unusual silence made him feel that something was amiss. Surely, she was upset. Was it not due to the disputes among the consorts but rather because she had seen him with another consort in the peach orchard? A hint of uncertainty flickered in the depths of Jun Zechen's profound eyes. He wished to explain but feared that mentioning another woman would only provoke her further. He regarded those women of the inner palace merely as distractions. He held no emotional investment in them. Those who caught his eye were merely elevated in rank for a fleeting moment, nothing more. Yao Yao, I have recently acquired a treasure, a luminous pearl from Jingyao, the brightest of its kind. This pearl is known to shine with a greenish glow visible for 100 paces at night. Jun Zechen spoke softly. If you wish, I could send it to the Zhaochun Palace. Su Jingyao remained silent, understanding that to capture a man's attention, she must keep him guessing about her thoughts, creating an air of elusive uncertainty. Unwavering compliance would only embolden him further. Moreover, she was preoccupied with thoughts of the Xia Baolin she had encountered in the peach orchard. Though she did not know much about her, Miaoyun was well acquainted with the new consorts. Xia Baolin had connections with the favored concubine during her time as a talented maiden, and after entering the palace, she had been assigned to the Ling Yue pavilion just outside the peach orchard. Others might not know of Jun Zechen's fondness for strolling in the orchard, but the favored concubine was undoubtedly aware. Could it be that the favored concubine intended to use Xia Baolin to secure her own position? No, perhaps. A flicker of realization crossed Su Jingyao's eyes. Perhaps the favored concubine desired Xia Baolin's offspring. But just as Su Jingyao was lost in thought, she was jolted back to the present by Jun Zechen's inquiry. Before she could respond, Anshuan entered. Your Majesty, the favored concubine has sent someone to summon you to the Yikun Palace, stating there are matters to discuss regarding the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet in 5 days. Anshuan glanced cautiously at the pure and noble consort, who appeared indifferent in Jun Zechen's embrace, and was taken aback. The pure and noble consort was entirely different from how she appeared before His Majesty. Anshuan longed to have His Majesty lower his head to see the expression on the pure and noble consort's face. Just a glance at her made him hastily avert his gaze. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet is of great importance. I am quite fatigued today and shall return to the Zhaochun Palace. Su Jingyao attempted to extricate herself from his embrace. However, Jun Zechen's hand around her waist held firm, rendering her unable to escape. As Su Jingyao turned to him in confusion, softly calling out, Your Majesty? A hint of impatience flickered across Jun Zechen's face as he addressed Anshuan, tell the favored concubine's messenger to return. I will go to the Yikun Palace tomorrow. His gaze conveyed his displeasure towards Anshuan. He was becoming increasingly unable to read the room. The pure and noble consort was present in the Qianqing Palace, yet he reported matters before her. Feeling the chill emanating from His Majesty, Anshuan stiffened, acknowledging with a quick response before hastily retreating. Chapter 69 Feigned pregnancy. After Anshuan withdrew, Su Jingyao gently leaned against Jun Zechen's sturdy chest like a languid kitten. Her fair and delicate hand rested casually on his chest, slowly gliding across the fabric of his robe in a leisurely manner. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of a heart-wrenching charm. This humble servant is in a foul mood today and does not wish to speak. I hope I have not offended Your Majesty just now. Will you be angry? Jun Zechen gazed at her with tender affection. Why does Yao Yao feel upset? Su Jingyao bit her lip gently, a flicker of grievance flashing in her eyes. Today, in the peach orchard, I saw Your Majesty with Su Baolin. The moment I laid eyes on you, an inexplicable sourness surged within my heart. She clenched her small fist and lightly tapped it against his chest, continuing, later, when Your Majesty left Su Baolin because of me, my feelings became quite complicated. I did not know whether I should feel happy. Because I do not wish to be a burden to Your Majesty, nor do I want you to act against your own desires out of fear of provoking my anger. A trace of sorrow emerged in her gaze. I fear that while you are comforting me outwardly, you may be preoccupied with thoughts of others. Listening to her heartfelt confessions, Jun Zechen suddenly realized the depths of her worries. She possessed the insecurities inherent to all women, experiencing jealousy and envy, yet she always prioritized his feelings, concerned about whether he felt trapped. However, what she did not know was that everything he did for her was entirely voluntary, an expression of his uncontrollable affection. Jun Zechen held her shoulders, lowering his head to meet her gaze, his expression grave yet earnest. Does Yao Yao not trust me? In my heart, no one compares to you. Su Jingyao's cheeks flushed at his words. It is indeed my overthinking. I blame your majesty for being so kind to me, which makes me unable to resist wanting to possess you entirely, she pouted playfully. Suddenly, Jun Zechen embraced her tightly, his heart brimming with joy and sweetness. He too yearned to possess her at every moment, realizing they shared the same sentiments. In the angle unseen by Su Jingyao, Jun Zechen's eyes grew ever darker and deeper. Were it not for the so-called ancestral teachings, he would have no desire to engage with those other women. He knew that Yao Yao would understand him. She truly was remarkable. Yao Yao need not concern herself with every woman in the harem, for I have no regard for them. Jun Zechen's deep voice resonated softly in Su Jingyao's ear. Ikuan Palace, Mei Xiang, with a hint of caution in her demeanor, spoke softly. My lord, the eunuch sent to Qianqing Palace has returned with word. It seems that Chen Shufei is currently in Qianqing Palace. His Majesty will come to Ikuan Palace tomorrow to discuss the Empress Dowager's birthday with you. As she spoke, Mei Xiang's gaze flickered slightly. Since His Majesty's attitude towards the Lord has changed, the Lord's temperament has also grown increasingly restless and irritable. Did not Chen Shufei go to Ikuan Palace? Concubine Ling Yue furrowed her brow slightly. Now that she managed the affairs of the three palaces, it was not surprising for her to be aware of Chen Shufei's movements. She had little interest in the quarrels among those beauties. Yet, Chen Shufei always seemed to take pleasure in performing seemingly benevolent deeds. It was of little benefit to assist someone of lowly status like Shangwan Meiren, who was not favored by His Majesty. Would Chen Shufei not fear offending both Chu Meiren and Lin Ronghua with such actions? Even if Chu Meiren was not particularly favored by His Majesty, her family background was affluent, and with Lin Ronghua being somewhat favored as well, did Chen Shufei truly feel no trepidation? Noticing the Lord's displeasure, Mei Xiang hurriedly explained, My lord, after you sent someone to invite His Majesty, Su Balin also dispatched someone to convey a message. She happened to encounter His Majesty in the peach orchard today, and after Chen Shufei emerged from Ichuan Palace, she also walked through the peach orchard. Upon seeing Chen Shufei, His Majesty abandoned Su Balin and took Chen Shufei back to Qianqing Palace. After speaking, Mei Xiang cautiously observed the Lord's expression. Concubine Ling Yue's brow tightened further, contemplating for a moment before suddenly letting out a soft laugh. No wonder His Majesty is eager to appease Chen Shufei. Why would he come to Ikuan Palace otherwise? One could only wonder how Chen Shufei felt seeing His Majesty surrounded by one woman after another. Did she, like herself in the past, have to force herself to accept it, suppressing the rage within her, her eyes filled with unwillingness and despair? Subsequently, concubine Ling Yue recalled Su Balin, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Su Balin must have left quite an impression on His Majesty today. Originally, the new entrance to the palace had already been here for half a month, yet His Majesty has not even summoned the beauties to his chambers. I was thinking of inviting His Majesty to Ikuan Palace tonight so that Su Balin could make an appearance before him. Unexpectedly, Su Balin was rather fortunate to have genuinely encountered His Majesty in the peach orchard. Su Balin came from a humble background, originally deserving only the title of a palace maid. However, she had sought out the position herself, and concubine Ling Yue had laid out conditions for her. Since Su Balin agreed, she would naturally promote her status and ensure she received favor soon. At that moment, a palace maid named Zhu Xiang entered, respectfully announcing, My lord, Chen Shangfu and Li Shangfu seek an audience. Chen Shangfu was someone Jun Zechen had specially transferred to the Shangfu Bureau to assist concubine Ling Yue in ensuring that the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet went smoothly, yet concubine Ling Yue was unaware that she had been sent by Jun Zechen. Let them in, concubine Ling Yue nodded. Chen Shangfu and Li Shangfu entered, bowing properly to concubine Ling Yue with humble and courteous tones. We pay our respects to the esteemed concubine, may you be blessed with peace. Rise. How is the preparation of the Empress Dowager's auspicious garments coming along? Concubine Ling Yue inquired. Chen Shangfu, being more seasoned and composed, replied after standing, Your Highness, for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the Shangfu Bureau has prepared 4 sets of auspicious garments, with Li Shangfu and I responsible for 2 of them. The reason for preparing 4 sets was that the Empress Dowager would wear 1 set during the banquet, and afterward, His Majesty had arranged a grand palace performance in Taiha Palace, requiring another set. To be cautious, each set had a backup, totaling 4. Each auspicious garment was exquisitely crafted and lavishly made, requiring considerable time and effort. Chen Shangfu paused before continuing. However, the Shangfu Bureau is also tasked with preparing banquet garments for you in the palaces Chen Shufei and in Zhaorong. I believe, hearing this, concubine Ling Yue's brows involuntarily furrowed, interrupting Chen Shangfu. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet naturally prioritizes her auspicious garments above all else. The other garments can be prepared as usual. Chen Shangfu's expression remained serious, and although she harbored some dissatisfaction towards concubine Ling Yue's nonchalance, she calmly replied, Your Highness, the Shangfu Bureau treats the garments of every mistress with utmost care, whether it be Chen Shufei or in Zhaorong. I believe it is appropriate to have CE handle the garments for Chen Shufei and in Zhaorong. Upon hearing the names Chen Shufei and in Zhaorong, a surge of anger welled up within concubine Ling Yue. Chen Shufei had stolen her husband's heart, while in Zhaorong had schemed against her, leading to her loss of the title of Empress. Concubine Ling Yue impatiently interrupted Chen Shangfu. Chen Shangfu, I am aware of your pursuit of perfection, yet the most important aspect of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet is her auspicious garments. I have other arrangements for the garments of the concubines, you need only ensure the Empress Dowager's garments are prepared properly. I will continue to arrange the concubines' garments through others, you may withdraw. Chen Shangfu slightly furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat helpless, yet she respectfully replied, Yes, Your Highness. After Chen Shangfu exited, concubine Ling Yue turned her attention to Li Shangfu, who stood there respectfully with a fawning smile. Li Shangfu, just instruct someone to make the garments for Chen Shufei and in Zhaorong. Do not expend too much effort. She continued, I recall Chen Shufei chose a red amaryllis for her embroidery pattern. You may add some other colors to it to avoid it being overly striking. My own garment's embroidery pattern is peony, resembling a blossom. It would not be amiss if it were embroidered to look somewhat like a peony. Li Shangfu eagerly nodded in agreement, her obsequious smile broadening. Yes, Your Highness, the garments I prepare for you will undoubtedly be the most luxurious, and I will ensure there are no errors in the Empress Dowager's auspicious garments. Concubine Ling Yue nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may withdraw. Li Shangfu respectfully bowed and turned to exit. Xiaochun Palace. Miaoxia carefully carried the calming herbal soup prepared for the lord by physician Jin, entering the hall with both hands cradling the steaming bowl. My lord, your health is diligently maintained by old Madame Lin. Why have you been drinking this herbal soup to nourish your body recently? Did you not despise the bitter taste of such medicine in the past? Miaoxia's brows knitted slightly, her expression filled with confusion. You are well aware of physician Jin's exceptional skills. Naturally, this herbal soup is beneficial to my health, which is why I consume it, Su Jingyao replied calmly, offering a simple response without further elaboration. The formula of the medicine she had been taking included 15 grams of angelica, 12 grams of rehmannia, 10 grams of red peony, 8 grams of chuanxion, 10 grams of peach kernel, 8 grams of safflower, 15 grams of motherwort, and 10 grams of cyperus, along with some secret recipes from Li Jing. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of medicine could easily discern these ingredients, most of which were known for their blood-activating properties. This formula had been specifically concocted by her to induce an early menstruation. Su Jingyao had already consumed it for several days, and on the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, she would drink another bowl of the medicine. Based on Li Jing's familiarity with her body, it was highly probable that she would experience excessive bleeding due to the early onset of her menstruation on that day, especially after consuming so many blood-activating herbs. Jun Zechen had ascended the throne for more than 3 months. She had to ensure he was utterly disappointed in Ling Yue. Naturally, bold measures were required. She planned to feign a pregnancy and subsequently a miscarriage on the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. If her menstruation arrived on that day, it would be a full 7 days earlier than usual. Moreover, she had meticulously calculated the timing of her intimate encounters with Jun Zechen. Should she feign a miscarriage after only half a month of supposed pregnancy, even a physician would find it difficult to determine if she had truly been pregnant by merely taking her pulse. Furthermore, the blood from a miscarriage at such an early stage would be nearly indistinguishable from menstrual blood. Even in modern times, it requires tests for human chorionic gonadotropin to confirm pregnancy. The physicians of ancient times could hardly discern such differences with the naked eye. She had not disclosed this plan to Miaoxia and the others. While they were indeed clever and composed, they lacked the experience to act. If they were informed in advance, Su Jingyao worried they might not be able to muster the appropriate emotions. It was better to keep them in the dark. Su Jingyao furrowed her brow slightly, forcing down the bitterness, closing her eyes, and tilting her head back to swallow the herbal soup. After drinking, a hint of pain crossed her face, with remnants of the medicine lingering at the corners of her mouth. Miaoxia quickly took the bowl from her hands, offering her a cup of floral tea, then set the bowl aside. After Su Jingyao drank the tea to suppress the bitterness, her gaze fell upon the palace garments sent by the Shangfu Bureau, her eyes revealing a trace of disdain. Were it not for the plan in her heart, she would have sincerely wished to avoid wearing such garments. Although the embroidery appeared splendid and grand on the surface, a closer inspection would reveal the roughness of the stitching. Even the rare cloud brocade she had previously sent to the Shangfu Bureau had been replaced. She could not tell if it was due to the concubine's indulgence of her subordinate's corruption. Miaoxia, too, glanced at the palace garments with a look of disdain, unable to restrain herself from commenting, My lord, look at these palace garments sent over. The stitching inside is utterly chaotic, merely acceptable at a glance. Setting aside the terrible embroidery, the most crucial issue is the fabric. We clearly sent the finest cloud brocade. Miaoxia shook her head gently as she spoke. Your skin is delicate. Wearing such fabric will surely be uncomfortable. Why not tell His Majesty, I can have someone prepare a different palace garment for you. No need, I have other plans, Su Jingyao responded, a hint of mystery flashing across her face. Miaoxia, hearing this, felt puzzled but understood her lord must have her own scheme, so she refrained from asking further. Chapter 70 A hemorrhage. Today marks the grand celebration of the Empress Dowager's birthday. This lavish banquet is to be held at the magnificent Hall of Supreme Harmony, graced by ministers, royal relatives, and others of high standing. Su Jingyao, suppressing her discomfort, dons her palace attire. Having endured a modicum of harm today, she is resolute in reclaiming tenfold the benefits that are rightfully hers. After all, how could she justify the pain she has suffered today? Upon the arrival of her palace garments, Su Jingyao had taken the precaution of having Li Jing meticulously inspect them, discovering that the issue indeed lay with the threads. The layers of amaryllis petals are resplendent, while the threads soaked in amaryllis juice are densely packed and piled upon one another. Even though the embroidery had been completed in advance and left to rest in the chamber for 2 days, the medicinal properties had shown no signs of dissipating, particularly at the collar and cuffs. Merely wearing the garment provoked discomfort. Had it not been for Li Jing's repeated assurances that the toxicity of the amaryllis would be remedied under his care, she would have been reluctant to take such a risk. Once attired in her palace garments, Su Jingyao boarded the palanquin, heading towards the Xianing Palace. Jun Zechen and the favored concubine would also be attending the Xianing Palace, and together, the three would accompany the Empress Dowager to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Upon their arrival, it is imperative that all others are present, otherwise, it would be a grave disrespect to the imperial family. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, towering crimson pillars uphold the intricately decorated ceiling. Sunlight streams through the half-open windows, casting golden beams that bestow a mysterious and sacred radiance upon the grand hall. Suddenly, a sharp voice of a eunuch pierces the air. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived, the favored concubine has arrived, the pure and virtuous concubine has arrived. Jingyao gracefully follows behind Jun Zechen, while the favored concubine obediently trails behind the Empress Dowager. The four of them walk together down the broad and solemn center of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Empress Dowager's ceremonial robes today are nothing short of dazzling, and she is evidently pleased with her attire. The favored concubine is wholly focused on the Empress Dowager's garments and the banquet arrangements, ensuring that no errors occur during the festivities. Comparatively, Jingyao's palace attire appears rather ordinary. Yet, her fair skin and lustrous black hair, complemented by her striking red lips, render her exceptionally radiant, akin to a brilliant pearl shimmering in the hall. Upon hearing the eunuch's proclamation, everyone within the hall rises and kneels in reverence. Long live His Majesty! Long live the Empress Dowager! Long live the favored concubine! Long live the pure and virtuous concubine! Be seated. Jun Zechen sits regally upon the highest dragon throne, his expression solemn, his voice resonant and authoritative, echoing throughout the hall. Jingyao subtly shifts her gaze to the left, where she spots her father in a prominent position among the ministers, easily visible. A gentle smile graces her lips as she offers him a sweet and playful expression. Her father, upon seeing his daughter smile, responds with a warm smile of his own. However, his gaze briefly assesses her palace attire and then shifts to the favored concubine's garments. His expression darkens. His daughter has always donned exquisite clothing, and this attire, which he perceives as shoddily made, is beneath her. Should the favored concubine err again, he would seize the opportunity to impeach her. A woman of humble origins ought not to overshadow his daughter. Subsequently, as is customary at such banquets, Jun Zechen rises to deliver a solemn address, congratulating the stability of the realm and celebrating the Empress Dowager's birth. Upon concluding his speech, the hall erupts into a vibrant atmosphere of song and dance, with ministers toasting and drinking, creating a lively scene among the concubines in the palace. Only Jingyao and the favored concubine occupy high positions, while the other concubines are separated by screens, as women in the palace are not permitted to easily meet outsiders. Only the four consorts and the empress are allowed this privilege, being of royal lineage, their status exceedingly esteemed. The other women of the harem, unless granted explicit permission by those in power, cannot meet their families, let alone outsiders. As the banquet draws to a close, several princes and princesses begin to rise to present their tributes to the Empress Dowager. The offerings from the concubines had been submitted beforehand. At this moment, the Princess Ling Yue, raised by the Empress Dowager after the early demise of her birth mother, steps forward. Mother, today I present to you a phoenix head incense burner crafted from pure gold, adorned with sapphires, emeralds, and other precious gemstones. I hope you will find it to your liking. Very well, Ling Yue, you have been thoughtful. I am quite fond of it, the Empress Dowager replies with a smile, her eyes filled with affection and joy. Jingyao tilts her head slightly, casting a glance at the gift presented by Princess Ling Yue, which is indeed extravagantly opulent, its dazzling brilliance almost blinding. In comparison, the tributes offered by the earlier princes and princesses seem somewhat pedestrian. Fortunately, the offerings from the concubines had not been displayed publicly within the hall, or many might indeed have found themselves embarrassed. After all, not all concubines hail from illustrious backgrounds. Some would offer handmade gifts simply to convey their sentiments. Whether or not the Empress Dowager would accept their so-called sincerity remains uncertain. Upon receiving the Empress Dowager's affirmation, Princess Ling Yue's face beams with pride. She affectionately remarks, Mother, this year, aside from my royal brother, is my gift your favorite, isn't it? Her eyes glimmer with anticipation. The Empress Dowager, amused by Ling Yue's charming demeanor, chuckles in return, not quite. This year, your royal brother's gift has yet to be surpassed. Surprise flickers in Ling Yue's eyes. Jun Zechen raises an eyebrow in mild intrigue upon hearing this. Noticing her curiosity, the Empress Dowager continues, this year, the pure and virtuous concubine's offering, titled Double Fish Auspiciousness, is exquisitely crafted, with an innovative design of red and white agate that I have never seen before. The carving is exceptional, and it has quickly become my favorite. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Jingyao promptly rises to curtsy, her lips curving into a smile. To earn the Empress Dowager's favor is to ensure that my efforts have not been in vain. Jingyao is well aware that this tribute would not disappoint, and she anticipated the Empress Dowager's approval. However, she did not expect such high praise. She must express her gratitude to Emperor Qianlong, as the double fish auspiciousness was a gift he presented to the Empress Dowager at that time. She merely borrowed his creative idea. It appears that the outcome has indeed been quite remarkable, befitting a gift from a revered emperor. Jun Zechen casts a surprised glance her way. She possesses a knack for clever thinking. He recalls how, upon entering the Eastern Palace, the Empress Dowager often reprimanded her, yet now even the Empress Dowager has taken a liking to her. As the banquet unfolds in a lively manner, Jun Zechen leads everyone outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The concubines ranked above 9 are graceful, while ministers of the third rank and above exhibit solemn expressions, and the princes and princesses stand elegantly on the high platform outside the hall. Together, they peer downward to witness another gift prepared for the Empress Dowager, a grand and awe-inspiring performance involving hundreds of participants. The sound of gongs and drums fills the air, formation shifting seamlessly, the display of weapons neither chaotic nor disordered, but remarkably coordinated. With each clever transformation of the formations, the celebratory phrases resound clearly. Congratulations to the Empress Dowager on her longevity, may her blessings be boundless. The smile on the Empress Dowager's face never wanes. The veneration of the ministers, the feeling of being exalted above thousands, this moment is the pinnacle of her existence. Su Jingyao stands behind Jun Zechen, her expression growing increasingly pale. Having consumed medicinal soup earlier, her monthly cycle has been disrupted, and now she feels a dull ache in her abdomen. In this life, her body has always been meticulously cared for, and she has never experienced the agonies of dysmenorrhea. Now, the color drains from her face, yet her makeup conceals her discomfort. Beside her, Miaoyan watches with concern, but Su Jingyao, gritting her teeth against the pain, gently shakes her head at Miaoyan. It is not until Jun Zechen announces the conclusion of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet that the favored concubine breathes a quiet sigh of relief. For her, this celebration was a golden opportunity to showcase her abilities before the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the ministers. With everything having unfolded flawlessly, she feels a great weight lifted from her shoulders. Deep within, she yearns for the Emperor and the Empress Dowager to affirm her capabilities. After the banquet, Miaoyan cautiously supports Su Jingyao, who leans heavily upon her, slowly descending the steps of the high platform. Ah! Suddenly, a soft gasp escapes a palace maid, who seems to have tripped over something, and she tumbles straight down. The favored concubine and Zhaorong hastily sidestep to avoid her. However, Su Jingyao, lacking strength at this moment, decides to play along with the fall, allowing herself to tumble down, though Miaoyan steadfastly supports her, ensuring she suffers no injury. Jun Zechen, hearing the commotion, swiftly turns and immediately spots Su Jingyao sitting on the ground, leaning against Miaoyan. Her complexion is ashen, her forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat. What happened? A frigid light flickers in Jun Zechen's eyes, his gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade, finally landing on the fallen palace maid. The maid scrambles to her feet, panic etched across her face, her voice trembling with urgency. Your Majesty, forgive me, I did not mean to, someone pushed me, and Jun Zechen does not spare her another glance, striding purposefully to Su Jingyao's side, kneeling slowly before her, concern and urgency etched on his features. Yao Yao, what ails you? At this moment, Su Jingyao feels an excruciating pain in her abdomen. In her previous life, she had suffered from dysmenorrhea due to her disordered diet. As an orphan, each episode had left her in unbearable agony. Since arriving in this world, she has taken meticulous care of her health. Now, experiencing this intense cramping, she feels as if her head is spinning, her entire being on the verge of collapse, unable to utter a single word. Seeing her in such distress, Jun Zechen unhesitatingly lifts her into his arms. Summon the imperial physician. With a face full of concern, he cradles her gently yet securely, hastily making his way to the imperial palanquin. Under his directive, the palanquin speeds towards the Zhaochun Palace like an arrow released from its bow. Upon arriving at the Zhaochun Palace, Jun Zechen lays her upon the bed, yet, the anguish etched upon Su Jingyao's face shows no signs of abating. Her brows are tightly knit, as if enduring immense torment. As she reclines, her palace gown becomes slightly disheveled, and Jun Zechen inadvertently catches sight of the red rashes on her neck. His heart jolts, and he examines her closely. To his dismay, he discovers clusters of alarming red rashes scattered across her pristine skin. What is happening? His voice resonates with urgency and authority. Miaoyan glances at her mistress's skin, her face instantly reflecting profound sorrow. Your Majesty, the mistress began feeling unwell during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, but she insisted that there could be no issues during such an important occasion, so she bore it silently. Originally, her gown was meant to be crafted from precious cloud silk, yet this palace attire has been secretly swapped. As Jun Zechen listens, his anger intensifies, his heart aching for her. The reason she endured in silence was to prevent the favored concubine from making a mistake during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, always considering others before herself. Then, Miaoyan, seemingly overwhelmed by fear, cries out in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, the mistress is bleeding. Jun Zechen is taken aback, quickly turning his gaze to the area of her gown from which blood seeps, only to find her on the brink of unconsciousness. Enraged, he bellows, Where is the imperial physician? His voice reverberates throughout the chamber, causing a slight tremor in the air. Chapter 71 A miscarriage. At this moment, Miaoyan had already assisted Su Jingyao in removing her palace attire and meticulously wiped away the makeup from her face. Su Jingyao's tightly furrowed brows and her pallid complexion were truly pitiable, evoking an instinctive sense of heartache in those who beheld her. She clutched her abdomen, and large tears finally could no longer be restrained, cascading down her colorless cheeks and leaving behind heart-wrenching tracks. Your Majesty, I am in such pain. Su Jingyao's voice trembled, laden with agony and helplessness. Where does it hurt, Yao Yao? The imperial physician will arrive shortly, you will surely be alright. Jun Zechen's visage was marked by an unprecedented panic, a stark contrast to the usual composure expected of an emperor. Even during fierce contests for the crown prince position in perilous encounters, he had never been so flustered. He feared she had fallen victim to the schemes of certain treacherous women in the harem, feared she had been poisoned, feared any unforeseen calamity might befall her. My stomach, it hurts terribly, Your Majesty, Su Jingyao choked, her voice seemingly squeezed out between gritted teeth, saturated with suffering. In truth, the worst of the pain had passed. She had just endured an excruciating moment where she could scarcely utter a word, and now she was poised to perform. She intended to transform her mere discomfort into a tenfold torment within Jun Zechen's heart. Jun Zechen was utterly at a loss as to how to alleviate her pain, his anxiety rendering him somewhat helpless. He could only gently place his large hand on her abdomen, applying a tender pressure. Your Majesty, I am afraid. Why am I bleeding? Woo, Su Jingyao sobbed, her cries infused with terror and trepidation. Do not be afraid, everything will be fine, it will be fine. Jun Zechen repeatedly uttered these words, unsure whether he was reassuring her or himself, his eyes filled with anxiety and sorrow. At last, hurried footsteps echoed as imperial physician Li arrived, accompanied by a medical maid. His countenance was fraught with urgency, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Upon entering, he hastily knelt and saluted, saying, "This humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. Come here at once." Jun Zechen shouted impatiently, his voice laced with urgency and irritation. Li, not daring to linger, quickly rose, and Jun Zechen stepped aside from the bed. Observing this, Miao Yun deftly brought a stool for the physician. Once seated, Li extended his hand, placing it on Su Jingyao's wrist to take her pulse. A grave expression settled upon his face. This was clearly a sign of qi and blood deficiency. How could this be? After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, why is the Empress suffering such severe qi and blood deficiency?" Ordinarily, the ladies of the palace were meticulously cared for, and such a pulse indicating blood deficiency should not occur. Miao Yun hastily interjected, "Imperial physician Li, the mistress has just lost a considerable amount of blood. I just finished cleaning her up, and she has bled completely. What on earth is happening?" Miao Yun's face was etched with worry, her voice trembling as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the physician's expression turned to one of alarm, and he quickly instructed the nearby maid to examine further. He then urgently asked, "When did the Empress's monthly cycle commence?" "The mistress's monthly cycle has not yet arrived this month. She is usually very regular, and according to the timeline, it should be in 7 days, Miao Yun responded anxiously, her eyes fixed on the physician, eager to discern what was amiss with her mistress. Li furrowed his brow so intensely it seemed capable of crushing a fly, his face revealing a deep conflict, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Jun Zechen, sensing the tension, emanated a chilling aura, his demeanor icy and foreboding. "What has befallen the pure and virtuous consort?" Jun Zechen gritted his teeth, each word heavy with suppressed fury. "Your Majesty, might it be that the Empress has recently engaged in intimate relations?" Li asked tremulously, his voice quaking slightly. Jun Zechen's cold gaze pierced through the physician like a dagger. Was he courting death? After such a protracted delay, he could not provide clarity yet dared to inquire about such intimate matters. "Li, the mistress has had intermittent relations over the past half-month," Miao Yun quickly replied, her tone tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Li felt his heart plummet, his legs weakening as he immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, the Empress has suffered a miscarriage." Li's voice was filled with resignation. His declaration struck Jun Zechen and Miao Yun like a heavy blow. Miao Yun had been aware of her mistress's plans regarding the palace attire, initially thinking it might only cause a mild rash or something trivial, but the revelation of her mistress's pregnancy was staggering. The little one was. Miao Yun's gaze suddenly turned vacant, as if she had lost focus, then her eyes glistened with burgeoning tears. Jun Zechen stood frozen, his face soon suffused with deep concern, and he slowly turned to look at Su Jingyao. At that moment, Su Jingyao appeared to have been drained of all vitality, her expression vacant like that of a marionette. Her once vibrant eyes were now clouded and lost, her wide gaze fixed unblinkingly ahead, hollow and devoid of spirit. Jun Zechen's heart ached so fiercely it was as if he could not breathe. "Li, are you certain the pure and virtuous consort has not given birth for less than 5 months? Jun Zechen bit down on his words, his voice quavering slightly, struggling to accept this reality, fearing the depth of her sorrow if indeed she had miscarried. At this time, the beads of sweat on Li's forehead merged and trickled down his cheek. His voice trembled as he stated, "Your Majesty, upon examining the Empress's pulse, it indicates indeed a deficiency of qi and blood, and there are no signs of poisoning or any other suspicious symptoms. But the Empress is bleeding. The pulse indicative of a miscarriage also aligns with her condition. Perhaps due to the early stage of pregnancy, the signs of pregnancy may not be evident, yet these symptoms undoubtedly point to a miscarriage." Li's tone was laced with helplessness and bitterness. Jun Zechen's dark eyes were now filled with a foreboding storm. He suppressed his voice. "Come, examine the rash on the pure and virtuous consort. Could it be the cause of her miscarriage?" As he spoke, Jun Zechen reached out, pulling the stunned woman's hand from beneath the covers. The pale skin bore a shocking array of rashes, a sight that was utterly alarming. Li glanced at it, hesitating as he remarked, "This appears to be a symptom of an allergic reaction?" Miao Yun, who had been silently shedding tears, now regained her composure. She had never anticipated that the palace attire could truly harm her mistress. Miao Yun lowered her head, concealing a hint of resolve in her eyes. "Imperial physician Li, the mistress's skin is more delicate than others. This is the palace attire she wore today. She usually only dons cloud patterns, and while this fabric is worn by other consorts, it would cause discomfort for her. Might you take a closer look?" Miao Yun spoke through her sobs. Li hastily leaned closer to the attire, inhaling its scent, then gently touched the fabric. "This material seems unproblematic. It is merely not as smooth as cloud patterns. However, even so, the severity of the Empress's rash should not be this extreme," Li muttered, furrowing his brow, his gaze shifting between the attire and Su Jingyao, filled with profound confusion. He then extended his hand to touch the embroidery, rubbing his fingers over the intricate stitching a few times. A faint prickling sensation immediately registered. Li's eyes widened, and he quickly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, while the fabric appears fine, it seems the embroidery may have been tainted with something. Upon contact with the skin, it causes a stinging sensation. Given the Empress's naturally delicate skin, combined with the prolonged wear of this attire, it has resulted in the rash." Upon hearing Li's analysis, a torrent of rage surged within Jun Zechen's chest. The women of the harem would stop at nothing in their quest for favor. Jun Zechen's face darkened ominously, his voice icy. "Do you have any notion of what it might be?" "Your Majesty, the stinging sensation bears similarity to the sap of the oleander, though the sap of the aglaonema and the poinsettia produces similar effects. I cannot definitively ascertain what liquid the embroidery may have been contaminated with," Li replied. "This sap caused the pure and virtuous consort's miscarriage?" Jun Zechen pressed further. Your Majesty, should this sap come into contact with the skin, it could provoke stinging, rashes, and swelling. If ingested, it could lead to relentless vomiting or, in severe cases, unconsciousness, Li elucidated meticulously. The Empress merely had skin contact, it should not have been the cause of her miscarriage. However, I have been informed that the Empress wore palace attire continuously since the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and subsequently stood on a high platform to observe performances. Coupled with her earlier fall, considering the pregnancy is less than half a month along, this is a particularly precarious time, and with the recent birth, perhaps this is why Li spoke candidly, his expression heavy with gravity and resignation. Su Jingyao, whose eyes had been devoid of light as if all brilliance had vanished, suddenly unleashed a torrent of tears upon hearing the physician's words. She curled up, resembling a wounded creature, sobbing, woo-woo, her cries were heart-wrenching, evoking profound sorrow. Jun Zechen, upon hearing her mournful wails, swiftly turned to look, and upon witnessing her pitiable state, his heart sank. He then gestured for those present to withdraw, his voice low and authoritative, all of you, leave. Once everyone had exited the chamber, Jun Zechen removed his outer robe and, with gentle motions, ascended the bed. He enveloped her entirely in his embrace, with Su Jingyao nestled against him, her slender arms tightly encircling his neck, her entire being folding into him like a fragile vine. Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I sensed discomfort in my body long ago, the baby within me was protesting, yet this careless mother did not heed the signs, and thus, he departed. I am unworthy of being his mother, woo-woo, Su Jingyao wept, her words punctuated by sobs. Hearing her attribute all blame to herself, Jun Zechen felt a deep pang in his heart, as if it might drown him. It is not your fault, Yao Yao, we will have children in the future. He will be reborn in your womb, Jun Zechen murmured, lowering his head to caress the tears streaming down her cheeks with his long fingers, his voice gentle yet soothing. Do not cry. It pains me to see you like this. But he will not be the same, Your Majesty, I feel so distressed, Su Jingyao stammered, her body trembling slightly. At that moment, Jun Zechen too was at a loss for how to console her, resorting to repeatedly stroking her hair and gently caressing her back, attempting to provide comfort and support. Eventually, Miaoyun returned with the medicine prescribed by the physician. Jun Zechen took the bowl of medicine, softly coaxing her, come, Yao Yao, drink your medicine. Exhausted from crying, Su Jingyao dazedly consumed the concoction. This herbal brew had a calming effect, and soon after drinking, she gradually succumbed to slumber. After carefully laying her down on the bed, Jun Zechen's previously tender and indulgent expression instantly morphed into one of chilling severity, as if frost were to crystallize in the air. He donned his black and gold dragon robe and exited the chamber. The palace was indeed a place where tranquility could not be found for even a moment. The inexplicable toxic liquid on the palace attire, the palace made sudden fall from the high platform, every element intricately linked, all aimed at Yao Yao. How dare they? A glint of cold fury flickered in Jun Zechen's eyes, the fire of wrath igniting within him, a savage urge to unleash violence boiling over. Chapter 72. She is foolish. Within the grand hall of the Zhaochun Palace, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt as though it could precipitate at any moment. At the head of the room, Jun Zechen's handsome visage was etched with authority, his eyes gently closed, seemingly suppressing a tempest of inner fury. In the vast chamber, the only sound that resonated was the rhythmic tapping of his long fingers, echoing in the hearts of all present. At this moment, and Shun had gathered everyone pertinent to the situation. On the elevated platform lay Inger, the palace maid who had fallen for no apparent reason, alongside Li Shangfu, responsible for the attire of consort Chun Shu. And Shun had also summoned Chen Shangfu, although she was not in charge of the consort's garments, she was a court lady dispatched by His Majesty to assist the noble consort. Noble consort and Zhao Rong, and Jin Yan, and other high-ranking consorts had been waiting in the grand hall of Zhaochun Palace, still unaware of the circumstances surrounding consort Chun Shu. Meanwhile, Lin Ronghua, Lin Miaoyin, Yi Ronghua, Yi Yaqin, and other newly entered consorts were waiting in a side chamber. His Majesty had decreed that no one was to leave. Beside her, Li Shangfu was at a loss, her gaze inadvertently flickering towards His Majesty, causing her to swallow hard repeatedly, as if she were guilty of some transgression. In contrast, Chen Shangfu remained composed, merely casting a sidelong glance at the unfolding events. Although noble consort and Zhao Rong and other high-ranking consorts occupied their lofty positions, they too could not mask their unease. Miaoyin approached, pushing a rack laden with attire. She knelt gracefully, offering a respectful bow to the noble consort. Then, raising her head, her face was awash with indignation. Noble consort, my master has always been benevolent and magnanimous within the palace, never harming anyone. The design of this attire was conceived by my master for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and she specifically sent the cloud brocade bestowed by His Majesty to the Shangfu Bureau for its creation, solely to celebrate the Empress Dowager's joyous occasion. Yet now, the fabric of this attire has been reduced to ordinary satin. Her voice trembled with anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Pausing, her voice choked with emotion, she continued, that aside, how could the embroidery of the attire have been tainted with poisonous liquid? The noble consort's eyes widened in feigned innocence as she shook her head repeatedly. Turning to Jun Zechen, she encountered only the chilling depths of his gaze, which sent a shiver down her spine. Sensing his frigid demeanor, the noble consort hastily began to explain. Your Majesty, I assure you, I have never tampered with consort Chun Shu's attire. I would never stoop to such actions. She then turned sharply to Li Shangfu, her voice rising in intensity. Li Shangfu, I entrusted you with preparing consort Chun Shu's garments, how could such a situation arise? Upon hearing the accusation, Li Shangfu trembled uncontrollably. Lowering her head, she swallowed hard, attempting to quell her rising panic. To answer Your Majesty, to answer noble consort, her voice quivered, and she inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. Initially, a small palace maid received the cloud brocade sent by consort Chun Shu to the Shangfu Bureau. Perhaps she neglected to keep a record, and subsequently, a different maid was assigned to craft the garments for consort Chun Shu. In her ignorance, she failed to utilize the cloud brocade provided by consort Chun Shu, opting instead for the satin allocated to her. Having spoken, Li Shangfu's knees buckled, and she sank to the floor. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I did not manage the palace staff properly, leading to this error. However, the embroidery on consort Chun Shu's attire was poisonous, and I was completely unaware. Jun Zechen's icy gaze bore down on her, insinuating that consort Chun Shu's use of cloud brocade was an extravagant overreach. The noble consort, upon hearing this explanation, felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as it was an unintentional mistake, all would be well. Meanwhile, Chen Shangfu, maintaining a composed demeanor, pondered for a moment before speaking up. Li Shangfu, the cloud brocade sent by consort Chun Shu was indeed recorded in the Shangfu Bureau. Is it not true that you did not review the records? At her words, Li Shangfu froze, taken aback by Chen Shangfu's direct challenge. Despite her relatively short tenure at the Shangfu Bureau, Chen Shangfu was renowned for her meticulous record-keeping. It was inconceivable that such a high-ranking consort as Chun Shu would go unrecorded. If Li Shangfu's claims were true, it would unjustly place the entire burden of blame on the small palace maid. Naturally, Chen Shangfu would not allow such an injustice to transpire. Li Shangfu's heart raced, her gaze flickering nervously. Given that consort Chun Shu was of high rank, the satin allocated to her was already of exceptional quality. Li Shangfu believed that consort Chun Shu would not dare offend the noble consort. Even if the Shangfu Bureau had consumed the cloud brocade, it would not provoke any backlash. The noble consort was even less likely to concern herself with the fabric of consort Chun Shu's attire, having previously expressed her dissatisfaction with her. Nervousness crept into Li Shangfu's voice as she stammered, Chen Shangfu, I have never seen the records. Jun Zechen's cold gaze fixed on Li Shangfu, his patience waning. Take her to the Xinqing department. Li Shangfu's eyes widened in horror, her body shaking uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my guilt. I merely instructed the preparation of consort Chun Shu's garments, unaware of how the subordinates executed the task. Li Shangfu's words tumbled out in a frantic attempt at defense. Your Majesty, please show mercy. My crimes do not warrant the Xinqing department, I am merely guilty of negligence. Yet Jun Zechen remained as frigid as ice, showing no signs of wavering. The eunuch stepped forward, prepared to escort Li Shangfu away. In a state of utter terror, she realized that being taken to the Xinqing department meant enduring severe punishment, possibly even execution, either leaving her maimed or incapacitated. Her eyes brimmed with fear as she recoiled, pleading, no, please. Noble consort, save me. Li Shangfu's eyes beseeched the noble consort, I merely followed your orders, arranging for others to create consort Chun Shu's garments. I knew nothing. Upon hearing this, the noble consort's heart skipped a beat. She anxiously glanced at Jun Zechen, meeting his impassive gaze, which filled her with overwhelming dread. She had never intended to harm consort Chun Shu. She acknowledged her pettiness but had never contemplated inflicting harm. What nonsense is Li Shangfu uttering? Your failure to manage your subordinates is of no concern to me. The noble consort retorted, her voice steady yet laced with a hint of tremor. Li Shangfu sought to continue her defense but was forcibly subdued by two eunuchs, repeatedly crying out no. The eunuchs showed no mercy as they dragged her away. Afterward, Jun Zechen, devoid of expression, directed his inquiry towards Shun. Have all palace personnel who interacted with consort Chun Shu's garments been interrogated? To answer your Majesty, they have been questioned, but on Shun's side, there were 5 maids involved in crafting consort Chun Shu's garments. When I dispatched someone to locate them, one of the maids was found drowned in the death pit outside the Yeshio pavilion. The incident occurred suddenly today, and time has been too short. I have yet to fully uncover the reasons behind it. Jun Zechen nodded, aware that clarity would be elusive in such a brief span. And Shun, both the poison in consort Chun Shu's attire and the maid who fell from the platform are entrusted to you for investigation. I demand a thorough inquiry. Yes, your Majesty. And Shun replied earnestly, I shall ensure that the truth is revealed. Everyone else may withdraw, noble consort, you remain. Jun Zechen's gaze was inscrutable, devoid of emotion, yet his frigid words plunged the noble consort into an icy abyss of despair. Once outside, and Zhao Rong exhaled in relief, casting a glance at the noble consort before departing with a sardonic smile. Soon, only Jun Zechen and the noble consort remained in the hall. He sat with an imposing and frigid demeanor, exuding an air that demanded reverence. The noble consort stood at the center of the hall, her hands nervously wringing together, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and fear. An oppressive silence enveloped the chamber, the air thick with an icy frost that compelled one to shiver involuntarily. Jun Zechen's icy gaze bore down on the noble consort, as if stripping away her final layer of protection. The noble consort recognized her negligence regarding consort Chun Shu's attire, yet she never fathomed that it would provoke Jun Zechen to such fury. Biting her lip, she finally summoned the courage to speak. I acknowledge my failure to oversee consort Chun Shu's attire, but with the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, I devoted all my attention to her, thus failing to notice the carelessness of my subordinates. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly pleading. Although consort Chun Shu developed a rash, it is serious yet can be remedied with a few days of rest. Is it truly necessary for your Majesty to be this enraged? I believe I managed the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet rather well. After all, the Empress Dowager was quite satisfied with the garments she had sent, and no errors had occurred at the banquet. Consort Chun Shu has suffered a miscarriage. Jun Zechen enunciated each word with chilling clarity, his gaze fixed intently on the noble consort. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if the world were spinning around her. She gaped in astonishment, unable to articulate a single word. You believe the birthday banquet concluded perfectly, yet in truth, consort Chun Shu endured throughout the event for your sake, donning uncomfortable satin and a poisonous garment, her body in extreme distress. For you. To prevent you from erring before the Empress Dowager, she endured for nearly an entire day. Jun Zechen's voice trembled with restrained fury, his tone low and gravelly. If only Yao had not been so kind-hearted, if only she had sought rest and medical attention sooner, perhaps their child would have. Jun Zechen closed his eyes briefly before reopening them, a glint of cold light shining forth as he continued, the child, barely less than a month along, is gone because of you. The noble consort, gripped by terror, instinctively took several steps backward, repeatedly murmuring no, no. Her eyes brimmed with dread, her entire being trembling. Your Majesty, I did not intend for this. I was unaware that consort Chun Shu was pregnant. I never wished to harm her. It was unintentional. The noble consort babbled her frantic explanations, her voice rife with desperation. Jun Zechen rose to his feet, his gaze turning ever more terrifying, as if he were prepared to devour the noble consort whole. Indeed. You did not intend it. You are. The word foolish lingered unspoken on his lips. Instead, he directed a piercing gaze, sharp as a sword, at the noble consort, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. The hall fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of the noble consort's sobs reverberating through the air. She collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably, while Jun Zechen's expression remained impassive, yet the coldness in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Chapter 73, The Empress's Punishment. The words of his mother echoed incessantly in Jun Zechen's mind. Are you truly willing to let the child within Su Sufei's womb become a sacrificial pawn for the crown princess's ascendance, merely to appease the crown prince? He shut his eyes tightly, yet the phrase lingered obstinately, refusing to dissipate. Suppressing the simmering rage within him, he eventually opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like a sword as it swept over the kneeling empress, who wept inconsolably on the ground. There was not a hint of sympathy in his demeanor. Resuming his seat, his voice was devoid of emotion, as if the anger that had just consumed him had been entirely quelled. Empress, I have previously conveyed to you that I have changed, and it is my fault. Do not allow your envy to be directed towards Chun Shufei. I do not know if the palace attire of Chun Shufei has been tampered with by your hand, but as one of the four consorts, her garments should rightfully be the responsibility of either Qin Shangfu or Li Shangfu, or at the very least, one of the four divisions of the Shangfu Bureau. He paused, his gaze growing colder. Would the Shangfu Bureau dare to treat Chun Shufei's attire with such disdain without your indication? Even to the extent of exchanging the very brocade she provided? There were matters he chose not to specify, not because he was unaware, but because he wished to turn a blind eye. Yet Ling Yue had grown increasingly outrageous. Whether you were responsible for the poisonous embroidery of Chun Shufei, I can no longer ascertain, all must await in Shun's investigation. Jun Zechen's words struck with the force of a thunderclap. The Empress was profoundly affected by his pronouncement, raising her head to reveal a visage etched with despair. He no longer trusted her. Indeed, all of this is His Majesty's fault. I should harbor hatred towards you, however. You are the Emperor. How can I despise you? I cannot strike you, nor can I scold you. I can only watch helplessly as you shower increasing affection upon Chun Shufei. Witnessing your growing happiness together, is that not so? Her voice escalated in pitch, nearing hysteria. Is it not cruel of you, Your Majesty? Jun Zechen regarded her with an expressionless countenance, yet a flicker of rage simmered beneath. Empress, I am the Emperor. Did you truly not contemplate this matter when you wed me? He spoke slowly, his tone as frigid as a blade. At this juncture, have I changed, or have I simply come to realize that the you I knew was never the true you? His gaze was devoid of any warmth, only an abyss of indifference and disappointment remained. This declaration shattered the Empress'